It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I filled that life according to a friend. We're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to DreamLeague Season 20 with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is Free for Free Dota. Adam, how are you feeling for some absolute DreamLeague activity today?
I am excited. Out of SEA international teams. Oh my! Oh wow!
I know we get to cast some international stuff now. So for all of you who are not aware, me and Adam, we do cast Division 2 CDPC. Adam, he gets to have the reins, obviously, on Division 1 as well. But we've been given this opportunity, and we are going to give 110%. The hype is not just going to be here. We're going to bring it up to here. And it's especially deserved with the fact that we have some absolutely insane games to cast on day one. On day one, it's absolutely nuts. I am absolutely looking forward to it. So hopefully we're going to show you obviously, of course, the overview of the tournament. So obviously, of course, what the teams are going to be competing for, the schedule for today, and everything else. It's just going to be absolutely fantastic. Adam, is there anything in particular you were looking for, as we're just going to bring up the overview now?
It's the first game, LGD and EG, but we'll get into that later. Let's go through this first.
Yeah. As obviously, of course, as you can see, we're going to explain the tournament for you, with it being obviously, of course, day one. So 16 teams were presented here in the first group stage. 2 groups, round robin, and it's going to be a best of 2. Once that is gone, which I think is around about 4 days, we proceed then into the second group stage, where we will eliminate 8 teams and have 8 teams remaining. That's half gone, where it will be just one group with a round robin, and this time it's going to be a best of 3. So kind of a lot more pressure building up there, you know, maybe perhaps some 2-1s here and there. And then as we proceed to that, we've got the big playoffs, where we have ourselves a double elimination bracket, which is going to be a best of 3, and the finals will be a best of 5. And the 2 teams, which are indeed qualified within the tournament, will be progressing on to the Riyadh Masters. Wow. And that's on the 17th to the 30th of July. You can see the respective dates below there. So if you perhaps you're not feeling looking at the group stage, I don't know, unless you want to check out all that action and get it in your calendar, then you can obviously, of course, jot that down. So make sure you keep that recorded. But let's have a look at the prize pool, which is coming out for this tournament. So obviously, of course, first and second place, they qualify to the Riyadh Masters. And we have ourselves on the first and second place, $300,000. That's a lot of money. What would you buy with $300,000, Adam?
I don't know, man. Everything I can.
Everything. Okay. Let's have a look at the teams. So as you can see, if you want to, take more, have a look at the prize pool, then be sure to, maybe go back and have a look. Maybe perhaps have a pause. But as you can see, as it scales up, there's more and more to be had. But let's check out the schedule of the teams as well for today. Let's have a look what we're going to be having a look at, along with hopefully the groups. So we'll see what teams will be competing against who within the group tables. Okay, so here we have Group A. Team Liquid, Team Spirit, Evil Geniuses, PSG LGD, TSM, Talon, Tundra Esports, and of course, Team Secret. So we are indeed going to be covering one game, me and Adam are, within this Group A. We'll also be covering something in Group B, which we'll be showing you soon. But yes, it's going to be PSG LGD versus Evil Geniuses. What do you think about this group stage, Adam? Is there? Do you think this is going to be an absolute bloodbath here within the first 4 days?
These are some big names, and I expect. It looks kind of weird now because I think a lot of the teams, like half the teams in the group, are not at the Bali Major. Secret, for example, dropped to Div 2. We have TSM and Talon who did not qualify this time around, versus like top dogs in their region. Liquid, EG, Tundra, and I think it's gonna be maybe a bit top heavy here.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. But of course, nonetheless, some very, very exciting teams. Well, let's have a look at Group B and see what teams are awaiting us within here. We do indeed have ourselves Gaming Gladiators. Currently a pretty big team at the moment. Not to hype up too much, but they've been having a great year so far. Following them is Nine Pandas, Beast Ghost, Team Asta, Shopify Rebellion, Bet Boom Team, OG, and Entity. And just to let you guys know as well, for any of you who are not aware, if I remember this correctly, Bet Boom, they have indeed come into the tournament because Execration, they were not able to get themselves visas in time to actually travel to the tournament. So unfortunately, they have had to drop out of the tournament, but taking their place is Bet Boom, which will be in Group B. Do you think this one's going to be quite a bloodbath as well, Adam? I don't know if this is quite biased from what we've seen, but they look both very exciting groups.
It is for sure, and I think everyone's excited to see Miracle play again because Abed's not here and he's standing in for Shopify.
Yeah.
And then we have the return of Seb himself back to OG, standing in for Chuvesh, who is currently moved back to assistant coach. So I'm excited to see both those teams play actually.
And let's have a look at this schedule now as well. Enough bickering about the groups. Let's have a look at what games we have ourselves for today. As we'll just have a look at them now. There it is. So we have ourselves the okay. Team Liquid versus I'm not sure if that's mixed up.
It's mainstream, right?
Oh, there we go. There we go. This is ours. There we go. Evil Geniuses versus PSG, which is today at 12, followed by Entity and Nine Pandas. That'll be our second game. And then the third and fourth game, which will be casted by DK Truman and Astini, is Talon versus Tundra Esports. And then following the last game, Shopify Rebellion versus Bet Boom, who of course taken Execration's obviously, of course, place. So, very, very intense teams, intense battles that'll be coming out. I mean, best of two, we'll be blessed with those. Do you think we'll be getting a lot of 1-1s here, or do you think some teams may be coming out with 2-0s here? Adam, give us your average.
I can see some 2-0s for sure.
Can you?
Oh. I can. I'm ready. I'm ready for demolition.
Demolition. But yeah. That's pretty much the schedule for today. Let's actually have a look at the teams that we'll be having a look at right now. Which is
by the way, the stream link is wrong, and this is actually for the Earth stream, not the Storm stream. So if you want to catch the games, you gotta check out ESL_Dota 2 Earth, not Storm.
Oh yeah, that at the bottom. That is correct. But yeah, the first game, which will be coming to us soon, Evil Geniuses versus LGD.
Both these teams are #1 in their region. This is a hype-ass match to start us off.
This is going to be absolutely insane. But how are you feeling about the overall tournament at the moment? Because obviously, of course, this is going to be like our first time commentating DreamLeague, and it's pretty exciting on the international stage to see all of these teams come up against each other, because I'm picking Medusa right now at this stage, even though she has been kind of a little bit nerfed with the mana shield, but is still strong there. Are there any particular heroes as well which you feel like will be coming out quite a lot, Adam?
I feel like since I've been covering a lot of SCA, it's really nice to see this change of playstyle with different teams, and you know, it being an international event, there's just this clash of playstyles, and you know, there's always the better group of the two, and I feel like you have teams like Gaming and Tundra who are like really at their top form right now, and it's very interesting to see how teams adapt to how they play.
Yeah, it's really great to see, obviously, of course, with what you've said. Both play styles like clash out against each other, and maybe perhaps we'll be meeting some more action with that, unless, you know, of course, either side of the teams have done a little bit of investigations, some Inspector Gadgets to see what either side of the teams have been competing, what they've been playing, and what they've been doing throughout the tournament. So we'll see how it goes. I'm pretty excited. You said, obviously, of course, we might see some 2-0s, we might see some 1-1s. Who knows? But let's have a look at the first best of 2. That being Evil Geniuses first. We'll cover their roster here, as of course, we have ourselves on the position 1, Packers, along with Chris Luck, Whisper, Matthew, and Panda. Now, have you been taking a look quite a bit here at Evil Geniuses, Adam? Is there anyone in particular that catches your eye?
I'm a big Matthew fan. I think he does a lot in the early game for them. He's always playing this like kind of melee rotating pulse force, and I feel like he just always has this. He kind of gives me boxy vibes, which I like a lot. I feel like the team, you know, they went through this shuffle and they ended up getting Whisper on, and they're in a very good place right now. They even beat Beast Coast recently with a stand-in. Like, Pakaz wasn't not playing, they beat him with Parker, and they're kind of secured as the top team in their region right now, I'd say.
Yeah, 100% I agree with you there. So obviously, of course, EG, they came first place, only dropping 1 best of 3 within the Division 1 DPC SA. They only lost the 1 game, which was, of course, versus Mad Kings, but they have been absolutely phenomenal in their region. They also came 4th place, of course, in the Berlin Major. And a particular person that I like to speak about here, considering that I've seen his GPM is absolutely insane. I don't know if we'll be able to get his stats or not about it, like, you know, eventually throughout the tournament, is Pakas. Because, you know, I had a look some of the games that he's been doing. You know, I've had a cheeky glance, and his hero pool is very, very flexible. He does not play the same carries like all of the time. It seems like whenever an opportunity arises and it seems like one hero is good, he will pick that hero. He will pick that hero, and it's kind of difficult to try and play against that somewhat, don't you think, Adam?
I think they're a bit more YOLO when it comes to that, but you know, these players, Pakaz especially, he plays so much pubs, you know, he plays like everything. I remember at Genting last year, he was the only one playing Sven, you know, but he made it look so strong. I feel like that's the strength of EG and other SA teams as well. They're just very, we do what we want, and you know, we'll figure out how to make it work. And I think that's what is their identity right now, you know. They just do what they feel is best for the game.
Yeah, 100%. Some of the heroes, even though that some of the players on EG, of course, they do have themselves a flexible hero. Some are very, very comfortable with some of their picks. That being Chris Luck, I have seen some XDD plays, as they call it, the SF player, the SF enjoyer. He likes a lot of Shadow Fiend recently, especially within the DPC SA here. we see Shadow Fiend sometime. He's rotated between, safe lane or mid lane here. What would you prefer on this hero? Do you actually like him mid more, or do you prefer him on the safe lane? I would say safe lane for myself. But he plays it mid. Obviously, of course, he's the mid player.
I think it's much more entertaining to watch it from the mid lane. But I don't know, the hero's not very popular right now. I'm not sure why it's something they play in their region. I feel like, again, they're just a well-balanced team and they want to pick what's good for a game. So, if he feels like playing SF, he's going to play SF.
But let's take a look at the second team now who will be going up against Evil Geniuses, and that is PSG LGD. Obviously, of course, we have ourselves Shiro here. Nothing to say. New, I hope I pronounced that one right, Planet and Y. So, obviously, of course, they're also doing very, very well. Anything to say about this team, Adam?
Firstly, that's not a picture of New, just in case anyone's wondering. That's Mr. Zeal, who is no longer in LGD.
No, he's not.
I feel like the meta in China is very ball up right now. Like, I watch their games and it feels like you play an early game and then teams tend to ball up very fast. They're still playing this like hard carry style. And I'm very curious to see how it's gonna fare against other teams, because I think the meta is very region based right now. It's the same for SCA, same for China. I think EU is the only region that's kind of doing different things right now. So I'm excited.
Yeah, especially with these two teams going up against each other, because, like I said about EG, LGD, they also came first place within their DPC China region. They only dropped one best of 3, which was against Extreme Gaming, which is another quite big team, I feel, in the Chinese region. They did come 12th place in the Berlin Major, but that was during the time when they had themselves Zeal. So ever since Zeal has obviously, of course, gone away from the team and New has actually entered within during the DPC, their performance has actually been quite good. So I'm not sure if it's either a roster change or something along with how the team has kind of like changed in regards to their thinking patterns or anything like that, whether it be drafts or not, but their performance has done very, very well. I don't know if it's just limited to the Chinese region, but I guess we will find out with this game, Adam.
Yeah, I feel like LGD has been a very solid 4-man roster, or 5-man including their coach Xiao It. Like, the way they play is very systematic, and they've been having trouble finding an offlane player. We see them change from Tour 1 to Tour 2 to Tour 3, but they're still attending every major and they're still doing kind of okay. So I'm curious to see if New is the piece they were looking for and how they're gonna fare this tournament.
But we are indeed blessed with the draft, the first game of the DreamLeague. I mean, obviously, of course, there's other streams as well. You can check them out, but I'm thinking this one's the hypest one. What do you feel, Adam? Do you think we're blessed with the best game at the moment, or?
I do right now, but the game has not been played, so I don't want to overhype it. But these are the two best teams in their regions going up against each other, and I think the playstyle of EG and the playstyle of LG is so different. They are so different.
So let's speak about the picks already, because we are really, really far ahead within this pick stage. Void Spirit and Rubik, they get picked up here on LGD. Meanwhile, on Evil Geniuses, they do pick themselves up Magnus and Monkey King. And a few bans here, actually quite a bit of targeted bans. Bat Rider, Timbersaw, Bounty Hunter, these are all heroes that Evil Geniuses like to play, but LGD, they do like to play a little bit as well, so I feel it's kind of a little bit more of a respect ban, and they'll try and find themselves something else to pick. But meanwhile, on Evil Geniuses, they will ban the Beastmaster, the Techies, the Venomancer, and a Phoenix as well. And I think I have something here that both teams, they are incredible Techies enjoyers. So Evil Geniuses, they do ban that out, even though they do play the Techies quite a lot. LGD do as well. So I don't think they'll want to be fighting over the Techies. So that gets banned out, and we get ourselves a Winter Wyvern third pick here for LGD.
Yeah, so Bat and Timber bans are just because of Whisper. I think it's just respect outright. Whisper probably was the best Timber in the world at some point, and Barra is his new thing. So I understand the bans. LGD probably not gonna first do the hero anyway. And this Techies has been the most banned and picked hero in every region. The hero is busted right now. Someone do something before Slacks gets mad. What's
But yeah,
interesting
Medusa,
to me,
Medusa gets the final ban though on Evil Geniuses as well. We spoke about that one before, so that one gets out of here.
I think this Monkey King pickup is kind of interesting to me because it's a big EG hero. It's a flex between Pakaza and Chris Luck plays it as well. So I'm wondering if they picked it seeing the Void Spirit to just kind of dominate the lane.
Yeah, I mean that's what Monkey King is best known for, dominating the lane. But we'll see how that one goes. Do you think this is going to be a Void Spirit offlane here? So it's going to be put on. New?
Nah, it's mid for sure. LGD just give nothing to say these kinds of heroes to place. The Kunkka or the Void Spirit probably is like top 2 right now.
Ah. Fair enough, fair enough. But we do have ourselves a Lich picked up by Evil Geniuses, of course. This is something that Panda does like to play himself quite a bit, but I haven't seen Snapfire come out all that often for Evil Geniuses. They'll pick that one up as well. Both of their supports now, they've picked them up now for Evil Geniuses.
It could just be an answer to the Wyvern heal, so you have a lot of magic damage, obviously Claw Embrace holds you in place, it's easy land kisses, but I think it's also a possibility for EG that Whisper plays this Snapfire, because he does like the hero a lot. Chris Luck plays it as well, so they're just a team who enjoys this Snapfire hero, and we might see it go mid this game.
And Wind Ranger getting picked up 4th pick here. I've seen a few people actually speak about this here. I know it's in the meta quite a lot, but it doesn't have a very great win rate within the pro scene. Is that correct?
You are correct. I'm not sure what the numbers are, but I know they're not above 50% right now. It's interesting to me that they pick up this Wind Ranger, so is this a Wind Ranger offlane against the Monkey King Lich? Because it doesn't sound like a very good lane to me. And we have had a lot of Wind Ranger offlane in SEA as well, and it hasn't really looked too convincing to me.
Is there any reason that you think this hero is not having as greater impact within the pro scene that it is within the pub scene?
I think the hero is strong, it's just kind of slow. Like, you can't really outpace a Void Spirit or a Magnus, for example, that are also universal heroes, He's just, on the tier list of universal heroes, he's not that good. On a tier list of Dota heroes, she's pretty good.
I mean, I do especially like the evasion, though, of course, with their 2 cores that we can see at the moment on Evil Geniuses, both of them dishing out their damage with physical attacks, obviously, of course, and Wind Ranger, she can just use the evasion there and get away. They don't have the greatest of catches, apart from the Boundless Strike on Monkey King here, which will be able to catch Wind Ranger and maybe set up there for a Sinister Gaze. Or an RP, of course. They do have themselves the Snapfire Cookie. But that's going to be difficult to land without anything else setting up for that. So obviously, of course, you've got to use, in conjunction, the Balance Strike or the Sinister Gaze. Not exactly RP, you want to save that for the big team fights going on ahead. But are you confident with their catch on Evil Geniuses, or do you think they need a little bit more with this final pick?
I feel like they're gonna end up putting this Monkey King middle to avoid the Wind Ranger matchup and just pick a carry that's good against this Wind Ranger, because I'm not sure what LGD can do. It's kind of hard to flex it to a carry. It's not a great carry hero with their picks right now. And I think that would put LGD in a very weird spot. I feel like EG has a draft that they want to win lanes and kind of run at you. With this like early aura, they have like very cheap spells, Frost Armor, Cookie, Boundless Strike, and LGD's heroes do not protect each other very well until like towards the mid game or late game, where Wyvern has levels, when Rubik has levels, Wind Ranger has levels. So I'm kind of scared for LGD right now.
Yeah, I agree here. I can see that, because obviously, of course, with Rubik and Winter Wyvern, they feel like they won't have that much impact within the early stage of the game. But if the stage of the game does go into kind of like the middle and late stage, then they'll have, like, I feel, great impact. I mean, I think you've definitely seen the shard on Rubik here. I don't think we need to talk about how far you can actually throw someone away with telekinesis, especially on your team.
Yeah, I'm just kind of worried about lanes for LGD. Like, this Wyvern is not the strongest of laners, whereas EG, they have Lich Snapfire, two of the most strong laning supports, and then this Wind Ranger can't really handle harass. I just feel like LG is putting themselves in a corner right now, and they need a very strong last pick to convince me otherwise.
So you think this is going to be a near Wind Ranger on pos 3?
I do think so. I'm not sure if Shiro plays it. I feel like they favor hard carries a lot more. So I think it's either nothing to say or new playing this.
Yeah, because if we do get a Wind Ranger 3 on LGD, don't you feel like we'll need a carry here that will have the ability to maybe perhaps join the team fights a little bit and not be, you know, like a full-scale farmer, if you will? Oh, they pan PL for the final ban along with Earth Spirit here. Do you think they're maybe perhaps picking themselves a... I'm not sure here. What can you tell from these bans? I can't see what they could
Probably
possibly
some
pick up for
Naga or
LGD.
Terrorblade. And
Right,
some
yeah.
like Illusion Hero makes sense. I like the Ember band just because of the Empower. They have very squishy supports playing against this Empower Sly of Fist is very difficult for Wind Ranger, for Void Spirit as well. So I like that band
Yeah.
a lot. This Doom pick is
And Doom gets
interesting
picked
though.
up.
I wonder how they're gonna lane. Because I think there's like it's still flexible for them, right? Like this Magnus can be carry. I'm not sure if Pakas plays it. He's played the Doom carry before. They can also put the Monkey mid if they want that. But I think it's likely to be a Chris Luck mid Doom here.
You think?
I do think so. Just against the Void Spirit. It's a pretty free lane, you know, Void Spirit doesn't really bully you. And then you're gonna reach this point in the game at like 8 minutes where you have Vanguard face boots and, you know, you're playing against Rubik, Wyvern. Like, the LG has a lack of damage, you know, at that timing. And
Yeah.
I feel like EG can really take over, especially with this Frost Shield cookie and all to enable him even more.
Yeah, it does kind of look scary, and of course, Doom, he doesn't have much impact within the early stage of the game. Obviously, of course, he may be able to get like a kill or two once he gets himself level 6 with Doom. But obviously, of course, he needs some time to try and farm up. He's just going to be quite beefy with the Vanguard. Obviously, of course, he can't run around and pursue people all that well. But once his farm starts getting in order, give it around about up to 25 minutes. Maybe around about this stage of the game, then Doom starts popping off. And that's the same with a few of these heroes on LGD as well. So will we potentially see a stomp within the early stage of the game where LGD are kind of choked within resources and kept towards their base? Or will we see LGD be able to prevail and actually have themselves a better game? Last pick, Muerta.
Alright, so it's something that LGD has played a few times, but I kind of get why they pick it, but I feel like Muerta, Wind Ranger, they kind of want to do the same thing. And EG has very run at you heroes right now, and I feel like LGD only has this Wyvern Curse to protect that. It's... I do not like their draft very much.
Mm-hmm. So are you feeling more towards EG then, Adam?
For sure, and it's a Pakas Magnus, by the way. Mid Snapfire against the Void Spirit.
Oh wow,
So it's
okay,
a
yeah, I see that,
EG
yeah.
Classic. Do I like Magnus carry here? I guess so. He has a pretty free lane against Wind Ranger. They are strong. He has Frost Shield, so never really under any threat of dying. And the Snapfire with Laos can do a lot this game. He's good in lane against the Void Spirit. And Whisper's gonna have a free game down there too, playing against Rubik Muerta. They don't really pressure you. In fact, the Doom could probably go on them at some point. So I think EG is in a very good spot in the draft.
Well, how do you feel that Shiro will do here, especially on the Muerta 5? Obviously, of course, they do have two heroes which depend upon dealing damage with the physical attacks. So the Muerta ultimate will be really, really beneficial here. But do you think Whisper will be upon Shiro all the time here? I mean, I guess it does kind of take the pressure a little bit off Nothing to Say. So he won't be the one who gets doomed all the time. How do you feel about this?
I feel like all their heroes get on the Muerta easily. Like eventually there's this Harpoon that'll come out, there's the Snapfire eggs that'll come out, and Muerta and Alt just when he pops Pierce the Veils, the Snapfire cookies can come in, the Chain Frost can come in. They have this Monkey King for Vision Scout to always find the Wyvern.
So you definitely think we'll be needing BKB here on the Muerta on Shiro.
Eventually,
in order to
yes,
start
for
joining
sure.
these fights.
I mean, it depends how well he does in lane. I think there's a world where LGD does good in lane, so they can drag it out to get to mid game. But I just feel like EG has a much easier time executing their draft compared to LGD right now.
Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be coming in shortly for game 1 out of this best of 2, starting the day of the Dream League Day 1 Season 20. Currently at the moment we do indeed have a pause. I mean, first game, expected behavior. I mean, what else? So, guess we can during this time, not bore you guys, and speak a little bit more about their heroes at the moment here. So I don't think we've seen Packers all too much here on Magnus safe lane. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it, but I think he's only played it once against Mad Kings. They won that game, and I feel like everyone plays Magnus right now. You know, hero's just kind of broken.
Yeah.
It's not a very complicated hero to play as well. You just kind of out farm. Like I saw Watson play it for NTT the other day. It looks so broken, and I also feel like it's good against what LGD has. You know, they don't have heroes to kill the clunky boys on EG. You know, this 2k HP Doom, this 2k HP Magnus with Frost Shield, they look so hard to deal with.
I know, it's crazy. I'm starting to feel a little bit sorry for Nothing to Say here, because obviously, of course, during the early stage as a Void Spirit, he will like to take down these heroes very early on, because once he gets himself level 6, feel like it's one of the strongest ultimates within the game to get level 6, because obviously, of course, you can jump upon these heroes and have a large impact with ganking the other side lanes once you do indeed get yourself that level 6. But when you're against these tanky heroes like Magnus on the safe lane and Doom on the off lane, who may even have almost a Vanguard at that point, it's going to be kind of difficult, and you got to make sure that you can rely on your teammates here to dish out the damage as well.
Yeah, LGD's rotations are gonna matter a lot, so they need to do well in side lanes. I think the benefit of having this Wind Ranger off lane is that in a way she's kind of independent. Like you get her some levels, she gets the 2 crowns, she can kind of lane by herself, and that's when you can take advantage of support rotations to help your Void Spirit even more. So if they don't do well in side lanes and they're not able to help mid, it's just going to be really difficult for Nothing to Say to play the game.
Yeah. As Barataroons will be getting some skirmishes here. This moment, we got the rest of PSG LGD just circulating above their high ground here. This is usually where most of the action happens. I don't know whether in your games, Adam, but most of the time, Radiant jungle, it's an absolute bloodbath during before the 1 minute phase.
Yeah, but both teams have really deep wards this game, so they both kind of know what's happening. Matthew scouting out as well on the Monkey King. It's not particularly beneficial for any team to want to take a fight here. I think they just want to get the right lanes, and they will be happy with it.
Battle begins.
As Barataroons, it'll be 2-2 to either side here, so no changes there. It'll be even, but I think the best thing now is to see what's going to happen on the lanes. What would be the lane of interest for you here, Adam?
It's looking like it's top lane, man. Matthew's camping in the trees already, has the Blood Grenade and the Orb of Venom, so they might be looking to just straight up get a kill here.
Oh, okay. We will see.
I've not seen this Snapfire Void Spirit matchup in a long time, but I think it is pretty Snapfire favorite. Just Cookie against any
It's already
hero.
action happening top.
Planet.
Planet able to eat the tango there and break the tree onto Monkey King, but they get themselves first blood nonetheless there on the Wyvern with Matthew now. It's going to actually TP bottom and start harassing up the Rubik. Meanwhile, it does leave, so of course, Neo on his own. Wyvern's going to come back.
Yeah, really nice rotation, just kind of securing a kill for free. Monkey King level 1 with the orb, with the tree dance and the grenade, a bit too strong for anyone. It's also punishing the Rubik in a way, because Rubik's not a support that can really go aggressive on you at early levels.
Already we have ourselves Chris Lock here just laying out the harass, laying out the damage, of course, on Nothing to Say. Kind of a little bit difficult here on the lane, but once you do be able to get a little bit more levels into the Void Spirit, then maybe perhaps we'll be able to see some more damage dishing out here. It's just very early on. I feel that Snapfire does have a great impact significance here on the laning stage, on the, of course, the early minutes. Gosh, look at that. He was very low to death there. Just able to escape by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, Wyvern's not the
Just need to
strongest
heal up.
support, and Wind Ranger against these magic spam lanes are just not very fun, which is why I kind of question the Wind Ranger pick, but maybe they know something I don't here. Still farming pretty well. Everyone's doing kind of okay in lanes.
As happening? Okay, lots of refills on the mid. Just going for the water rune on the middle lane. Meanwhile, Smile just checking out.
He's smiling.
There's not much to say here right now. Meanwhile, let's get a for Remnant there. Nice tower damage. That's a Chris. Now we start to see whether Nothing to Say is going to put a point here into Dissimulate. He does. Maybe perhaps we might see a kill here eventually once that Resonant Pulse comes off cooldown. It is level 2. Does do a little bit more damage than usual.
I actually thought this lane would be harder for Voice Spirit, but Nothing to Say has been doing such a good job. It's like almost perfect CS.
Some action on the top lane here. New going to be healed there by the
Ooh,
Cold Embrace, but is it going to be enough to save? One more second for the win run, and will be able to avoid all those physical attacks. Akaz,
Chasing though.
not able to get the kill there. Still chasing. New right now. They still want to go for the
Yeah,
kill.
not getting it.
They're attempted.
Oh, 1 second.
And yeah, they won't get it. New
Panda
will
still wants him
survive.
though. Oh, can you get in range? Panda, no.
Oh, it's a courier. And maybe perhaps we'll find a kill here onto the Lich. Oh no, they needed one more physical attack there from the Arctic Burn. Won't be able to get it.
Wonder what's going on in bot lane. Whisper's kind of struggling down here in comparison to Shiro. Why I managed to get off a pull or two. I think Matthew made a bit of a mistake in the early stage.
Shiro's doing pretty well at the moment with 23 CS.
Your mom must have loved you.
Going out here compared to Pakaz, you know, because obviously, of course, trying to get that chase on the kill there on the Wind Ranger, did sacrifice around about 1 or 2 lanes of creeps. So hopefully we'll make up for that with the fast farming speed of course, the Empower that Magnus is able to get.
He has double bracer on Magnus. I've not seen this before. Just cheap HP regen. Some nice stats, but yeah, something new. Usually we see the treads into Echo Saber.
Just laying out the damage there, Matthew. Jumping around, being troublesome. I wonder what's... we're going to level 6 very soon here. Also for the mid laner.
Chris Luck a bit more ahead in the XP, needs one more creep. We might see someone rotate here. A cookie into a Mortimer Kiss could get him really far ahead in the lane, on top lane. Nice rotation from Y, just catches Panda a bit out of position, but Shiro might suffer for this. He has the Frost attack creep on the Doom, so they definitely can run at him if they want to. And here we go.
Matthew taking a bit of damage there. There's going to be some rotations coming out here. Shiro going to be able to survive and push back the damage. Matthew. He's going to fall here. They're slowing down Whisper, but a rotation here from Chris with the Mortimer's Kisses. They will find the kill down to Shiro. So now Matthew jumping forward there with the Primal Spring, but they'll only be able to find one, but one kill nonetheless on the carry. That is definitely worth.
Yeah, Chris Luck would have got 2 there, but Shiro missed the dead shot on Matthew and hit the Snapfire to cancel out, so... I don't know if that was intended, but nicely done. Kind of saves his teammate. He was dead regardless.
So Matthew moving along here. We're going to be getting ourselves the XP rune. Who's going to be able to get this one? Oh, it is indeed the Rubik. Rubik's able to get it, and maybe even a kill here onto Matthew.
Yes,
just
Lotus.
able to miss-shift and get some heals back there. Is Matthew going to be able to survive using that armor from the aura of the tower? Will still survive as Whisper coming in now wants to pursue the Rubik. Rubik in some trouble here as Planet will fall.
Matthew actually went for an urn. That's interesting. I wonder if he's gonna complete the whole vessel.
You are not long for this world anymore.
This is for the wyvern heal?
It is a shame.
Seems kinda odd to me.
Wonderful dragon toad.
Almost maxing out the resonant pulse here as well. But yeah, as you can see, Pakaz now with the 2 braces, you know. How many times have you seen 2 braces, Adam, within your games?
I've not seen
A
this
lot
at
or
all,
a little?
actually.
Have
It's
you
usually
not?
just treads. No, it's usually just treads.
What, especially on the Magnus or for everyone in particular that you've seen?
I think usually you have
the-
one bracer or one bracer, one wraith down.
Y may fall here, but the cold embrace is there. They got themselves
Here too.
an Ava Remnant there. They will take down Chris, but in return, Rubik will fall. It's going to be a double kill here for New, as maybe perhaps they will find themselves 3 with Matthew getting very, very low. As the resonant pulse will claim the kill. No, it won't. It actually be New here with the physical attack. Triple kill for the Wind Ranger. Very, very nice there indeed for LGD.
Yeah, good rotation from New, you know, just goes for a rune. Wants to help his mid player out, gets a haste rune and nets him a triple kill. Chris looks kinda suffering here. Still L6. Died twice to rotations and no rune control. Needs to find a way to use his next set of kisses or he's gonna be kinda
My
sad.
path leads to riches.
How's Shiro doing after that 1 death? Doing all right here, you know, got themselves power treads and the Falcon Blade as of this moment in the time. I mean, Whisper with the Vanguard, of course. We see that on every offlane here at the moment. It is all the time. Shiro actually going to try and TP top through the portal. Will be cancelled there by Matthew's Boundless Strike. As now they jump forward now. They have the Sinister Gaze along with the Doom as well onto Shiro, who is just going to fall here by the hands of Whisper. As they claim the kill. Very nice scouting there from Matthew with the tree dance.
Yeah, it stayed a bit too long. They had the Observer Ward dropped earlier from Matthew himself. They should know it's
Nothing
warded
to
though.
say. He's on his own here on the bottom. They get the Balance Strike off here along with the Sinister Gaze as well. Is he going to be able to jump away? Yes, he is. And that is a 3-man Winter's Curse, which will take out Matthew. Enough to say, just able to survive by the skin of his teeth. But the Mortimer's Kiss is coming out. He will be able to voil out there with the Dissimilate. An Astral Step away. So they will force out the Mortimer's Kisses here. Is there going to be any further rotation bot? As there's 3 heroes here on EG who look to try and pressure this bottom tier 1 tower.
A bit of a desperation move there, I feel. See Smile just want to use the
Pinging for
ultimate.
Matthew on the mid. They get him there with an Aether Remnant. Matthew in some trouble, going to be telekinesis back, but here comes Lich to try and save Matthew. As Panda will just be there in time. Doesn't need any help though from Panda. They will just be able to get away with thanks to running underneath the tower. Meanwhile, Pakaz taking a lot of damage there. Will be able to get the high ground with thanks to the skewer. Will get away with Neo actually on the Wind Ranger here, dealing so much damage, of course, with all of these stat items here, you know, the double braces, the 2 crowns, and meanwhile on the bottom lane, Wyvern's going to be found by Whisper.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is Y going to be found as well? No, he's not. Just a little bit too fast there.
Yeah, Panda was being chased around for a while. Just buy some time for his team. They get the mid tower, so not too bad of a death. Rubik is down there to stop the next wave of XP, so nothing really lost for them. New has a full ADOS, so this Wind Ranger looks really good right now. 4-1. Could just say it's
Top of
the
the net
haste
worth
rune.
as well.
It was the haste rune, it's not the hero.
I mean, Pakaz, he does have the most last hits here, but not the most net worth. I mean, that goes to the Wind Ranger, particularly with that of, you know, of course, getting triple kill within on the river. 4-1. Doing pretty good here on the Wind Ranger. Maybe perhaps will defy the odds of the win rates within the pro scene right now and possibly get themselves a win, but it's too early to say. Only 12 minutes in at this moment, but in ATOS 12 minutes nonetheless, that's pretty big. Meanwhile, they may find themselves Panda here as well. The Sinister Gaze coming out on Nothing to Say, along with the Chain Frost also, and they will be able to find the kill. The Winter's Curse already committed there, even though that was indeed going to be the kill with the Astral Step from Nothing to Say. It will go to Planet, though, nonetheless. So that was quite a lot committed there for the position 5, though EG, they are going to smoke up and maybe perhaps find themselves new. They have themselves the high ground advantage. The Doom comes out. Is Neo going to be able to get away? Slowed down there by the Primal Spring. And the Snapfire Cookie will connect. That is definitely a kill there indeed. It will go to Whisper, and a killing spree for the Doom. Meanwhile, though, Pakas and Panda, they may be initiated on here by Nothing to Say, but they don't have themselves Winter's Curse on the Wyvern in the back right now. Pakas attempting there, maybe perhaps with an RP, but able to just get the range to get away there. Nothing to Say.
Yeah, LGD doing a nice smoke to just control Neo a little bit. He was getting kind of out of hand, but both teams seem very content to be farming. You see LGD making some small moves here and there, kind of grouping together. We see a smoke from them now as well.
We do. As they smoke up as 3. Winter's Curse coming off cooldown in 20 seconds. Don't know if they want to go on this right now. They're going to find themselves Panda again, jumping forward there. They have themselves enough magical damage to get through that Frost Armor. You know, it protects against physical, but nonetheless, nice nuke damage. They get the kill there. Nothing to Say, actually scouting out Chris on the Snapfire. Maybe perhaps looking to clear this bottom wave right now is... Oh, New scouting out Matthew here. Matthew does not have himself the tree dance. 1 more second, will just be able to get above the tree and TP away. No power shot to take down those trees. Matthew gets away.
Yeah, nicely done by Matthew. EG is still not fight ready right now. We see Doom picking up on Midas as well, so just
We
trying to
also
steal
see
the
Doom getting hit on as well. Nothing to Say. Won't have enough damage to actually lock him in place there, even with the Arctic Burn. With thanks to Whisper getting away. Has the Vanguard, has the Toughness Aura, of course, from the Wild Wing Ripper that he has been able to eat. So he's pretty tanky, you know, 19 armor with a Vanguard. That's you've got to get through him a bit there.
Need the Pierce the Veil, the Maelstroms, the Focus Fires to come in later on. Oh, geez, so content with farming is kind of interesting to me. Maybe they feel like they don't have enough damage.
I mean, EG, they're starting to surpass in regards to net worth now with both Magnus and Doom, who are able to farm up incredibly well now at this stage as we get to the 15-minute mark. So we're going to start seeing both Doom and Magnus's net worth start to accelerate now. This is the time where we start to see it get overboard. Of course, you have themselves the Midas with the level 4 Devour, and we don't really need to say much about Pakas here with the level 4 Empower. That's pretty insane with the Echo Saber. I'm sure everyone in the stream is far too well known with how fast this Magnus can farm.
Yeah, Hero's damage numbers are definitely not right.
Look at that! Look how much damage Pakas has right now. What is that? That's 300 damage at 15 minutes. Look at that. With the
Very
harpoon
nice
as
hero.
well. Very nice hero.
I wonder if EG is gonna do anything with his harpoon. They also look like they're very okay to just sit back and farm, you know. So both teams are playing very slowly here. I feel like it favors EG much more though. I'm not sure how much I believe in this Murta. I feel like this Void Spirit, you know, he has this Echo Saber now, but he doesn't really have anyone to play with. It's not a farming build, this La 1 Dissimulate.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
As now, Pakas doesn't have a Blink Dagger, is opting to go for that. It's around about 1,000 gold away.
Radiant's
So maybe perhaps we'll start seeing some fights to come once Pakas does get the Blink Dagger. Meanwhile, though, TP's top here for Matthew. Are they going to be able to get the Winter's Curse? Yes, they will. Mid-tree dance. But do they have any vision? They do not. Matthew actually able to just tree dance to the other tree. Will actually get the last hit on the range creep there and just get away. Easy peasy.
Yeah, nobody wanted to TP for the Wyvern as well, so probably would have been a wasted curse even if he did find him. Ooh, Matthew, that was big. He snipes the Hyperstone from Shiro, so 3 minutes with no Mjolnir.
Oh, that's pretty sad. And Shiro is indeed all the way on this bottom part of the map with how far they've enlarged it with more creep camps to kill. And Doesn't have that Hyperstone. Wonder what we'll be seeing next here. Maybe perhaps a Hurricane Pike or a BKB on Shira.
Most likely. Might even consider Lincoln's, but I think he does need the Pike just to distance himself. We have the X coming up for Chris Smile as well, so it might be go time for EG soon.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Blink Dagger coming out for Pakaz as well. Oh, actually, he's not going to go for that, actually. He's changed his mind. Pakaz wants to get a Manta style here on the Magnus. And stolen in power.
Yeah, it's a pretty common build. It's just one of the better damage items for Universal Heroes. You can also empower your illusion and just send it to a crit wave. It does clear it. It's kind of nice. Kind of unfair, but it is what it is right now.
That should help.
Yeah, it's just pretty much fun. But you say you see this Magnus all of the time. I'm sure everyone else does in stream. This hero is very common. Usually it's quite played, particularly if that as a position 3 as well, where someone likes to feel like, you know, I'm not going to trust my carry. I'm going to go carry myself as the pos 3. Are you a pos 3 Magnus enjoyer, Adam?
I have not played the hero this patch.
Have you not?
Yeah, I have not. I used to play a lot of 3 Magnus before, like with the old Horn Toss.
Oh yeah. That was disgusting though. I can't believe you actually played that.
Alright, so
Radiant's bottom
EG
tower is under attack.
have changed up their idea, I would say. He saw the Doom pick up the Blink Dagger, and Pakaz went for this Blink Dagger as well, so they're just trying to hit a timing together with this Snapfire Aghanims too, where they all want to just jump in, probably get on top of Shiro, get on top of Planet, and start the fight that way. But LGD are doing a good job of just dodging.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I agree. They're keeping their distance here. They don't want to give away Ethan too much here. I mean, they're not pressuring the tier 2s right now, so what else do LGD have to care about here? All they're doing is farming, but we may actually meet some harassment here to the tier 2 tower bottom very soon, as Chris is closely setting up here, but Pakas more concerned about trying to get that BKB here, so farming up on their side of the map with the Empower.
Planet sees Panda. He's thinking of setting up. Change his mind. Back to farming. This is not the game I expected from both of these teams, not gonna lie.
Dire's top tower.
Well, just the fact that both teams are keeping away from each other and just farming up.
Yeah, I feel like EG's trying to find something.
Yeah, Matthew's trying to scout forward here. They do get that. Oh, haste rune. As the balance strike came down, he was able to get at that. They were able to disengage. Meanwhile, nothing to say. Clearing the creep wave. Is actually going to farm this camp. Oh, got to be careful. Oh, Whisper. Whisper's going to come up. Nothing to say. Going to TP there with the aim for Remnant to get away. Just about. Very nice.
Yeah, nicely done. EG is trying to hunt, but LG is just a bit too good at reading the map right now. I'm still curious to see if LGD is the one favorite in the late game, though. I feel like playing against this Doom Magnus is not easy. He went for Lincolns on Wind Ranger. That's really interesting, actually. Maybe it just feels like he can't die if he doesn't get doomed. There's also the Harpoon. I kind of like it, but it's just very interesting to me the way they itemize. They are just playing to stall. Believe in Shiro, who does not pick up the Mjolnir but goes for the Moon Shard. It's a very aggressive build. Going for the BKB Dragonlance next, so just try and play at the back of the fight.
There's almost BKB achieved here now. Pakas. Picking that up quite soon.
He needs it against the Wyvern Curse. And the
Well, they're actually
damage
going to try
coming.
and find something here, LGD. They're going to come top. Found themselves Matthew here, slowing him down there with the Splinter Blast. Balance Strike comes out in return, but this is going to save Matthew. Rooted in place there with the Atos. They do indeed find the kill. Going to go to the Wind Ranger.
I feel like it's been a while since we've had a kill. Finally breaking the stalemate, LGD. It's probably they're really playing the map in a certain way, you know, they're super disciplined, they don't want to cross certain lines, and Matthew crossed the lines and then suddenly there's 4 of LGD there. I'm trying to get more here, might run into Pakas farming the Ancients. Are they gonna go up though? I decide to go down.
Mirrors of my delight.
Chris Mao should not be caught by this.
Dire's fortified.
Okay.
Oh,
Chris,
jinxed.
maybe caught here. The stolen boundless, the stolen primal spring, sorry, along with the stolen scatter blast as well. So they find the kill there onto Chris. Snapfire falls. Maybe with this they may try and find the tier 1 now. Or maybe even erosion actually. The Shiro coming in here with the actual moonshot here, not actually going for the Millennium here, but a moonshot instead.
Yeah, he has so much damage. This Aegis is going to be huge for them actually, LGD. Because Doom and RP are super long cooldown spells, and this build Shiro has, he's going to do so much damage if they don't Doom him or focus him, but you also don't want to use your spells on this Aegis hero.
We've got the Dragon Lance as well for extra range here to try and keep some contrast and range between the melee heroes here from EG. This meanwhile, they're actually going to go forward. They found themselves the Doom here onto Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say, definitely dead here. They get themselves the kill. And maybe perhaps the Courier as well. It's just going to be able to get away.
Doom stolen though by Why You Smile. That could be big against the Magnus later on. We didn't talk about it, but this is a really good Ruby game. Every spell he steals pretty much is so strong. Frost Armor, RP, Chain Frost.
Oh, he's picked himself up the Blink now as well. Why has indeed.
Radiant's top tower.
So we're going to be able to use the...
Oh, they
the
see
Doom.
Shiro.
Oh, they see themselves Shiro, yeah. Gonna have to use the ultimate there. Gonna be able to get the kill though. Onto anything Whisper. Taking quite a lot of damage, but they'll find themselves Shiro first. The Aegis coming back. They have themselves a Winter's Curse connecting now onto 2, along with the Sinister's Gaze as well. Actually brings Shiro actually to the low ground. Oh, Pakas though, he's actually skewered himself into a cliff somehow. Where
Chain
Shiro
Frost stolen
was.
too.
He's, oh god, he's doomed as well. Meanwhile, New in the backlines here, trying to focus down Chris. As Chris is going to be able to get into the trees. They don't have themselves any damage. This Magnus is too tight. There we go. They finally
like
take down
gonna go
Pakas.
down here. This
He's
is the
still
goggle.
alive. Oh, that was a very close power shot. That could have cancelled the TP there. But,
Pretty
that
awkward
was kind of
fight.
unfortunate for Pakas.
Pretty awkward fight. Starting from just Shiro losing the Aegis twice for free, pretty much. Went onto a ward. That's gonna hurt LGD quite a bit, but I'm not sure if EG can capitalize right now. They are scaling into the game though. Travels on Doom. They want to play the map a bit more. We have Halberd on Chris Luck and one coming out for Maddie too. So I think that's really smart. They're trying to itemize against this greedy, high damage Muerta from Shiro. It's also really good against the Wind Ranger if you get to pop Lincolns.
There's now Maelstrom obtained as well. We do, of course, have that Lincolns spoke about. And Gleipnir on the way. Not that much going on at this moment. Halberd picked up here by Chris as well, which will really, really help, especially against both Shiro and New. These range heroes getting disarmed for 5 seconds. I think I saw a few people actually speaking about this. Obviously, of course, the nerfs with the stuns, about how the fact that they've kind of decreased these stun durations of every spell, but this Halberd is still kept at 5 seconds disarm, and it is such a powerful item.
It is, but it's also not easy to cast it on the Muerta just because of how far back she is most of the time with his Dragonlance.
You can't dispel it though with BKB. I mean, that's another one.
You'll be sad.
It's really sad if you can't get your BKB off before the Halberd cast, obviously. So let's see if that comes about within the next fight. I think Gleipnir is on the way here as well for New, and we got ourselves a Manta style as well on Pakas. See how this one comes about. Drew, when do you think the next fight's going to come? Give me a prediction, Adam.
Judging by the pace of the game, maybe another 15 minutes.
Another 15? I can't wait 15 minutes.
It'll be the next Roshan.
It's the next Roshan, okay.
So it's like 4 minutes left. I feel like EG are not getting as much as they want out of the map. They have this 2k goal lead, but they have a Midas Devour Doom, you know, and they have a Magnus. They're farming a lot, but LG is doing a really good job of just distributing resources.
We have the Hurricane Pike as well.
Gleipnir down too.
They're smoking up. And we'll try and find something here. Nothing to say. He's actually going to reveal himself here. Taking out this creep wave top. So maybe perhaps they're going to fall for this bait. If they come forward now with the smoke, they may find themselves Chris here. It's the closest center of attention right now. They come forward there. Who's new? Who's he going to find? Actually going to find Panda here instead. Yes, they do. Lich will fall. As meanwhile, they have themselves the Winter's Curse there, which connects onto Whisper, but not for too long, as Pakas takes out both the Rubik and the Winter Wyvern with his insane damage. Meanwhile, Chris is going to fall. This new is running around here within the trees, going to try and escape the grasp of the Monkey King. They find the Wind Ranger running around here within the sets of the trees, but the RP will be committed, and they will finally take down that pesky Wind Ranger with that Wind Run. It'll be a 3 for 2 here with EG coming out on top here. It seems like they just weren't able to get their damage out here on LGD.
Yeah, planted a bit too fast on the curse, and once Pakas ran into Shiro, he had to get out. He still had the harpoon up, but decided to turn for new instead, so I think Shiro getting a bit lucky there. That was very awkward for LGD when they went in. I think the Wyvern curse was... he missed. He wanted to get the Magnus and the Doom to do damage, but ended up only catching the Doom, and it backfired on them pretty hard.
I mean, you just see as well how fast that Pakas was able to actually take down those supports as well, especially with that damage that he has on the Empire. It's going to be quite scary if he gets himself a crit item here. How much damage is that? 260 plus 187.
Yeah, it's 400 damage right now.
Oh.
As the Bloodthorn queued up, he was going for MKB, but I think I like this Bloodthorn a lot more. It helps him against the... it helps him kill the Wyvern and the Rubik, which is something his team can't really do for him, because Doom is dooming the cores, and he has Vision on his team, and Chris Lux as well as Snapfire.
Yeah. We have ourselves the Wisdom Rune now, along with the Tormentor as well, which EG will take out, and the Shard going to Matthew here now, so has himself a nice either initiation or escape here with the Boundless Strike upgrade, where he can leap to the end of his staff.
EG smoking really early to set up Vision around Rosh. It will turn day soon, so it'll be a daytime Rosh in about a minute.
Dire's top tower is under
It's just
attack.
Matthew is one more
Can they
level
find
away as well to
Shiro?
getting his 450 Tree Dance as well. Well, this will be big if they find him.
Oh, Whisper saw him. He's really deep though.
I mean, Planet is within the trees, ready with Winter's Curse. She's going to be scouted out, maybe. Oh, just able to TP. If Matthew was a little bit earlier there, maybe perhaps they could have got themselves a Balance Strike.
Tower is under attack. Dire's
Yep,
structures
LGD
are
continuing to dodge, but the fight's gonna come real soon. This tower, I feel like this tower is pretty important. Maybe just prioritizing the Murta BKB for the Roshan fight. They want to give this tier 2.
Planet
Planet's looking...
limited himself up. Gotta be careful there, you don't want to die. They'll lose the tier 2 tower. I think Planet was looking for a nice RP opportunity there to just get himself a really clean pick off, but wasn't able to find it.
Yeah, Roshan is out, and I feel
It's
like
a long
the map is so bad for LGD right now. Can they contest this Rosh? They desperately want this BKB on Shiro. He's 30 gold off. So desperately needed right now.
And they've done quite well in regards to pushing out the lanes, especially Nothing to Say here with his Manta style, pushing out the top wave constantly with these illusions. As now we have themselves the BKB onto Shiro. They're going to group up bottom here as EG also grouped up here too. We may be coming to a big fight.
Oh, I
Smoke up from EG.
misread the Rosh timer. It's actually 2 minutes
it's gonna
left.
break.
Why smart?
It may break on Y as RP. Oh, it connects onto 2 there. As they're going to try and focus now near right now, but the Winter's Curse. It comes out, but it doesn't connect very much onto anything. The BKB there from Whisper as well. New might fall in trouble here. He's able to actually get a shackle shot there after 2, but will fall. The buyback there from Rubik wants to try and come back to fight the Wukong's command. Slowly taking down Planet here. Is Planet going to fall? Yes, he is. That'll be 2 down, possibly 3. As Shiro falling very, 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 very low will fall. It's going to be a 3 for 1 here. Can they find themselves more EG? Coming forward, will be able to dodge the harpoon there with, thanks to the Dissimilate. Got to be able to get himself a charge there on the Astral Step. Nothing to Say will be able to get away, and it will indeed be a 3-1 there for EG. They will come out on top, but unfortunately for them, the Roshan timer was 2 minutes and 40. It is a long spawn. So by the time LGD has spawned back up, the Roshan will be alive there and then.
Yeah, but look at the goal on EG's heroes. Doom almost has his Aghanims. Matthew has 3k gold, so this Chrisma has 5k gold. Probably will have a new set of items. Bloodthorn complete for the Magnus as well. It was a really nice RP from Pakaz there. LGD kind of breaking the smoke in a very awkward position. They also have a very weird front line where they need to be able to see people and go in, so EG did really well to smoke there. It's also a really clutch Lincoln Sphere coming out onto Shiro from Nothing to Say, preventing the Doom. But it did not matter in the end because Chris Smile halberded him.
You see what I mean? You get that halberd off, it's so unfortunate if you are able to get that off and not able to deal the damage. 5 seconds disarm is a very long time. That's almost the same as a black hole. Or an RP for that matter. Maybe even longer than RP. Yeah, longer than RP.
LGD.
Have a look at that fight there.
Really want to contest this Roshan.
But it doesn't connect very much onto anything. The BKB there from Whisper as well. New might fall in trouble here. Is able to actually get a shackle shot there off the two. As you can see here, I think Shiro here was just like kited here, wasn't able to deal the damage. Got disarms there, as you can see. It was just, this is the second time now fight has happened within like the sides of the map. It's become really unfortunate here for LGD, just not able to get the positioning that they want here and able to initiate with the damage that they have.
Yeah, look at this.
A team fight happened top. Oh god, they're both smoked up again.
Look at this from EG.
Okay. Nothing to say, taking the lead there with the A for Remnant. They know something's up. They placed an A for Remnant there, both teams.
Is he gonna see Planet though? He's so close.
Pakaz, maybe coming around to the side. This would be a good opportunity for RP here. He's going to miss it. Shiro though with the BKB along with the ultimate as well. The Doom's going to come off on top. Oh, and the RP! It won't connect! It won't connect! Maybe perhaps they're able to take down Whisper. Yes, they are. They will lose to Doom. Monkey King's going to try and come back, but the Lich will fall. The BKB TP there from Chris will be able to get away, and this may definitely be a Roshan now for LGD. They come up on top on that fight.
It was a really forced initiation from Matthew, hoping his team could use his body as vision to kind of get the jumps they want, but they just couldn't go in. No one could find the Wyvern. Planet was in a really sneaky spot. It was so hard for Pakaz to commit there. I also feel like Pakaz has not really used his harpoon this game.
I saw him use it once, but it got dodged by the Dissimilate.
Shackle?
Oh, Shackle. Oh, it does connect. It does connect. Are they going to be able to find themselves more lockdown here onto the Magnus? Yes, they are. They pull them back into the A for Remnant. Where's the further physical damage? It is there. Pakaz is going to fall. They take him down. He's down for 100 seconds with no buyback. This could definitely be a bottom set of racks, maybe even the end of the game, because he doesn't have himself the buyback. The Doom's on cooldown for 20 seconds. They're going to commit the Mortimer's Kisses here. An attempt cancel there from Nothing to Say. Won't be able to get it. Takes down the creep wave, and they have to get through the frost armor here from Panda. There's ult the telekinesis there. They're going to attempt for a kill here onto the Lich, and Lich is just decimated. Panda will fall. Buyback available though. Still a minute down on the Magnus.
And the damage
Looks like
from
they're just
Shiro
going to have to
is
give away the set of racks.
crazy. So satisfying to watch this. Nullifier on Nothing to Say is really big as well. It's removing the
they're
frost
gonna get
shield
themselves
pretty
back.
much. Good against the Empower too.
Set of racks. Oh, Shiro able to find Matthew. The ultimate comes out. Oh, the full staff on the TP. Oh, just be able to get away there. A for Remnant wouldn't have connected there anyway. Shiro attempted to go here now for a Daedalus, which is really going to increase his damage. And we should see some absolute shenanigans come out here now. He was opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere, but I think has trust in his teammate from New here with the Lincoln Sphere. So didn't want to go for an extra defensive item, wants to go for more damage, which I wholeheartedly agree here, because as you saw in that fight, I think if Shiro did have a Daedalus and was focusing down the Doom here, then it would be big. Because I feel like with this Aghanims now, Whisper, he wants to utilize this Doom upon himself, to stay underneath someone here, maybe perhaps. So not feeling as fearful anymore from the Doom.
Yeah, I like his item build. He's going for aggression, and I feel like if his BKB ends, he's gonna get halberded anyway. So he needs to do as much as damage as he can within the BKB and pierce the veil. It's a really smart approach. He also has a Wyvern to protect him, and it has reached a point of the game where it's really hard to be EG right now because you can jump on the Muerta, but you might not be able to bring him down anymore.
So they may get close to each other again. Whisper has smoked himself up here with thanks to the ninja gear that he has. One of the neutrals there. It's new scouting forward here. Actually able to find Pakaz. Both of them in each other there. Does have Atrix's cloak though, Pakaz. So has that invisibility. Might be coming really handy here in clutch team fights to try and get away, but I think they have themselves a gem. Yeah, they do. Gem a true sight here on Nothing to Say. So they're going to be able to scout out any invisibility that evil geniuses may have.
Yeah, LGD's turn to try and sweep. You want to find a pickoff and find a way to use this Aegis, but EG dodging. Try to look at what items they can get. They're close to the Strength Bling on Pakaz as well as Whisper, and we have a MKB queued up for C-Smile actually, so we will see this empowered Lil Shredder. I wonder how much it's gonna do, because LG has heroes that stand very far behind.
What is it like on the okay, so he's got the level 20 talent of Little Shredder uses your attack damage. Going to be getting the MKB soon. I mean, the Little Shredder multi-shot as well. If he gets that with a Daedalus, it's going to be absolutely damaging. I've seen that all too well before. It is horrible to be on the incoming side of.
Are fortified.
Because it just happens so quickly with the Little Shredder. It's like, how many shots is that? 5? 6 shots. 6 shots of Daedalus and MKB. If he gets there. Does get the Little Shredder. If he gets there, of course. Pakaz having to blink back there defensively. Does not want to get initiated on here.
Is under attack.
Yep, just trying to
nice
drag
gobble
out
up
the
there onto
Aegis.
2, but the blink dagger wasn't cooldown there from Pakaz because of the defensive usage.
Dire's top tower.
They will lose the tier 3. Shiro here. 20 seconds on the Aegis. Do they try and want to get something in the backlines? They are indeed. Matthew has been found out. Matthew will be taken out. Down for 80 seconds. No buyback available. His buyback on cooldown there. It was already utilized
Dire's
a couple
top
of minutes
barracks
ago.
are under attack.
I wonder if LGD is gonna go back here. They do. Aegis expiring.
Yeah. Aegis
They
expired.
do not want to lose. Shiro has not hit critical mass yet. Has a Hex queued up. Might want to go for a Satanic instead. I feel like he's strong enough to fight through anything at this point.
Oh, wait, they may meet. They've found themselves C-Smile here. Balor Strike as well, but the Doom coming out there from Whisper was not able to actually get in place on top of there of why. As now they find themselves the Winter's Curse. They're stopping the TP there onto Doom, and Doom will fall. They find themselves another kill hit. Buyback, though, is available indeed for Whisper. As now maybe perhaps they will siege the high ground here onto LGD. Indeed they do. Pakaz, though, ready with the RP, will actually just skewer back the Wind Ranger along with that silence there as well. The true sight from the Bloodthorn. Is it going to be enough damage to take down the Wind Ranger? Yes, it is. Down for 80 seconds. They will hold. The buyback there will be committed, but an RP only connecting out to Ruben. Ruben will actually be able to survive. They will skewer Nothing to Say. Just going to be able to dissimulate to the low ground and get away. Pakaz jumping down there with the Snapfire Cookie. Will they be able to find the kill there onto the Wyvern? No, they won't. Will be able to glimmer up, as they've just lost themselves to Lich there as well. Pakaz going to try and get away, but actually gobbled up back forward. Will be able to blink away. Shiro trying to lay out the damage there. Matthew coming back. Will be in a little bit of trouble. Trying to get away there with the 4 staff. Nothing to Say coming forward. Will they be able to find the kill onto Monkey King? Yes, they will. Monkey King will fall along with the Doom. That's Doom down. No buyback available. Only 2 remaining as they come forward there with the Astral Step. That is the Snapfire down. Buyback will be committed, and look at this damage there onto Pakaz. Will use the skewer to force back roundabout to the fountain. Has the buyback available. It's an ultra kill for Shiro. As look at that, they take down the rest of evil geniuses, and game 1 will be going to PSG LGD. Absolutely well played from them there.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, it took them a while. A very long, methodical game, dragging it out. They just believed in Shiro's Merta, and I didn't expect it to be so simple for them. I felt like EG had this chance to go at them a bit more, but the Roche fight really changed the whole tempo of the game, and EG just showing why they're number 1 CN.
Yeah, 100% there, 100%. They did, you know, extremely well on the side of LGD. To obviously, of course, try and move back a little bit from that fight there to make sure, you know, that they don't get heavily initiated on, of course, with the RP and everything else that they did indeed have there from Evil Geniuses. It's just that the fact that Whisper was not able to get off these really impactful dooms anymore, even though he did pick himself up this Agnims.
Yeah, the early game from EG just wasn't what I imagined it to be. I felt like Chris Ma, he made this like 1 rotation bottom, which was kind of nice, and then he just died twice in a row, and his game was pretty much ruined after that. He had no one to really play with. Magnus was farming, Doom was farming. I think at some point in the game they wanted to come together, which we saw the double blink purchase from Whisper and Pakaz, but LGG just dodged, and it was just so difficult for EG to find any openings.
Who would you think would be the top performer at LGD, do you feel? Who caught your eye within this game?
Probably nothing to say. I think he had some clutch Lincolns. I liked his remnant placements. There's nothing like too outstanding for him, but it was very clean.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. I especially like the fact that he was able to actually split push on the top lane as well, and actually do very, very well in regards to pushing out the lanes, because I feel that the only play that EG could make was on the bottom lane. This bottom lane was just not pushed. They went there every time. And LGD, they're heavily aware of where they would be. I mean, especially during that Roshan as well, because Roshan, of course, was spawning around there at that stage. Just really unfortunate with the Roshan timing, because I'm sure if it would have been 1 minute, you know, Evil Geniuses, they would have got the Aegis.
Yeah, Matthew was so close to the Winter Wyvern. He broke smoke on the Wyvern, but he jumped to the high ground to drop a ward, and the fight just didn't start the way EG wanted to. LGD was really good at just realizing that the rep was coming, and they repositioned, and they really took advantage of EG.
Yeah, very, very nicely. Well played. Let's have a look at a little bit of the replays, though, that happened. Obviously, of course, this was at around about 8 minutes, where I think it was the fact that Wind Ranger was able to get a triple kill here. Yeah, new on the double kill, and I was able to clean up and get a triple kill. This was a bloodbath here on the river.
Yeah, it's the most action we had for the first half of the game. Just the haste rune from New.
Oh, and then this as well, the cliff as well, because was it
It was more of a ditch than anything. Just a hole
it's not
in
even
the
a cliff,
ground.
it's just a hole, yeah. Look at this. We come back to it.
Oh man. Alright, so Shiro goes in first, and Pakaz is like, yeah,
and then
my
Pakaz
turn.
comes in with the skewer, he gets himself there. Yeah, not too nice. And oh yeah, these were the fights which we saw where we thought, okay, LGD, they're not able to get their positioning right now. It seems like EG are in a good place here, getting the opportunities of initiations. They get split up, as you can see. New is really heavily far away from the rest of his team here. Just look at that win run though, especially when you have almost 3 physical carries. It's kind of difficult. I think this was another one as well with their positioning. They weren't able to get their damage off, as you can see. Shiro finding it really difficult to whether to focus one fight here on the right side or the other fight on the left-on side, where they're able to isolate LGD. But it turned around in the last few fights.
It was just EG's initiation. The Wyvern finally got to play his game, and I think Pakaz felt like he could never really go in without seeing the Wyvern. I felt like EG had this draft that they could give their team vision, but he didn't find what he needed to find in that fight, and LG got rushed after that. At 30 minutes into the game, it's so game-changing in an even game to get Aegis.
Yeah. As here we go. The plays that you're speaking about, from enough to say here, able to actually play off here. They did so much damage there to Pakaz. Pakaz trying to, like, you know, save himself and escape there with the skewer, but it just wasn't enough. You know, they didn't want to commit the buyback there. It was already GG at that point there. LGD able to dish out so much damage, but yeah, that was really well played there. I'd say a little bit of both teams here. It was kind of a little bit close. It was unfortunate with some of the positioning there from either side of the teams. It really does matter, as you can see within this tournament. You know, one thing's another, and then one thing's another between both sides. So it can really mean a difference from where you're positioning and the spells that you can get off. I think you were highlighting in particular the Wyvern ultimate.
Yeah, I felt like the Wyvern ultimate was very significant against EG's lineup, but they had ways to find the Wyvern, but they just couldn't execute. Like, it came down to execution, and LGD was a bit more patient and I would say a bit more smarter when it came to the Roshan fight especially, and it just won them the game from there. They had this double range carry, quote unquote, you know, this Wind Ranger and Muerta, and EG had the double tanky run at you boys, but they couldn't run in because of this Winter Wyvern, so I think that was a really big deal.
I think we were expecting as well, you were saying that you liked EG's draft quite a lot as well, with the fact that they had themselves some very tanky heroes. You felt like maybe perhaps because of their supports on LGD that they wouldn't be able to have the advantage of killing them, but as we saw from that River, it was actually New who was actually able to dish out all that damage on the early stage of the game.
Yeah, I felt like the Harpoon on Magnus was a very strong timing, but he didn't really play around with it. He went for a dagger instead. I feel like the Harpoon usage in this game was very lackluster. I feel like he almost didn't have it. He broke Lincoln a few times. That was kind of it, you know, no flame obviously. But I just felt like they had a timing earlier with this Snapfire mid, but they weren't able to use it at all.
Yeah. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to go for a short break. I think around about 3 minutes here. So take care, as we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for Game 2.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in family.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20 with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We just had ourselves, obviously, of course, Game 1 out of this best of 2 with LGD versus Evil Geniuses. Now, it did look like Evil Geniuses with their draft. They were possibly able to get themselves maybe perhaps a win here. we thought that maybe perhaps because of their strong early stage presence, with the fact that they had quite a lot of tanky heroes on the cores here, it was going to be difficult for LGD to actually come out on top, but they prevailed those odds and were actually able to get themselves two very crucial team fights at the end of the game and actually turning around here, and were able to claim themselves a victory out of this game one.
Yeah, very clean execution from them, I say. I think their draft was... It looked a bit odd to me, you know, with the Wind Ranger offlane and the Mertha carry. I felt like they had two kind of similar things going on. And EG had this lineup where they could do well in lanes and punish, but LG just looked like they kind of outclassed EG in that game. I think the game felt like... It felt even, you know, because there was Magnus, there was Doom, but these are high GPM heroes, and when you have these heroes and you're playing an even game, you're kind of losing, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Did you feel like there was anything that maybe perhaps EG could have changed it?
I felt like I wanted them to be a bit more active to help Chris Smile get a game. I feel like he wasn't really able to do anything. He was just sitting mid, you know, he ended up buying these travels into eggs, and it was just kind of a farm fest. I wanted to see more fighting with the cookie and to use their like tankiness, you know, on their heroes, like their high HP pools, and to go and maybe force a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel what you mean as well. We were speaking about how maybe perhaps they could have, you know, got themselves some really nice damage here, of course, on Chris, on the Snapfire. If we would have got the Little Shredder and the damage there with the Dayless, but just wasn't able to get it off. Not sure whether they have a BK on Chris. Yeah, they did. The B, but still not able to get off the damage, which was kind of unfortunate there.
I mean, I think EG had a earlier timing than LGD in the game, because this Wind Ranger, this Murta, they need time. And, you know, with the Harpoon Magnus, with Frost Armor on you, with Mortimer's Kisses and Cookie, this Matthew giving vision, I felt like you're able to abuse an earlier timing.
Yeah. Well, what do you think will happen in game two? We did see within the first draft of the stage quite a lot of focus bans between both sides, because some of them, they do like to play very similar heroes. Of course, Techies was banned along with Beastmaster and Timbersaw as well, both focusing the position freeze. Do you think there'll be any change of bans considering what we saw in game one, or do you think it was fairly even at that stage, so no impacts will happen in regards to the banning stage?
I feel like it was more of a wake-up game for EG, you know? Like, I feel like this is not their full power. I've seen them play, you know, I think they're better than this. I don't think it was a draft issue. I think they had a solid lineup. I still think they had a better draft than LGD, but LG just looked very clean, and they looked like they really understood what they wanted to do in the game.
Yeah, I think so as well. So maybe perhaps we'll see EG turn it out here, as of course we still indeed await for the draft. I don't know if there's anything else we can ponder about here. I know both teams, they do like to play themselves. The Alchemist and the Medusa here. I think it was LGD who actually pick up Medusa quite a lot. I think Shiro has tried to play it. Yeah, Shiro has tried to play Medusa quite a lot. Do you think we'll ever be able to get to see a Medusa here, or do you think EG will just be like, nah, and ban it out?
We might get it. I think EG should change their approach. I feel like Pakas didn't look very comfortable on the Magnus. I think they tried to take it away from LGD because it's something LGD enjoy a lot, but it just didn't look very good for Pakas.
As
yeah, I feel like LGD went through this. I'm not sure, they didn't look that clean in their qualifiers, even though they got the first spot. I guess it was a bit more competitive, and people are more used to their meta in the region. And I think EG, for them, this is new, you know? They want to fight, they want to battle, but LG is just nowhere to be found. We saw so many times EG like smoke and they're like going to run at people, but there's no one there. And most of the supports are dying. We saw how LGD rotate on the map. They don't over-rotate unless you're in their vicinity. They're very territorial, and I think that's something that's very different about LGD compared to other teams. I would really like to see EG like trying to change things up. I think the Snapfire mid could have worked that game, and they, well, if they played a bit faster. But I think with the way they're playing, I would rather seen the Monkey King go mid and they just pick a better carry for Pakaz, because the Wind Ranger matchup was not the best for the Monkey core, and the Monkey mid against the Voice Brave would have been fine. He has some power to play with. Maybe not the most common, but Chris Smile is really good at that, so I feel like they want to enable their players a bit more. You know, I wouldn't even have hated like an SF there. Something for them to just play together on similar timings and go together.
Yeah, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I just had a bit of issues there. Hopefully we're all sorted out. We'll get started very soon within the game. What do you feel like about this, the Magnus, by the way, that Paco's picked up? I know he has quite a lot of flexible heroes that he likes to pick up here, so I don't think they very much mind within changing out to the Magnus to pick themselves something up, but do you feel like it's more comfort that they'll go towards, or do you feel like they will be able to pick themselves up something more towards the draft kind of stage?
I would like to just see them remove the Magnus. I think they didn't look very comfortable playing it, and they have also lost to Beast Coast Magnus, but I guess they do have wins, some losses. It's just not really the most comfortable for them. I feel like they just need to be comfortable. Like, this is not the EG I'm used to. I want to see EG run at people. I think they're good at like these small fights, these like skirmishes, but they also need to find a way to make LGD fight them. Maybe some tower damage, get that in there, some objective taking, because LGD, we saw from them, like, if they don't want to fight you, they don't want to fight you.
So hopefully now we'll be getting ourselves the draft pretty soon, as we will finally find out what we're going to be getting on here. So maybe perhaps we'll see a difference in picks. Maybe perhaps we'll see a difference in bans here. Maybe perhaps LGD are comfortable with going a few heroes that they did again. I mean, I haven't seen Shiro pick up this Muerta. It was quite different from what we've seen previously during LGD's stage. But we'll find out shortly as we are finally blessed with the draft. The drafts will come out and we'll get to see what will come out. So instantaneously, Techie's ban here from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see much of this Heroes tournament. The Heroes just too strong right now. It's really just too strong. And it's not even a core, you know, you're not like... You can't dedicate your resources to counter a +4 or +5. It's really hard to do, especially in the early stage of drafting.
And I'm not sure why the first ban on LGD did not turn up, but it's Batrider. It's Batrider that was banned.
Oh wow, first pick Timbersaw. So a lot of respect to Whisper again. It's so out of the box though. I wonder if they're trying to force EG to go for like an early Monkey King again, because I think that is one of the flex heroes on EG, the Snap and the Monkey.
As we'll see what comes out now for Evil Geniuses. They'll come out with their first two picks. Let's see if they're as bold as LGD with first picking this Timbersaw. Let's see if they get anything which can kind of counteract this hero, or will they go something more comfortable and not give too much away on Evil Geniuses. As sometimes it can work out, you know, being a little bit bold like this, but sometimes it can backfire. So we'll see from this outcome here. They pick themselves up Monkey King. They're more than comfortable with going this again. Whether it be on Matthew or Pakaz, but we will see nonetheless.
Nothing to say also plays the Timbersaw for LGD, so it might be a quote-unquote flex. I wonder what they're gonna pick with this. We might see like just some neutral Rubik kind of hero. I think for EG they... Oh wow. Alright, that's another Steelback Wind Ranger.
And they get the Phoenix though in return as well, which is gonna help with you know, with the pressure on the off lane, if it will be. I mean, if it's Timbersaw and Phoenix, how do you feel about this lane? Would it be pretty annoying for you if you were the position 5 or the carry to be facing both Timbersaw and Phoenix? Because I feel like it can have quite a lot of impact, of course, once you get yourself the level 2 and the Fire Spirits.
I think the whole point of the Phoenix here is to play against the Monkey King, so you have attack speed slow in the lane. and then you have very high magic damage later on. You're also, the way your ultimates interact, Phoenix Egg is usually stronger than Wukong because you don't have to egg in the Wukong where a monkey can hit you, but you can egg to the side, and Monkey King doesn't really want to stand there within range of Supernova and Sunray and just take a lot of damage. So I like this from LGD. I think it's a very unique idea, but it's also very LGD.
Very LGD. I guess so, yeah. But coming into the bans now, we've got ourselves... Oh, we did not mention the Medusa ban. Medusa ban gets banned there from Evil Geniuses to not allow them to obviously, of course, first pick that. So they picked up the Phoenix there. But Shadow Demon will be banned out. In return, Silencer and Doom. LGD not wanting to go against the Doom. I mean, it definitely had its impacts on the offlane, on the early stage, especially with that of the early Dooms as well. Whisper was able to play that quite well. It was just unfortunate that during the late stage of the game, it didn't work out as well. But LGD, they respect it. They're going to go ahead and ban out that Doom, not wanting to play against that.
Yeah, again, I think just targeting Whisper, because Phoenix is definitely one of the better heroes against Doom. It is a way to answer Timber's, obviously. Timber's a spellcaster and Big Doom's annoying as hell. But there's not too many offlaners back in the pool. LGD has their offlane already, I would assume, based on what they're banning. So just try and remove heroes that do not affect their own drafting pool.
Yeah. There's Beastmaster, also banned there. In return, Enchantress as well. Don't see quite much of Enchantress sometimes, but I know it's very, very annoying to play against. That's for sure. Sometimes it can transition into a carry, if you may. I've seen position 5 Enchantresses before where, you know, they have massive impact on the lane, of course, with being able to steal a creep from the neutral jungle and just lay into them with the Impetus. Absolutely hate Impetus playing against that.
Yeah, Evil Genius is just targeting purges. They have Winrun and Jingu to be purged off, so just kind of protecting their picks. This Morphling ban's interesting because it might be for something that EG wanna pick. Skywrath Mage. That's a nice hero against both Phoenix and Timber. Really high magic damage. Silence, obviously a big thing to have against Phoenix, especially. There's still a Void Spirit in the pool. Oh, alright, this is interesting. More heals and Faceless Void. So a lot of team fight on LGD.
Yeah, quite a lot as well. I mean, works really, really well in conjunction with the Supernova as well. So if you've got heroes circulating that egg, you can just go in, dish out a Chrono, and that is never, ever, ever, ever going to be taken out, unless you've got someone with the insane physical attack range, which can still hit the egg. But very, very nice. I mean, they had themselves Witch Doctor as well with the cask and the Death Ward as well. Going to be able to commit that around Chrono. So very, very nice synergy coming out here from LGD. Though they do have themselves the Skywrath on Evil Geniuses. Don't threat everyone, because this hero, even though that they have themselves some very nice synergy here on LGD, Skywrath can be quite of annoyance. And they have themselves Venomancer as well, which is also double annoyance. So it's not going to be so nice for the side lanes here, I feel like, on LGD, particularly of that because of Skywrath Mage and Venomancer, who actually benefit from the early laning stages, especially with the Concussive Bolts and the Venomous Gale as well. It's quite troublesome. So we'll see how LGD react to that.
I'm very torn about this Venomancer against Faceless Void lane, especially with the Witch Doctor there to heal him. I've definitely seen this lane go Faceless Void's way. It's not like Ursa. Effie has a way of sustaining himself and just CSing and not caring about you, so I think EG are very all in with their draft right now.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, I have to agree with you, Adam. I do like the synergy here, being outputted here from LGD. As further bans coming out on the night, he's going to get banned out there. We won't be seeing him for the final pick. Interestingly enough, as Bloodseeker also banned out by LGD, which would be very troublesome here for the Timber Sword that they first picked. As they could try and maybe perhaps put the Monkey King on maybe Pos 2 or something like that and get themselves a Bloodseeker, but no chance for that.
I think it's Monkey 4 Veno 3 right now. Then they assume the Wind Ranger's mid. At least based on the draft, I think that's a possibility. Because Panda is the Skywrath player for EG, if I'm not mistaken. And Matthew just generally plays melee heroes. At least I think that's what's going through their head. there's also not many heroes that EG can pick to round up their draft.
Yeah.
Because they look like they have a lot of bases to cover right now. It's very lane heavy and very, we scale, we just battle kind of draft. But LGD has a very, what's the word? They have a formation, when you look at their draft and the way they play the game. There's always a formation on the map. There's a formation when they take team fights. And I think it's gonna be a challenge for EG to break through that if they don't do too well in the laning phase.
Looking at the picks that LGD have as well, it's not just the synergy, but I feel as the game progresses on, the stronger that these heroes get on LGD.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's Timber especially. I think if he gets a decent laning phase, he's gonna attract so much attention from EG, and that's where the space for this Faceless Void comes in. LGD, go for the Ember. I like the Ember a lot this game. Its slide spam is so strong against Skyraf, against Windranger, against Vano. You also have cheap spells. Phoenix loves having Ember, Witch Doctor too, he just chained into throwing stuff from far away. Sunray and Death Ward. Kinda low committal. Not a lot of Death Ward cancels on EG right now.
No, surely not. As now we'll finally see what EG pick themselves up for the final pick. What do you feel like they need here on EG? I feel like they have a little bit of control with the Shackle Shot and the Boundless Strike, but I don't feel like that's enough. I mean, they have themselves some slows as well, Venomous Gale, Venomancer's known for slowing heroes, but maybe perhaps they need themselves another stun here to lock down the heroes like Ember Spirit, Faceless Void, Phoenix, to make sure they're not able to get themselves away, because these heroes have plenty escapes here on LGD, and if so, they may be able to just turn around the fight. So I feel like they need some more control here.
The Omni Knight band tells me that they want Void Spirit, or they wanted the Ember, so I think they're kind of lost right now that LGD took the Ember. There is still a Void Spirit in the pool, and we get the SF, okay.
SF, okay. That's an interesting one indeed. So Chris Lock gonna be on the Shadow Fiend, I'm presuming, and Pakaz on the Monkey King.
Yeah, so I think EG just drafted for these 3 winning lanes, and they're just gonna play the game off fields from that. And it's gonna be up to LGD to kind of get the better of the lanes. This Phoenix pick, I think something that they could do is something like what Matthew did earlier. They need to beware of this early rotation, the first blood, because these things do impact the laning phase a lot, and EG is very, very dependent on the laning phase right now.
Yeah. There's Skyraf Mage and Monkey King on the safe lane. That's kind of a little bit troublesome, I'd say. Particularly if that for the off lane here onto Neo on the Timber Sword. So hopefully Planet with the Fire Spirits will be able to push away Pakaz with the Fire Spirits. I'm hoping that's the case there, or else I don't know how this lane's going to go. It might turn backwards.
Oh, it's pretty easy to push in the lane as Timber Phoenix. You drop a few Fire Spirits, you Timber Chain once or twice, and then you try to pull the wave or pull the creeps back. It's actually not too hard of a lane, but Monkey King does have an advantage at some point that slowly grows on you.
So who are you feeling for this draft, Adam? Who would you go towards? Would you go Evil Genius's way of trying to win all lanes here with their aggressive heroes for the laning stage side, or you go to the scalability and synergy of LGDs?
I'm a big fan of LGD's draft. I think even if they do lose the laning phase, like 1 or 2 team fights is all they're going to need to come back into this game. And they've showed from the first game that they're able to dodge and they play a map very cleanly. And I think I believe that it's easier for them to execute their draft.
Fair enough. As now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get to game 2. Oh, there's best of 2. Will Evil Geniuses be able to draw this out and make it a 1-1? Or will LGD be able to make this a clean 2-0? So let's find out as we head right into the battle. As EG, they're going to smoke up here as 5 and get themselves beyond the river as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, again, just kind of holding map. Don't really want to fight on either team. I think for EG especially, they just really want to get to their lanes without anything happening. Because if they give away a first blood to nothing to say or something, things can go very wrong for their game plan.
Still hanging around the jungle, meanwhile. See Smile, Chris Lock, dancing around in the river there. The rest of LGD looking upon him. They have themselves a really nice observer wood, though, LGD. Literally sitting right on top of it, See Smile is. Almost.
Do spot out Pakaz here. Still just a bit of scouting. Look at the wards from LGD. That's so interesting. Just want to kind of protect their stacks. I think it's might be for the Phoenix to stack from the low ground, actually, that ward.
Possibly, actually. Is that with Icarus dive, or can he reach that with physical attacks?
You can hit it from the left or from the right on the way to the rune.
Oh, right, okay. Just pray to God that you
Don't miss.
you don't get what's it called. Oh, they actually get the range creep top already. They take it out as it was traveling top lane, so they already get the range creep.
I've seen this before from. I feel like it was Tundra. I might be wrong. They just. Oh, it was gaming actually. So this helps you push in the wave even more, and it's kind of hard to pressure Timber when this happens because he just has waves on you. And if you see Pakaz is the one that's kind of getting pressured here.
Yeah, and it's all that more troublesome, especially with the fact that, obviously, of course, as a carry, you want to be trying to focus these last hits and not try and miss all of the waves to get in some harassment and dish out the damage. So, New's more than happy to miss a few creeps here in order to punish the carry heavily here.
And meanwhile, bot lane Y just forced to TP out, got galed. Trio's been
Oh, yeah.
living alone for a
Seaboard
bit.
traveling back. Still only level 1 though at the moment on this top. Hopefully level 2 should come soon, and then we get ourselves reactive armor. Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
Mid lane, see Smile.
gosh, Verify has to be committed there onto See Smile. And look at this, they maybe turn it around here on the top lane. The Battle Strike comes out, it will cancel that Sunray. And look at that, first blood on the Timbersaw.
That's a very interesting spell to learn. I feel like level 1 Sunray is probably one of the worst spells in Dota.
I'm not sure myself. I don't want to cause any disrespect here, but I'm sure Sunray doesn't even deal that much damage at level 1.
It does not. It's kind of bad. Even dive is. Actually, I don't know about dive, but it's maybe a misspell. I don't know. Maybe just feeling like he can't land fire spirits, helping his Timber keep healthy, push out lane. Do nothing to say. It's owning mid lane.
I know. I was about to say that as well. You see Smile here, Chris Lock having some unfortunate skirmishes here with nothing to say. He's actually doing really well. Was able to achieve his bottle first. I mean, the bottle will now finally come for the Shadow Fiend. So we're going to be able to heal up. I think we'll have to use maybe perhaps 2 charges there. Yeah.
This lane will get harder for nothing to say, but he is getting a lot more out of it than I would have expected. This SF matchup is. I think you're expected to kind of dumpster Ember bot lane.
Well, that's a big power shot. Y
There's
may
the
fall
grenade.
here. Yeah, Y will fall. Though Shiro pursuing Whisper right now. But the bash is there. The Maledict will finish off the Venomancer.
Oh, the Lotus, the battle. Matthew gets it.
Has been killed.
That's not too bad for Shiro. Gets a good trade. Y will come back with some regen for him as well.
Top lane, interestingly, New has not actually put any points into the reactive armor here.
Yeah, it's kind of
It's
normal
very
against
time.
Monkey King because you wanna just get last hits, farm, push the wave in.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
So
that
you're
makes
trying
sense.
to-
He's actually opting to go Vanguard as well.
Yeah, if you have this right-click battle with reactive armor, he's just gonna get Jingu all the time and deny all your creeps, and you're gonna be very sad.
That makes sense.
Bad for the rune.
Don't know if you saw on the... Unfortunately, we weren't able to capture it, but on the mid lane, Nothing to Say was actually able to dodge a raise by just getting a slat of fist there off onto Sea Smile and obtaining the water in there. So I have to say, really dishing out the skills here, though. Panda also being chased off there in the jungle on the planet.
He's feeling it. Man, I'm looking at these like last hits, and I feel like EG's draft is already crumbling. The Venomancer has the same CS as Shiro. Shiro has 1 kill, obviously. His Timber is top CS, kind of close to Monkey King, and Nothing to Say is just still taking the lead in the mid lane. I feel like EG has to do way better than this with their draft.
I mean, Matthew gets the courier kill there. Shiro won't be able to finish off the magic wand. So I guess that's somewhat helpful. The Gale comes out on bottom. Shiro gonna have to use the time walk there on bottom. Meanwhile, there's actually action on top lane as well. New will be able to use the Timber Chain there. Is the Jingu damage enough? Yes, it is. They will find a kill top. Meanwhile, on the bottom though, which we're looking at as well, and also a kill onto the mid lane as well with the dive there from Planet and Nothing to Say. 3 points into Flame God, interestingly, finds the kill.
Yeah, nice rotation from Planet. EG do get 2 kills in the side lanes though, so that's pretty significant for them. 1 on the Void and the Timber, 2 of the more important heroes. Planet.
And they may find themselves Planet as well with the power shot. They will. Planet down.
What does Whisper have? Going for the Spirit Vessel here. Not too surprising against the double heal Void and Timbersaw. Curious to see what Pakaz will go for. Has the Echo Saber queued up right now. He does have an SF on his team, so we might see him go for more of a fighting build.
Quite surprised they... I don't think we spoke about it, but the fact that they had themselves the Venomancer position 3 as well. Instead of putting Wind Ranger transitioned as position 3, they might find why. He's trying to attempt to run away here. Oh no, gets stunned by the Centaur. Are they still going to leave the kill here for Chris? Yes, they are. Chris will be able to get that. That will really help him with the time that he's been having on the mid lane. It hasn't been too great, especially with the death that he had there on the mid lane just a couple of minutes ago.
So a very interesting build from Y. No
top.
stun. Goodbye.
Was not able to get the Timber Chain off there onto the trees. And it's a killing spree for Pakaz. As the Ancient Seal also helped there to silence up the Timbersaw. Starting to come back now on these lanes, EGR.
Yeah, their lanes look better. New with the 2 deaths kind of hurting him a lot. It's just the nature of the matchup. At some point, Monkey does kind of kick you out by his own.
And we've already got an Oblivion Staff on the way for Pakaz.
I like to see Nothing to Say kind of make a move, or his team to move to him at least, because Shiro and you
nice
are not having a good time.
Shiro on the bottom, he may fall here. So the Ancient Seal is there, taken
Pakaz
out. Meanwhile, on the mid lane as well. Top lane, sorry, Pakaz able to get a double balance strike there, but will still fall nonetheless from a 3-man gank.
It's a good trade.
It's taken out.
Good trade for them.
Carry for carry.
Does open tower pressure top though with the Timbersaw. Not sure the siege in bottom is still alive, but it looks like both teams are not too interested to defend.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's
Yeah, so
bottom
siege creep in bottom lane is dead, so they might not even get a trade here if someone chooses to defend. New with his Vanguard can definitely choose to go to bot lane if he wants to, but he is only level 5.
Pakaz is on his own top as well. Nothing to Say, not too far away. Actually might close in the gap here. They might go in for a kill. Yeah, they are. Nothing to Say coming forward there, being able to root up Pakaz on the top. They do find the kill on mid lane onto Shiro.
middle tower is under attack.
Pakaz.
And again, carry for carry.
Carry for carry.
Void has the Midas queued up. Doesn't really have a place to go to right now.
Tower is under attack.
That's the second time a carry has been committed. Oh, no. Able to get themselves the Ancient Seal. But not enough damage there. Take down Nothing to Say. We'll survive through it all. Just going to Remnant and TP away. We'll come back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How are you feeling about it? It did look like EG were having a nice time on the side lanes, but now it's kind of fallen back a bit again now.
I just don't really know
Feel
if
like they
Shiro
may go for
can
Pakaz
come
again.
back into this
Oh, God.
game.
Yeah, they're going for Pakaz again.
Oh, he
Well,
misses
they
the
may
timber
be
chain.
able to turn it around, getting slowed down by the Fire Spirits. Attempting now to run away, Monkey King. Fairy Fire
really
used.
want him.
Is it going to be enough to get away? Able to dodge it with a Mischief, but it's not going to be enough.
Matthew's
They
gonna
will
die
find the
too.
Monkey King once again. Meanwhile, though, the Ancient Seal there onto the Ember. They will trade. They'll actually find 2 there and take down the Witch Doctor as well. Both Y, nothing to say. Fallen with a rotation there from C Smile. Chris Luck able to get himself a double kill.
Yeah, a bit of a deep dive there from LG. Something we're a bit not used to seeing, but they really wanted the Pakaz kill. They want to keep him down, let Shiro catch up, and you know when you run at people's carries, they tend to react to you. New here, still level 6. Do they have any ancient stacks? They do not, so it's kind of uncommon. It's gonna have some issues getting levels.
It really seems that way as well. Only level 6 here on the Timbersaw compared to level 8 on Whisper. And we have ourselves a Spirit Vessel as well on the way. There's a smoke coming out from both Matthew and Panda here, wanting to try and find Planet. They will be able to find the Phoenix. Slowed down there, along with the Ancient Seal as well. And the Shackle Shot will be enough to take down the pesky Phoenix.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, a vessel charge as well for the Venomancer. They'll probably look to go to the mid lane soon. They should keep fighting with this. Echo Saber and Pakaz
Yeah.
as well.
They will find the bottom tower as well, with a siege creep rotating in there at around about the 10-minute mark. And that's the bottom tier 1 tower gone.
Ooh, they want
in
the
return,
SF.
though, we've got 3 here from LGD attempting to try and take down the SF. A nice Requiem there, which will buy some time for the TPs to come back and maybe perhaps
Oh,
turn it
nothing to
around.
say?
There's now, oh, that's a lovely Ancient Seal along with the Silence as well. Along with that Mystic Flare and a Raise will be enough to take Nothing to Say down. As Pakaz rotating in here as well. They found the Witch Doctor. That's 2 down. A lovely Shackle Shot onto the Timber. That's 3 dead. As EG. Lovely reactions there from the initiation onto Chris Luck. The rotations and the turnarounds from EG. They come out on top, and looks like here they'll be able to find themselves a middle tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, they're so greedy by nothing to say. Just didn't want to walk to the right. Just wanted to throw a Remnant, maybe get a nice slide of Fist Force, but Panda just catch him off with the Silence, and they end up paying very heavily for that. 5k gold lead after the laning phase LGD had. I guess it's really just kind of Shiro and New. They don't have a place to play. We see Timbersaw has been jungling for the past 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, it's not the best. Still level 6 as well. Just about to get level 7, but still, it's really troublesome when you're this underleveled as a Timbersaw. Like, usually at the first, 15 minutes of the stage, you want to be absolutely hammering into them, as that's really Timbersaw's spike. But unfortunately for New, he's been pushed out here by the Monkey King quite a few times, even though that they have been able to get the kill quite a lot. I think there's just been quite a lot of people on the top lane in order to get those kills, and with that, he's kind of suffered in regards to the XP game. As you can see here, this was the moment that they did indeed get themselves that wipe there.
They should just melted
Replay.
so fast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, EJ feeling really strong right now. Chris Smile almost has his BKB done. And Pakaz has his on his way too. I'm not sure if LG can find the levels they need and network to
Shackle
kind
Shot.
of come back.
Mid lane, they get themselves the Mystic Flare along with the Ancient Seal as well. Is this enough to take down? Enough to say
wow.
yes, it is. Just on a minuscule amount. Could have maybe perhaps utilized the Fist and Remnants out there, but unfortunately the damage was too much again from EG.
No, Shiro.
Meanwhile, they may have found themselves Shiro as well. The Chrono will be committed, and look at all this damage coming out here. from the Spirit Vessel. They may actually be able to turn it around here as the Supernova, it does indeed come out. The silence is there though, onto the Faceless Void. It will be a trade for a trade. The Supernova will connect onto 2. Panda now in some trouble. Will be slowed down there by the Icarus dive, and that is the Scarif Mage down also. But it will be a very worthy kill there onto the Faceless Void. Oh no, it knew. Oh no.
Oh, Pakas is waiting for him.
He gets off.
Saw him jump though. He goes the other way.
Uh-oh. He may be in some trouble. They're going to go for him now. Valor Strike is there. Though Y is in the back lines ready with the heals. Hasn't actually leveled a paralyzing cask here, Adam. Has actually gone
very
on
interesting
the
build. Just wants to help his friends out.
Bottom tower is under
Don't need
attack.
no stuns right now. Need healing. Shiro especially. Matthew almost catching up in his net worth. That's the Midas, so the road to recovery begins.
The road to recovery. How long do you think this recovery will take?
About 40 minutes. I mean, I feel like EG is really just out to get him right now. That they're gonna hit this double BKB timing, and I feel like Shiro needs to participate in fights, you know, as poor as he is, because the Chronosphere is a big part of the draft. Needs to protect the egg, enables the Death Ward and the Timbersaw to do damage, so...
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, they found themselves a Shackle Shot here onto the Timbersaw new. It's actually going to run forward here and maybe perhaps buy some time for the rest of LGD to try and escape and disengage. As they will do indeed, they'll only find the Timbersaw. It looks like we also have new opting here to get a Yule Scepter. So try and get some sort of is it purge? We'll just try and cancel out the dispel. Why couldn't I find the word for that? Couldn't remember the word. Debuff dispel, yeah. The Spirit Vessel. It's actually becoming quite troublesome here. I think the pickup on the Spirit Vessel here was really, really nice here from us.
Yeah, EG playing their draft very well, just kind of putting
BKB
pressure
60
on
minutes.
double BKB as well.
Double BKB.
I don't even know if they needed this. I feel like Pakas could buy that soul and have the same kind of impact, but EG really want to win this game. Pushing their lead even more, and I don't really know what LGD can do here. It feels like they have to find a way to take a fight or just split push. But right now, it's so hard because of Aegis's. Like, you want to be able to fight Roche.
Tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They found themselves the top tower as well. EG. Just pushing in with the catapult as well, top.
Dire's bottom
So to
tower
take
is
over
under attack.
LGD's side
Top tower
of the
is under
jungle.
attack.
As now with Chris Lock having this BKB as well, he's doesn't fear anything anymore with all the magical damage that was being outputted here by LGD. I think Monkey King and SF are completely safe for a couple of minutes with this 9-second BKB.
Yeah, but the amount of map EG has right now is crazy. They can literally walk into LGD's jungle if they want to. Just gotta let this Whisper Venom apply pressure by himself, and eventually a reaction will come. Just taking their triangle by himself while EG sweep to the bot lane, but LGD again good at dodging, read the map well, and they're out of there.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing that right now as C-Smart will go top. Top wave. Just a small amount of jungle for LGD to try and work with. They need some time now to just try and not go into these fights. Maybe perhaps just find some pick-offs here and try and farm up themselves, because they are not in a stage right now to take these team fights, especially with these BKBs. They need to try and force these BKB usages. They are going to be able to get themselves a Roshan here, EG, with the spike that they have. Not really sure if they can contest here, and I don't think they will. They're finding it quite difficult to actually take down the Roshan.
It's okay, they have razors, they'll go down eventually. I think it's just an objective on the map. They want the Aegis for the SF to deal with the multiple big spells on LGD, and it looks like they're gonna get it for pretty much nothing. No real trade or loss of any tower coming out for them.
There it goes. Aegis in the hands of actually Pakas.
Dire's bottom tower.
Maybe
They do
it's
find
best to
themselves
go
Panda
on
though,
with
coming through the
Super.
portal. The twin gate. This may be Scarif dead. It is indeed. The Maledict
They might
find the
lose
kill.
a lot here, though.
Chrono decommitted along with the Supernova as well. They will find the kill down to Venomancer as well, but the Supernova will be taken out. There'll be a 2-for-1 as Y. Oh, he tried to go through the twin gate there, but was cancelled by the Balance Strike. And it will be a 2-for-2.
Not that bad. Some spells used. They do force EG to come to the bottom of the map.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Do not lose their Faceless Void for once. And yeah, glimmer of hope for LGD, I guess. And I say that by look at Pakaz, and
Dire's
he almost has
middle
this
tower is
Deso.
under attack.
SF level 15 now as well. They're gonna melt through buildings so fast.
I mean, especially with the aura there. Presence of the Dark Lord. -7. Wonder if he'll go the presence aura affects buildings or the shadow rays damage.
I think in this game you take aura effects buildings. You're just
Yeah,
so far
I
ahead.
would. It's usually what you get most of the time, right?
Yeah, I think most people play this Dragonlance SF BKB as a tower sieger. Just
Well,
it'd be interesting
they just
to me
pinged
that he
you.
didn't take his ult.
Pinged him. But he's too close to his tower.
Just
Yeah,
casual
that-
pings. Friendly pings. That's the execute up move. So just wants to be a body for his team. Maybe help his Faceless Void get a
Shackle. Oh, lovely Shackle. Along with the Mystic Flare and the Ancient Seal,
so much
they
damage.
find a very, very successful kill within a matter of seconds onto the Timber Sword. This is their off lane. And it gets decimated in perhaps 2 seconds.
Yeah, New has not been having a good game. I was really impressed with his laning phase. And then he died once and it was kind of downhill from there. EG on the other hand, so aggressive.
Dire's top tower is under
They
attack.
look so much
Easy
so
tower
much
take.
cleaner this game. They didn't do too well in lanes, and you know they made the right moves. And they're back.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There's only a Maelstrom and a Midas as of this moment in time on Shiro. Trying to get some net worth back. He's around about 2k behind both the Shadow Fiend and the Monkey King right now. So Faceless Void still really needs some breathing room in order to try and come back and start dealing havoc within the future of these ongoing team fights. Meanwhile, they have found themselves nothing to say. Will just be able to remnant away on the top and TP out. Meanwhile, they will be able to find themselves a Tormentor as well here on LGD.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Small
attack.
victories, but their map is still getting smaller and smaller. Prakas finishing the Deso. He's so strong right now,
Themselves
almost level
bottom as
15
well,
too.
yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They've actually smoked up here on 12GD. Just sitting behind the Faceless Void right now. They will find... See Smile, Neo not wanting to get anywhere near that level 17 SF with now a Manta style. Are they
Say
chasing
that,
him?
but they look
They're
like they're
chasing
going.
him. They're chasing him. The BKB is there. The TP comes out from the Witch Doctor. Y is gone. I mean, at least they force out a BKB there. So if they are going to siege high ground, they have to be a little bit careful here on the Shadow Fiend in particular.
They forced EG off the bottom lane as well.
Radiant
EG
are
kind of
scanning.
chasing them. I'd like to see them just siege high ground with Deso
Still going.
and Sephora, but...
Uh-oh, Shiro. Oh, he's revealed himself in the creep wave, the blink forward, along with the shackle shot as well. There's no follow-up damage. There's only Matthew here, who's trying to focus in with the focus fire. I mean, the silence was there as well from the Ancient Seal. There's still no damage. The Shiro's going to try and turn this around now with a Chronosphere. Now, do they have themselves enough damage? The damage is being taken too much there from Shiro. Will fall. As the egg will also be dished out. As it'll be a 2-for-1. That's not pretty good there for LGD. That's Supernova down.
Dire's
Chrono
bottom
down
tower
as
is
well.
under attack.
I think EG definitely have an opening right now to get themselves a set of racks.
Yeah, you can't be losing Shiro like that. He's the only hero in this game that cannot be dying.
Bottom tower has fallen.
It's just getting further and further behind EG. Just
Radiant's top
way
tower
too strong
has
right now.
fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So now they come to the high ground. They have themselves the glyph. They'll force it out. But I definitely think they are in no threat to leave right now. They are more than happy to stay here, EG. I mean, the Aegis is going to expire, but so what? Supernova and Chronosphere is down for around about 2 minutes. They haven't a care in the world. And they're going to try and dish out these racks right now. Try and take them out. It's up to Planet and Neo right now to fire out their spells to try and push them away, along with Nothing to Say with the Sleight of Fist as well. They have very nice high ground defense here.
Yeah, no spam. They know the Chrono's still down though, as well as Egg, so
Yeah.
not too worried. We'll at least get the range strikes here.
Pakaz coming forward there, balance strike onto Nothing to Say, but no follow-up. They've lost the range racks. They have to be careful. It's now the Shackle Shot there. Oh, it connects onto two along with the Requiem as well. Nothing to Say is going to be taken out. Planet will have to Icarus dive away. They will lose Nothing to Say along with the top set of racks. With that, EG very happy with that successful attack. And they will back themselves off, resustain their spells and their mana and HP.
Yeah, now our fleet grows. LGD, they are in a very tight spot right now. Shiro goes for the BKB instead of the Mjolnir. I feel like he needed this, but
Yeah,
it's
I
also
feel
not
like
what
as
his
well,
team
yeah.
needs right now. His team needs big boy items.
I mean, every time he chronos, he's just taking so much damage within it. It's all the magical damage.
Yeah, it really is. I guess it's fine to chrono and do less damage because of the Phoenix and Witch Doctor, but EG just feel too far ahead right now.
Yeah. If he can just get himself to level 20 as well, just 5 more levels remaining where he does get the 95 plus attack speed during Chronosphere, I think it will really definitely help, and by that time, he may have himself a Milne as well. They just need to survive LGD. Speaking of that, the Timbersaw top is decimated with a Mystic Flare, combined with a Shackle Shot and the Ancient Seal. Just so much magical damage being dished out there from the Skyrim.
Double damage Monkey King. Still has the Jingle charge. Is hunting here. Oh, why you smile?
Yeah. Okay, Shiro's gone. And why? He's definitely dead here. With the Power Strike, double damage, 1,500 crits. Literally deleted. You know, the thing is, with the fact that they don't have themselves very much levels or net worth, LGD, even though they die, they can just come back within a matter of 30 seconds. They come back straight away. Almost straight away.
I wonder if EG is gonna look to fight here without Aegis. Pakaz has been posturing very aggressively.
Oh, we have ourselves a Satanic as well.
My god.
Oh my gosh. Are they going to survive through this? I'm not sure. I think this is just going to be sit high ground or get a pick off. I'm not sure here.
It looks like they're waiting for Roshan. Grow their advantage even more. Why not?
I mean, Roshan's back up in 10 seconds as well. Going to be spawning top. There it is. We'll see if EG now decide to actually back themselves off and go for the Roshan. Interestingly, LGD, they're going to go come up for a smoke here. Maybe perhaps try and find themselves Pakaz or Matthew. There's a smoke coming forward. I think News just had his smoke broke, along with Shiro as well. Realizing that someone was in the trees there, but very nice escape then from Pakaz, especially with the tree dance as well. Was not able to catch that Monkey King. We do have an Agnims though now on the Timbersaw. So obviously, of course, upgrading that reactive armor. So we'll see how well this will be. How well it'll become versus EG.
He wasn't part of the smoke, but he did show a bit too aggressively. I think it wasn't too hard for EG to read that. LGD also very limited in where they can go on the map right now. They need to save a smoke for Roshan. I say it, but Roshan is dying to EG. Very slowly,
Yes, indeed.
but dude is dying.
There's nothing really much LGD can do. In that situation, they have to let them have the Roshan. So there it is. Aegis now in the hands of the SF with a Satanic. This man is looking scary. Really scary on the Shadow Fiend. We've got ourselves an Agnims as well on Whisper. So if he is taken out, Poison Nova, the old ultimate, will be coming out.
He can do whatever he wants at this point. I like to see a Shiva maybe against all the heals. I don't know, just go all in and buff your Monkey King SF. I feel like this Aegis is your timing. Buy something that you want to go with now. I think we have Solar Crest on Wind Ranger as well. Almost done.
Dire's bottom
Yeah.
tower
They are
is
so
under
strong.
attack.
I mean, interestingly, Shiro here, I don't know if he's going to go for a Mask of Madness here. He's got it in his quick buy. He's actually going to go for this Milnir here instead. As meanwhile, may need to hurry back quickly because we've got ourselves Chris hammering into this tier 3 middle tower right now. It's falling, and it's gone.
Radiant's middle
I have
tower
to say, has to be careful as well here. Because wants to try and use Tree Dance here and try and land off a Boundless Strike here onto the Ember Spirit. If he's able to get that, then it could be devastating. Oh my gosh, look at all that damage. Nothing to say, has to be careful. Meanwhile, though, they're actually going to go for Picards here with the Chrono as well. Will they be able to take him out in time with the Supernova coming out also? Going to try and focus that egg. Have they got themselves enough damage? No, they haven't. And Monkey King will actually fall here. They get themselves a kill. Maybe perhaps Whisper as well. Whisper's going to fall, but that Poison Nova will have a big effect here onto LGD. But the Voodoo Restoration is actually keeping them alive. Slowly but surely, it will be a 2 for 2. Shiro is in some trouble there from the massive physical damage there of C Smile. They will lose 3 here on LGD.
There's just no way they kill this SF. It was a really nice smoke for him catching Pakaz. He caught the Witch Doctor in the Chrono as well. I actually thought Pakaz would survive there, but Phoenix does way too much damage.
has fallen.
So now they clear out the middle set of racks and they head for the bottom now.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Supernova
attack.
still on cooldown for about a minute. It will force out a glyph. Really, C Smile does not have a care in the world. Chris Luck just hammering into the last objective, which will obtain then the Mega Creeps. So Timbersaw coming in soon. They try and get a kill here. I mean, there's still an Aegis here on an SF. The Satanic is there. There's meanwhile nothing to say, trying to get into the back lines here. Oh no, but the Shackle Shot. Is this going to be enough to take down? Enough to save? Just able to use the Yules there before the Fear attack there from the Necromastery comes off. There's still Ember Spirit will fall, does have the buyback available. Chronosphere, it's still down for a minute, though Supernova is going to come off cooldown in around about 10 seconds. They still have this bottom set of racks, but C Smile is just still hammering into them. Look at this damage here, and double Shackle Shot as well. This may be the Timbersaw dead. Timbersaw just able to use up, but they find themselves the kill onto the Faceless, along with the Witch Doctor and the Timbersaw as well. No back by here for the Faceless Void, as the Phoenix is taken out. Down for 70. GG is called. And EG will be able to win themselves this second game and make it a 1-1.
And did Pakaz ever use Wukong this game? I feel like he's been right-clicking and right-clicking. I've not seen the Wukong come out.
He used it when he was chronoed. He used it when he was chronoed.
The defensive
I think that's the
Wukong.
only time I saw it. The defensive Wukongs. But yes, game 2 going to Evil Geniuses there. Able to get themselves that victory and equalize it with a 1-1 out of this best of 2.
I guess you were right. We will see the 1-1s. Very dominant performance from EG. They didn't look too good in the first 3-4 minutes. I feel like LG was outplaying them, and then suddenly, bam, they woke up. No more messing around, and they were targeting. Shiro had a target on his back the whole game. It felt like just no game for your Faceless Void.
It was quite surprising to see because C Smile, Chris Luck, he wasn't having the best of time on the SF mid lane. Obviously, of course, with nothing to say, doing a lot better during the early stage, along with the fact that they were able to get themselves initiations onto the SF, like beyond the tower. Do you think it was the fact that they dived quite a bit here on LGD, or do you think some other factor played towards it? Because I do remember there was a fight on the top tier 2 tower where they did actually die quite a lot. And then I felt like that was the turning point of the game where EG just bumped up the pressure and then they were the ones applying the pressure there and then. How do you feel the progression of this game went out?
I think they tried to space create a bit too much, but I think because of how both the silence when both New and Shiro were suffering the whole game. Like this Timber, he had okay net worth, but he had nowhere to play on the map just because he felt like he could die everywhere. And I think he probably should have tried to play in the lanes much more, and Shiro needed to find space on his own. It ended up being like 2 kind of burdens at that period, and just had nothing to play with on LGD. You know, I think nothing to say was kind of strong. They kind of forced kills here and there, and EG always brought numbers and punished them.
Yeah, but you know they still got a 1-1. You know, LGD, sorry, LGD. They were able to, obviously, of course, being able to win game 1. It did look like EG were in a good position there. I did feel though that Evil Geniuses, they were quite strong within this best of 2 series. I feel like they could have potentially won game 1 as well. LGD though did play very well in regards to distancing themselves and not falling into the hands of EG with the initiations that they had within game 1. But then game 2, it just came to the fact that I think Shiro was just not able to actually get enough time and enough farm. Yeah, here's the dive, which we were speaking about here, everyone. As you can just see that it completely turned around here, and nothing to say was taken out there. Along with this Ancient Seal as well here from Panda. I feel like this Ancient Seal played a huge role in taking out the rest of the team, along with the Mystic Flare as well.
Definitely MVP for me this game. At least the first half of the game. I think the second half didn't really matter as much. EG was all about the lanes into snowball, and they snowball super hard, and I think Panda was a big reason of that. A lot of clutch silences on the Ember.
Yeah, I felt like Panda did have a massive impact here. I mean, especially against Nero on the Timbersaw, you know. They first picked this, they felt comfortable. They thought that they were going to have a very good game with this, and they picked out someone who does, like, obviously the most nuke magical damage I think there is. Other than that, other than Muerta, who's like level 25 for Daedalus. But that, you know, we're never going to get to that point in the game. But here you can see the defensive Wukong's command use, which almost Kaz was able to live through. They did do very well there, but it was just the fact that see Smile, Chris Look, he was able to not be initiated on here at all by the rest of LGD. They focused all their attention here onto the Monkey King, and he was just able to lay out the damage here with the physical attacks. I mean, look at how much damage he did there with the fear damage.
Yeah, he was so untouchable.
Look at him. Just hammering through. They got lovely shackle shots. I mean, Matthew coming out with the shackle shots here on the position 4 Wind Ranger. They were so impactful there as well. It was just the fact that I think New just took the brunt of every shackle shot I saw, and nothing to say. Absolutely hated having that happen as well.
I feel like LGD tried to do what EG did in the first game. They tried to take this Timbersaw, the same like EG tried to do with the Magnus, and New, you know, he looked pretty convincing in the first 3-4 minutes, but after that it felt like he didn't know what to do anymore, and I'm not sure if that's his own fault, but it just didn't look comfortable for LGD.
And I'm just getting told that we have an interview with EG. Don't know if it's coming now. We'll see. Is it coming? Who's on EG? Hello, hello?
He ain't moving.
Oh, I think we're having some problems. I think there's some problems here with the connection.
It happens.
Oh dear. It happens, you know. Unfortunate things with the interviews. I don't know if the interview is going to go off. Dodge the interview. But yeah, very well played there from EG. I suppose the interview is going to be gone away. So maybe perhaps we'll have another opportunity. You know, we've got plenty of Dream League. So eventually, if Evil Geniuses do win themselves another game, which I definitely think they will do, then we will definitely get ourselves an interview at some point. So obviously, of course, these technical problems do happen. But I think we're going to throw for a break then, as our next game is going to be, it is, if I remember correctly,
Entity and 9
versus
Pandas.
9 Pandas. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you were before me, Adam. But let's just speak about a little bit more about the game that foretold there before we go for a break. So how did you feel that maybe, is there any way that you think LGD could have tried to pull this around, or do you think they were very limited as in terms of what they picked out for their draft?
I think a lot of it was on the Timber. Like, your first pick Timber, you need to find a way to be okay with things and like be able to proceed progress through the game. I think Ember did like a really good job. Nothing to say with the top rotation. They killed Monkey for him like 1 or 2 times, but I think he and the Faceless Void kind of wanted to play in the same area, and it ended up just being that the Timbersaw had nowhere to go. He was not able to keep up with Networth. I think he could have still have had a good game, but he had no levels, and then he went to bot. He couldn't really push it out, and EG did a good job of just kicking him out a lot of the time.
Yeah, he did a superb job. I mean, I don't know what else LGD could have done. I mean, maybe perhaps like a few chronos. I mean, we saw a chrono top where they, after, you know, of course, they tried to utilize it and try to take down some supports there, like especially Matthew. From there on out, they just be able to take themselves 2 sets of racks there.
I mean, when you play these like big cooldown heroes and you're losing this much, every time you use the spell, it feels like you lose more on the map than when you use it. And they just did not have enough damage at the end of the day because of the narrow fleet that EG had. You know, EG were really so far ahead into the game. They snowballed off Roshan's. I like the Deso pickup from Perkaz. I think the Deso plus the SF aura is like something cool. And then, like you said, Matthew had these like 6 shackles all the time. I think both high grounds he hit like 1 2-man shackle, and the fight was just kind of over from there.
So he would be your honorable mention then, along with Panda. So both the supports from EG.
I think he played well. I mean, I think they all played well. You know, it wasn't. It was probably not that hard a game for them after the first 5 minutes. Just EG being EG, I feel like they were more themselves in this second game compared to the first game. Whereas for LGD, I feel like in game 2 they were kind of lost, but in game 1 they're like, wow, this team is so good, you know. So a bit of inconsistency from both teams, maybe a bit of jet lag coming to Europe. But I like to see how far they go.
Yeah, it's early days. I mean, of course, we've only just started the season 20 of DreamLeague. I mean, it's day 1. You know, the scores could definitely change. We've still got quite a lot of days to cover here and see where the teams land. But I definitely think that LGD and EG will be one of the few teams that I think will progress. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel like LG was outplaying them in the first few minutes. Like, they look good, you know. It's just that they kind of messed up with their like mid-game formation. Like I mentioned in the first series, their formation. I think like nothing to say. He was doing so well against the Sisma SF. Like we saw the SF go down once or twice, but nothing to say. Just he's a team player, you know. Like he wasn't gonna carry the game. He tried to enable his team, but it didn't really go that way.
And we got some stats coming up for you here, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves both Chris Luck and Nothing to Say. As you can see, the results from Game 2 quite astonishing here with the SF, which, as Adam said, was absolutely untouchable. 11-1. I mean, how'd you kill that, which has a satanic, insane physical damage and an Aegis? It's really quite difficult. I mean, you could especially see when they decided, no, we don't want to kill SF. There's no way that that's going to happen. We're going to try and take out the Monkey King here instead. So, and I mean, Nothing to Say as well. You know, he did have himself quite a nice time on the middle. As you can see, the hero damage wasn't that far away. I mean, Chris was able to just farm up massively. Nothing to Say had to keep on taking these really early fights time and time again in order to provide space here for Shiro, but it just wasn't enough because both him and the Timbersaw, they just didn't have themselves enough impact within the middle, and the late stage of the game, it was quite difficult.
If you look at their hero damage, actually Nothing to Say was only 6k behind Sisma, which was really surprising for his game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's fighting all the time, isn't he? Whereas, you know, it was completely the opposite. It was both the supports on Evil Geniuses that were just able to dish out like so much damage and just move together. I think we saw around about 2 or 3 Smoker Deceits from both Matthew and Panda just roaming around trying to find someone. They found like new, like
I mean,
2
like,
or 3 times.
The game reached a point where they could 2-man kill heroes, you know. I think that's just Skyroff's probably strongest point in the draft right now. Like a stun plus Skyroff is so much damage, and Matthew offered to that too with the power shot Ancient Steel. And it's just, they're just way too far ahead, way too strong.
Way too strong, way too strong. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are indeed going to queue for a break here. So if you were just tuning in, it did indeed become a 1-1 equalizer between both EG and LGD. so they will each earn 1 game respectively. But the next game that we're going to be covering, which you should not go anywhere away for, because this game is also going to be quite a nice one, is Entity versus 9 Pandas. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because just in a couple of minutes we'll be back with that game. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for the next series.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Dream League Season 20 with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We just had ourselves the first best of 2 of the day, which was, of course, Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD, and it was a 1-1, where LGD were able to take Game 1 due to their cautious plays and were able to come off in the last team fights and able to become the victors, and then EG were able to bump up the pressure and actually apply very early pressure indeed with some of the picks that they had, and absolutely dominated. I feel Game 2. LGD were not able to do much. But coming up, which is our next best of 2, we have ourselves Entity versus 9 Pandas. Adam, how are you feeling after that best of 2? Are you feeling good to cast some more Dota?
I need more action. I need more action.
More action.
I need a more even game. I feel like LGD was too awake in Game 1. Evil Geniuses was not, and then EG woke up in Game 2 and it was a beating.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get ourselves some more action within Game 2. I think, sorry, Game 2, Series 2. I feel like we had it a little bit within Game 1 with EG versus LGD. But let's see.
Emphasis on the little bit.
Within Game 2.
Emphasis on the
A
little
little
bit.
bit. I mean, there was a little bit of action, wasn't there?
There's always
Wasn't
a
there,
little bit
Adam?
of
There was a
action.
little bit.
I guess so. Alright. 9
And
Pandas.
then Game
Entity,
2 just
though.
felt...
I mean, it was one-sided, right? Can't do much.
Yeah, a little bit. Game 2 was a little bit one-sided. It did feel that way. I was quite excited to see that, you know, of course they did kill Picasso, especially with how much they initiated upon him. He was able to get off the Wukong's command, but still died. But it was just the fact that Chris was just way too farmed on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, what do you have to kill him? He had Aegis as well. There was no way. He was unstoppable.
Yeah, you don't. But enough of that series. Entity 9
Enough of the
Pandas.
series.
Something new. European games. I am hyped. I need more. I need more Dota. I love Dota. And 9 Pandas are like third in their region. And alright, sorry, Entity.
But yeah,
instead.
Let's go into Entity first. Let's have a look at their roster there. Obviously, of course, we have ourselves the beautiful people upon our screens. As you can see their roles as well, with Watson on the carry, Stormer on mid, Toby on the off lane, Katomi on the hard support, and Fishman on the position 4. Now, what do you have to tell us about this team, Adam? Go ahead. Go, Mr. Analyst.
I feel like Entity,
Proceed.
last year with Pure, they were doing so well, and then losing him was like such a blow to them. And they once again picked up the rank 1 carry, Watson. Coming in, they didn't look too good in the beginning, a bit lost here and there. Even this tour, they were fighting for relegation. They did end up staying in Div 1. And,
Yeah.
you know, I feel like they're a team that's trying really hard to make their way of Dota work, but it has not been working out very well for them this season, or this year at least.
And I think that was a 2-1 tiebreaker that was against D1 Hustlers, which are now known as Lunar Galaxy, if I am correct. Yeah, I think that's the case. But yeah, they were having a little bit of a difficult time within the DPC. But you say that you feel like they're going to do quite well within this season, Adam.
I think they look better than they did at the start of the year. They look more lost. I think Watson has become much more comfortable playing with them, and it kind of shows. Oh, it slacks.
You ever worn a headset like that, Adam, before?
No, but it looks cool. I'm gonna try it.
It looks cool.
This is the too hot outside kind of headset, you know, like you don't want your ears to sweat, but you need to listen. They look like
I
they
would
just moved
definitely
in.
be like that right now. It looks like the case. A lot
Definitely
of
look
shopping
like
there.
they-
Wow, they've been on a spending spree. What did they even need the the prize pool for Dream League? Do you see how much shopping there was behind that?
Okay, it's bootcamp life.
But let's go and introduce Nine Panthers now. I don't want to pry too much into their shopping. Maybe, you know, some construction work behind there. Let's go pry into Nine Panthers now. Let's go have a look at their roster. As presented here, we have Ramses on the carry, Kataka on mid, Miro on offlane, Antares on hard support, and Solo on the position 4. Now, this team doing a little bit better than, of course, Entity within the Eastern Europe DPC. I think they finished third, just
They are
behind
third,
Bet
correct.
Boom.
That is correct.
So what can you tell us about this team, Adam?
I think they've been on and off, but they've always been like at every major this year. And then I think last season when they went to Berlin major, Kiyotaka really stood out as a player. I think he popped off. Antares was the biggest techie spammer. This team picked techies like all the time. This was before techies is where it is today, where it's banned permanently or picked. Antares was playing techies all the time, and they went to Berlin and they played with Roger because Solo could not attend for whatever reason, and they got top 3. And I think that's super huge achievement without your captain. They're just a bunch of really skilled players, and I'm pretty excited to see what they can bring today.
And Solo literally living to his name there right now, because it seems like he is the only one at his desk. So he's going to solo the entire tournament, because everyone else, it didn't seem like they were there, but starting to join back now, the guys getting at their desks ready for the lobby and the game to begin. But how do you feel they'll go up against Entity here? So very different in regards to the DPC standings, with Entity doing a little bit less off than Nine Pandas, being able to achieve a lot more within their different regions. But how do you feel they'll come up against each other? Because, of course, we have spoken about the fact that different regions could mean different plays. I mean, East Europe and West Europe, very similar in regards to picks. But how do you feel nonetheless about these two teams going up against each other?
I feel like the thing about Entity is they're playing in EU, right? And the competition is probably a bit more tough between the 8 teams. I think I look at West EU and I feel like maybe the top 4 teams are like competitive with each other, but below that it's kind of whatever. So I don't really know how to rate Nine Pandas right now, but I do think Entities stand a chance in this game or in this series.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope we'll be blessed with a pretty close game, especially within this day 1, because obviously, of course, we just had EG versus LGD. We're hoping for another close game once again. Give us some 2 really impactful games. As Adam, you were saying, you were excited for more Dota action. You want more. This was not enough.
I want the Kiyotaka Tinker. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Do you even like Tinker? I absolutely forbid the hero. I hate it.
I think it's different because the hero's not common right now. Like, I think if you see Tinker every game, then you're like, yeah, nah, no Tinker. But you know, you bust it out once in a while, like, wow, cool hero.
Yeah, I guess. I can see your aspect between that. But we are going to be blessed with a draft. We head in with the second best of 2 of the day. And look at that, instead of a first pick Timbersaw from the previous game, it's going to be a first ban Timbersaw. No Timbersaw for you today, Nine Pandas.
Again with this Timbersaw ban.
And Techie's gone. You were speaking about the Techies as well.
Techies is
no longer
always
there.
going to be gone. It's
I
gone
see that
forever.
ban. I don't know what it is with Batroud. He has like Shadowblade within the ban stage or something. But you don't see the ban, guys. But Nine Pandas have banned Batrider.
He's a shy one.
He's a shy.
He's a shy one. Not a surprising ban. Stormstormer's the first pick Batrider player, and so is Kataomi, I believe. The Entity, they do play it on the post 4 role. There's still a Doom in the pool. What else does Entity kind of prioritize? Trying to look through their heroes right now. No techies. Void Spirit, Doom. Venoban.
When they ban out Venomancer. So yeah, they first picked the Doom up there onto Entity. Now we get to see what Nine Pandas will pick up for the first and second pick on their side. So already feeling very comfortable here. Entity, they want themselves the Doom. They will get it. In return, what are they going to come out with, Nine Pandas?
Quite curious as well. There's still a Magnus in the pool. I'm not sure how heavily they prioritize the hero. they have played it 1 or 2 times, but their go-to heroes are usually Doom, Bat, Timbersaw, which are all banned right now. Beast, maybe you'll see a Skyruff just for comfort. I think they do like their Skyruff +1 pairing.
I mean, we've seen how impactful Skyref can be, especially within the previous game.
Yeah, I just don't know if you can pick it this early. Like, you want to see heroes that make your silence actually useful. Otherwise, you are kind of a bot.
Kind of a bot. But Undying gets picked out now for the second pick here onto 9 Pandas. So quite a bit of control, you know, with the Primal Roar and the Tombstone. But still, we can't really evaluate anything much right now other than the fact that other than the spells. So we need to see what entity will pick for this last pick of the stage before they go into the second ban phase.
Yeah, we might just see the Stormstormer hero come out. I think Magnus is a oh, they go for the
Skyruff.
Skyruff. Okay. So Sky's a decent laner against Undying because you're too fast for him. You get free mana from DK, and I feel like the EU teams just like this hero right now, or like specific teams really like this hero. This makes the game easy for you to play in some way.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice hero. It was surprising to see that that I think it was Panda, not to get confused with 9 Pandas
Yeah, it
right
was
now.
Panda,
He
yeah.
didn't level himself the arcane. He didn't level the arcane bolt.
Yeah, I think as a +5 you probably never do it. As a +4 it's kind of weird. I think it's a like I've seen this flag tree build where people play like a more I do damage kind of hero, but I feel like as a +5 you're just a burst hero, you know. You're like some lion with finger of death. You're not really you're not really going to be arcane bolting in a fight.
Yeah. In return, we do see some bans coming out here. Some very hard carries, both Terrorblade and the Morphling being banned out here. Wind Ranger will also follow from Entity. So not wanting to go against that, even with its low win rate within the pro scene right now. They'll still ban out the Wind Ranger. I mean, it is quite annoying to play against, even if it does have a low win rate, because sometimes it just really annoys you if you don't have ways to catch it and lock it down.
Yeah, interesting ban. I feel like this hero is always like somewhere in the middle. Like you don't really see Wind Ranger getting banned, but it does get picked once in a while. Like it's the leftover hero, you know. No one like it's like, oh, we need to steal Wind Ranger, unless you're a Sep,
Yeah.
maybe.
As Naga Siren will be the final ban there from Entity. We'll finally see what 9 Pandas decides to ban, and then we'll get into the second pick phase. We'll see what they want to pick up after this ban. So maybe perhaps we'll see something snazzy here, where they'll ban something for something that they want to pick.
I think Pugna or Rubik look pretty decent for our 9 Pandas right now. Not sure if Antares is much of a Rubik player, but honestly, who isn't? It's just nice to have the save from the Doom and the Skyruff. It's also a pretty neutral laner with the Beastmaster.
It's taking some reserve time to actually think about this. Maybe they will be initiating that plan of banning something which will help for the third pick that they have within their draft. They'll ban out the Monkey King. And what do they pick?
Just trying to protect the Beastmaster with their bans, since Entity did not choose to pick something that punishes it. Instead, they picked the Skyruff. So I kind of like this from 9 Pandas, but I also feel like Watson has a lot of heroes that can outright punish. Like Pia looks pretty okay right now. You can see like a Faceless Void or Magnus even. I think he's really like the Magnus recently.
Oh, they go pit themselves up the Rubik. Okay. So it doesn't give too much away. As of that moment, with Entity now having to pick 2 heroes here right now.
I wonder what's a Stormstormer hero that he can pick here. Probably just see something like a Void Spirit or Ember even. Ember's a bit nicer against the Undying because Sleight of Fist clears the zombies. Ooh.
Well, they pit themselves a Slog. Okay, so
Slug
going
Lich.
straight into the carry here. They'll get themselves a Lich as well. I like this, you know. You got yourselves the Frost armor here to try and counteract the physical damage that comes out. Obviously, of course, with Beastmaster being a summoner of familiars and creeps. all the things like that and jazz, you know, they'd be able to actually resist quite a lot of the physical damage with thanks to the frost armor there, and they'll be able to pounce forward with the slog, maybe perhaps get a few essence shifts off. So I'll be interested to see whether on Entity, of course, Watson on the slog will actually be putting quite a few points into essence shift over the dot pack, because in some cases, if you just keep on, you know, hitting them and then retreating and building up the agility that you have with essence shift over time, you can actually become quite a menace.
Yeah, Morph and Bloodseeker have been banned as well, so Nine Pandas can see that they are a bit lost on what to pick right now. They need something like an Ursa, maybe? I feel like that's so far-fetched. It's just not a very popular hero. The other
I feel like it
options
could
are
be punished though against
yeah,
Skyrim.
for sure, for sure. TB and Naga banned, Wind Ranger's out of the pool. What is the Slark answer, and why should they pick Tinker here? Let's go.
I just feel like Entity, they especially with the Scarif and the Doom, I feel like whatever they pick, the carry is going to have kind of a little bit of a hard time. Maybe perhaps something with an escape or something that can recover quickly.
I think
Either
they'll
one
pick
of
their
those two
mid here.
options.
Some Tinker, Invoker, Pangolier kind of hero. I think it's too hard to pick the carry right now, because you're gonna lose the mid hero that's important for your draft. They are taking a lot of time on
Yeah,
this.
possibly. They are.
Alright,
Just
so
1
carry
second reserve
Magnus.
time remaining. Yeah, they pit themselves at the Magnus carry.
I'm not sure how good this is against Entity's heroes. I feel like Slark doesn't mind Magnus that much. He's not too scared of RP. Frost Armor is really nice, and Doom does remove Empower. But Nine Pandas have a very fast draft right now. They have this Beast Aura, this Empower, this Flesh Golem Tombstone, you know, they take Roche, they hit your buildings. Everything just falls really quickly.
Yeah. And they ban out the Tinker. Entity not wanting to play against that one. But I can see what you mean. They'll definitely be like in your face. Nine Pandas will, especially with the Magnus and the Beastmaster as well. It's just the case of will Slok be able to live through it with what they have. So obviously,
Yeah.
of course, Doom does need a little bit of time in order to start to become a menace. You know, he can take advantage of the early Dooms, but from there on out, during the middle stage, he needs some time to try and farm up and get his items that he needs to have the impact within these fights.
Yeah, they have the Frost Shield as well to protect, so I do like what Nine Pandas has. I think they need some like Invoker kind of hero to round it up. Or maybe like a Puck Storm-ish hero. Someone to go make space on the map, you know, for the two cores right now. Enable your game, scale into the game. Slug does not really like playing against the Invoker, and Frost Armor gets purged by Tornado as well, which is kind of nice.
So I'd see Pangolier being picked quite more as well. Is there any reason for that? Because
Universal
you know,
hero.
we've seen builds like change around. Yeah, of course, Universal Hero. I remember when people didn't used to go the Agnims. Now people are starting to obviously pick up the Agnims again. I think that's with the fact that he's a Universal Hero and they just want to do as much base damage as they possibly can.
Yeah, it's just game dependent, I guess. This Queen ban is really interesting to me. I wonder what Entity won.
Well, we'll see for
Voids?
ourselves right
Yeah.
now. They do have some reserve time there to think about it,
Queen ban.
so they'll ban out those two heroes. Maybe it's the fact that they don't want to be chasing around a hero and have to rely on using Doom on one of those heroes because they want to save Doom for something like Magnus, maybe. They'll pick
Yeah.
up the Void Spirit, though.
That's fair, that's fair. I really like Konka for 9 Pandas. I'm not sure if Kiyotaka plays it. In SEA, we had a lot of like Konka Void Spirit matchups where the Konka was pretty favored, and I feel like it gives them the catch they want and just a lot of team fight. Alright, so mid Magnus. Change of plan.
Oh, okay. So Faceless Void, the last pick. They'll move the Magnus to the mid lane. Which, of course, Kiyotaka will be playing. And we'll see how this one goes out with Undying on the position 5 on the bot lane with Ramses against both Toby and Katomi.
Man, I feel like I haven't
Skywrath
seen
and
Min
Doom.
Magnus in
Ooh.
such a long time.
Do you still build the same items?
Yeah,
Similar
yeah,
to
you
that of
do.
what we saw?
The Harpoon build
do.
is way too strong. There's no way you play this hero anywhere else.
How do you actually feel about Harpoon? Do you like the item quite a lot?
I feel like the
Ever
item
since they
is
released it?
just strong because Magnus is OP with it. I feel like the item is
Just because.
is cool. Yeah.
Oh, Magnus
Harpoon skewer
only?
is too stupid. Yeah. I mean, I think the item's okay. Like there are times where you want a harpoon on heroes, you know, but this Magnus harpoon into skewer nonsense is not real.
Oh, right, yeah. Especially if that's the case.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like the new horn toss, isn't it? Except you fire.
Yeah, except it's range.
It's ranged, yeah.
I mean,
It's
they shouldn't put
even
the
further.
hero behind you so you can skewer back. I think that would be like okay. Like there has to be some
As well,
skill involved, you know.
some skill involved. This is where someone picks up a telescope now and he has even more range with the
Oh,
harpoon.
no.
And then, oh no! Oh yes, that would be great. Do you have a problem with this hero, like in your pubs or something? all the
Magnus?
time? Yeah.
No, I don't really care for the hero. I think it's.
Oh really?
I don't think the hero's like broken, but I think it's like a bit over tweaked right now.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, I think you can still definitely punish the Magnus.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that very early on he has so much HP. It's like, how do I kill this early and punish it?
Yeah,
But
I
then
mean
sometimes
he
can drop
doesn't
off.
he doesn't buy regen right, naturally, so it's not as bad as the Vanguard heroes.
Okay.
Like there's no ring
Yeah.
build up, so
Yeah.
we see the bracers like earlier from Pakaz.
So let's see how this one proceeds, ladies and gentlemen. Game one. It's best of two. Nine Pandas versus Entity. Who's going to be coming out on top of this game one? Interesting slot pick here from Entity. In return, last pick, Faceless Void. One of the heroes very well known for actually dishing out the damage onto the slot and taking him out of course before the fight even begins. So I feel like with this game, it's going to be which team is able to initiate upon the other team first. I feel like that's the case. Don't you, Adam? Or are you in a disagreement?
I'm not sure. I think the drafts are pretty even. I think a lot of it's going to be execution. Maybe getting the jump, like you said, is important, but it's also not. There's not much jump on 9 Pandas if you look at them. You know, they have the Rubik Lift, they have this Harpoon Skewer, and you know, maybe if Entity's heroes are not easy to harpoon. You know, the Voice Spirit can dissimulate, the Slug can disengage by himself, and I don't really know if you want to pull a Doom in with Frost Armor.
Yeah. So what's the lane of interest here? What are we looking at here?
I have seen Beastmaster's Dumpster Slug before, and Lich is not that good in this lane against the double magic. Oh, I say that, but they are
Oh
kind
wow!
of strong.
Top lane. Miero might fall. Miero's gonna fall.
Caster Curse. The casual 8 stacks on Slug
Caster
for no
Curse.
reason. Let's
Yeah,
get
it
a
was
freebie.
Fishman with Frost Blasts. I think they had a blood grenade there, I think, as well.
He did. He dropped it, and well, that's life, I guess, for Miero. Let's go down. It's gonna just come back and farm, but Watson's really happy with the kill. Does he have anything flying out? No, his career is actually being used. So buys the boots, wants to be aggressive with the Frost Shield. Beastmaster generally doesn't enjoy playing against heroes that can run at you. And with that first blood, Watson's gonna run at him.
Educate me, because I'm a bit of a noob, Adam. Because, of course, you big player. Oh, there's action actually happening top again. I was actually going to speak about this top lane. And Watson laying in the harass here with the Essence Shift. They're going to try and go for the Rubik, but Rubik just able to get some distance there and back off as Miero with the level 1 Wild Axes will have to commit the healing self there onto slot. But I was going to say, oh, cancelled the healing self. Usually with the Beastmaster, we used to see like a lot of leveling into the core of the Wild Boar, but now we're starting to see more people pick up the levels on the Wild Axes. I've never actually asked why that's the case, but I've just kind of just accepted it and seen that it works as well.
I think the stacking damage is kind of broken, and on top of that, you get to clear stacks. Which is the problem with Beastmaster last time, is that if you are building this helm and some mid player rotates, you can't really come back into the game. I think Beastmaster now
Fair
you're more
enough.
than happy to like exist. You know, you can lose your lane, but you go to ancient stacks, you throw some X's in your back.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, of course, if you don't have any farm, like if you put like too many points into like Essence Shift, for example, for Slog, like how the hell are you gonna like rotate to the jungle and farm with Dark Pact at level 1?
Exactly.
That's not fun.
How's bot lane
Meanwhile, how are
doing?
the other lanes looking?
Wow,
Though?
Ramses is enjoying himself.
He's taking the creep wave with him. Will find himself a healing Lotus. How's the mid lane looking? We have Stormer laying in the damage.
I feel like Magnus should be slightly favored just because of, well, 100 damage compared to Voice Spirit's 70 something.
Yeah, they both desperately need a bottle refill right now. Kiyotaka just has low HP and Stormer has no mana. So how they're looking for right now. There's top lane. They will find the kill onto the Rubik. Is meanwhile, they may get a trade here. Watson just needs one more right click, pounce on cooldown. And Mier will be able to actually get away.
Yeah, he has a lot of stick
Watson no
charges
longer
too
pursued.
if he needs them. Watson doing a good job of just constantly kicking him out of the lane. Bot lane.
Doom gets
Toby.
taken out bottom as well.
Yeah, Tombstone, grenade, and some decay stacks. Time dilation, no bash on Ramses.
I know, no bash. Would you be surprised that they got the kill? No bash.
Time dilation and a zombie on you is probably more than enough with the grenade if Toby was low enough. Oh, mid lane skewer. Countered.
Yes, he's alright, Stormer. Just able to use Dissimulate every time a Kiyotaka attempts to even use a skewer into the tower. It's not a problem to him.
And bot lane is so rough for Toby. His undying pick is having such a high impact.
Oh, Courier
Radiant's
taken out. I mean, power
has
treads on
been
Ramses though. Perhaps Solo can come in and they find themselves another kill. As Tombstone is coming off cooldown at around about 20. On the top lane, however, they find the kill onto the Rubik with thanks to the Frost Blast. And they're doing pretty alright right now on Entity on the top lane, but meanwhile, Nine Pandas, they're having a good time bottom as well. So both the safe lanes doing fairly okay here on either side of the team. Mid lane's looking kind of even until Katomi wants to try and rotate here with a concussive shot. Does not have the Ancient Seal yet, though. Is literally about like 3 or 5 XP off level 4.
Yeah, but Kiyotaka gets the D-Ward now, and Nine Pandas are here to secure a rune for him. There is a Siege Dragon too, and Storm is kind of low. This is going to be really big for Nine Pandas.
Yeah, just about to get that level 6 if that range creep is there. Yeah, we'll be able to get the level 6 now. Actually going to have to use that Astral Step and get away. I think Stormer will actually have to go back to base and refill that bottle. He will indeed.
He will
He's
go
heading on
pretty
out. He's back base.
low. He might
Watson
look
now on
to
the top
rotate
lane.
top instead. Keep shutting down
Yeah,
this
possibly.
Beastmaster.
I mean, that would particularly help. I mean, Miero's just got himself level 5. Watson does, however, need himself level 6. He does have 14 1 charges, though, and a Tango, so they still could potentially go for something here if Void does decide to TP. He's actually gone bottom instead, Stormer. The scan comes out. That's actually going to reveal Solo going to try and get himself the Wisdom Rune. As there's the concussive shot along with the Ancient Seal as well. The Blood Grenade is thrown down, and Solo will be taken out by Katomi. And they'll be able to secure their Wisdom Rune.
Nice setup. Stormstormer even TPing bottom to kind of look for a chance. Maybe thought Toby was in trouble because of the Tombstone, but he had his Vanguard and he was perfectly fine.
And just like that, Magnus has scaled 800 net worth on him.
What? That's crazy. So the level 4 Empower farming begins. It's not like we have not seen this before.
Yeah, he has his power treads on the way as well, so things are gonna rack up any stacks. There are stacks in the left triangle, double ancient stacks for the Beastmaster and the Magnus, so 9 Pandas are really happy right now. Entity is not really ready to contest as well. Only Slark is pretty strong.
Just needs himself... Oh, okay, he's got himself to level 6 now, so able to actually heal up there from the Shadow Dance. It's no Fog of War, Fog of Vision is upon him.
It's not too far
And
off
maybe
the
perhaps
diffusal as well, only 700 gold. So I think going for his diffusal means he wants to try to fight earlier with the Leech backing him up.
Yeah. Still yet to see Stormer still have an opportunity to try and get something here. Not the best net worth here on the Void Spirit middle, is actually just 300 gold below the Beastmaster.
No, more disconnects. Some issues here and there. Alright,
Yeah,
we're back.
ready now.
So
We're
Beastmaster
back.
has an eggs queued up. I've seen this a
Dire's
lot
top
recently.
tower
This
is under attack.
beast eggs, it looks so strong, but Doom seems to be very good against it because guess what? You are doomed.
It's true.
They actually don't-
Storm gonna go for a kill here? No, he only has himself one Astral Step. I scouted out some camps though, some stacked camps. Perhaps want to try and go for it. Oh, there's Katomi on the top lane,
Tomi's
moving
level
around.
5.
They try and find the kill here onto Miero. Will be able to use the 1 charges, but will still be taken out there, and maybe actually be able to find themselves 2 kills here. They will. Entity getting something out of there. The Ramses rotating in, does have the Chronosphere ready. The bashes are there. They will find a return vengeance kill upon Fishman.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This Beastmaster is
Radiant's bottom
not having a
tower
good
is
time.
under attack.
These stacks are the bell for his stacks are going to be so important. I feel like if Entity can find a way to get them, maybe some item on
Dire's
Toby.
middle tower is under
I say
attack.
that, but only as the Vanguard right now.
Watson, he has to be careful, because Tomi is not too far away from the lane, ready with an Ancient Seal. If they get it off perfectly, along with a Chronosphere as well, it could mean trouble. I mean, just level 6, it's around about half a level away from obtaining the Mystic Flare, and they get themselves a Chrono, they could easily get a very easy kill with the Chronosphere.
Nice stack clearing time, but solo, the bodyguard of old, it's not let him in.
Yeah, they've got that now. Ramsey's trying to farm that up there with the Empower. That's a lot of creeps. He might get damaged quite a bit by that. So obviously, of course, you can see him trying to move back, not take too much damage there. But the Empower really helping out here. How much gold is he accelerated by? Be careful. I think he's alright now. He'll be able to heal it.
Yes, he's in a good place. Master Madness
Radiant's
completed.
bottom
Not
tower is under
a very
attack.
common item that we see these days, but he probably just wanted a lifesteal as the Empower too, so... Farmer boy.
Stormer in the jungle. They use the ultimate of the reverse polarity, the RP, along with the Primal Roar as well, which was firstly used to set up upon Stormer, and they do find the kill here on
Tower is under
9
attack.
Pandas. 2 ultimates used just for that kill. Meanwhile, though, Watson on the top lane with a pounce initiated there upon the Rubik.
Dire's
We'll
middle
find the
tower
kill
is
top.
under attack.
Beastmaster being
Radiant's
kicked out to the
bottom
bottom
tower is
jungle.
under attack.
Very poor, but he is on his way to his eggs. Does still have his triangle to farm if he wants to. Slide wasn't given to him, sadly, but yeah, he's having a great game, and I think you'd be pretty happy with that if you're 9 Pandas.
So looking at Toby, who has been able to actually have a 3 bottom lane, considering Ramses has not been here in a while. and neither is Solo. Toby's just got some space to farm up this Midas. Already has the Vanguard and the Mana Boots. Midas is around about 600 gold away.
Yeah, Entity definitely want this game to go a bit longer. It's just Power of Doom, I guess. But I would say 9 Pandas has pretty good scaling.
Look at mid, Adam. Look at Stormer losing all of his HP here from Magnus. Although, Mystic Flare along with the A for Remnant as well. Is this going to be enough to take down Kiyotaka? Yes, it is.
Power
That was a
of
lovely
Skyrock
bait there.
Mage. Meanwhile, Miro clearing the ancient stacks.
Is under attack.
Another piece of Aghanims completed. I was gonna say, I feel like Stormstormer has been walking around a lot, but not really making anything happen. Finally does net himself a kill.
That was even with a haste rune there on the Magnus. Really quite surprised to see the Aether Remnant land in conjunction. Speaking of that, happens again, but doesn't have anything to dish out to take down Solo. Solo has a lot of HP right now. 3 blood grenades.
There's an Astral Stab on
It is
Ruby.
inventory. Oh, RP, along with Telekinesis as well. Is this going to be enough? Yes, it is. They will find Stormer. In return, the Chain Frost. Is it going to be enough to take down the Rubik? No, it's not. Rubik's going to be able to get away, and Fade bolts the Lich as well. Takes down Fishman. Gets himself a double kill there. And Tada's doing very, very well, though, on the Rubik.
He does waste the smoke. Gets a tip from Solo. It's like, how dare you? I gave you that.
Yes, how's Ramses doing? We haven't seen Ramses. Well, he's got himself the Javelin. He's around about 400 gold away from a Maelstrom, doing very, very well here. But as well as Watson. Stormer finding himself another kill on the top lane as well. Catching him there with the Aether Remnant. As they look to try and find Miero now as well. Watson with a lovely pounce, locking in place the Beastmaster. And that's a double kill there for the Void Spirit.
The hidden path reveals your demise.
Yep, nice rotation. Entity, they realized that top lane is their lane. No one's allowed to be here. Watson is pretty damn strong.
Radiant's top tower
Almost has the
is under
Echo
attack.
Saber completed too. 140 gold away. Oh, he's doing it. Katami, the Flag Tree Skyrock Mage. I'm really curious to see how much impact he has with this build. So I feel like it feels very pubby.
Radiant's
Feels
top
very
tower is
puppy.
under
That is
attack.
a phrase I've never heard.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm going to use that more often.
Very pubby.
It's a very pubby, a pubby place there.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh, we've got a nice replay here from when we saw Torres get himself a double kill there with the stolen Chain Frost as well, and then just turns back and fades bolts Fishman in the face. Very nice double kill there. No action happening as of now. I feel like Entity could be applying a little bit more pressure with the Diffusal Blade. As we've got actually a Mindbreaker coming out here for Watson. I'm not sure if this is an Echo Saber first. Yes, it is.
It is, yeah. Ramses has a Yasha queued up. I wonder what item build he's gonna go for. Maybe once SNY against the Doom.
Possibly. See that? Oh, Kiyotaka. They just pinged Fishman there. Not going for the Blink yet, or a Harpoon on the Magnus. Opting to go for a BKB here. Oh, smoke up though.
I don't mind that. I like the BKB against the Heroes of Entity. I think there's so much magic damage. Slug is one of those mixed damage carries as well. He'll
You
get the
don't think he needs
Harpoon
a Harpoon
eventually.
or a Blink first?
Probably not with Rubik. I mean, he just wants to man fight, right? It's not about repositioning. I think it's not too bad.
Okay.
Arcane power.
I mean, we did see Rubik help out with our RP originally at first.
Dire's
And
bottom
of course,
tower
we
is
have
under
ourselves
attack.
Beastmaster as well to set up with the Primal Roar. So, I suppose in a
Beastmaster
way, it's alright.
Almost has eggs. I wonder if 9 Pandas is able to play around with this. They, like you said, don't really have initiation, but they seem pretty content to be farming. They picked this Faceless Void into the start, and they look like they believe in the matchup.
Oh, jumping forward, Solo. is going to be meeting the brunt of some damage here from Entity. Entity will bat themselves off here as Solo survives with thanks to the utilization of the Flesh Golem. Did place down a tombstone. Oh, but a chrono coming out here onto Katomi. Katomi going to fall here from the hands of Ramses. Defending the high ground here.
For Skyrath Mage. I think that's what you want to do as a carry, you know, you have your spell for so long, like, just press it, get a kill, you know, you're happy, move on, back to farm.
Yeah, easy kill. Like, you might as well use your chrono now instead of saving it for the next game.
That is a bad idea, do not save for next game.
Do not save for next game. That's possibly one of my favorite phrases to use if no one else ever uses their ultimate. But they're going to pounce right upon the Rubik. They will get some vengeance there for Fishman when he was taken out. And they will find the tier 1 tower as well, though. Kiyotaka, oh, with the skewer as well, but a lovely silence from Katomi with the Mystic Flare as well, but Kiyotaka will survive through it, and Watson will be okay.
Surprised he didn't RP there. I felt like Slark would have definitely got a spell off after he skewered.
Well, they're going to turn onto Miero now, slowed down there by the Diffusal Blade. As now the Chain Frost comes out, as that finds the Beastmaster, along with Ramses there as well. Burning his mana, finding the kill. RP though, however, onto Toby. Skewer. Oh, the telekinesis actually screws it up. Toby's actually still alive. Will he survive here? Oh no, that was a misplay there from 9 Pandas. They will lose the Rubik and possibly Solo as well. Underneath this tier 2, that's a bit of a disaster there. Triple kill for Watson.
It's a very big disaster. His Crimson Guard and Doom and the Frost Armor creep is so tanky. Ice Armor, sorry. So tanky. Almost all physical damage on 9 Pandas. Magnus, Beastmaster, Baseless Void.
They would have got that kill, Adam, if it wasn't for the telekinesis.
That dang telekinesis.
So unfortunate. And we have ourselves an Agnims now on Watson, who's disassembled that Echo Saber. Is now going to turn that Oblivion Staff into a Mage Slayer, which is on the way on the courier.
Fishman has a Solar Crest for him as well, so
Bounty.
probably see them get rushed soon.
Radiant are scanning.
Ramses. Maybe initiated on here with the Pounds. The Pounds will connect, but the Force Staff is there. Tyrus. An early Force Staff at 18 minutes. I mean, that's pretty nice for a Rubik, you know, getting that Force Staff first. Meanwhile, is going to be initiated on again. Ramses. No way to escape this time. They scout him out there with the Pounce. Watson able to get the kill.
Yeah, just abusing night vision and setting
on the
up
mid lane,
Kataomi.
Stormstormer may fall here. The Primal Roar is out. RP, though, it's on cooldown. Though Stormstormer does not have himself much mana, is still going to be able to get away there nonetheless as they turn their attention right now onto Toby. Being slowed down here by the boars. He will eat one, but I don't think he's going to survive through this anyway. He will be taken out, as at least he will protect his friend, Stormstormer, who will be able to get out there safely. So he will sacrifice his life for the Void Spirit.
Small deaths, just Entity doing a lot of things in different places, trying to abuse the Stark Vision, trying to take over the Faceless Void side of the map. I like that a lot.
Watson. Gonna have to commit the Shadow Dance there and get out. We'll be fine though. Right, okay, now we're going for Harpoon. Now we've got Harpoon on Kiyotaka.
I'm not sure if it matters
Hopefully
right now.
Do you not think?
I don't know. I feel like he needs to scale better. I feel like, I guess Harpoon's always good. I don't know.
They wanted to go for Toby, but one of the Hellbear neutral creeps just slowed them down. I think they'll still get the kill anyway. Toby in some trouble. Mini rotation here from Stormstormer. Toby's actually still alive here. Oh, a lovely catch there with the A for Remnants. Actually stops Kiyotaka from coming in there with the RP. The Doom is there and applied. Stormstormer very low, just able to escape. Never mind, will be found there by Solo with thanks to the decay. But in return, it's a 2 for 2. The Chronosphere coming out, but that's a big Chain Frost. The Chain Frost will expire. Toby will fall. It's a 3 for 2 as now they turn their attention onto Fishman. That's 4 down. Watson, the only one remaining with no Shadow Dance, has to jump away there with the leap. Will they be able to get the kill tonight, Panthers? Yes, they will! They find themselves 5.
My.
Very nicely played. It looked to be a counter initiation there from Entity, but they were able to hold, turn it around, and 9 Pandas able to get themselves a team wipe and a tier 1 tower top.
Dire's top tower
Tombstone from Solo was so big there. Completely ignored. No one cared about the tombstone at all. And it just slowed down everyone. Ramses came in.
It's a level 4 tombstone. Level 4, just, you know, slowing them down heavily, dealing the damage. I wonder how much damage Solo did in that team fight. Just that tombstone alone.
Pretty curious as well, but I feel like Tombstone's not really a damage spell, more like it just
No,
wants to
that's
annoy
why I
the
was
shit out of you.
interested. Because no one touched it. No one touched it. I'm wondering how much damage the zombies did, especially the fact that, you know, it was level 4. Interesting stuff. Meanwhile, though, both teams now dished off again. They're going to farm up and try and get this. Okay, we got a pipe and a Manta style. Pipe on Doom, Manta style on Void. That's a big camp over there. I've just realised that on the side of Entity's Ancient side, they've got themselves 3 or 4 stacks of Ancient creeps and then 4 stacks of Neutral creeps. Do you see it?
Yeah, it's big. It's
I wonder
money.
did they forget that or what? I don't know.
They're busy.
They're busy. They are busy. They're going to head themselves to the Roshan and try and take this right now. They know that the Chronosphere's down for a minute. 50 seconds remaining on Ramses, but they're going to go smoke right now. 9 Pandas. Try and get there as fast as humanly possible. Kiyotaka does not have himself the blink, but does have himself a skewer to go on in there with an RP. Entity, they realize this. They don't see anyone. They're going to smoke themselves up. Maybe perhaps they can get a counter initiation here and wait beyond the high ground. They may be thinking the Entity is still in the Roche pit. They're going to scout it out here with a Hawk. The smoke's actually going to break there. They see Stormer with the Hawk as Toby just devours it. He eats it. He eats the Hawk. It's gone. So 9 Pandas, they're aware now that they know. Both teams are aware of each other. Who's going to get the first initiation?
It's kind of awkward to find a way to start on Entity because you want to go on the
Another
Magnus or the Undying idea.
Another smoke. 2 smokes here. It's going to break. Miero finds himself Storm with them. Oh, the Primal Roar comes out there. Do they have themselves any lockdown? The RP's there as well. Where's the damage? It's not there. Storm is still going to survive, but a Chronosphere, nonetheless, from Ramses is actually going to catch in free. They find themselves Fishman. Fishman down. Storm is going to be able to use it to simulate and try and get out here, but in return, they've got themselves the Doom to Ramses. Ramses going to fall. Toby now trying to get out. They find themselves a kill of Stormer along with an Artes as well. As that's a 3 for 2. Actually, Lich going to buy back here. Fishman within the fight may fall here. It may be a dieback. They're going to lose 3, potentially 4. Here's Miero trying to focus down Fishman. It's going to be a 3 for 3. Watson just laying in the damage. Look at this Essence shift. He's got himself 32, and he finds himself a triple kill.
Yeah, has the full BKB now.
Wow.
What a monster.
Yeah, there was no one focusing Watson there. Watson was just free to lay in the damage there with the Essence shift. He has himself 96 agility right now, which he has stolen. Fishman trying to help him out here with that Solar Crest. Will they be able to take it? Oh, gotta be careful. Don't die to the Roshan. Okay, he uses his one.
He's fine. His frost shield.
He's fine.
And BKB, Aegis, 13, 1, and 7. This man's feeling it. The ego is still.
You never know, though. You never know. In some cases, some people can get, you know, like 3 times stunned by the Roshan. I've seen that happen before.
That is true.
The worst RNG possible. We have a blink now on Toby. So Toby does have himself some initiation to do now with the Doom. So maybe perhaps Entity can try and turn this around now. Maybe perhaps they will be the ones to initiate the initiations. But another pounce there from Watson, able to clean up the Rubik. Antares will fall by the hands of Watson. This Slark is a little bit out of control right now, but we'll see what the heck happened during that team fight. As you can see, a beautiful chrono here from Ramses. But it was just so much damage that was dished out there in return by Entity to just delete the Faceless Void. But as you can see, Slark not even being touched here. As he was able to utilize his Shadow Dance, move around, you know, find himself the kill on an Artes, come back, find Solo, along with Niero as well.
Too easy.
Too easy.
Nine Pandas just kind of dodging Watson here. Not really be able to fight Kyotaka. Has the Nullifier queued up to deal with the Frost Shield.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Game is feels very entity favored, but it also feels like Nine
Radiant's
Pandas
bottom
have
tower
just
is
really
under
good scaling on
attack.
their heroes and
Dire's middle tower is
can
under
definitely
attack.
come back into the game if they take fights right.
Yeah. Or should they get a smoke up here into TR? Oh, they found themselves a double damage from Watson. Oh, God. If they bump into this lock now, it could be menacing. The
Dire's
fish
top tower is
with a
under
DD
attack.
may find something juicy as his smoke breaks. Oh. They scouted out Miero. Moving forward, Watson not in range to use that diffusal blade. It's a very short range, only 600. So Miero, even with the smoke broken on Watson, will be able to get away. And not be able to utilize the double damage either on the Slock.
Ramses has his
I'm just
BKB
playing
now
safe.
too. They're kind of in a good spot, I feel. Just waiting out the
Radiant's
Aegis
middle
entity
tower
has
is
not
under
been able
attack.
to grow their network fleet with the nighttime Slark.
You have to watch out for the Doom though, right? From 2.
For sure. He has the Manta. He'll dodge it.
He'll dodge it. I hope
dodge
so.
it.
We'll see.
Watson
Dire
hunting
are
again.
scanning.
They do get a scan off. He knows they're there, but his team's not close enough.
Entity sitting on the trees, scouts out. Teros with the sentry.
Hop sees all of them.
Really making sure that they don't fall into the... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. The shadow amulet. The shadow amulet. Oh my gosh. And 4 staffs away. No way. Watson's like, huh? I just saw him a moment ago. What the heck? But yeah, they're distancing themselves quite well here on 9 Pandas. Not letting them get the opportunity for initiation. That needs to be 9 Pandas' job if they are to prevail during the team fight. Because if Doom gets off on either Magnus or the Faceless Void, then it could be very much trouble.
Yep, Ramses knows that, going for the Lincoln next. They are still not being pressured that much by Entity. Watson's just running around.
No,
With
they're
1
not.
minute left on the Aegis. They can't really hit high ground. Probably gonna choose to scale more. It's kind of hard to
Oh,
end the
Miero.
game.
Watson wants to go for it. Watson really wants to go for it. Both pounces don't miss, but he has been able to get off the defusal. There's now Stormstormer tries to come forward here with the Aether Remnant, but it will not connect. And Miero will still survive, as Watson not able to utilize that Aegis of Immortality or a fight there. They will disengage 9 Pandas. They do not want to fight into this Aegis.
Yeah, Entity, they have to be careful now. 9 Pandas can definitely strike back, but they look like they just want to farm, probably get the Lincoln on Ramses. They do have this Faceless Void Magnus Beastmaster kind of tricore. They have really strong late game. Miero's on his way to a Hellbird too.
I'm just laughing at the fact that Toby with his Scorched Earth did come back to his triangle. Was like, oh yeah guys, we actually have creeps here that we didn't take. But we're too busy trying to come back in this game and get ourselves an initiation. It might break. This smoke might break on Kiyotaka. Watson scouting the lead. But he's a little bit too far away from the rest of his team. He has to be careful here.
It's just a lonely fish.
Oh, the smoke's broken. Smoke's broken. Gonna go for Kiyotaka. Not dealing a lot of damage here. The BKB will be committed. One with the Depth Shroud as well. There's RP committed. Just onto the Skywrath, however. Where's the follow-up? The Skywrath is going to fall. Ramses coming forward now, bashing up. Toby has not been able to use the Doom. Kiyotaka may just fall here. The Paz comes forward. They will find the kill. The Chronosphere there onto Toby as well. Toby will fall. That's a 2-for-1. They have lost their Magnus, however. They may actually turn this around. They will indeed. They take down the Slock. Entity really wanted to try and find something there, but Stormstormer was not in the position either to try and help with these initiations. They just weren't able to commit off the Chrono there. And 9 Pandas, because of that, were able to come out on top of that team fight.
And Ramses held onto his BKB too. He just decided to drop the Chrono on the 30% HP Doom, so you didn't need to pop BKB or Mantra. Little heads up play. And Entity, it feels like they've kind of missed the timing here. There's a Skadi on Stormstormer. I was gonna talk about it. It's a super interesting choice. Maybe just wants the the minus healing for Beast Soul Rip and Fizz's Void. I feel like he needs to scale more damage.
So they still had themselves the Doom. Toby did not commit that. They'll clean up their massive stack of creeps, which they've left for about 10 to 20 minutes. That'll be gone. And Shiva's Guard is the next item on Toby's agenda.
Yep, so they are gonna hit this Shiva Skadi timing to probably try to deal with the Faceless Void and the Beastmaster drums. Watson has
as you can see in this replay here, they did use the RP onto Skyrath, but it was just the fact that Toby was too far forward, and they used absolutely everything that they could on 9 Pandas in order to take out this Doom. Because if they would have been applied there onto Ramses or someone else, could have been a bit of disaster. And I think they focused Kiyotaka, sorry, a little bit too much there. He's way too tanky. 3,400 HP. They committed so much to try and take out this Magnus.
Yeah, Slark, he wants these long, drawn-out fights where he gets to steal stats. He doesn't want to like stand there and fight this Magnus, fight this Faceless Void with Beast Aura, with Solar Crest. It looks so difficult. Flash Golem hitting you, Tombstone. Almost complete a Nullifier on Watson. Probably just wants to deal with the 4 staffs, if anything.
Oh, he has to be careful. The smoke. He's going to be the first target, maybe, perhaps. He will pounce away, though. He feels something off. Spider senses are tingling. Might try and follow him, though. He has himself the Nullifier now. So let's see if this helps within the team fights.
1 minute for Roshan.
Oh, they're waiting there in the pit.
It'll be a very big fight. Hog about to fly in.
They don't have any vision of this. Ramsey's actually been scouted out there by the creeps. They're now aware Entity. As they come forward, thinking that Entity are indeed in the Roche pit. They have found themselves solo. As Ramsey's coming forward here with the BKB as well. They do find the kill there. The Doom. Oh, it's been applied onto a Manta Illusion. Ramsey's still able to get off the Chrono. Will be able to lock in too. Trying to lay in the damage now onto Fishman. Fishman will fall. The buybacks both from Skyrath and Lich wanted to try and come back to the fight here, and Artes is going to fall here also. Buyback from Stormstormer. They want to try and win this fight now because this could mean the Aegis Toby falling very low. An RP there has been locking in place. Watson in some trouble. Going to try and get back, but will fall. Buyback there. They're absolutely wiping them out. 9 Pandas are absolutely dealing the havoc. Who cares about buybacks? They're going to go in for more. They want to try and find Stormstormer here. Try and lay in all of the damage. These could be so many diebacks here onto Entity, slowing down Toby. Toby, nowhere to run. Kiyotaka tries to come in with the skewer there, but not able to get Stormstormer. Will be able to get away with the Astral Step, but they've lost so many people. They're still going to go for more. Stormstormer brought back there by the Harpoon. Will be able to utilize his man style here right now and try and turn it around to Ramsey. Ramsey will be able to get away with the time walk there, but turning his extension right now to Miero. Has been able to get telekinesis there. Will they be able to find Stormstormer? Yes, they will. Along with Katomi as well, who's trying to escape near the Tormentor. Will be taken out. That is a team wipe there. 9 Pandas killing so many people. I think they only lost the Rubik in that fight.
Man, that was 8 kills. 3 buybacks. Team wipe 3 buybacks into another 3 kills.
Such a good position there right now.
Man,
9 Pandas
so
losing
impressed with
1.
Ramses.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just the fact that the Doom was also committed onto a Manta style illusion. Did you see that?
Yeah, stuff's Ramses was kind of baiting. Maybe he got lucky, but you know, he's 10-3. I think he's doing so well this game. He doesn't like press his BKB nervously. He's very in the zone right now.
So now they had to clean up the Roshan now. So this will be an Aegis for possibly Ramses here.
My god, Miro has a Hex as well on top of the Hellbrit. They're just scaling a bit too strong right now. The losses of fights are haunting entity very slowly. Ramses is a monster and so is Kiyotaka right now.
It's now winning that fight. I wonder what the graph is like now. The graph has just absolutely shot up for 9 Pandas after that team fight. The XP, the net worth, the win pro. Look at that. I mean, you only lost the support there who bought back in return. You kill, I think, around about 4 people with buybacks, and that was all diebacks.
Top tower has fallen.
Absolutely insane.
Solo is a genius. What can you do? They were in a position where they actually had to buy back for the Roche fight, you know, like getting Aegis on Void. I think they understood that they'll probably lose if that happens.
Dire's top tower is under
I mean,
attack.
Entity, they're going to try and smoke in from the behind.
Tower is under attack.
Try and get the upper hand here. Kiyotaka's hiding in the trees here with a blink. We've got Watson in the back. Wants to try and find someone here within the midst of the trees. As they go forward now, they have themselves the Hex. The Doom has been committed onto Miero. There's a Chrono. Oh, it connects onto 2. Do they have enough damage to take down the Slock in time? Slock, is he going to be able to live through it all? No, he's not. Slock will be taken out, down for 90 seconds. They focus now. Fishman. Fishman falls along with Toby as well. That is 3 dead. GG is called. And game 1 is indeed going to be going here to 9 Pandas, who take this game 1 with absolute style on that last fight on the bottom.
Man, that was quite a frustrating game for Watson. I think he had this like big spike, big lead, and he just couldn't find anyone with his 6-minute Aegis. I think only managed to net like 1 support kill, or the kill of Miero, was it?
I think so, yeah.
Just doing a really good job of dodging, protecting their areas, keeping up their net worth. And it's not like it was a one hero carrying, you know, like Kiyotaka was farmed, Ramses was farmed, towards the end Miero was farmed as well.
Absolutely not. I mean that team fight as well. It looked like, obviously, of course, Watson was having a really good time, but all of a sudden, this whole initiation that they did within the jungle side of 9 Pandas, where they tried to take down Kiyotaka, that he just had so much HP, they weren't able to get through the damage. And with that, just brought a lot of time. Toby wasn't able to get off his dooms, like they had done previously, onto Ramses, which I think won them the fights along with Magnus as well. Weren't able to doom either of them. And with that, they just started to falter behind. Because they were really hoping that Toby would be able to utilize these dooms, but in the end, the initiations just came out from 9 Pandas first. They were the ones to take the initiations, to take these fights to Entity. Whereas Entity, I mean, they even tried to do an aggressive fight on the top, as you saw, come from behind there, but they were able to just play it so well. 9 Pandas, they just had too much damage. They had won, I think, that equates to 2 fights within 1 fight. They killed 8 people? Wait, was it 8 or 9?
It was 8. The 3 buybacks.
Was it 8? I'm sure it was 4.
Maybe.
We're gonna have to check that.
Right.
We're gonna have to check that, but I'm sure it was the 4. But it was absolutely nuts. I can't believe they got that many kills, and they all somehow were able to come back to that fight, and they all fought. But yeah, 9 Pandas coming out on top of that. Who would you say was your who caught your eye in this game? Was it Solo?
Is it Solo? I think he had the highest impact out of everyone. I feel like the top fight, the Tombstone, was crazy. Like, it's not like he put down some insane Tombstone, but the Tombstone was there and it had a lot of impact, you know. And I feel like he reached a point where he was farmed enough that the Flesh Golem was doing a lot as well. This was the one fight where I guess he used his body.
Jeez, was this the right, let's see how many buybacks. Right, so Scaraf's there. Scaraf buys back. Okay, so that's 1. That's 2. Lich buys back. Maybe you're right here. Maybe it was 3 buybacks. Okay, Stormstormer buys back. Toby dies. Buys back. Yeah! Well, it was 4. It was 4. That's a rub it in. But yeah, look at that. There's just no way that they have any damage. They have to get back. It's absolutely insane. Just how much control they had. I think if Ramses, especially with the bash, you know, these Milnir and the Mask of Madness, it was just way too much. And this do you think this Eye of Skadi pickup on Stormer was the correct approach here? Or do you think you should have gone something different?
I'm not sure. I think they were trying to go for his double anti-healing. Sacred Faceless Void. Like, it makes sense, but I also feel like they lack just damage.
Yeah.
Like, having more damage deals with healing too, right? And Slark, he didn't reach the point of the game where he got his Bloodthorn. He went back for the Nullifier, and it just felt really hard for them to do damage in fights.
Yeah, and this is the last fight here. As you can see, was able to get the chrono off, and it was the fact that Toby, there was just so much action going off. Like, I mean, at least he was able to get his Doom off, but I feel like it was casted. Miero was just able to not have a care in the world. You know, he did his job. You know, with the Primal Roar, it's like the damage is done. I don't need to do anymore. You can do me if you want. I don't care.
Still bongoing, slumming, and this Beast Hero it's kind of whack. I guess he had such a bad laning phase. You know, he took ancient stacks, but issue just challenging the stacks. I feel like they could have been in a good enough position because Magnus is pretty heavy hero. He doesn't want to like rotate over. They could have brought. I don't know if Toby's item build could have been changed. Like he went for his Midas Vanguard Arcade, which is pretty normal, but it just felt like they didn't hit this timing where they were strong enough to actually get kills. And maybe the Doom scaling or getting aura items earlier, so the Slark was strong at that point would have changed things for them.
Yeah. It was quite unfortunate for Entity because it did seem like Watson was really dishing out the damage, doing quite well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to be going for a short break, so stick around because we'll be coming back with Game 2 very soon. Will Entity be able to equalize it at 1-1, or will Nine Pandas be able to take it 2-0? Find out shortly because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Dream League Season 20. With myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is 343 Dota. We just saw ourselves Game 1 out of the best of 2 with 9 Pandas versus Entity. It did look like Entity were having themselves quite an excellent time, especially with Watson dealing the damage, dishing it out with the Slark, able to have a great time. But in return, 9 Pandas were able to turn it around and get themselves I think it was a 9-man team wipe. Absolutely
The 9 Pandas
insane.
Living
9
up to their
Pandas taking
name.
out 9 people. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. How did you feel about that game, Adam?
I was so hyped. Like, Entity was so far in the lead, and they just... I wouldn't say they weren't doing the right thing, you know, but 9 Pandas just kind of outmoved them on the map. The Beastmaster Hawks played a big role in that. They waited out the whole 6 minutes Aegis against Nighttime Slark. That's pretty impressive to me. No wards on the map, and they just... Well, 9 Pandas had a draft that would outscale this Slark eventually, you know, and they played it well.
Yeah, no, they did. It was really, really nice to see how they played it out, 9 Pandas, and they did just that. It was great. It was unfortunate, though, as I was speaking about, how, of course, Toby was not able to dish out the what's it called? The Dooms later on within the stage of the game. It was kind of unfortunate that he wasn't able to get them off, but it'll be quite interesting to see how the next game will go, because obviously, of course, game 1 gives both teams a little bit of an idea of how their playstyle is, because obviously, of course, it's only day 1 into the Dream League, and now with this on their minds, maybe perhaps they'll move around some strategies, move around some drafts, and maybe we'll see now with what they want to pick up. I feel like Watson was incredibly comfortable here on the Slark. I don't know if they want to pick it again or it was a one-off, but we'll see nonetheless.
It's definitely a Slark player. I think from what I've realized, at least in SEA, how it works is scaling helps a lot because it's hard to completely shut down the map, and I think that showed in this series and in the first game of LGD. It's just the map is so big, it's so hard to sweep the map. You need to be able to force buildings, force reactions, but when you're not able to do that and snowball off Aegises, it's really hard to end the game.
Yeah, I feel like Entity needed to be the ones that had the initiations. I feel like Toby needed to take the lead. I'm not like, I don't want to like throw like any disrespect in there, but I feel like the Doom was like so crucial in order to win these fights. Like either you use it on the Magnus, of course, or the Faceless Void. But we're gonna speak about the carry. Watson versus Ramses. We got the stats here for either one of these characters. Let's take a look at their performance here between both of them. So Ramses, he did have him a little bit of a hard time on the Faceless Void, but he was able to come back and get himself these very nice 2 or 3-man chronos, and at this point he was very, very hard to actually take out and dish out incredible amounts of damage. Meanwhile, Watson, on the other hand, had himself a great early game and was able to help his team with lots of kill potential, but unfortunately for him, I think that 9 Pandas just got way too tanky, were able to dish out way more damage than from what he could handle, because he got himself a lot of aggressive items, and his only defensive item was a BKB. He didn't have a very large HP pool, this Slark, and was very dependent upon using his Depth Shroud and the Shadow Dance, so it kind of fell out a little bit there, but as you can see with the results that we see here from Predator of the performance between both the carries, it was pretty close. It was pretty close-handed between these two. I think they both played incredibly well.
Yeah, they did. I mean, it's a matchup thing, right? Like this Slark against Faceless Void, you can't really fight the Void when he's on even net worth with you. He just bashes you, and then you have to pop your ult, you have to pop your shroud, and then the Chrono comes in. There's this RP, there were the Hex on Beastmaster, Halberd too, being super annoying. Slark wants to build stacks, wants to be in these long fights where he can become stronger, but it was just really hard to do against 9 Pandas lineup.
Yeah, it was incredibly hard, but we will be blessed with Game 2 shortly. Do you think there's anything they could have done differently here on Entity to try and turn this around? Do you think it was more in regards to timings and being a lot more aggressive here to try and get the upper hand?
I think they needed to scale more evenly, especially on Stormstormer. I think maybe going for like a Daedalus or something to help kill heroes faster in the fights. Because I think if you get like 1 or 2 kills with the right initiation in the fights, then Slurk can slowly play his slow game that he wants to play. And you know, this Magnus was tanky, the Void was tanky, the Beast was tanky, so it's really the supports that you can kind of target. I think Solo was like a really important kill throughout the game, but no one was really able to bring him down quick enough. You know, we saw like almost every fight he would get his Tombstone down, his Flesh Golem, and then we have like Antares on the... apologies, what did Antares play? The Rubik?
Rubik.
Yeah, it was just...
Rubik.
They're just really annoying heroes and they got to stand at the back all the time. And I feel like if Entity could find a way to wrap around or like just kill a hero or two off the bat, then Stark can take over the fight.
Do you think that should have been Stormer's job then, to try and find these supports in the back lines and try and cause havoc to the point where they turn their attention onto Stormer? Because I felt like that would have been a strong suit for Entity.
I think he needed to find a way to be able to be strong enough to kill supports. Because I think the Skadi idea was okay, but it's not what they needed at that time. They needed damage and they needed a way to outnumber in fights. And not outnumbering just meant that 9 Pandas were stronger.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was kind of difficult a little bit to try and take out Solo as well, especially with his Flesh Golem, because you literally press one button and then all of a sudden you've got yourself around about 1,400 HP extra. Or something along the line, something stupid like that, but it's kind of nuts how much HP you actually get when you use the Flesh Golem.
He was having a good game as well, like just from the few fights, especially the top one. He had this Solar Crest, he had the Plate Mail. He was so tanky, and even though they finally managed to bring him down first in that one fight, it was kind of too far behind in the game at that point. Ramses was just way too strong, Kiyotaka as well. They just had super high net worth, and Slark didn't enjoy playing into those matchups very much.
I have to say though, if you compare some of their supports as well, between Entity and 9 Pandas, like we saw like a really impactful Scarif Mage within the first series of the day, which was EG versus LGD. The second stage, like Katomi, he was able to actually apply like a lot of aggressive pressure, help this lock, gain some kills, but from there on out, it just felt like it kind of like falled behind. Along with Fishman as well. I think it was all because these supports were taken out fairly quickly. And this is what you were speaking about, the fact that you need this kind of hero that can take out the backlines here so you can outnumber them. And I think that's what 9 Pandas literally did on the other side. They were able to take out Scarif and the Lich so quickly because these are really squishy supports.
Yeah, 9 Pandas lineup were very formation based, you know, they're able to protect each other. You have the RP, you have the Chrono, you can just kind of throw it, you know, at that point in the game. Ramses is the carry, who cares if you Chrono your teammates? And
I think I saw Solo get Chronoed like 3 times.
He definitely did, but the Tombstone did not, which is what mattered. And I think at that point it's just how do you break their formation, you know, and Entity didn't really itemize in a way where they could do that. They tried to press their advantage. Maybe they felt they were more ahead in the game with the Doom, especially with all the auras, but it was just not enough to break the wall of 9 Pandas.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate there, but we will be blessed with, of course, a game 2. See how this one turn out. What do you think, it'll be another 1-1, or do you think 9 Pandas will be able to take a 2-0 here?
I can see the 1-1. I think this is something where you learn against teams where you want to scale more, or maybe they just felt like they did something wrong while sweeping the map, because Entity was definitely in the lead this game, and I think they should like take it too hard. I think it'll be 1-1.
Okay. Well, we'll see if it's a 1-1 anyway, as the game will be coming in, hopefully, I think, quite soon. Won't be too long before we get the next game ongoing. But I'm quite surprised that, do you remember when we were speaking about, I was like, I wonder why Beastmaster wants to level the Wild Axes, and you say, you know, able to climb back. I think that's exactly what Miero did, you know, with the Wild Axes, Agnims, and able to climb back from them.
I mean, he was being bullied for the most part of the game, but it's also mainly due to the nature of the Magnus and Void, right? Like, it's not easy for them to come and fight this overfarmed Slark and Void Spirit early into the game. But
yeah,
like I said, the map is big, and as much as Entity pressed into the triangle, like we saw some cool pickoffs on the Void by Katomi and the Slark just using the Slark night vision, but there's still just more space on the map, and eventually Miro also hit this X timing, and I think Entity felt it as well, which is why they went for this like Skadi Shiva kind of strategy into the mid late game.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be blessed with Game 2 out of this best of 2. We'll come straight into the draft. We have some interesting bans from you, which we can see on the screen. And oh my gosh, Batrider, he no longer has invisibility. You can see him on the banned list. You can finally see him. There he is. Batrider's banned from 9 Pandas. They'll ban that first ban again. And they'll also ban out Venomancer. Meanwhile, on Entity, they will ban both heroes which 9 Pandas played previously, which was the Magnus on Kiyotaka and Miero's Beastmaster. And they'll first pick up the Doom once again. I mean, they had pretty good impact with the Doom at the early stage of the game. I think it was just some small conundrums that happened during the late stage of the game. They'll feel like if they put in some focus, then they'd most definitely be able to work with the Doom and utilize it once again. But Techies comes out for 9 Pandas. Something that you were speaking about, Adam. They finally get it.
Yeah, that's an interesting trade, but I can understand why Entity went for a Doom. I think 9 Pandas have been prioritizing the Doom much more as well, so they probably feel like this hero is OP. I think a lot of people do. I don't know if it's more OP than Techies, but it is a core at the end of the day. This Timber Saw is interesting to me though. I feel like we've seen so many like Timber bans and first 2 Timbers this past 3 games at least. I wonder why. In the EG series, I felt like it was just a whisper thing, you know, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the DreamLeague meta right now.
The DreamLeague meta. We've had one day, Adam. What do you mean DreamLeague?
Yeah, that's how the meta is born. I mean, teams have been screaming before this, right? You know, so there is kind of a flow of things.
Of course, of course. The DreamLeague meta. It did make me laugh then. It's like, oh, we've had one series, you know, DreamLeague meta, you know, seen it in the game, yeah. No worries, but we've got some reserve time coming out from Entity here. They're going to try and see what they want for their second pick. They're actually thinking really hard about this one.
Trend setting. Probably thinking of the Morphling here if I'm Entity. It's just a big comfort hero for Watson. You know, you're down 1-0, it's kind of what you want to do. They go for a Monkey King, which is, I guess, the more normal response against the Timbersaw, but I don't know. I feel like after watching New play it earlier, I feel like you can kind of get through the lane.
Do you think they can move this? Do you think this is most definitely a safe lane monkey?
I think the idea of the monkey against Timber is that if the Timber moves, you get to move the monkey accordingly. So if the Timber goes mid, for example, you just put the monkey mid and you can mirror the matchup because monkey is kind of flexible that way.
Yeah.
So it makes your draft very easy to continue because the monkey can always follow where Timber goes. Like you don't need to overlap on heroes that counter his Timber Saw.
Okay, so coming into the second ban phase, we've got ourselves Terrorblade, which will be banned out here. So not going to be getting that.
I wonder if they'll remove the Undying. I feel like Solo had a very big impact on Toby's lane in the last game.
Really? Okay, we'll see if they decide to ban that one out. No one's to go against Wind Ranger either entity. They'll ban that one out too. I feel like they're banning heroes which really require, you know, Doom to target them with his ultimate. Maybe perhaps they're saving it for like Timbersaw again if he gets like out of control. So they just want one hero which they definitely need to control with Doom here. So they're banning out heroes which would take away Doom's attention, and then maybe perhaps like they would need to try and get 2 heroes out of a Doom.
Yeah, there are also heroes that are just good against the Monkey King, I think. So they pick this monkey, just trying to protect it in their own way, which I think is good. A lot of teams do this. Usually you'll see like 2 dedicated bans and then another ban for your 15 and 17 pick. Sorry, 16 and 17 pick.
So we'll see what they'll ban from that. We've got a little bit more time remaining. Or maybe perhaps they'll take some time to think about it, considering this may be a ban for what they want to pick in the third phase. They'll ban out Morphling. Okay. Morphling banned.
Alright, so Undying still in the pool. I'd be really surprised if 9 Pandas don't take it or if Entity don't try to steal it away. I don't know if you want a Morphling, sorry, Monkey King Undying lane though. Doesn't sound like what Monkey wants. Taking some time here, 9 Pandas. They do have second pick, so you'll most likely see them save the 2 core matchups, unless they want to ban, for example, Ember here and pick Pango. But I don't really see the need to do that.
Let's see what we'll go with here. Yeah, still taking some reserve time to think about this one. And then we'll see what Entity want to pick up with their 2 picks. I mean, this is giving Entity a lot of time to actually relax and have a bit of a stretch. But the ban comes out, Lich will be banned, and Pugna is picked up here.
I like this. It's nice against the Monkey King. It kind of protects you in the Wukong. Obviously not the best against Doom, but what's really good against Doom? You do heal through Doom actually, so I guess Pugna is good against Doom in a way. A battery for the Timber helps you keep your heroes on the map, which is what 9 Panda kind of likes. They have this farming playstyle from what I've seen.
Yeah. And Scarif Mage. Picked up here for Entity. They're more than happy to go with the Scarif Mage once again. Maybe perhaps things will turn out differently for the offlane this time.
What is Fishman gonna play? Or is this a Fishman Scarif Mage? I feel like it's always Katao me, but I think having something like a Spirit Breaker kind of hero could be really nice for Entity here. Just someone that's able to move around. Some Earth Spirit-esque kind of +4. Fishman. What's he gonna play? Clockwork maybe? Against Pugna and Techies. Timber is not the worst.
Possibly. Can't think about what they would want there. Oh, here it comes. What's it going to be? It's an Undying. Undying will actually be picked up away from 9 Pandas. They'll be the ones to play Undying this time.
I think that's okay. It gives you like a very secure lane against Timber. It gives you this area, right? Right now Entity has like Wukong and Tombstone, and 9 Pandas doesn't really have an answer for the things on the floor.
There's reserve time eating out once again. 9 Pandas with their 4th pick. Carry or mid lane? That is the question.
It'd be more ideal to pick a carry here just because of what's been banned, and you can save your last pick mid for the mid matchup because you don't see Stormstormer's hero yet.
Yeah.
Either there you pick something that goes well with the Pugna, maybe like a Storm Spirit, or dare I say Medusa.
Oh yeah, Medusa's still in the pool. I forgot about that.
I feel like the Pugna makes the Monkey matchup pretty okay because if he does get Wukong on you, you can just decrep and walk out.
Yeah.
But 9
What's it
Pandas
gonna be?
do not have stuns
It is.
right now.
Yeah, Medusa gets picked up from 9 Pandas.
I like it. I think it makes sense with their draft, and it's really not too bad against what Entity has.
So quite a troublesome hero here for Entity now. And you've got really good survivability here on this Medusa, of course, with spamming out the Mystic Snake. And Doom really doesn't want to get himself boots all that quickly. He wants to try and get himself a Vanguard, but you'll be able to just sustain on this and keep on pushing out the wave with this Mystic Snake. I don't think you'll ever be able to get this tier 1 tower.
So Pango Band, just a diffusal hero against Dusa, really good against the other 3 heroes as well. Nothing too surprising. Is there another hero to ban? Where's the Stormer Arc Warden? This is the game.
What, late game versus late game? That's going to be like an 80-minute game for us, Adam.
We take those. If it's entertaining, we take those. I feel like they need something to help them scale. Like even I think Sniper's kind of dead. I guess Arc Warden is the. I feel like it's more fitting because Stormstormer has played it before.
Okay, well let's see. They ban out the Void Spirit. Entity actually not picking that up this time. If they don't want it, they will ban it. So we'll not allow 9 pandas to take it. The last pick going to 9 pandas once again. So what does Entity want to reveal? First, it's an Invoker. Okay. Invoker on Entity.
I'm pretty.
So they've got
torn
themselves
on
some
this
mana
hero.
drain with the EMP. So I wonder if this is going to be a Crosswex or an Exalt.
Probably Crosswex. It's a good vessel game. You want it against Timber, against Pugna. But the thing I don't like about EMP against Pugna is, well, Pugna refills your mana, you know. But I can see why they picked it, and it is his most played hero by far. So Entity again drafting around their players, which I really respect. I feel like they always have this like formula for themselves, you know, and they play that way.
Yeah. As 9 pandas, last pick Mirana. Oh,
Surprise!
But did that surprise you?
Yeah, did
Miero,
not surprise
position
you?
3 Mirana. I mean, yeah. But I just found it really comedic value. How you're like, what? What is this hero that's just been picked up? Okay, Mirana 3, Miero.
I think
Gonna
the
be
concept
playing this
of
one.
why they picked it is similar to why they banned the Wind Ranger. It's just this range core that's good against Monkey King in the lane. You know, you don't really ever die to Monkey King. You're mobile, you jump around. And Moonlight Shadow is pretty nice to have.
So yeah, they'll move the Timbersaw to the mid lane, as Kiyotaka will be playing the Timbersaw. And obviously, of course, Ramsey's on carry. Obviously, not to expect anything else. With Solo, so it's actually going to be a Pugna 5. I thought it was actually going to be Techies. I'm not sure whether Solo or Antares. I don't know the
Antares is
comfortability
the
between
dedicated
Pugna or
techies player.
Right. Okay. Okay. So that makes perfect sense then. Why Antares is on the techies then as possible.
I wonder how
So what
Entity is
an
feeling
interesting
about the
lineup
Mirana
indeed.
pick. It's pretty interesting, but I think based on last game, they like care about their lanes a lot, and they just want to play to scale, you know. And Mirana kind of heroes, they fit that concept because you can play far on the map and drag out the game. Moonlight's always a threat, you know. So I can kind of understand why they picked it, but I feel like they have not played this hero before.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hop into game 2. This best of 2, of course, with 9 pandas versus Entity. 9 pandas have won game 1, but will Entity be able to equalize this, or will they lose this and 9 pandas take a clean 2-0? We will find out. What do you think, laning-wise? Obviously, of course, Timbersaw has moved mid, and we've got Miero on offlane as Mirana. What lane do you think would be the one to look out for? I don't know if it's going to be quite passive on the mid. You want to watch this offlane.
Yeah, I
on
feel
9
like
pandas.
mid's like some dead lane, you know. It's the
It is.
it's
It
the
is. It
blunt
is.
axe against the hard lumber tree. The Medusa lane looks kind of boring, just spamming left and right.
Mystic
But
Snakes,
Mirana, though, why would you not watch Mirana? He has a Blightstone too. He's ready. He's ready to
Ramses
pound.
is rocking out the old Medusa set. Do you remember that? This is like no Immortals. This was like back in the back. I wouldn't really say back in the day,
Yeah,
well,
well,
quite a long
Ramses
while ago
is from
when
back in the
Immortals
day
weren't
too.
big. I know. But this was when like Immortals weren't that big. Now you see Immortals everywhere. It's like, oh, I'm gonna get a mortal skin. Now my hero looks like a disco ball.
The battle
I remember
begins.
Ramsey started going to lands like the same year that I was, and I would always see him, and we would never talk, but I would always say hi to him because he's just some cute kid. He would be like in a jersey, and he would be wearing like football shorts, you know, like the football shorts you wear at home, you know. He was just always be wearing that, and he was so cute, and he's like so small.
Literally wearing football shorts right now. But yeah, let's have a look at the. I don't know if we are gonna actually have a look at the offlane at some point. We've got ourselves fixated on mid. The Storm actually putting 1 point into Exhort here to try and secure that range. People actually not get it. Not get denied.
winning.
Exactly.
It happens. I mean, he has Midas queued up, so it is going to be an Exalt Invoker. No cross wax here. I think with the Mirana coming out and that Timber being mid, the Mana Bird's not going to have that much of an impact. You just want something that messes with the Medusa later on, and I think they need some Timber killing power.
So let's see how Miara is. So what would we be leveling here and buying on this offlane Mirana? I'm presuming an Atos, with it being a universal hero.
I would think so. So Atos Manta.
Atos Manta,
Maybe Lincoln,
Very
later on,
normal.
Skadi, Gleipnir.
Leipnir, yeah.
I expect the
Every stat
Atos.
item under
yeah,
the moon.
yeah. There's like a list, right, of universal heroes.
It's only for
Diffusal,
like
Echo,
range,
Manta.
yeah, range or melee heroes.
Oh,
Echo Saber, range hero, Atos. Although, meanwhile, speaking of the Mirana bottom, Leaper's gonna have to be committed there to get away. Actually,
Antares is
Seeing
in
this is-
trouble.
he's hiding around in the trees though.
Good.
Tares is
Sick.
completely fine. Yeah.
That was very nicely done by Antares. He actually didn't bother hitting the tombstone. He went to kill a creep for Miro to level up, so he got leap at level 2.
Just laying in the damage now, controlling the creep wave quite nicely here on the bottom lane for 9 Pandas.
Toby's getting
On
chased
the
down
top.
in the top lane.
He is solo with that Never Blast. I don't think it's gonna hit.
Grenade.
Oh wait, maybe it will. Blood grenade.
Yes, stick.
That might be a kill. Yeah,
One
there's a
more
kill.
hit.
Oh, one more hit. Yeah, he's got it. First blood for solo.
Oh no, he's gonna miss the wave too.
Blood to punch.
Oh, that's double range creeps as well. And it's one of the
It's
flag
gonna live.
bearers.
It's gonna
No.
live. He's fine. Tommy did a good job of pulling it towards the
Oh,
middle.
okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he got the flag bearer. Okay, at least he got that gold.
All things fall.
I guess one good thing though about having Exalt on Invoker mid is you can deny quite heavily against Kiyotaka, because obviously, of course, you only have the right clicks and the Whirling Death to actually last hit here. And Exalt Invoker has himself a lot of physical damage to dish out during the laning
I
stage.
take what I please.
Look where Kiyotaka is. He was just cutting the wave by himself. So much free gen and armor. Doesn't really care too much about the Force Spirits.
Ramsey's doing alright here, just being a pretty passive late. Oh, never mind, solo. Taking quite a lot of damage there. Kitomi might come in for a kill here. Concussive shot on cooldown for just a few more seconds. Solo just needs to be quite careful of his positioning now, because could find himself to die here. Meanwhile, on the bottom, though, they are going for a kill with the tombstone. Tares, are they going to dive the tower? Yes, they are. They find the kill. In return, though, Miero
Oh, sounds right.
actually going to go for Fishman there. Fishman survives. And they will just get the kill onto Techies here. Inside of Entity.
Monkey King actually farming pretty well down here. I think Fishman doing a good job of eating a lot of the harass. Also, Watson's skill build is pretty different. No Jingu. He understands that it's hard to get Jingu stacks against the double range, so they're playing for this Decay Tombstone. We try to kill heroes.
Oh, Sacred Arrow attempt bottom. It will not connect onto Watson. This is just pretty passive right now. Not much action going on, but I hope it'll change within
Fishman.
a few. Oh, Sacred Arrow. Fishman dead. And Miero can just pounce away with the leap. And maybe perhaps they can find a kill onto Watson as well. Oh, nice balance strike with the Sunstrike there. Stormstormer picks up that kill onto the Mirana.
Yep, probably forgetting about the Invoker.
Mero did not expect that.
Kill onto Solo as well.
Radiant's top tower is under
top lane.
attack.
Vanguard achieved for Toby. So able to start tanking up quite nicely now on the Doom off lane.
Dire are
Yeah, he's
scanning.
playing from kind of behind here. Ramsey's almost complete free farm. Oh, arrow, good.
Oh, nice Sacred
That's good,
Arrow.
Fishman.
Fishman. Maybe in some trouble again. Fishman down.
Oh my,
Will be able to get off the Tombstone.
There's a
Sunstrike
Sunstrike
comes
and-
in. It won't connect. But disarmed and not able to get off the Jingu. Never mind. The Jingu's there. Does have Balance Strike ready. Tries to avoid the Starstorm, but not able to get it on time. But heals up there from the Balance Strike and the Jingu Mastery on that creep camp.
Oh, Watson.
Meanwhile,
So
oh,
what's your-
Watson getting very low, falling slowly. Sacred Arrow able to dodge it with the Mischief, but it won't be enough to save his life. They obtain the kill onto Watson.
Nice rotation from Solo. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka pressuring Stormstormer quite a bit here.
Yeah, with that shield rune. Possibly one of the most broken runes now you can get. All caught with the Chakram. The ice wall is there to slow down Kiyotaka. Does have more mana here for a Chakram. Will be enough to take down Stormstormer? Yes, it will. It's now going to try and Timber Chain away here. Watson wants to come forward to try and find the kill, but just being healed up quite a lot here with 30 stacks of reactive armor. You cannot take down this Timbersaw. He is too big. He is going to get slowed down, however, by the concussive shot. But look at this. Timber Chain, TP's away, and there's no cancel because the Balance Strike was already used.
And there was so much pressure from him. He zoned Stormstormer from the wave. Fishman came over, couldn't help, and then he forced Watson's TP as well and gets out. Very nicely done.
Watson just coming back now to farm. And meanwhile, he's kind of being pressured here, and Medusa's like 1k net worth ahead, and this is not at her final form yet. Only 1 point into split shot, not even farming the jungle yet, and it looks like Fishman is going to be taken out here once again, and he will.
Take his Pugna. So much damage. Any ancient stacks? No stacks yet for 9 pandas, but I expect to see more later on. It's because Ramses is having such a good time. Almost has his Yasha with his power trades.
So much magical
Radiant's
damage.
bottom tower is under attack.
And Fishman's going to come back bottom with Katomi rotating in there with the concussive shots. Sunstrike will connect there. Techie's down. Katomi will get the kill.
Alright, so far it's looked like a battle of bot lane. Both teams trying to... One team trying to kick Watson out and the other team trying to keep Watson there.
Sorry about that.
Mirana has Atos queued up and then Blink Dagger. I wonder if he'll actually go for that
Radiant's
after
middle
Atos.
tower is under attack.
He's gonna play as a setup maybe.
Toby's still fine though, farming up slowly. Going for that Midas next. But Ramsey's keeping the tower alive with thanks to the Mystic Snake. So just having a free lane right now on the Medusa.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Stormstormer moving to the jungle. About to get himself a Midas very soon, but they may lose their middle tier 1 tower here onto Entity. Oh, Kiyotaka rotating top here because there's a massive fight. They've been able to utilize the Doom here onto Ramses, but able to live through it with thanks to 3 points into this mana shield. Will still survive, and Watson will fall here along with Toby. That is an absolute disaster. That's not what they
having a
wanted.
good
Radiant's
game.
middle tower has fallen.
No one's having a good game on Entity, it feels like. Stormer trying to go for solo, but
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pugna versus no stun, very strong.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Kiyotaka
attack.
wants to go for Stormstormer, but a lovely silence there from Kotomi. Stormstormer may fall there
But
here,
could
though. He
die,
will.
though.
The Chakram and the Timber Chain. Kiyotaka's still living through it all. He's going to turn it back with the Chakram. Oh, will fall there,
that
though.
was close.
From the decay. Fishman will come in to save Watson before he's taken out there, and they lose a second call.
And he gets the invoker kill, and the tower goes down as well.
Oh, no, Anotes.
no, Watson is
Anotes.
gonna dodge it, I believe.
Oh, dear. He can't dodge it.
Radiant's
Comes in with the
bottom
haste
tower
rune
is under
there,
attack.
and the blast off takes down the carry and waddles along the way. Taurus.
Alright, battery time. Look like 9 Pandas wanna keep following this invoker. No Midas farming for you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So now they look to pressure the bottom, 9 Pandas. Just here.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Tower.
under attack. Dire's
I
middle
want to try
tower
and respond,
is under
Entity.
attack.
Having the best of times right now. They really need someone who can provide them some impact. I mean, it's really difficult, you know. They have themselves this Invoker Midas. They're going to get themselves a Midas as well on Toby, who's not able to actually apply any pressure as of yet. And Watson's not doing very well on the carry either. He's been taken out quite a bit here. The Kiyotaka on the Timbersaw has been laying in the damage. They just have no space right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So it's Solo chasing.
It's so hard for Entity
Fishman
to
away.
recover. It's really the invoker game right now, and they're trying to play for him, but Watson is just not having a good time from his rotations and the laning phase. Meanwhile, Ramses is so far in front of the
Radiant's
network.
middle tower is under attack.
So far. And it got initiated on again and doomed by Toby, along with Stormstormer, but just able to live through it at 1,100 mana. Stormstormer falls. Toby's going to get slowed down there by the Mystic Snake, along with the Chakram there too. And will just be completely decimated by Kiyotaka's Whirling Death. That's level 3. It's wiped out there,
Radiant's
both of
top
them.
tower is under attack.
Trying to take the advantage here, to try and shut down Ramses, but the rotations and the fact that this
Radiant's
Medusa
top
is
tower
just
has fallen.
unkillable, even with the utilization of this Doom, is becoming a big problem here for Entity.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What can you even do in this situation?
We pray that Stormstormer can carry you. It's kind of just waiting for 9 Pandas to mess up. They have,
They're going to smoke up though, maybe perhaps go for Miero? Or they're going top? They're going
they won
top.
the Timber kill. Skyroft's level 6. No Hood, no Yules. They'll get Mirror instead.
Oh, they're actually, yeah, they're going to go for Miero instead. Sunstrike claims the kill. Kiyotaka's going to take the high ground here, though Entity are
Here's
going
the
to
move.
pursue.
Radiant are scanning.
Kiyotaka being a little bit aggressive here. Oh, breaks the tree with the Chakram.
Nice tornado.
On the low ground there by the tornado comes out there from Toby. Will pursue Solo. Not able to live through it all from that life drain. Will be taken out, though will sacrifice his life as Kiyotaka able to get away safely here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just solo doing solo things. Almost gets the Wisdom Rune as well. Space for team. Antares already has a 4-staff. Almost catching up to Watson in that nerf.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Rough game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
He has Octarine queued up on the Invoker. I'm not sure if I've seen this before. It's like straight up. first
Octarine on
item.
Invoker?
Like first item. I don't know if he'll go for travels first. He's
Wow.
kind of far behind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, Octarine on Invoker. Second item.
Venge.
They're going to use the Moonlight Shadow here. 9 Pandas jumping forward. They got themselves an Atos. And a Sacred Arrow onto Fishman as he falls by the hands of Kiyotaka. And maybe perhaps they'll get themselves Katomi as well. Look at all that pure damage come out and just slams the Scarf to the ground. Double kill for the Timbersaw.
Yeah, Sage and Kayadan, Arcane Rune.
The prize is
No real way to kill him. I feel like we haven't seen a Doom yet. Just the one on Ramsey's in the top
Radiant's
lane.
middle
Speaking of
tower is
Doom.
under attack.
Speaking of Doom, Adam, they're going for Toby. They don't have a cancel for that TP.
It's
He will
fine.
get out.
It's alright. Smokes up. We go again. Rune spawning soon too.
Is what can Entity do right now? They have themselves Doom on Toby. There's Kiyotaka smoked up here. Oh my
Oh
gosh,
no, they
Toby's
find
just
Toby
been
anyway.
annihilated. Absolutely deleted, and Fishman may meet the same fate here as well, as he's just running around. Atos locks him in place. Double kill for the Timbersaw, as Fishman declares with the voice lines he hates his life. Oh, sorry, hates life. So,
Radiant's middle tower
I don't
is
blame
well, at the
under
moment
attack.
I would be, if I was this Undying right now. It would not be a good game. As Katomi, very close to.
Radiant's bottom
Onto
tower
this there.
is under attack.
Man, it's so hard to dodge these. The Timbersaw because
Radiant's middle
he's so
tower
strong and
is
he's just
under
going
attack.
in. And Taras is always behind him with a force staff to help him disengage. There's this battery from Solo who will break the smoke.
Oh my gosh, Solo's able
once
to
again.
maybe escape. Oh, never mind. Power Strike and Mystic Flare will find the kill on the Pugnet. Meanwhile, though, Ramses has himself a Manta style and is halfway to completing his Eye of Skadi. I think once they get this, I think they might just end the game.
Allies disappear.
It's a possibility. They're going to use the Moonlight Shadow here. I think they want to try and get Toby here. He's going to smell something occurring and get himself away there with the Tornado. Smoke from 9 Pandas, though, as 3. They're going to try and invade the triangle. The smoke may break onto Fishman here. It is going to indeed. Scout out Fishman using the K. Sacred Arrow comes in.
Oh, Fishman.
Scout out Fishman. Oh, a lovely tombstone on the cliff there.
Radiant's
They're actually going to try and fight this Kiyotaka. He's been doomed, but in return, Toby will doom himself because of that Lotus. But nonetheless, this might be worth it. The Sunstrike, it will connect. The Timbersaw has been taken down.
Yeah,
Now they'll
this rune-
try and
oh,
go for
Fishman, no.
Zares.
The mines.
Tara's going to escape. Yes, he is. In return,
They're still
Sar's
fighting
not
though.
the Pugna there. Pugna going to try and escape, but slowed down there by the Flesh Golem. Going to try and heal up there with the Saw. Oh my gosh, the Life Drain actually able to hold his ground and turn it back. It'll be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, they get the Timbersaw. It's a huge kill. Medusa, unfortunately, almost has Skadi though.
Yeah,
Minute
that is a
19.
problem.
Solo, no, don't steal my Skadi. And once Ramsey starts joining these fights,
Radiant's
I think
top
it's
tower is under
gonna
attack.
be almost impossible for Entity. They need everything to land perfectly. Watson going for the Vessel instead of the Diffusal, which he has queued up. I like this. I think they need a way to try to kill this Pugna techies, Mirana, even if they're able to.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And Kiyotaka trying to scout out and find a kill, but you can see here just the fact that Kiyotaka was on his own. There was no one else to help him apart from Antares on the techies here.
Feeling a bit too strong, but the pure damage from Sunstrike and just Flash Golem hits do hurt. Don't think he had armor stacks as well.
The net worth's not looking too good. I think Ramsey's almost doubles the net worth of Watson here
Radiant's
right
middle
now,
tower is under attack.
which is a big problem.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The arrow scouting for something here with the Moonlight Shadow. Okay, attacker just cutting the wave here. And they will be able to find them this middle tower. Will they look to go for more here? Nine
Radiant's
Panda.
middle tower
Seems
is
like
under
they'll
attack.
rotate bottom now and
Dire's structures
try and
are
find the
fortified.
bottom tier 2. Be interested to see whether they go the high ground. Oh, they're trying to scout out for something. Stormstormer gonna try and TP.
Radiant's
Both
bottom
will TP
tower
away.
is under attack.
Not too many stuns on 9 Panda's draft, but kicking them out of the area is still good, even though they don't get their kills. Conveniently, the tier 2 tower here is here anyway. Ramsey's starting to participate with his Skadi, Soul Crest on Antares as well.
Radiant's bottom tower
They
is
might-
under attack.
I feel like it's too
Radiant
early to poke high
structures
ground,
are
but they might try to
fortified.
force a reaction here.
Okay, and they've got themselves the second tier 2 in 21 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
What are they going to do? Are they maybe perhaps just going to try and get themselves Roshan and end this? Because I feel like that could definitely be the case here. Ramses is ever so big right now.
Dire's top
They might
tower
just try
is
to wait
under
for
attack.
another item on Ramses, because you don't really want to hit high ground with just Manta Skadi. Maybe a Crystallis or...
Yeah, they're going
Even the full
crystals right
Blade.
now. He's almost got it. He's got the broadsword. He just needs the blades of attack and the recipe. And I think he should get that
Radiant's
once they
bottom
take down the
tower is
Roshan.
under attack.
It's going to be really hard for Entity to hold.
Dire's top
contest
tower
here from
is under
Entity.
attack.
The Roche will be in the hands of 9 Pandas. Put it on Ramses.
Roshan has fallen.
Or Kiyotaka, okay. Alright, put it on
Dire's top tower is
Kiyotaka. I mean,
under
he's going to be the
attack.
one providing space to Ramses so that he can just hit the objectives, the buildings.
I like that a
suppose
lot.
Kiyotaka will be the one.
I feel like Ramses isn't at the point where he wants to hit buildings with the Timber standing behind. He's not that farmed yet, even though he's super ahead of the game.
Kiyotaka is going to TP top though and try and push out this top wave. They have one more tier 2 tower to take. Oh, they're actually going to go forward there with the Doom. They're going to initiate right now to Kiyotaka. The Wukon's command comes out along with the Battle Strike as well. Do they have themselves enough damage to take down this Timber Soul? Yes, they do. They will cancel that Aegis. Will be spawning back. Fishman will sacrifice his life for the taking out of that Aegis of Immortality. They found themselves Kutomi as well, who's been revealed by the Dust of Appearance. They will find a second kill there for 9 Pandas. But very nicely done there from Entity.
Yeah, small victories. In a more even game, it would have mattered even more. I think that was a very fresh Aegis as well. Barely 5 minutes left.
Is it still going to go high? Or
There's
well,
no
they
Doom,
should clear the tier
no
2. right?
Wukong. Maybe it was
Fair
an
enough, fair enough.
intentional death.
We've almost got it.
Radiant's
Tier 2
top
tower.
tower is under attack.
Slowly being taken down, and maybe perhaps we'll see the siege of the high ground here. Might go for
Radiant's top
Tormentor.
tower has fallen.
Oh, no, they're going the high ground. Here we go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As now the siege of the high ground begins.
Oh,
Sacred
yeah.
arrow.
Dire's
It will
structures
connect.
are fortified.
No follow up.
Dire's bottom tower is
Done
under
with the
attack.
EMP. Able to get that off. Well, thanks
Radiant's
to the
top
Octarine
tower is
core.
under attack.
I've got a massive cooldown there, so might be able to cast the EMP again soon. But look at this, so on the back line's just providing Ramses
Radiant's
with
top
more mana.
tower has fallen.
What can you do? You melt the mana
Oh,
no,
Toby's in
returns.
trouble.
Toby has to get himself back. As now the siege of the high ground begins. This could
Radiant
definitely be
structures
GG
are
here. How the
fortified.
hell are Entity going to respond to this?
Not
What can
without
they do?
spells, that's for sure. But Watson
EMP
is
again.
cutting the waves.
Ramses doesn't care. Look
Oh,
at this. The
there's
backdoor protection is now enabled because of the cutting of those waves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
就是合一啊。
Fishman backs out there. They will stop the siege for some time.
Yeah, they slowed it down a bit, but they do need a lot more going on for them to take over this game.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
But yeah, just look at this replay there, taking out the H straight away as soon as Timbersaw gets it. Key attacker, but they have themselves creeps now. They do indeed have themselves
Radiant's
creeps.
top barracks
They
has
take
fallen.
themselves the melee racks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
And they
top
take
barracks
themselves the
are
range
under
racks as
attack.
well.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Might see one more fight for Entity. Kind of hard to engage. They need to find a way to go around and find these Pugna techies, but it is no easy feat.
Fusel Blade obtained on the Monkey King as well. Got themselves a nice EMP there onto 3. However, where's the damage? Where's the damage from Entity? Fishman's gonna fall. Kit attacker, oh, a lovely balance strike there. Onto 2, the Wukong's command comes out. They will take down the pesky Timbersaw. As Ramses will lose a lot of his mana there, only 700 mana remaining. We're actually trying to turn it around here. Toby is going to be stunned in place there by the Sacred Heart, but they're going to try and turn it around here. Entity laying in the damage. There's no mana remaining on Mirero, but all the Decrepify there from Solo saves Mirero for some time, but the balance right there onto 2, trying to heal back up, but all the Scuddy there stopping the heal from Watson, and all the mana returned there from Ramses with thanks to Solo of that life drain.
It's a really good hold by Entity. They managed to poke the Timber. He got so low, he doomed him while he's half health, and he didn't really get to do anything in the fight.
It's going to get more difficult though as time goes on. Ramses, already completing his Daedalus, is now going for a Butterfly. But you can just see here in this fight, it was very nice control here from Entity, but don't have the damage yet until Watson was able to come in here with the Balor Strike. Did catch themselves Ramses there, and a lovely utilization there of the Wukongs, as you can see. Forces Ramses to use that Stone Gaze defensively to try and get away.
Yeah, the alacrity on the Monkey King is really nice as well. The young people, see Watson, pretty strong right
really
now.
Good. But they are going for a siege again. 9 Pandas are, meanwhile, during that highlight. As Kiyotaka now going bottom. I'll try and take the bottom tower instead of focusing the middle.
Yeah,
He's
no
silenced up again. The
Oh,
Lotus
arrow,
Storm, though, however, there they got themselves a Sacred Arrow there onto Stormstormer. Stormstormer will be able to survive. Get himself back. The balance right there along with the Tornado and the EMP. It will connect. Kiyotaka will be able to get himself back. Though look at this damage coming out from Ramses. All of Entity need to get themselves back now and full mana once again. How do you kill this, Medusa? You can't! Medusa, Ramses, able to use the Stone Gaze. That's 2 down. No buyback available for the Doom. Now they sit upon the high ground. The EMP will come out again. Ramses does not have a care in the world. Buyback here from Watson. Wants to maybe perhaps try and find Kiyotaka, but a blink forward, an aggressive blink forward there from the Timber may mean his death, but the Decrepify there from Solo saves his life. Kiyotaka will be able to survive, and Watson activating the BKB, trying to hammer through Ramses, but Ramses just able to move back a bit and lay in the damage still with the Scaddy. He has to get himself back even during the BKB. So now Kiyotaka blinking forward again, but that might mean his death will fall. However, this provides time for Ramses to take down the rest of the racks, just able to leap away in time. Miero very, very close to death. They still hold somehow. The buybacks come out there from Watson. They will lose their bottom set of racks, and Solo is being an absolute nuisance here with the Decrepify and the life drain.
I feel like Kiyotaka's just done with the game. He's like, I'm gonna go die, guys. We're good. The 9 Pandas are so far ahead right now. There are some items coming up for Entity though, so Watson went for the Diffusal just to try to deal with the Dusa. Dusa does not have Butterfly yet. Then
No, she has Butterfly.
well, alright, spoke too soon. The Octarine on the Invoker and the Halberd on Doom are really nice for kiting the Dusa. It'll get easier as the game goes on, but I'm not sure if they can drag it out or not.
I mean, we do have 2 Halberds. We have the Deafening Blast as well from Invoker.
Yeah, tornado.
So we can try and see if they
Ashfall.
can still use it. Tempting to get the
Radiant's
Tormentor
middle
now as
tower
well.
is under attack.
He, in some trouble. I don't think Watson can finish this. He's trying to kill the Tormentor solo, but he can't kill it.
Vanish.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh! Oh!
that
That
was
almost killed him.
calculated.
Oh my, that was not calculated.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright, they got the range racks.
Radiant's bottom
Now it's the
barracks
final
has
siege. Ramsey's taking the lead here. Sieging the tier 3 will
fallen.
be able to
Radiant's
get it.
middle tower has fallen.
We've got a lot of defense in mind here on
Radiant's middle
Techies.
barracks
Take
are
down
under
maybe
attack.
perhaps the raid. Never mind. The glyph
Radiant
comes out.
structures are fortified.
Toby trying to blink forward there. He's trying to move forward, sorry. They got themselves a sacred arrow. Toby may be in some trouble.
Really good move from spot.
Blast off is there, Boundless Strike there, trying to focus solo in the backlines, but he's able to force staff himself to the high ground, but comes back to the low ground because of the EMP. Oh dear!
Middle barracks has fallen.
Anartes is down, along with the Doom as well. Toby will fall, back here from the Techies. But the Stone Gaze comes out. The rest of Entity will bat themselves off. The BKB has been committed down to Watson. The Stone Gaze will expire. Fishman now with the Flesh Golem will just be taken down there by Ramses. The Balance Strike comes out, but it's not going to heal him back because this Ramses is just too strong here with the Mana Shield. They'll call GG. The 9 Pandas, they will take game 2 and make this a 2-0 against Entity.
Yeah, very clean game. Entity just couldn't find their footing from the laning stage, and this Timbersaw first pick was such a problem for them. Probably did not expect the mid flex and just couldn't really deal with it.
Yeah, doing really, really well. Kiyotaka just doing what he did best, especially on the Timbersaw. Using his timings and just absolutely laying into Entity. There was not much that they could have done there. I mean, they were able to get themselves off some very nice kills here on Timbersaw, but it just left the Ramses completely untouched. But a little funny fact for you, Ramses got 0 kills, 0 deaths, but he did get himself 10 assists.
He's a battery. It's fine. It's all he needed to be. Enable his team. He had a nice rotation bot lane too to kick out Watson. I think he played really well.
Yeah, he did all right there. Very, very nice job from him on Ramses. He did his job. Just farm up and able to get his items, and then they just siege high ground. Happy days. But who do you think would be the notable player out of this? You would definitely say Kiyotaka, right? Or would you say Solo? Because Solo also provided quite a lot.
I'd say it's Kiyotaka. I think the amount of space he made for his team was hard to match. I think it was a bit of draft, a bit of mostly him. He just played really aggressive and he was constantly in their face, just like he needed to be. And I think that's what led them to win the game.
Okay. We're just going to have a look at some of the highlights of the game. So let's check out what the heck went on during that game. Let's have a look. Hopefully they're coming up. There we are. Now we see, yeah, this was the moment that they were able to take down the Timbersaw for the first time, where they're actually be able to protect their triangle there. But we're only able to get that 1 kill as Andres was able to just escape with his life there. No problems there at all. But they're able to start getting off some more pickoffs, especially on Kiyotaka, but that was the only thing that they were able to pick up, and because they focused so much of their attention onto this Timbersaw, it just left Ramses completely free. And he was just able to farm up. No problems in the world, but valiant attempts from Entity here to try and hold their ground, which they did incredibly during this stage, which was just playing just now, where they were able to actually take down the Timbersaw and almost take down Ramses. But unfortunately for them, solo in the backlines, especially with the life drain and the fact that Ramses was able to get off so many Mystic Snakes, was just able to get the mana back and dish out the damage. As you can see here, they activate the BKB onto Watson. Is able to heal up. The Battle Strike's there, but how do you hammer through Ramses here? Just look at that mana, just able to hold his ground, not a care in the world with Solo in the back lines, using the life drain there. So really, really well done. Do you have anything to further mention about this game, Adam?
No, I feel like Entity just was in a really rough spot from the laning phase. Like, I think the Mirana pick made the Monkeys game even harder, so this Monkey against Timber could not have impact because the Timber was so over-leveled, and even when the Monkey came to his lane, he was not able to put enough pressure on him. I feel like Toby had a really rough game too. From the laning phase, he was kind of left on an island, and they just had like no one that could help each other. The Invoker couldn't rotate, the Monkey was kind of crippled, couldn't rotate even though he tried, and they all just kind of affected each other in a very negative way throughout the game.
Yeah, it was kind of unfortunate with the fact that, of course, you've got yourself Invoker, obviously, with Midas, trying to get some items as well. And then you've got Doom, also, of course, he takes a while to get online. He's similar to that of an Axe, where he really needs a Blink Dagger. Doom needs quite a lot more items until he starts to become more impactful within the game. And that just leaves Watson kind of a little bit on his own, trying to get as much farm as he can, but he had a really hard bottom lane. And 9 Pandas, it literally felt like they were playing a tri-lane, because they just rotated so many people on this bottom lane so many times to take down this Monkey King, and they caused such havoc. Whereas Ramses was just able to sit there by himself. He had Doom committed on him twice, and still, they weren't able to take him out.
Yeah, it was just a product of the laning phase, right? Ramses was almost 2 times the CS of Toby, and then, you know, when you have these kinds of advantages, you kind of leak onto other lanes because your supports are free to move, and Solo took very good advantage of that and decided to punish Watson for it.
Yeah, it was quite devastating for Entity. I mean, they did well in the first game, but I think the second game was a little bit more, kind of a little bit demoralizing with the fact that, you know, of course, you were playing around about 4v5 in that situation, and Fishman was just getting annihilated by the whirling death of Kiyotaka on the Timbersaw there. I mean, he got deleted within around about 3 seconds, right?
Typical Undying versus Timber. It's sad sometimes. I mean, they also had like Undying Scarab supports, which are pretty decent laners. You know, you want to go into mid game, you're a strong mid game, but they had greed, I would say, and it got punished very hard because of the laning phase. One Midas,
yeah, it was
Doom,
kind of difficult.
Midas Invoker, you don't really have stuns to like help your Skyrath or Invoker do damage. It's Boundless Strike, and you know, I feel like it was a lot on Watson's shoulders, and it was too much to ask of him.
Yeah. What do you think about the Mirana offlane, though, which caught you by surprise?
I think it fulfilled its purpose. You know, he did well in the lane. He made Watson poor, and he bought Athos and stunned people. You know, like it's not like he had some sick game. He just had like some few arrows. But that's all they needed to do to win. You know, set up Timber was a lot of damage, and Ramses will carry.
I don't think I've ever seen a situation though where the carry that gets so much farm at the end of the game gets 0 kills and 0 deaths. And 10 assists, but we'll be able to ask. Okay, we've actually got the man himself who was actually able to completely decimate the rest of Entity. We've got Kiyotaka coming in for an interview. Hopefully, we won't have any connection issues. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, we'll be able to hear him.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Congratulations on your victory. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Great stuff. Yeah, congratulations on your victory against Entity. Of course, it's only early days. How are you feeling so far throughout obviously, of course, the first day of DreamLeague?
We was preparing about 1 or 2 days, and first game was hard. We lost top lane against Lark, but second game we knew what they're gonna pick, and we just take our comfortable heroes, and they was confused second game. We was feeling like they feeling like confused, yeah. So first game was hard, and second is okay.
Can you tell us a bit about the Mirana pick? Like, do you guys just pick it for the lane?
When they got Undying, we was training with Mirana offline about this matchup. So we just get Mirana against Undying and Monkey. It's free lane for her. It's two range heroes like Tekis and Mirana, just staying and hitting them. So and getting better. I mean, getting stronger every level. So it was good pick.
Yeah, it worked out well. I want to ask. I feel like a lot of teams they are looking at Riyadh with a lot of priority because of the prize pool, right? Like Riyadh is a very big tournament right now, and I want to ask how your team is approaching this event since you guys are almost qualified for TI already.
We're preparing on any major, and that was last year. Every major we prepare, we're getting some strategies, and we're getting serious about that also because we want to get the max place we want on this tournament.
Another question to ask as well. Last one. When you picked up, obviously, of course, Solo picked up the Pugner. Was there any ideas to? Did you originally have the intention of picking Medusa with the Pugner, or did it just become an idea at the end?
It was our idea, and it's a good synergy with Pugna is getting mana for Medusa, so we just knew they don't ban this, so we got Medusa.
Oh, great stuff. Well, big congrats on your victory anyway, Miero, and have yourself a great rest of your day, and see you around for
thanks.
hopefully the next few days of DreamLeague.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye-bye, thank you.
So Miero coming in for an interview there. The last pit Mirage, that was kind of interesting one, which kind of shocked you a bit, Adam, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I understand why they picked it. It's just not a normal pick, right? Kind of out of the box. They just wanted to win the lane, and they did pretty hard, so good job.
Great stuff indeed. I wonder if there's anything else we can speak about here. I don't know whether perhaps Entity could have done something different with the rot. Do you think maybe perhaps if they transitioned Stormstormer to Cross-Wex other than Exalt, it would have been good for them? Or do you think that they needed him to go Exalt because of the damage that they would need?
I think something they could have done was to put the Monkey King in the top lane. Because I think the Monkey King needed to have a good lane. This hero does not recover from lanes very well. And laning against Tusa, you can dodge Mystic Snake, and the other Pugna might annoy you a bit more, but I think it would have been much easier than okay in the bot lane. I think that's probably one of the only things I can see. And then from there, you know, you can maybe it'd be more even towards the 5-6 minute mark.
Yeah, it was quite intriguing as well to hear from Miero that the Pugna pick along with Medusa last pick, it was indeed a plan. It wasn't something that just like conjured up out of nowhere within the final pick. They did indeed plan to pick the Medusa last, which is quite interesting with the fact that Entity, they didn't ban it. But I guess now we know. But ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going to be going for a break. So that's it from myself, of course. For downloads and joining me was 343 Dota. That's the rest from us today. But ladies and gentlemen, you've got two more best of threes to come. You've got Talon versus Tundra Esports, which is indeed your next game. And then you've got Shopify Rebellion versus Bet Boom, who's going to be casted by DK Truman and Astini. So both of those being a best of two. I don't know if I said a best of three because I'm always used to saying that. But they're both are, yeah. It's a best of two. It's a best of two. Always casted best of threes. God damn it. But yeah, thank you so much, guys. Stay tuned for the next game of Talon versus Tundra Esports by DK Truman and Astini. Until then, we'll see you next time and have yourselves a great day.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back.
Profile.
Welcome, ladies and gents. We are here for some Dream League. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by Astini, and we are here for some amazing Dota, hopefully, and definitely considering we have an amazing game first up. But foremost, Astini, how does it feel to be here without the rest of your team?
It feels good to be casting. I'm always happy to be casting, but yeah, answering like not being with the team is not nice, right? I wanted to qualify. We always do our best to be in the event playing, but since not playing, it's a pleasure to be here casting it.
Of course, Dream League has some very interesting possibilities for a lot of these teams here. Being able to qualify for the superb $15 million Riyadh Masters tournament. I mean, that's a wish come true. Of course, you're probably hoping that, you know, somehow magically you make it there as well with the Noun squad. Nonetheless, there are a couple of very hard roads ahead because super many amazing teams have been invited to this tournament. We're going to be covering a team that is the only team that won the first match in Group A, Tundra, which is very impressive. They destroyed Liquid. I mean, like, absolutely destroyed them. They have a substitute. Malrine is playing for them. Of course, the Namiga mid laner is stepping in for 9 currently, which, well, you know, that's kind of sublime. And I think he ended the first game in like the series 25-0-14, which is impressive considering you're laning against Nisha.
Yeah, when you have your chance to prove yourself, you want to do your best. The guys definitely showing up. Yeah, beating Liquid is not that easy. This group is very stacked. As you can see, the only team that actually got a 2-0. So, yeah, high hopes for this Tundra lineup. I believe they also played with a standing for the position 5. Snaking, although like sometimes he plays as 5 or 4. But they had immersion play, so I believe for this game they're also playing with immersion, so 2 standings, and even though they were able to beat Liquid, so definitely they will have a good show against Talon, that had a draw against Secret.
Yeah.
Division 2 team, but Division 2 on a region that all Division 1 teams are like top 4 on majors, so it's hard to judge. I believe it's a good result. It's a fair beginning into the tournament. Secret also coming with changes, so yeah, I believe it's gonna be even and fair match here.
Yeah, Secret, of course, recently let go of Boom as their offlaner. It didn't work out. Well, we obviously can see it didn't work out because they never got to, you know, the spot that Secret is meant to be, pretty much. But they replaced him for now with a substitute for the time being that they borrowed from Boom Esports. and that is FBZ in the off lane. Did look pretty decent in the first series that they have played. They tied it up against. They're quickly gonna have to. The Secret versus Talon, and Talon. You know, Talon is a tough team to call because last time in Dream League they did pretty good, but it's kind of the problem with a lot of the Southeast Asian teams. I still think Talon is the top of the bunch, but will they be able to stick true? Jabs started the last tournament off really poorly. I think that was Berlin, and I casted with you. Did I cast with you? I can't remember. But yeah, he started off really poorly. Not really the biggest surprise in that regard, because the patch was not his patch. Everyone was building auras and auras and auras and auras, and he was like, I want to play Magnus. But then he built that harpoon, and my god, he could play that hero.
Yeah, maybe he was ahead of the meta and we couldn't understand, because now everyone is just first phasing Magnus. Let's see if he brings something new. I see Talon is also insisting too much, maybe on the Alchemist. It's a hero that by then was super strong, but after the nerfs, I haven't really seen people picking the hero, and they picked on the first 2 matches they had in this competition. So I wonder if they're gonna stick to this plan, or if they maybe want to swap to a less greedier carry.
Yeah, of course, in a lot of the regions right now, they're trying out pretty much every single universal hero because they're broken in that regard. And then you see Wind Ranger being first phase picked, played in the safe lane, mid lane, off lane, 4 position, 5 position. So you have the Magnus going in 3 different positions as well. The universal heroes really make the game universal in every single possible role in that regard. It's really nice to see, though I think they definitely are a little bit overtuned. We will be checking out the lineups now from the players to see exactly who is playing, because, well, there's so many substitutes in this tournament, you gotta stay true. Talon, they are playing with their full roster, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's good to see that they were able to bring everyone to it. Unfortunately, the other C team is a Croatian. They didn't get visas, so it's good to see that they have the full team. Mikoto is the guy that I would keep a look at, because he definitely stood up on the matches I've watched. He's winning almost every lane that I watch. So I put a lot of hope into Mikoto, what he can bring. Let's see if 23 keeps with the very greedy carries. I like to see not so greedy, so maybe more space for Mikoto.
Yeah, the support duo is also sublime, I would say. Jabs, of course, has experience from playing every single role in Dota, so that's a big plus. He can play any hero. I'm still waiting for that Meepo to be pulled out. I've seen, I think, recently someone pick up the Meepo off lane. That was great to see. Don't really expect it to come through, but it is yeah, definitely gonna be an interesting affair as we quickly check over the Tundra players here. Yep, there, wave for your fans at home. Tundra, of course, a team that has been quite dominant all of a sudden with the new patch. It is one of the most inventive teams in Dota. I would say with Gaming Gladiators, they really are the teams that constantly knock on the door of any new drafts, playstyles that are possible to be made. So definitely looking forward to seeing what they can combine and bring to the table. Even though, as mentioned, Tundra are playing with a couple of changes in their roster. Unfortunately, they don't have the full lineup. And 9, that's a player that I personally love to watch a lot of the time, Astini. 9 is probably top 3 most favorite players to watch just because of his terrific hero pool.
Yeah, but it's interesting that Maureen was able to keep up with the pool. Playing the Timber mid was a 9 special. I wonder if he can play some maybe Winter Wyvern mid, also Spirit Breaker mid, so those 9 specials. Yeah, we see the lineup, but that's not the lineup that's actually playing. It's like the original roster, just to make it clear. So 9 is replaced by Maureen and Snaking by Immersion.
Yeah, the lineup, of course, also has one of the best offlaners in the world, 33, like without a doubt. Saxa as well. Like that duo, the offlane duo, I can like top 3 duos out there. Like Saxa as a talent is just insane. 33, of course, with all the experience he has and the heroes he likes to play, make it very nasty and problematic to draft against him. Skeeter has really come in his own right as well in the team, but Malrine, like that's the thing that you have to look into. Like, how can you counter him? What's his favorite hero? Pango. Everyone bans his Pango, obviously. Timbersaw is also like his top 3 most played heroes. Very dangerous to play against, but he loves those fast in-your-face heroes. As mentioned, the Pango, the Primal is also another one. Void Spirit is a hero that he loves. He loves to just get himself a mid laner and get in your face. So yeah, that's pretty important to have in your lineup, and also to be able to play around it, because it does mean that you're looking to be aggressive kind of constantly with Malrine in your mid lane. And if he doesn't win that mid lane, because he won them both times against Nisha, if he doesn't win it this time, how are they going to be able to adjust?
Yeah, because usually Skeeter is not having the best of the lanes, so if he doesn't win the mid lane, I guess a lot on 3-3 to create space in the map so they can recover. Usually, safe laners are having trouble in winning their lane. Feels like the off-lane heroes are just way too strong. You can pick this Magnus, gonna have like 100 right-click into 2 minutes into the game. You cannot last hit. You need to buy salves non-stop. So, yeah, it relies a lot on winning this mid lane.
Yeah, it also doesn't really help, of course, that Takis, for instance, is one of the most played. Well, it gets banned now, but like Takis gets picked up a lot for position. Bara, which also is banned. We'll see in a second. Sorry, spoilers. But yeah, there are a couple of those heroes that are pretty dangerous to deal with as 4 positions, because they just burst so much. And I mean, Takis is the prime example of a lane dominating support.
Yeah, and it's already banned. We see Tech is banned. Dawn is 0-5 in the tournament, so a bit surprised being banned. But yeah, definitely still a strong hero. There's Pugna, SD, some supports that we've been seeing raising to priority. I wonder if Tundra wants to prioritize it. Batrider in the pool seems also one of the strongest heroes, because you can play it as 4, and you can also play it as mid lane, as 3. There are many options.
Yeah, Flex is really, like, Flex is getting a little bit out of hand with this patch, which is kind of insane to see. Batrider gets first phase picked up by Tundra, as you mentioned. Malrine can play it, 33 can play it, Saxa can play, well, Saxa can play anything for that matter, so not too surprising. There was even in the previous patch that some people ran it safe lane, though I doubt Skeeter goes for that one, but there's always the possibility. Counters to Batrider are normally save heroes that have dispels.
Oracle,
Legion Commander off lane,
Abaddon,
Oracles.
SD.
Pick up the Wind Ranger yourself, because again, you just get yourselves the Rod of Athos, and you get so many stats with Rod of Athos on Wind Ranger that just turns it into damage. So much damage coming out from the hero.
Yeah, and you can play, I'd say, 5 roles maybe, Wind Ranger. We haven't seen so many on support, but definitely you can flex a lot. It's really good on a second pick draft, because you can choose on the 24, on the very last pick, what role the Wind will do, so you can like last pick a carry, a mid laner, anything. Timber, I'd say it's a good mid laner, but I wonder if Talon does play it on the mid. I'd say they would be more inclined to play on the off lane. And Tundra with the Pangolier. If it's a Pangolier Timber matchup, it's very favored to the Timber, but Pangolier will just get like a diffusal and can do so many plays around the map. You don't need to win the lane as a Pangolier.
Yeah, that's a very curious choice of going for the Timber as the second pick when the only hero that has been chosen so far on the opposing side is the Bat Rider. I think Timbersaw is a pretty good hero, but normally you want to have a little bit more information on your opposing team. Now Malrine is gifted his favorite and best hero at the same time. The Pangolier most likely is going to go towards him then, and they'll use the Bat Rider in a different lane. They could also still put the Bat Rider mid against the Timbersaw if they want to. That I think that should still be able to get kill potential on the Timbersaw, because level 1 Timber Chain's kind of terrible and there are no trees in mid, so you can even interrupt him with the Flame Break. So there's still some changes possible, but I assume it's just going to be the Pango for Malrine.
Yeah, there's so much you could do if, let's say, Pangolier was still like a hero to be flexed to 5, maybe offlane. Because in theory, Bat Rider has the upper hand against Timbersaw. On the other hand, Pangolier should not win the lane. So let's say if it was another meta, you could have Bat Rider mid, Pangolier offlane. But I guess they will stick to what's most used on the current meta. So having Pangolier on the mid lane and Bat Rider either 4 or 3, both can actually work. It's surprising that they banned the TA. Usually when you have Bat Rider, you don't ban TA, but seems like a respect ban against Talon.
Yeah, TA is it is a very favorite hero for 23 Savage. Makota can also possibly play it if need be. I don't really know how Talon is going to run it with their draft, because Windrange can again be every single role in the game. They can even make it a safe lane if need be. If you get to the point where you get like Aghanim Scepter and the level 25 Talon, Windranger is actually invincible, because, well, she gets kind of busted. There are heroes that are actually picked against the Windranger, like Shadow Demon, that are really good. Demonic Purge is one of the strongest ways to deal with the Windranger. But it's also, for instance, very good to deal with the Bat Rider to save one of your allies, which tends to happen a decent amount more these days. I think Shadow Demon has also been a hero that is not always like first phase material, but it definitely has a place in this current meta with all the saving possibilities it has.
Yeah, and they banned Duza. I'd say Duza wasn't so good for Talon because Pangolier with Diffusal is so great against Duza. On the other hand, I'd say Windranger is also good against Duza, so I think the hero wouldn't fit for any lineup. As you mentioned, the supports still all open. That's what we would expect Talon to pick on this 15 pick. They already showed what most likely are 2 cores. So yeah, feels like a really good SD game. I agree with you. That's the choice I would do.
Yeah, but you know, whatever, we always think
also...
it's never the hero that gets secured.
Considering it's Talon, maybe they go Silencer. It's a hero they really liked to play. And it's also a Bat Rider counter. Although in lane against this new Bat Rider is not so good. Because you're slow hero, Bat Rider will not use Napalm. He basically uses Flame Break and Firefly with Grenade. And he can solo kill the Silencer. I don't think it's the best choice, but considering it's Talon, maybe they can go for this choice.
Other heroes, Pugna is also a hero that's pretty decent. Talon loves to play it. I don't think for them this time. I mean, with the Timbersaw, you can constantly give it mana and let it free roam during team fights, which is pretty okay. They've spammed it a lot in the Southeast Asian DPC.
Yeah, could be a choice, having a battery.
It's actually kind of funny. The most picked support heroes on both Tundra and Talon are techies.
Yeah, because like overall first pick. If the hero's on the pool, you want to first pick it. And maybe because it was a support, most people weren't banning it. It feels like, I have other priorities. I want to ban the maybe like Seeker, Doom, Beastmaster, which surprisingly is still in the pool. I can see Tundra, depending on which support Talon picks, I can see they going like Beastmaster and having a Beastmaster Bat Rider lane. I'm actually surprised that Beastmaster is on the pool. I wasn't considering this hero was there. Now I finally look at bans because you mentioned techies and Beastmaster is still there. So it's kind of risky that they go like this Pugna Silencer hero it would be so great for a Beastmaster pick. Although, like, yeah, everyone's gonna say Timber is so good against Beast, against units. But Beastmaster is not about the units anymore. It's so much about the vision. Having the vision on the gate, you always know the enemy moves. And Tundra really abuses this knowledge.
Oh,
Bane.
Bane. That's a hero
I've
that
seen...
is really good against Bango.
Yeah. I've seen this hero being used in China with Enfeeble. Or,
Yeah, I've seen them
let me say the same name, because
a lot of work.
Yeah. They always change the name. Let's say, okay, it's still Enfeeble. So yeah, I've seen they use Enfeeble, of course. The main reason is you have your ultimate to stop the roll. It pierces the spell immunity. So yeah, good Pangolier counter. Also, the Enfeeble build seems like something that can be abused.
It does quite a significant amount of pure damage as well. That's all his spells on Bane, except for the Nightmare but you know, pretty much all of his other spells are pure right now. So that's always nice against all the auras, especially in this patch. It's a great addition to be able to have something that, oh yeah, I got pipe or whatever, and you're like, I don't give a damn about all your auras. I'm just gonna do pure damage right through you. But Tundra go for the Void plus Lich. Not the best Void combos, the other two heroes that they had, but with Lich, you should have a pretty decent lane. It does get pretty... It is a lane, faces Void plus Lich, that can very heavily get run down.
Yeah, but probably they assume that Timber is a 3, and Void has good interaction against Timber. Because Timber needs to use all his cooldowns, and you're gonna get an advantage with the time dilation. It's a decent matchup for the Faceless Void. Of course, every hero suffers against Timber, but I'd say Void is one of the ones that suffers the least. Maybe together with Monkey. Ursa can be some sort of Q lane, but sometimes goes so bad. So I think Faceless Void is a stable choice here, especially with the Lich. Because he's gonna like spam spells, buy mangles non-stop, make sure he can maybe like guarantee the range creep with the spell. Also, physical damage reduction against Timber doesn't mean anything, but overall in the game might mean.
Well, they're gonna go for the Morphling, a very good Morph Ags situation. If you steal the stats away from the Faceless Void, you also get some really good spells, especially the Leap that you can steal away, which is a nice one. It's a 23 Savage favorite hero. They don't really have anything against Morph unless you hit him with a big fat Chrono and try and nuke him down. Pango's Diffusal Blade, though, that's one thing that Morphling does struggle against, is when the mana does get drained. But so far, it seems to be a very reasonably free Morphling game.
Yeah, I'd say the worst thing is the Diffusal, as you mentioned, is having no mana on the Morphling. Because it's a hero that wanna buy Lincolns, so it's good against Batrider. And with the Shard, you don't care about the Faceless Void matchup anymore, because you can still morph inside the Chronos. So it's something that the Shard just changed how the matchup works. So you don't mind being a Morphling against Faceless Void, it's actually good. They realize they don't have this anti-Zoo, so they ban Lycan. Again, surprise, Beastmaster is still there. I assume they will ban Beastmaster now. There's also Visage, but I'd say Beastmaster is more trouble. Tundra, they banned Naga. Very interesting ban. I mean, Talon already used Naga as a carry and as a 3, but kind of weird, to be honest.
I mean, it's... Yeah, I agree. It's kind of... Yeah, no, it's kind of weird. Unless they're gonna do some weird Mikoto Morphling shenanigans or something along those lines. They do ban out Visage. It's a 33 hero that still kind of needs to be picked up. The last pick for Tundra, probably going to 33 unless they're putting the Batrider off lane. But considering you're laning against the Morphling, you probably want to make the Batrider a Saxa 4 and get a different offlaner to try and kill Morph.
Enigma Batrider lane is also something that can work, because Batrider is really greedy. It's gonna play the map, and Enigma can stay alone. Darkseer.
Ooh, Vacuum into Chrono, I guess, is a nice one. The illusions of Morphling are always very nice. I don't think it's that surprising. The Morphling illusion is really strong. But they're not going to win the, like, the lane is, Morphling's going to farm. That's just it. Morphling is going to farm. There's no way you can stop it. Unless he makes the dumbest mistakes.
Yeah, I'd say it's because they don't have this melee 4. That's why I wasn't expecting a Darkseer. They had like the Clock, Spirit Breaker hero. But yeah, Batrider is so strong with stats that it can be like a melee 4 that just front lines. And I can see it working. With the Ion Shell plus Firefly, Surge, it's gonna be a kill lane. Hopefully can feel good. Yeah. Oracle.
Oracle
Last
and
pick.
Bane. Huh. I'm not the biggest fan of that as a support duo. It is a good save, of course, against the Chrono. They banned Shadow Demon themselves, so they couldn't go for that save, which probably would have been another very good choice. But it is super good against Darkseer, which is the big plus. The question is, well, not the question, I assume actually that this is a 4 Oracle, which means that he's not.
No, it's a 5.
Oh, it's a 5.
Like,
Okay.
I'd say if you pick Oracle here, it's to lane against the Batrider Darkseer. It must be. That's because you're gonna purge the Ion Shell. Also, the magical immunity.
So, but then Q is going to be playing 5 in this game instead of 4. Or actually,
I think it's a must that you have the Oracle on the Darkseer lane, the Darkseer Batrider. I even think the Tundra, they might place deep wards in the beginning of the game and try to scout lanes, maybe do lane swaps, maybe play the Batrider with the Faceless Void lane, maybe have a Darkseer play your safe lane, because that's the reason I most see you picking Oracle. Of course, it's in-game counter for Batrider, also for Faceless Void, it's really good in-game, but I think you pick for the lane, especially in this meta. You want to win your lane. And Bane is going to have trouble, Oracle is going to win the lane.
Okay, so you're gonna just going over the entire draft without knowing what the lanes are actually going to be. Who is your bet here? Who do you think is going to be victorious in this matchup?
Because Tundra played so better the first game, but I would go with Talon. Let's say draft, I'll go with Talon. Like, close my eyes, I don't see the name of the teams. I don't consider the first performance in the tournament. I would go with Talon. I'd say Morphling can definitely carry this game.
Yeah,
it is a Morphling mid,
concur.
Right?
It is a mid Morphling. It's a safe lane Wind Ranger that should not have any problems in the lane that he's playing against. I mean, Morphling mid could die if he makes a mistake. Honestly, their lanes are looking pretty A-okay. Even the Timbersaw doesn't have that big of a problem against the Lich plus Faces Void. Especially not if an Oracle or a Bane is trying to support him.
Yeah, and something that I like is that at least feels for me that I have the right read with the Wind Ranger hero. That is, there's a very old expression, Dota 2, we used to say semi-carry. I'd say now you just say like not priority 1, not really position 1, but that's how the hero feels. You're not this carry that's gonna like rampage on a team fight that you man fight.
30 seconds to battle.
That you man fight 5 heroes, but basically you're gonna solo kill 1 hero and that's enough for this meta. So you need a more greedy mid laner. That's why the Morphling. So the Morphling is the true carry.
Oh, Skeeter is being chased down right now, slowly dropping. And Timber Chain, they will finally get themselves first blood secured.
23, though.
Ooh. Well, you know, it doesn't really matter as long as they get to the lane in time. Though the bounty runes could be a little bit more significantly. 3 for the side of Tundra being secured. Oh, Mikoto versus Malrine in mid. Should be an interesting matchup. It is a kill that Malrine got, so his bottle should be there in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, Morphling still should free farm, and then I feel creeps.
And top lane, yeah, he went for level 1 Enfeeble on the Bane. So curious to see how much, at the end of the game, how much damage in total Enfeeble has done. Because it does 12 damage over 9 seconds, which is, what, 100 damage? At level 1?
Yeah, roughly.
Ish.
108.
Which is not too bad. It also does attack damage reduction, which is very nice, especially for the right-click harass. And making Face's Void has 30 auto attack damage with Enfeeble on him.
Yeah,
that's
it's
terrible
really
for farming.
hard to last hit. And the thing with the Timber hero is being universal, you actually can right click. In the past, the thing is like the hero would free farm, be annoying, a double wave, a triple wave you under a tower, and then you miss last hits. Now the hero can actually deny your creeps because it has so much base attack damage gain with the universal stats. So
bottom lane.
Yeah, feels bad for Skeeter.
23 on the run. Knows he's gonna drop. Throws out a power shot, but will be taken down regardless.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the Oracle spell choice. That's the thing. Top. Body.
Ollie is gonna get taken down by Skeeter. Jabs cannot really save it. Like, Jabs is not gonna die, but he also can't really save his allies. Because it's, well, a Timber Saw. All he can do is be bulky and scary and stand in the front. Q is actually taking a lot of damage from just right clicks from 33 bottom.
Yeah, but most of the damage comes from Ion Shell, and on the kill came from Firefly. I know it's super weird to have Oracle with W level 2, but I really think he must have the Fate's Edict in this lane as soon as possible. So I would have the Fortune End for the Purge and the Fate's Edict so they cannot run at you. I think this kill just happened because he has Purifying Flames, and as you can see, he's full mana in the lane, so he's not really abusing this spell. It's a very nice read, though, from the Batrider and Darkseer.
No, they're not going to go in with any aggression so far in their bottom lane, but 33 is having a remarkably solid lane so far. They can't really bully him out. He's going for the Vanguard, and when he gets it finished up, he's going to be a very bulky hero. Actually, Oracle went for, Q went for level 2 Purifying Flame, so skipping on the Fate's Edict still.
Yeah, maybe like in the game you wanna dispel maxed up, but for the lane, not the best of the choice, at least because of Tundra had the read and really abused that running at them.
They're looking to just get an aggressive fighting lane in the bottom, which, I mean, it makes sense. Wind Ranger is a very strong hero in the early portions to try and get those kills. But you also have to be incredibly just secure in all the moves you make. Though Immersion takes a lot of damage right there. Didn't even... 2 Purifying Flames and Immersion would have dropped.
Yeah, I was looking at the top trade, but nothing special there. Just a Timber pulling the lane, while Bane is able to control the runes.
And Malrine starting to struggle a little bit against Mikoto. Got forced back. It is going to be the kill secured onto Immersion in the bottom lane. And they are a pretty scary matchup if they get the root plus Shackle Shot plus Power Shot. I mean, there's no Shackle Shot yet, but with Power Shot, the damage is quite remarkable, especially because Purifying Flames is also really nasty burst.
Yeah, so Kill showing his spell choice and what's the explanation behind it. They want to play aggressive. They get this Batrider kill, so seems like a good trade, but when you look at the scoreboard, Darkseer is a top net worth, so yeah, still a fair trade. Like, Wind Ranger is getting the levels. They will be able to go for immersion again, I assume. Power
Radiant's
shot.
bottom tower is under
Well,
attack.
there's a bounty rune that he's
Yeah.
skipping out on. No! Look on the screen, Immersion. Get the bounty. Easy money for Q. Makoto's item build. Wait, is that the...
Phylactery.
Yeah, he's
How do I
going
pronounce it?
phylactery on a morphling? Does it give a lot of stats or something? Gives +7 all stats. Some
I mean,
HP,
it sounds
some
like
mana.
a fighting build, right? You wanna get early into the game. Your W is gonna do a lot of damage. Stats for Morphling, always welcome.
Dagon's way cooler though. Nonetheless, Immersion, Batrider, can he get himself away? There is a waveform level right now. Immersion is going to get taken down, and Makoto should be just fine. Can swap towards Strength. Malrine is level 6, does have Rolling Thunder available, so they do have to be a little bit careful where he might pop up soon enough. But currently it's 33 at the top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, Maureen used the DD to farm, so maybe he doesn't really see
Saksa.
your potential.
He's gonna get spotted out in the triangle. They're trying to kill him off. Power shot misses. He gets around the corner. And 33 might get himself an Ollie kill if he spots out where he is. No Ollie, he's just gonna go for the TP out. No catch coming through. 33 has the wall to be placed. Sinister Gaze, drag back 23. He's trying to get himself out of there. Gets vacuum back. No TP for 23. Did not expect 33 to have the vacuum available, and a huge kill comes out. Immediately going to turn to farming the ancient stack as well. 33 is going to become pretty huge on that Darkseer.
Yeah, not only the kill, but the TP cancel, so Wind Ranger has the Walk of Shame now to find somewhere to farm. It's a lot of downtime. It's the third death on the Wind Ranger. He was getting farmed though, but now he's gonna miss a lot of farm. A lot of the Morphling creating space, because you can see Pangolier is not even playing the lane against Mikoto. He got the DD, he's farm, now he TP stop.
Skeeter has a Chrono available. Malrine TP'd through. Chrono comes out, going in for Ollie, but Saksa walks into the Chrono. That's a little bit of a mistake there. Otherwise, Ollie would have already dropped. Nightmare tries to run away. Immersion with the TP coming through to join in the fun. Skeeter almost gonna get chopped up.
Oh, he
Now
missed a
jabs.
T-chain.
He's being slowed down, does get the jump away, and that entire ordeal, and no one managed to fall. Bunch of ultis used both left and right as well. Power shot from behind Saksa. Hoo-hoo. Dancing with the devil, and especially now 23 is charging forward. They will finally get themselves a kill. Shackle shot thrown out. Skeeter doesn't have another leap for a couple of seconds. Power shot comes out, but he sidesteps it and will walk off the danger.
Yeah, it's a really great move from Talon. I watched the Faceless Void game that Tundra had against Liquid, and with this first Chronosphere, they got a kill, and then they got a Ultra kill for Maureen. Not happening this game, so they will probably lose the tower, mid lane, some aggression. A lot of damage being done to this tier 1 tower.
I'm really curious on exactly what this phylactery is going to do. I'm still on the fence on the item. I don't know if I like it or not, because I've seen like Crystal Maidens go for it and then I get super salty. But I've also seen some other heroes be reasonably successful on it, like Skywrath Mage for instance.
I can see Mikoto being really strong with this item. He's gonna take the tier 1 tower mid, and he can always win this power-up rune fight, having so high HP, so high stats with this item. Very dangerous for the supports of Tundra to play against him on this power-up rune fight. So it does make sense. It sounds like a good choice.
23 gets jumped by Skeeter, but just turns around with the focus fire, trying to get the kill onto the Void, who is slowed down, dropping low. Power shot comes in, and Skeeter gets taken down. They will find 23 as a response kill, but with the other TPs coming in and Roshan saying hi, it's gonna be a chase for more. Jabs, can he get anything done? Immersion looking for Q on the side. And Makoto even joins the rest of the team, but Malrein's Rolling Thunder could be a very
he
big
doesn't
deal.
kill with the
Q uses
lasso.
ulti a little bit too soon there. And Ali will be taking down the Ion Shell on that illusion. A bit too much to handle for the Bane. And Q. Makoto can't really realistically save Q from that spot. And indeed will get taken down. Makoto actually needs to get himself out of there. Does have a wait for him in a couple of seconds. Swaps into the Pango. Swashbuckle to the side. Still has a bunch of mana left. And actually Malrein is going to get chopped up because Jabs has a double kill. Shackle shot is perfect on the mark. Saxa shot into Oblivion. Skeeter's got the chrono available. But do you even have the damage is the question. And the answer seems to be no.
It's
Jabs
level
does not
6
care.
still.
Yeah, he's bottom of
queuing
all
up.
the cores as well.
Hand of Midas, which makes sense for the Faceless Void hero, but means it doesn't do any damage by now. The Batrider damage was also not enough to kill the Oracle with the lasso, so Oracle kind of like a muscle memory pressed the ultimate on himself after being safe. Still really good team fight by Talon. The Timber went back, got mana, and just killed everyone. They cannot kill the Timber at all. And with the Oracle being behind the Timber, it's really, really hard to kill this Timber. Maybe Faceless Void need 3-4 items to be able to do that.
Yeah, Makoto as well joining in that fight with a slightly later TP. Phylactery is completed. Now he's going to continue finishing up his boots. Is it just spam Adaptive Strike the entire time you see anyone with that build?
Yeah. Gets the boots. It was really a rush of Phylactery. Not even the brown boots, we see it now.
Well, 33 is going for the Guardian Greaves. Already has the mech finished with the Vanguard, so he's building into the old classic auras. I mean, he won a freaking TI with it, so I don't see a reason why you should stop building auras.
I see a reason. They deleted Wraith Pact from the game, but yeah.
Yeah, but that one was broken. But they, they added a bunch of other stuff like the ridiculous Crimson Guard. Though it has been picked up a lot less these days. The damage reduction on, especially if you're playing a strength hero, is immense. Darkseer obviously is not a strength hero, but universal because why not? I mean, how many universal heroes are there in this game? 1, 2, 3 on the Radiant side. And 3 on the Dire. 6 universal heroes in this lobby.
Wait, 3 on the Dire, Batrider, Pangolier. What's that?
Darkseer.
Okay. Still getting used, 2 of them.
Yeah, no, I had to hover over every single hero individually to make sure.
Ah, okay.
Because it was like,
yeah, okay.
What Timber saw universal. I wouldn't have thought. I didn't even know Timber saw was universal.
I'm used to Timber because my team picks it a lot. It's just I'm like, Darkster. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, but he doesn't right click anyway, so I don't really see the point of universal on that hero.
Yeah, the point is, you can actually now deny some creeps in lane, and it makes a huge change. That's why, like, on the mid lane, the Timber can be so strong.
Okay, that Adaptive Strike plus Power Shot almost kills Saxa.
Saxa might be dead. Let's see if he can press spells.
Chain Frost
Does press
only
the
onto
ulti.
one. Chain in from Jabs. Power Shot connects. Saxa is dead. 23 needs to get away. 2 needs to walk in to get the false promise off. But actually, the Rolling Thunder interrupted the lasso. Oracle gets swashbuckled down. Makoto on the run. They found themselves 2 kills. Looking for more. The Rod of Ages gets thrown out. Makoto is full strength right now. Cannot heal up anymore. And he is done for.
Yeah, really nice chrono.
Yeah, that chrono was... even though the Rolling Thunder broke the lasso, if I'm not mistaken, which was kind of an interesting affair. But that chrono caught everyone by surprise on the side of Talon. And it was also a way to make sure that Oracle is dead first.
Yeah. Pangolier did a lot of damage. I wonder if I can see the fight recap. 2k damage by Darkseer, 2.5 by Pangolier, 1.8 by Batrider. 1.4 by Faceless Void, yeah. Because I wonder, like, it doesn't feel like the Faceless Void does so much damage. But overall, like, Batrider, Pangolier, it's so much damage input.
He has actually time dilation level 3, which is not something you see too often on Faceless Voids. 23 bottom lane tries to go for the kill onto 33. Vacuum back, 23 on the run. Can he get himself out of there? The heal is going to be enough. They might even find immersion as a response. Jabs charging forward. Shock connects, and the Batrider will be left behind.
Jab's still super strong, right? He didn't die on the previous team fight, but yeah, feels like he lacks mana during the team fights. And then there's not enough damage to kill the Thunder targets, at least not alone. So maybe they get the initiation next time, maybe smoke with Bane. It's quite hard because they lack initiation when you look at the draft, right? Like you have either Morphling or Timber jumping in.
Fiend's Grip, that's actually draining all of his mana as well. Does have 60 magic wand charges, Swashbuckle back, has a Rolling Thunder, but does not have the chance to pop it. Good catch coming out. The Fiend's Grip is a very nasty tool at this stage in the game. At any stage, to be fair.
That's how I see Talon doing plays. The Bane with the Night Vision starting on targets, you take one target down, and then you are able to win the team fight. Because initiation department, it's really weird that you jump with a Morphling, but you don't have this catch. Also Timber, you jump with a Timber, you don't have catch. So you show your like pieces in the table, and the enemy gets to do what move they want, because you don't have this lockdown follow-up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Makoto, next item, Manta style Ollie. Tries to at least scare Skeeters. Got that little Tumblr's toy for the surprise. I really love the fact that you can choose your neutral items now, because I always choose Tumblr's toy. It's so nice. The mini blanket, everyone forgets about it.
If you're a universal, you want the big bowl for the stats. It's just too broken. It's
I'm
like
a support. I just want to do something, catch anyone. Normally you have no items, so you're broke. And having a mini blink can save you a lot. Darkseer's actually rushing Ags for the normal punch onto the Morphling. Vacuum back onto Ollie. Gleipnir is finished up. Ollie is going to be left behind. Not much that he can do. Doesn't have Fiend's Grip anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Q on the run. Immersion gets shackled back, and they're just going to focus the tier 1 tower at the same time. While Jabs is farming up top. He's getting close, finishing up his Kaya, so that will definitely increase his damage output as well.
Yeah, they took the right decision here. I feel like Talon, they see they're gonna lose the tier 1 tower, but that's it. They don't lose more with that. Like Bane was dope, okay, but doesn't mean that Wind Ranger goes, that Oracle goes. They just cut down losses. Very disciplined team. I like how they're playing. Both teams executed really well this exchange.
Oh, they are looking to go for the tier 2 tower top. Roche will move down towards the bottom side of the map in a minute time. Can they take Roche? Well, yeah, they both have lineups that could take it. They're not fast at all in taking Roche on, but I guess Radiant has a decently better lineup for it. But the one thing that is going to be very important are the Tormentors spawning in a minute. Because Lich's Shard is insanely good. Batrider Shard is like, That one's actually kind of whack. Oracle Shard is amazing. Bane Shard is, It's like a nice extra.
The RNG, it's gonna mean a lot on this. Pretty sure they will be sad if they see a Batrider getting instead of the Lich.
Yeah, that would be very, very sad indeed. Of course, you could always try to steal the enemy's one and then hope you win either of the two 50-50s.
Yeah, especially because you see a Lich with Veil, so he goes for that aggressive build, so to say.
Oh,
very focused on damage.
Can they get the catch? He's nearby. Gleipnir catches him, but he's got max level time walk now. Shotgun Shot's actually going to connect. Skeeter, do they have the damage to nuke him down? Fiend's Grip. Ollie couldn't just get it off in time. Great vacuum wall coming out from 33. The Chain Frost bouncing around. Fiend's Grip onto Malrine, keep him at bay. Lasso holds 23 in place. 23 should probably get ticked down on the side. Swashbuckle from Malrine continues forward. And 23 will finally get taken down, but Jabs, he was very tanky, but there's a bit too much surrounding him. 33 got the Aghanim Scepter delivered, then just there as well. Hit him with the normal punch, and my god, that normal punch actually does a ton of damage onto Timbersaw.
Yeah, that was amazing vacuum wall. You mentioned before the draft, like, what happens if Maureen doesn't win his lane? And I mentioned, yeah, Skitter probably gonna have a rough time, but then it's up to 3-3 to make up for this, and he's definitely making up for this. He's carrying the game as the position 3, I'd say. Great spell usage on the team fight. Also feels Talon kind of lacks this initiation plus catch for a Faceless Void. It's really rough to kill. Not so sure what item's gonna solve this problem. Maybe Vice on Timber later on, but feels like it's just not enough. The Gleipnir Atas, very underwhelming.
Yeah, and we'll quickly check out that replay. Look at that. That must have been edge to edge to edge, just bare. Like, wait half a second later, and he catches nothing. Lich ult comes up on top. The Rolling Thunder keeps him spread out completely. Everyone from Talon runs to the right side while they chase down after 23 Savage, who is completely left alone, and then in comes that Walrus Punch. Sorry, not Walrus Punch, normal punch, different punch. But my god, 33 is playing such a sublime game.
Yeah. But now with the replay, I've seen the Chain Frost was really good. It kept kicking on the very top corner of the screen. Did a lot of damage to the Timber, kept him under control so he couldn't join the team fight.
Mikoto still trying to build up that Manta style. Normal punch comes out, straight up dead. Cannot even respond.
Yeah, he used Waveform to farm, but let's be honest, even with Waveform, I feel like he was gonna be dead. Ollie's setting up for Skitter. He does have Aegis though.
Oh, 23 gets a good 2-man shackle, finishes off Saxa. Doesn't have his ulti available for 33. Does get normal punch just for harass. Actually, this might get the kill onto 33, which would be a big one. It is a 6 kill streak. 33 still on the run, but the Guardian Greaves get him out of dodge. In the meantime, Jabs gets taken down top side because Maul Ryan gets a double kill there, who is still looking really incredible. 33 is just harassing 23 the entire time through on that Darkseer.
Yeah, there was like 2 team fights going on at the same time, so 23 running while on top. Bane used Faint's Grip, get a kill on Faceless Void, but has Aegis, so he's back.
No. 33, really they finally take him down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Really
Net worth-wise, they're not that far ahead as well on the side of Tundra. It's still doable, even though it has felt like they had full control for the last 6 minutes.
Yeah, and when you see the play, like if they get the initiation with Bane, they can kill any target. It's just not that easy, so they need to have the upper hand with the Bane starting. I don't even know if like a dagger for Bane, that sounds weird. Yeah, but that's how they can win the game.
And this is the problem with having
Thunder had Aegis.
With having a Bane Oracle support duo is they both farm terribly slowly.
Yeah, no clear wave at all. Also makes the game harder to play when you don't have this clear wave, this wave shove. You need to always show cores on lane. It's too much information against a team like Tundra. TI winners, they use that information really well to punish you in the map. That's why it looks so hard for Talon to get those pick-offs, those right plays. Like, yeah, okay, Bane got a start on Faceless Void, he could kill him. But I guess Faceless Void just allowed this because he had Aegis, so he know he could die there. Like now, he's just time walking back, avoiding it. So yeah, Tundra, they really abuse the information they have. The creeps are hitting the tier 2 tower on the mid lane. That's way too telling for a team like Tundra. They know what's happening.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, they do take the tier 2 tower bottom finally out of the equation. It's not the heaviest push lineup on either side. I mean, Talon has pretty decent push, but Tundra are really slow when it comes to pushing. They just need to focus on team fight upon team fight upon team fight, and then slowly take control over the map. So 23 needs to be very careful now. Does have a BKB at the ready, so that should be a lot better. But Lasso is still a nasty tool. And Chrono obviously with the time lock.
Yeah, they go for that triangle smoke. Don't find anything. Also really good read from Talon. Both teams with really good read on the map, seeing the moves. It's a catapult wave. Usually Tundra does this type of move during the catapult wave. Then they can connect with it, take a tower. I don't think they will have enough pressure to kill this tower, but at least do some damage with a catapult, force the enemy team back.
They're taking the gateway down towards bottom lane. There is an observer ward that's about to expire, so that actually could be very favorable here for the side of Talon to be able to get a catch on their opponents. But they're just playing it passively. Tundra farming the Radiant jungle and waiting for a mistake, waiting for a player to make the wrong move, which could be 23, but could be also the perfect bait. They have struggled against this Chrono a multitude of times. Vacuum, Wall, plus Chrono. Like, team fight-wise, Tundra are so strong.
Yeah, and this BKB on Wayne really gonna save him. It is, yeah, always a good timing, a good item, but honestly, you're against Lasso, you're against Chrono. You really want to have the upper hand of the team fight. You want to start taking one target out of the team fight. It's also interesting to look at buybacks when we think that this Pangolier has buyback Timber, Faceless Void, so yeah, maybe Skeeter can play off this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they are taking down the tier 2 tower in mid as well. No contestation whatsoever. Both the Tormentors are still standing after 7 minutes. It's 1400 net worth. A free shard. Like, a free shard gifted to Lich is a pretty huge deal.
The thing is, like, you need to bring 3-4 heroes because of the 3k damage you're gonna take back, so you don't die to it. And it's too much. You lose all the pressure in the map.
I mean,
you
morphed
lose
in
wave
solo
control.
most of the time.
Can you? I don't think you can.
With
It's
Phylactery,
either
I
your full,
believe.
like your full strength, so you don't do damage, or you full agility, you're just gonna die. And the in between, not enough damage or not enough health. I don't think it does.
I mean, this is just no love for your supports. Especially considering, let's say, Bane shouldn't get this shard, but
Usually what you do is
that's a
what
big
they're
deal.
doing now, you do it aggressively. Because then you are, like, both teams are being aggressive, right? They're taking the enemy Wisdom Rune and controlling the area. So they're controlling an aggressive area, and now they can take it. That does make sense.
Is it gonna be Lich? Or is it gonna be Bat Rider? It's the Bat Rider! Yay! Super good shard! Yay! Now he should get himself the Witchblade. Now you gotta go for value.
Turning to core.
Exactly.
Feels bad, feels bad.
Well, at least
DD
every other
on the
attack applies a stack
Reaper.
of sticky napalm, so that's a decent one at least. So Witchblade plus Moonshard. They're gonna go for it. 23. Oh my god, the support's Q. Oh my lord. The fact that you can use Blink while taking that damage is a saving grace.
Yeah.
He was about to get chopped.
Yeah, they brought 4 heroes and 2 almost died. That's yeah, that's why.
Now, they're not necessarily the best supports for that job.
I'm surprised DD's still in the river. Like, both teams usually do a very well control of the power up runes, and I think having this rune can be game changing. Tundra smoked around the region. Probably they're like, oh, it's 29 minutes in. There are no runes still
23.
there.
Needs to be careful. There's smoke looking for him. Immersion spots him out. He's gonna get lassoed instantly and pops the BKB. Skeeter wanted the chrono, but it's not even needed because 33
Oh, the Glimmer.
hits that normal punch. And that's gonna be a pretty big kill secured because Roshan is up and it's going down towards the bottom side of the map in a second. And you won't have a Wind Ranger to contest it. Second Roshan is going to be that free cheese with the Aegis as well. I assume they know it's up.
Yeah, they definitely do. They wanna deal with the catapults first, I would assume, before going to Roche. Yeah.
Well, in towards the pit they head. Roshan to be taken down. A free Gouda plus the old classic Aegis. And one of my favorite things about taking Roshan in this patch, all the Watchers turn for Dire. You get all that free vision across the map. That is very influential.
Yeah. I wonder if there was a way that Talon could have fought this, maybe hold a bit on a team fight. I'd say the optimal would have been if Wind Ranger had buyback, right? Because it's the fight around your outpost.
They have Chrono, they have Wall, they didn't throw anything. They had Lasso, they didn't throw anything in that kill onto 23. Like they used Lasso, but Lasso... Yeah, but the cooldown is like 65 seconds, so it's not that problematic.
Yeah,
and they had to wait for the
Radiant...
Ags on Morphling. Like, he was 300 gold away from Ags.
Okay. That does make sense, yeah. They were waiting for a very huge timing. That does make a lot of sense, now that you mentioned, yeah. Because usually when you're Radiant, you want to abuse buybacks on this Roche fight. Because you can buyback and TP in, and the enemy cannot. So they go for 23 again.
Oh, there's a save for now.
Save.
But Skeeter still's got Chrono. Doesn't even want to use it. Well, they're actually going in. Jabs does a lot of damage. Skeeter gets blown to smithereens. My god, that went a lot faster than I expected. Skeeter's going to immediately get Fiend's Grip. 33 with the vacuum comes out a little bit too late. Now 33 is in trouble. Jabs is keeping the rest of the team controlled the entire time through. Makoto gets punched all the way back. 23 is going to chase in on the side, coming from behind. Gets disarmed by the Halberd. And it's going to be a chase from Makoto. Soul that faces Void, but actually he's now in a bit of trouble. His mana is going to get drained. That's problematic for the Morphin. Can he get the TP away? No, he cannot. Malrine is here, and somehow they lose the Void at the start of that fight. No Chrono use whatsoever, and they turn that one in their favor.
Malrine is TPing Faceless Void. Like, yeah, well played, bro. You baited everything on you. The team fight really looked going into Talon's way. The way the Faceless Void died, the way the Darkseer was dying, then he popped Cheese, gained some time, and then the Pangolier finally came in with the roll. Feels like the winning reason for Talon the beginning of the team fight was that Pangolier wasn't rolling, because they cannot deal with the roll. The roll just creates so much chaos. Oh, they got a Bane.
That movement as well. Normal punch, vacuum, the double pushback. But also in that fight, 33 just got the Heaven's Halberd as well. So he gets the Guardian Greaves off. He's still tanky because he's got the Vanguard. He has 3k HP pretty much. Then he also uses the disarm onto the Wind Ranger, so it just takes too long for them to actually kill off 33. And he is the ideal hero to kill at this stage.
Oh, the jump.
Well, a very deep charge. Malrine keeping them occupied. Jabs popped his BKB. They're going to back off. There is no Aegis, obviously. There is also no Cheese, so one bad mistake can still turn this game in favor of Talon.
Yeah, forced the BKB on Timber. They went back, did the safe thing. Gonna go back to farm. I'd say, considering it's Tundra, maybe play for the third Aegis. Smoke coming from Talon. They have...
Jabs gonna get dragged back. False promise immediately. Jabs get any good damage in. Skeeter hasn't used his Chrono in quite a while, actually. Taking a slow burn. While 33 dies on the side, I'm just watching Jabs slowly chase after his opponent. And Saxa should be a goner on the side.
Saxa. The Pangolier was dealing with the mid wave. It feels like that's the opening that Talon has to use. They get the information that Pangolier is not around, and they just go in to any target they see. So Bane saw the Darkseer this time, Fence Grip on it, and that's the target they can kill. Because honestly, they will lack catch for the upcoming target. I'd say this will be the situation till they get a Vice. But they're not going for it, so it's going for Octarine on Timber.
He's going for the Bloodstone instead. It makes sense if you just get your Chakram off. Once he hits level 25 as well, gets the second Chakram. you can survive in a chrono while they throw everything on you, they won't have the damage to kill the Timber with all that extra healing that he gains. I like that choice. Definitely. Let's see. Morphling's going for the BKB. Wind Ranger Ags. The Ags is kind of busted. Invisibility permanently while you're wind running. And you're also getting close to your level 25, so Wind Run cannot be dispelled. It's a really good combination of tools that makes the Wind Ranger exceptionally dangerous in the late game.
Yeah, to be honest, not only the Aghanings, the Shard is really good at Wind. But it's something that usually you just see on support, like, oh, I'm gonna buy my Shard, you know, like you're the carry, you don't want to spend this 1.4k extra gold. Maybe you want to get it on the 5th Tormentor that you kill, you know, because it's actually really good for the team fight. Maybe it would help with the lack of catch, just creating more chaos, slowing the team fight, bringing up heroes to you. Smoke from Tundra. Talon has the read.
Ooh, Blink on Blink gets himself back. 33. That's slightly harassed. Malrine already popped his Rolling Thunder. BKB used by 23. Gets stunned up by the long-range Swashbuckle. Q is actually going to get taken down, so there's no false promise. This is the time to go. Lasso gets spell reflected by Makoto with that Lotus Orb. Jabs is just chilling with all the homies around him. Makoto wants to go in, but the Chrono lands onto both the cores. Do they have the damage? No, he's swapping towards Strength. And 23, can he get himself out of that? Doesn't have any mana left. The Fiend's Grip comes out onto Skeeter, but they don't have the damage behind it. The vacuum holds them in place. The normal punch on Makoto, and they smack him. The only one left is Jabs, who is probably just trying to cut the creep waves as much as possible, but now he needs to run away because 33's on that chase normal punch. Do they have the chase capacity? They should have, especially with his mana being completely drained. Another normal punch, another lockdown. Malrine currently 11, 2, and 10, and they're looking to knock on the high ground. Yep, that fight was... the moment they lost the Oracle, they knew they could just drop that Chrono finally.
Yeah, and it was really well played by Marin, because he used roll, and then Batrider missed the lasso and felt like he was going back and they would give up on the initiation, like, oh, we missed the initiation, let's go for another try afterwards. But he just blinks in and go chase targets, and he breaks entirely the Talon formation, so Bane has to run the full way around. And for example, when Bane got the ultimate, the team was already dead. So he really broke the Talon formation, they could not take the team fight. Also the bash when the wind popped BKB.
Yeah, that one was a little bit unfortunate, the long range bash.
Yeah, like
swashbuckle,
yeah.
the what was it? Shield crash swashbuckle shenanigan. 33 making some morphling illusions just for extra pushing power.
Yeah, they already have rollback and lasso back. That's the thing, the cooldowns are too low on those spells, so Thunder is already ready to fight again.
33 has the Octarine and he has a Quickening Charm, so his normal punch only has a 6.8 second cooldown. That's definitely not too shabby.
Yeah, and the Pangolier has 3.5 HP, the lasso, the spell.
Instant false promise. Emerge is actually dropping low. The two supports are about to get taken down. Indeed, they fall. Now they need to be a little bit more careful. Malrine is on the wrong side, gets held in position. Is Aeondisk ain't gonna save him in that scenario. And they find themselves 3 quick kills with 23 getting a double. He's done with the Ags now on the Wind Ranger and is building into the Nullifier, which is going to be immensely useful against the Force Staff, Glimmer Capes that they all have on the side, and of course that Aeondisk on the Pango. So a very good tool coming in from the Wind Ranger soon enough. I think especially Nullifier in this patch seems incredibly powerful with the BKB being, you know, debuff immune.
Yeah, it's a really great item, especially because also the supports on the meta, Oracle, Bugna, Lich, all of them, they have a buff that you want to remove from the enemy. So it's a pretty decent choice. Of course, as you mentioned, the Force Staffs, the Glimmers, also it's really effective against it.
Third Roshan is about to spawn, and that's a big one.
Props to 23 on that fight, because the Shackle on both supports, that's why they could win the fight.
Yeah.
But it's not something that you get every fight. Like, this spell is so easy to miss.
Oh, Roche with the free Ags, of course, because it spawns on the Radiant side of the map. So if you can get yourselves a free Ags, who would you give it to? Oh, Bane. Give it to Bane. 45%, 45 seconds cooldown reduction on Fiend's Grip.
Yeah.
I mean, Timber Saw is also pretty nice,
reduction,
but
yeah,
the Fiend's
it's
Grip
the
is
biggest thing.
the big tool that they have.
Because you're gonna match the cooldown the Pangolier roll then, and you're gonna be super happy. I mean, you're already close to it, right? It's 100, 110, 100 against 80.
Dire are scanning.
They gave it to the Timber Saw. Well, his Ags is also kind of busted because he becomes insanely tanky and they already are struggling in killing him. But now Bane, Ollie has to farm so much. Like, he's holding on to the Philosopher's Stone the entire time because his farming potential is kind of trash. Maybe if they get the Tormentor on the side, he gets a free shard from the Tormentor so he can use his Brain Sap to farm creeps. Kill it.
By the way, one comment on the Agonies of Timber. Nullifier can remove it, right? So it's also one more reason for the Nullifier. The Timber old Axe is now his level 25. It's maybe a reason to leave the XP rune for him. It's so strong, right? Having the two chakrams.
Arms for the dead.
Well, they did get the shard, but the shard went to the Morphling role here, so now he can shift while stunned. Which, honestly, it's a bit
Pretty
surprising
good
that he
against
didn't already have it.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that he didn't have it. Like this, the cores, they simply don't want to buy the shards, right?
Yeah, but that's a stupidly good shard.
Yeah.
Well,
I think the only shard that cores were actively buying was the draw one. And then Valve's like, oh, it must be so strong, I'm gonna make it the Agonies then. You need to pay 3 times the price.
now she stands on a little hill and that will be enough. The new shard is weird. Because it's like, I'm here! Oh, actually, they're looking to possibly go for a fight here. Wind Range is close to level 25. Might want to wait for that one. He's got the Nullifier done, though. So, possibly wants to take an engagement. Jab stop net worth, but yeah, with the Bloodstone finished up, with the free Ags, this Timber Saw raid boss, with the extra chakram coming up in a level, he's gonna all of a sudden be a very strongly scaling core.
Yeah, talking about levels, Pangolier almost 25. He TP'd in for the Wisdom Rune. I really don't know which talent you want to choose here. Okay, now I know because he chose. Yeah. The cooldown is really strong, like her ultimate is game winning. And the cooldown reduction is so amazing. But on the other hand, the Swashbuckle also feels really good. Especially because you're so farmed, you have so much damage items.
Yeah.
Huh.
Nah.
And the Wind went for the Focus Fire kills advanced cooldown by 20.
Really?
Not the Undispellable. Oh, that's a huge reason to go Nullifier and Void.
Yeah, that's I mean, probably the reason that he didn't go for it was because they don't have a Nullifier yet, but okay, we'll see how that one goes. 23 is actually going to go for the first kill, but doesn't have any detection. Couldn't get the Nullifier off onto Saxa in time. Nullifier gets thrown out onto Skeeter now, but Jabs is looking for blood. Swashbuckle keeps them at bay.
That. Has
Jabs
buyback.
does find a kill.
Lich that, no buyback.
Bane buyback. They find another one for Maura. And Jabs is just solo hunting after everyone. He's actually going to kill off Immersion as well. Second kill gets secured. And he does not give a damn. They cannot touch this Timber Saw.
Yeah, the 2 supports bought back on Talon. They want to get something out of this, but they need to fix the mid wave. There are creeps hitting their tier 4. I don't know if they can actually go for a lane of Rex. I don't believe so.
And Jabs looking to possibly say hello to the Tundra base right now, and they are going to knock on the door. Wind Ranger can take it down pretty quickly. The tower drops significantly fast.
They're going to have 2 glyphs.
Look at how fast the tower just goes down. With all that extra damage that the hero gains from being a universal hero, The right-click damage is rather immense.
Yeah.
Nullifier gets
Also
thrown out
jabs
onto
as a
33. Vacuum wall. Orion tries to hold 23 in place. They do have jabs with the Bloodstone still at the ready. If he needs to, he pops his ulti. And jabs will run in the opposite direction. Blink out of there, and no harm, no foul. They get rid of the tier 3 tower. No racks have been secured just yet for the side of Talon.
Yeah, and they're still chasing. They got a Timber. It's a huge kill if they get. Has BKB.
Oh,
but he
but
cannot
the Chain
keep the
Frost
Alphas.
gets spell reflected. And now Saxa is possibly going to die. Oh, very close. He does drop to Q. And Jabs is still alive again. He has Bloodstone in a second. Now he pops the Bloodstone, but he doesn't have any mana left to use any spells. So they finally get the kill on Jabs, but that is a tanky
Plus the
buffer.
jam. Yeah.
He should get.
he got the
what's
Lich
that
in
item called?
exchange.
What's the?
Sorry?
What's that other? They changed the item completely. The that when you take damage, magic damage, you get mana back.
Eternal Shroud.
Yeah, Eternal Shroud. My God, I couldn't think of the name. Eternal Shroud. If he has that one, that situation could have
mid
actually
lane.
been a lot better for him. Immersion gets nuked by 23, and of course, with that talent that he went for, Focus Fire is at the ready again.
Yeah, he can M4 supports every team fight. I don't know if it's a case for going Dagger. But
33.
3-3.
That's the punch back. Vacuum onto the high ground. 33.
Amazing
dropping.
vacuum.
Significant B. Chrono gets used. The Rolling Thunder as well with the BKB.
Oh, the
with
Oracle
the supports
save.
coming nearby. This is a bit problematic. Ollie, Fiend's Grip does get interrupted. And on the side, 23 should be just fine. Mulrine has no tools left. Nullifier gets thrown out in this game. Gonna keep you alive in that situation. Makoto Chain Frost is bouncing around. He still does a lot of damage through the BKB. And Makoto really wants that kill, but needs to jump away before it goes haywire. Immersion does buy
Better
back.
bought back. There's still Chrono. They want to hunt.
No, there's no Chrono.
23.
Oh wait, he refreshed.
Bit.
Never mind. There is still Chrono.
Yeah. Yeah, it was not the right expression to say there is still Chrono. It's like, yeah, he refreshed. There's a new Chrono. Definitely he used on that Pangolier roll.
Yeah, that was a little bit of anti-synergy coming in.
Yeah, and the Oracle save was on point. Props to the Oracle, really good positioning. He does have the Eater Lens, which helps with the range. Also the Ninja Gear, which makes you really hard to be found with the Chrono. Makes Skitter life really, really hard. 23, he's still chasing. Oh, he's going for the Vise. He's about to buy it, but no buyback though. Pretty dangerous to play with no buyback against the Faceless Void.
23.
He really needs
Octarine
to take
close
Void out.
I mean, the next Roche, when
Oh,
is
it's
it
the
going to
Octarine,
respawn?
my bad.
Yeah, it's the
My bad.
Octarine. Yeah.
I thought it
I
was
mean-
a Vice to take him out of the fight, but yeah, I had on the quick buy.
I mean, Octarine, that's the Chad item, because then cooldown reduction on Wind Run. You have Wind Run on pretty much permanently? Close
Yeah, I
to
have like
permanently.
1.9 seconds downtime.
Oh no,
It's,
he has
7.9
Spell Prism as
and
well,
6.
so does scale diminishingly. It's still pretty good. Let's keep it at that.
It is.
Roshan is gonna spawn on the Radiant side of the map. On the Dire, like, oh, Roche is about to respawn, but they're on the wrong side of the
And
scenario
they
right now.
definitely want it on Dire, because then they are the team that can actually boost the buybacks.
Oh, jump in from 33, gets the punch onto Ollie. Bane still doesn't have his
Roll.
axe. He's a very sad Bane.
No
in this
buyback
game.
on Bane. Out for 1.5 minutes.
They do get themselves back though, but yeah, Roche will be respawned at the same time Bane is back pretty much. Makoto is actually really under-leveled. And
Yeah,
his
still
farm is also not
22,
that great.
got 23. Surprising, right? Given that Jabs is 26, 23 is 26.
Has been killed.
Skeeter 33, and Maureen also more than 25.
Oh, 33 got level 25, so he has the AoE Surge talent now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Such
Yeah,
good value.
this one I think is way better than the Ion Shell charges. I always felt like the Ion Shell charges was a bit underwhelming, especially like when it was Agonies. It definitely helps you to
Radiant are
show
scanning.
waves, but the Surge is just way too good.
Well, they're coming in from multiple sides. Alright, pump faking his ulti. On the back end though, that's the supports that they're hunting. Jabs is looking for the catch, but Oracle Q is the big one. Now Chrono can be used.
Also
They
no
have a
buyback.
second one available as well. Immersion, can he nuke down? Get nuked down by 23. There's the Chrono coming through, and they do not have the save. Refresher comes out. Second Chrono doesn't have the mana for second
mana.
Chrono, but it's going to be enough once Amorine joins the fun for the damage. Mikoto needs to leap out of there and get out of dodge as quickly as possible. He's trying to go for the TP, but the Chrono just gets blasted on his face, and Mikoto will not be able to get out. Huge kills into Roche with the free Aghanim Scepter. No buyback available for the Wind Ranger. 1,000 gold away, no buyback available for the Oracle at both gold and time away. So this is going to be a pretty big timing for Tundra to close out the game.
Yeah. Again, pretty greedy decision to not have the buyback on Wayne. I can understand the idea of trying to hide the entire team fight, but it's just extremely hard against a team that is as good as Tundra. They will find you. They have Lasso, they have 2 Chronos, Pangolier with the roll, so many tools to get you there, and of course they will aim first for the Oracle because it has no buyback, so you cannot be saved anymore. It's a lot of trust you need to put into that Oracle is gonna remain safe, but Tundra did amazing job finding this Oracle in the back line. Even with the ninja gear was not enough to be alive.
Jabs tried to kind of go for the support on the back line, but because he did that, he left Q alone, and then they went in for the jump. They're actually going to go in for the jump onto Jabs. Can he heal up? Does pop his Bloodstone. He heals quite significantly. Needs the big blast to heal up. Is it going to be enough? Blinks forward. It's not the most healing the world has ever seen, but they will take down the Bane on the side. Skeeter still has the Aegis. Got the free Aghanim Scepter as well. So he's got that bash on leap forward. Speaking of which, they're going to try and use it onto Jabs. He's timber chaining himself back. Does not have the Bloodstone this time around. Jabs is going to die. Buyback is
has
at
buyback.
the ready.
Yeah, and Bane bought back, so probably, yeah, Timber is gonna buy back as soon as Bane gets the Fiend's Grip. That's what I assume.
Or they're just going to buy back because they need it's kind of a distraction to be able to even Fiend Script.
Like, you definitely need this buyback, but usually you want to have jump one hero that you can burst when you buy back, because otherwise Tundra just do the smart move that they did, that is, okay, they all bought back, let's go back, refresh spells, wait for the 2 Chronos to come back. When we have 2 Chronos, this guy has no buyback, we're just gonna win the game.
Now they're looking pretty happy right now. Saxa is going for the Aghanim Scepter. I love that Axe. The AoE Sinister Gaze. You can use all your spells while you're using it as well. And you can use it to farm creeps. Winter really hates that I told him that because he tried it once in a pub and he got destroyed.
I learned this recently, that Lich is good against those Beastmaster heroes that they want to go Helm of the Dominator because you do double damage to the creeps. So basically you are a really good creep killer with the Sinister Gaze. Of course, single target. That's why when you do the Agonies, you're pretty happy then clearing up waves.
And you also steal mana from all the creeps, so you can constantly use it to farm jungle camps. But that is the greediest thing you can... That's super greedy if you go for it on Lich early game. As a farming tool. Because value. Lasso onto Jabs. The support's a little bit far away. Does pop his ulti. He'll be just fine. For now, jump in. Vacuum misses from 33. But Maurine is making sure that Ali can't do anything. And if Ali dies, that would be a dieback. And indeed, Skeeter jumping in quickly. But they used the save already onto the Bane. Target's going to be 23. Refresher used by Skeeter. Has that second Chrono at the ready. It's a 3-man Chrono. And no one of his team got caught in there. But there's no damage coming out from Skeeter. His mana is actually pretty much empty as well. But it's only his first life coming into fruition. Mikoto chasing in after
great
Saxa.
use.
Can he finish him off? Normal punch from 33 keeps him occupied. There's going to be the cheese. Naguda eaten.
Aegis
Mikoto
popped.
with that Aghanim Scepter, of course, has that Faceless Void Axe leaping forward with the bash coming through. Look at the damage. Mikoto is a stronger Faceless Void at this stage.
Another
Malrine with the
Bangalore
second
ultimate.
roll. And Malrine is just trying to keep his teammates alive and ready and will get them out of there. Great fight coming through, and Talon keep themselves alive. But Mikoto turning into the Void, getting that Void Aghanim Scepter effect, that's really big.
Yeah, also the Oracle saving Bane last second. And if I seen correctly, they reflected the Leech ultimate. Probably we're gonna see on the replay. That was a huge thing, because then everyone had to run away from the Chrono, from the Tundra side, because there was an ultimate from their own Lich kicking in. So that was like game-changing. This Lotus Orb was so fast and on the very corner, but I believe I seen correctly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it was definitely a very rough affair, and the Void actually doesn't have that much damage. Like his item build, he's got the Mjolnir and MKB that's pretty much damage, but he also has a Linken's, a BKB, and a Refresh Orb, which his damage output's actually pretty much double Chrono. That's it. Like all the other damage has to come from the Pango.
Radiant's Ancient is under
Yeah, but to be fair, that's how Tundra have been playing, right? That is, again, it's not the carry that's gonna man fight. Oh, they got 23. Punch.
Backing back, throws out the Nullifier. He's trying to wind run.
Disarmed.
Gets shackled up. He does have another wind run in the second. Does use it again. Ali's in trouble. Normal punch. They hold 23 in position. And he's actually trying to kill Skeeter in the process. Makoto's nearby, has the leap at the ready, but is not going to go for the dive, knowing that 23 is going to be a goner. Though now he needs to get himself out of there. Ooh, they saw the TP location, but he waveformed while TPing, so it was slightly off the mark. But at least it got the melee rack, so it's something.
Not a good trade. That's a bright side to look at, but yeah, you don't want to have the Bane dying without buyback for 3 minutes. Wind Ranger definitely is going to need to spend hers. I wonder, Morphling might get the XP rune. That's actually very meaningful. Oh no, he's not getting. It barely
He needs
touched
to get it.
It came back.
Come on, get it. Get
It
to level
would be
25. Hex comes out
25.
onto Skeeter. Normal punch doesn't really do much against the BKB target, but now BKB is going to be on cooldown on Makoto. 23 bought back. They don't have the Bane just yet. And they're all going to get forced back for now.
Yeah, BKB used on Wind. That's why also like Skeeter notices the teamfight was a bit split. He goes back. Probably they're gonna wait for the upcoming roll. With the cooldown reduction, it's gonna be up in 15 seconds, so pretty fast.
Malrine, Shackle shot it. He actually swashbuckles in a very rough position, but Nullifier. The aim is going to keep him alive. Keep gets Chrono off onto 23. They do have the false promise save onto 23. Try and keep him alive. But Makoto's going to get taken down instead. They lose the Morphling. No buyback available for 120 seconds. Second Chrono comes out from Skeeter. Fiend's Grip holds him in position though. Wastes the Chrono. 23, can he get away? Normal punch. 33 says no. Denies the exit completely. Ollie's going to get finished off. The illusions are even doing enough. And that is Jabs gone, done, and dusted. We almost get ourselves the tier 5 items, but not yet. Tundra take game number 1 after a very lengthy game, but a lot of very insane engagements.
Yeah, the team fight on Tundra was superior. I'd say they had more tools on the team fight, and that's what won the game. Because Talon, they played really well, their lineup. Felt like they could win for a while, but they lacked the tools to finish the game. So yeah, better draft overall on the team fight manner on Tundra, and they really knew how to use it.
Yeah, they just looked really confident in pretty much everything that they ran in that game. Nullifier was not even needed on the side of Tundra, which is the fun part, but nonetheless...
Yeah, quite surprising.
I think Jabs got caught a couple of... I mean, obviously he's super tanky. He did get caught a couple of times where he puts his team in an unfortunate position. And the two supports, like Ali ended the game with 7k net worth after, what, 59 minutes. 7k net worth. If he was AFK in base, he'd be just Gucci. It bought back, was forced to buy back so many times.
Yeah. But to be fair, they did well given the enemy lineup. Because I feel like they had a lot of trouble staying alive. Because there's Chrono, there's Lasso, there's Ro. How can you stay alive as a Bane? Like, it's a lot into positioning, and I feel like they did a good job in the positioning.
Well, they definitely tried their utmost, but it was not enough for the side of Talon. They will have another chance, of course. It's a best of 2 series, so game 2 will be played momentarily. We're going to go towards a short little break, and we'll see you for game number 2.
Okay. We're not on break.
But yeah. We'll quickly check out a highlight to see, you know, one of, hopefully that was the one for the, okay, that's a mid-game highlight. Yeah, this is where he popped his BKB, got hit by a swashbuckle long range, couldn't rejoin his teammates, and then in comes Skeeter with a double two-man chrono, if I'm not mistaken, after Jabs chases after Saxa forever. The two-man chrono comes out onto both Makoto and 23, and Makoto cannot respond. Fiend's Grip comes out a little bit too late. In comes 33 with the vacuum. Honestly, without a doubt, 33 MVP. He was so good.
When I seen this team fight, I thought it was over. So props to Talent that they lasted almost 1 hour, because Thunder was so ahead.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they were a lot ahead, but most of the game, what's impressive is that it felt like Tundra was in control. The team fight was impeccable the entire time, but Talon stayed very close in terms of net worth for a very long time. It was all 6k net worth advantage or something after 35 minutes. And then, of course, it spiked in out of oblivion at one point, but they weren't that far. It wasn't a snowball stomp game. Definitely had many chances for Talon to get themselves back in the game, but that, you know, that extra jump just didn't manage to succeed for them. It was a little bit too unfortunate. For instance, that last one of the last fights where 23 tries to go for the melee racks, and then forgets that 33 has like 17 ways to catch you. So he just trades his life for melee racks. And in that situation, you probably need to get a little bit more value out of your death.
Yeah, it was kind of like game there. So, but it was hard. It was hard. They didn't have the tools to shove ways so fast to get close to the enemy base. So when they win a team fight, they take all the time just to close this gap.
Okay, and well, now we are ready for the break. So ladies and gents, we'll see you for game number 2.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 will be up momentarily. Astini, game number 1 was, I mean, it was reasonably close for a while, but what was the big problem for Talon in the first game?
The big problem, I'd say lack of team fight, especially Wind Ranger doesn't look like the best of the team fighter. Also Morphling is too much single target against the team that has Chronosphere, has Vacuum. I like to see more team fight. If it doesn't come from the cores, maybe from the support. Because again, like Bane is a single target hero, Oracle is a single target save. There's a lot of single target against a lot of 5-man spells on the enemy team. I feel like that's what made a huge change in favor of Tundra.
So I quickly checked, and Phylactery has done 2.7k damage that game in total from the Morphling. What are your thoughts on that item as a whole, and also in this specific case with the Morphling?
The item as a whole doesn't feel that good. I guess there are very specific cases. I think for Bounty Hunter it's good, because track is a unit cast spell, so you're gonna do damage while tracking and slowing. That's pretty cool. I've seen for Sky, but I think it didn't feel that good. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the item. Maybe on Duza offlane to give you a bit of stats, because you need that base HP. Overall, I don't like the item so much, and for the Morphling, I didn't feel like it was good. But it's based on one game we've seen that Mikoto is playing against Tundra, maybe the best team in the world. So I don't want to be biased by one game I've seen and tell it's a bad item, but didn't feel good. That's what I can tell. It didn't feel good yet.
Yeah, maybe if we get a little bit more of a view behind the item and some other people or some other games where you can really see if it works out. Laning stage-wise, he did a really good job. In general, Talon played a really good lane situation. It's just, you did point it out during the game. The big problem was the only way they could do anything was get a catch with the Fiend script. As you can see here, they're player versus player for game number 1, Jabs versus 33. That's a very unfair comparison, of course. Brought to you by Acer.
Not fair with Jabs.
Yeah.
Don't compare anyone with 33. Not fair, not fair. Jabs had a great game, but you look at the 16-2-23.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
It's hard. Like,
it's mean-spirited to show that comparison. Last hits he did do a lot more though. Jabs, I mean, he was a very dangerous hero, but at one point he had no control. He chased the back lines for the supports the entire time, but they just used the glimmer and they were gone.
Yeah, just one thing, like getting the two topics, because I went to find out about Phylactery. The player that most builds it is 33, because he plays a lot of Duza and Visage, a hero I forgot that's pretty good with the items. So yeah, maybe we see this hero coming from him in the next game. They banned the Visage, but then played against the Darkseer. I don't know, it's like pick or poison, right? Either way, it would be an amazing match from him.
I mean, currently you gotta ban a couple of heroes. You're thinking, okay, let's, you know, they picked specific heroes. Which heroes were the biggest problem to deal with? I would say the Malrine Pango is still like a no-no that is really hard to deal with. We'll quickly check out what heroes have been banned. And they did not ban the Pango, surprisingly enough. They did ban the Timbersaw because, of course, Malrine also plays a really good Timbersaw. But, yeah, Pango is still left in the pool.
Yeah, it's like either they had to steal the Timber or play against it. The first game, they tried the approach where they steal the hero. Maybe they didn't feel too good with the hero. But being honest, I don't think Timber was an issue at all. I feel it was a good pick. The hero did well in the game. Maybe just not first phase material. The hero that they go again is the Wind Ranger. Not a big fan of this hero as an opening. I'd love to see Tundra going with the Pangolier. Of course, when you don't have the 8 pick, you might play against the Bloodseeker. So it's a reason not to pick the Pangol. That's which is now in the pool for Talon. Diffusal Blade Builder against Duza. I would love to see Pangolier here on Mikoto hands. Of course, there's Darkseer also. There's Shadow Demon. The answer you want against Duza is either Shadow Demon Darkseer and you make better copies of Duza and you have your own Duza, or you have this Mana Burn hero, which Pangolier sounds the best. Morphling, pretty good with the Agonies against Duza. I can see it work.
I mean, they played these two heroes last game as well, and it did not work out for them. Obviously, new round, new chances and whatnot. I'm curious to see if they're going to make any changes, maybe put the Morphling on the safe lane instead, Wind Ranger to mid or off lane. Because you're playing against Tundra, and you also do not necessarily know where this Dusa's heading. One of the few lineups that changes it.
Play as position 3, right? But it can be anything. See, Skeeter also already played it. Yeah, so yeah, of course, like Skeeter can play the hero.
Yeah, it's not like it's the freaking hardest hero in the world.
It's a good choice, especially on second pick. I mentioned this for the Wind on first game when Talon had the first pick. The second pick. That you have the overall last pick and you can choose many options. Like, oh, now Thunder they can last pick a carry or an offlaner. So your Talon, you don't know what to ban. You put the enemies on a very rough position during the draft. That's why those heroes that can do multiple roles, they are better on second pick. Because you have this overall last pick where you see all the cards out on the table and can choose within a lot of options. They take Magnus out. Universal hero, right clicker. Extremely annoying to any safe laner. I'd say Duza is one of the best safe laners against Magnus though. I wonder if Talon, they are gonna change. Of course they will, because Timber is banned, but they are gonna change the playstyle on the offlaner. Maybe more team fight, aura builder, Darkseer is in the pool for Dan. I think.
I mean, it is jabs, so I don't know necessarily how much aura building he's gonna do, because he doesn't really like playing it. He has played a little bit more auras recently, but it's still not his favorite thing to go for. He loves playing, for instance, the Beastmaster a lot of the time.
Yeah, you can be the aura builder on a Beastmaster. I can see it work. Thing is, when you go Wind and Morphling, you need a third core that's gonna buy you teamfight items.
Could also be a Wind Ranger offlane.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that.
Surprisingly, Pangolier is still in the pool for both teams.
Because like Beastmaster.
I mentioned first phase, Tundra should probably not go for the Pangolier because you can always Bloodseeker on the 8 pick. Now they have the 18 pick, which means you pick and you get to ban 2 heroes, so you can definitely pick the Pangolier. Plus, I'd say it's very unlikely that you feed a Bloodseeker into a Morphling Wind lineup. As you mentioned, maybe the Wind is off lane, Morphling mid, they could still fit. But not banning here on Talon can be dangerous. Overall, it feels really good for the Pangolier. Against Wind, you press Diffusal, keep the hero stunned. Against Morphling, he will have no mana to waveform and to shift form. How's it called?
Attribute shift.
Yeah, so to shift. Yeah.
I mean, last game his Pango was insane, and they ban it because of that reason. Yeah, it would have been disastrous if they all of a sudden managed to ban Bloodseeker and pick the Pango themselves, and then I mean, even Spirit Breaker hates the Bloodseeker though, so that's something you have to be a bit wary of.
I'd say a hero that Spirit Breaker also hates is Shadow Demon, and Duz also hates. I'm surprised the hero has been
I know,
quite
Shadow
ignored.
Demon's amazing. Like the hero's toolkit is insane in this patch, but no one picks it.
Aster picked it against Duza Spirit Breaker of Batmoon. They lost, but I wouldn't put it on the Shadow Demon pick. I think it's a pretty decent pick when you see it. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, the Shadow Demon coming into play.
The only reason you don't ban Shadow Demon here is if you're picking it first. They banned some Zoo, so no Lycan, no Beast, no Visage. That's the biggest flaw in Shadow Demon. It's dealing with units. Just Enigma in the pool. Bit weird to see Enigma here. I'd say Talon should go for 2 supports, maybe some backline reach, maybe some clockwork to jump into the Shadow Demon.
Hopefully not
What
again
else?
2 no farming supports.
Maybe Enchantress. Enchantress is the best support against Shadow Demon.
I'm actually surprised we
as I
don't get to
mentioned-
see so much Clinks all of a sudden. Everyone started, well, they don't play Clinks. Clinks +4, maybe the Pugna actually could still be a choice. They love playing it on Talon.
Plugging into SD can be weird. Silencer could be decent also, but I think Enchantress is definitely the best choice if they play the hero. They can play even like either 4 or 5. You match the lane of Shadow Demon. Void Spirit, it's a jump for the Shadow Demon. Basically shows that the Morphling's carry unless they want to do some really crazy Morphling support. I don't know. Or Void Spirit carry. Okay, it's actually very flat.
It could still also be Void Spirit off lane, but most of the time, like 90% of the time, it should be Makoto playing at mid.
Yeah. Then Wind can be support. Rubik.
Ooh, decent spell steals. Dusa ulti, Shadow Demon spells, Demonic Purge. They're pretty okay. You can also possibly try to save an ally once you get shard. And it's a
I'm just
easy
worried
way
about
to
the
interrupt
positioning.
Bada.
It seems like another hard game for the supports on Talon. Because your Void Spirit want to jump a target. Morphling wants to jump a target. Wind Ranger wants to press R and run after a target. And you're left there in the back line.
Could still be a Wind Ranger 4 though, and that they get a different offlaner.
Yeah. I would love to see it. Tundra, usually here you go for the mid laner, so you don't show what Duza is. There's Amber Spirit against Void, but not that good against Morphling. There's Storm.
Oh,
Primal.
another Malrine mid hero. Primal Beast. Void Spirit sucks against Primal Beast.
Okay. I thought it could be okay for the Void. Like, you cannot burst a Primal, but you have so much escape against the Primal though.
At level 6 you do. Otherwise you're going to need to use, during the laning stage, you need to level Dissimilate, which normally you don't want to, but you need to because otherwise Primal's just going to run you down. And it does magic damage, not physical, so your shield on Void Spirit doesn't do anything against Primal. Like, Primal is really strong against Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Against almost all melee heroes mid though.
Yeah. The hero fell off a bit, because I'm not so aware how the matchups feel. Like, yeah, I can see Primal being really good against Void Spirit, but the Neo Universal thing is gonna have like maybe 2 bracers. But yeah, I can definitely see it going for the Primal Beast side, you're right. Darkseer being banned by Talon, so they believe it's a Duza carry. Also, they know Spirit Breaker with Darkseer can be very scary. I wouldn't be surprised
Plus
if
Primal
they ban
Beast, that would be
a carry.
disaster.
Yeah, so they ban a carry and an offlaner, like the 2 biggest troubles they would have. They don't know exactly what Thunder is missing, and now.
I mean, that's the thing as well. They can still put the Primal Beast off lane and put the Dusa safe lane. Like, there's still flex potential on the Tundra side.
Talon has so many flexes, but usually when you pick here, it gets clear for Tundra what to pick, because you see the 5 heroes. So that doesn't really matter so much. Where is Morphling going? Where is Void Spirit going? You're probably gonna know if the Wind is a core or a support, and you get the overall aspect to react to it. I'd like to see a hero that brings team fight.
I mean, the problem that I have with Talon's lineup is they have a lot of flex, but it also doesn't really build into anything.
Yeah. What is it? Team fight offlaner tied. So clock, okay. It's initiation. It's a jump together with every hero that wants to jump. Really good answer to Primal.
Rubik is so sad.
Yeah, but the clockwork feels good when you see the enemy line up. Can Tundra go like for a PL? Sounds too greedy. And have like the Duza as position 3. Because I can see like you want a units when you see like clockwork, morphling, wind, all the single target. You maybe go like a PL hero. And they will lack what offlaner on the other hand?
Naga? Or TB, other
okay,
illusion hero.
units.
The one we kind of forgot. But yeah.
Honestly, I thought about it and then I think not so good for TB and I kept quiet. I'm like, oh, they need illusions, PL, and then TB? Because then the single target on wind is actually good against TB.
I was thinking TB for a sec, but the Morphling with Ags turns into a stronger TB. Void Spirit's also pretty good against TB, and Wind Ranger can be very nasty to do because he has very good burst. It gets a little bit scary on TB because he's from the illusion heroes. He's the easiest to spot which one's the real one.
Yeah, there's enough initiation plus burst against this TB, in my opinion. I think PL would be way more elusive. You cannot find him. You cannot burst the real one. Team fights gets chaotic. You cannot single target. Like, you can only single target, and you don't know where's the target. TB, it's pretty clear the target for you.
Well, it is going to be the Jabs off lane, Wind Range in that case, Ollie on the Clockwork, Rubik for Q. And on the Tundra side, no real surprises whatsoever. 33 on the Dusa, which, you know, it's weird to say that that's not even a surprise in this current patch. But we'll see how that's going to work. A Medusa Spirit Breaker lane is very nasty. It's up against a Morphling plus Clock? Or, yeah. Okay, yeah, Morphling Clock.
I wonder if they can start as 3, considering I think like TB SD lane shouldn't have that much kill potential into a wind. You can play safer on the wind and 3-man in the Dusa. Because Dusa has been considerably nerfed. You can definitely kill this hero level 1. It's a easy kill, so to say, or at least not that hard as it was before. Maybe it's an approach that can work for Talon.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what will transpire. The laning setups could also be changed, as you mentioned. Mid should be the same, though. Malrine on the Primal versus the Void Spirit of Makoto. It's going to be a rough... I assume it's going to be a rough lane for Makoto. I've seen that matchup quite a couple of times in the previous patch. I haven't seen it in this patch yet, but in the previous patch, it was very one-sided.
Yeah, if it was very one-sided, tip me. I would assume it's still favorable for the Primal, but not like, oh, I'm gonna stomp this hero.
Let's see. The difference between Makoto and 23 on the Morphling. That's what I'm gonna keep my eyes on. If he's, yeah, he's queued up that he wants to go for the Falcon Blade on 23. Not go for the Phylactery. I mean, I guess Phylactery could be make a little bit more sense if you're mid because you want to be more active than you would when you're safely morphed. There's just get a couple of starting stats. Falcon Blade is still super freaking good, and then go from there. Probably what, Manta style, BKB. It's not even that good of a BKB game. It's actually kind of a bad BKB game. You're up against Stone Gaze. Demonic Purge, Nether Strike. They've got plenty of tools.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Also checking
No, it couldn't.
33, he goes for the Magical Wand. He had 2 Sage Mass bought beforehand. And I looked at it, I'm like, if they tri-lane him, he has no game. But then he goes for the upgraded stick. Does make a lot of sense. They always go for this. That's why I was surprised. He bought and sold the Sage Mask. Of course, if you sell within 30 seconds, doesn't change anything.
Well, let's see.
The battle
Any early pickups? 3 bounties for the side of Tundra. Mikoto has a Aether Remnant. Can they get the control onto Saxa? Yeah, with Ollie joining in and throwing out a slow. It's going to be first blood for Mikoto to quickly get his bottle, and that is definitely every little bit that he can help
everything
him.
you said about the matchup on mid.
Nah, Malrine
No matter,
still really
no matter
good.
what analysis you can make, the enemy mid laner has first blood. It's a tough lane.
We'll have to wait and see how that transpires. Primal is still, luckily enough, a strength hero. Would be weird if he was a universal hero, because he's so bulky.
Yeah.
Any universal heroes? Oh my god, 23 just took a massive smack of damage there. And Immersion got interrupted by the battery assault with his charge. Let's see, Clockwork's
but he's
also
a
a universal
Morphling.
hero. Okay.
Yeah.
The more you know.
Wind, Void Spirit, Cloth, Morphling, 4. No, 3. Would be weird if Morphling was universal also. Then it would make no sense. Like, what a shit.
Well, it's a 1-for-1 trade in the bottom lane. Skeeter gets the kill onto Q, and we'll lose his support for it. But that's a trade he's worth making. And Malrine is having a really good job in right-clicking in mid so far.
Yeah, trade the nice. Void Spirit went for the early bottle instead of the early bracer. Sometimes we see early bracer, especially with the kill. Goes with the Sage Mask now, full mana, not having any trouble in this lane.
Yeah, he's also queued up the Diadem, which, as you mentioned, can go very well into the Phylactery.
Yeah, it's one of the few heroes you want to have the Phylactery. Because the beginning of the game you don't do damage, especially as a Duza off lane. You basically just exist, but they cannot kill you. So the idea is you get an item, go bottom
Q.
lane, Q.
Yeah, he's gonna get caught out. Kill goes to Saxa. Skeeter uses meta for it. So the bottom lane is going pretty... Actually, his last hits aren't great, but he does have a kill, which trades it up nicely. Malrine is cutting the mid wave against Mikoto.
That's why I think it would be interesting if the Rubik consider playing top as a tri lane, going for the kills, doing rotations. Because he doesn't really add up so much into this lane. It's just like Wind Ranger can survive against the TB SD combo, but as Rubik, you cannot. You get one disruption, you're dead.
Malrine is running all the way across the map with those creeps chasing after him, by the way.
Like you see bottom, they get the disruption into Wind, and they don't do anything with that. Okay, he's having a better farming route here, getting some neutrals. Also, did he get the bounty?
Yeah, he got the bounty
yes.
to refill the bottle. Because that's one thing that Primal does have a very big problem with. Its mana pool is atrocious. So you're constantly going to get those bottle refills. Otherwise, you can't really do anything but just stand there. And he doesn't want to level Uproar anyway, because that doesn't give him the big, scary kill threat.
He doesn't have resources for the water room though. If a support could connect here from
Q's
Talon,
coming
it
in.
would be huge.
But he picks up the water room. And Mikoto doesn't have Dissimulate, so he can't get past Malrine, so he's going to grab the other water rune as well. And that is a very big saving grace for the Primal. But Makoto's doing a lot better than expected.
Anything. Like, just clicked better. Okay, jabs. He used the Wind Run aggressively, so he didn't have here to survive.
And Saxa had Magic Wand charges aplenty.
I
so
could
he
say
was just
Chandra
fine.
is outplaying Talon by now on these very small decisions. water rune catch, the kill on the wind.
23, getting charged up. Immersion can't really do too much. Mikoto with the bottle refill will be able to go back in mid. With his level 6 and maybe a rotation, he definitely should be able to possibly kill off Primal Beast. But would need a rotation for that one.
Yeah. That's why I assume like if Rubik or Clock can join for the 6-minute rune would be huge. They should prioritize this mid lane.
Tower is under attack.
Because Void Spirit was doing so well till this water rune exchange. He's still doing well, to be fair.
500 gold away from the phylactery for 33.
Primal is 6.
And a lot of damage onto Mikoto. With the
Yeah, the
rotation from
charge
Saksa coming in. Well,
Yeah.
that charge could be pretty big. He does have an 8th Remnant. Just
Ooh, he
got
gets
his level
6. He gets 6.
Oh, just in time. And now Immersion is in a very rough spot. Looking to get taken down.
Is in. Also does the Rubik.
Ooh, Saksa even misses the timing there, unfortunately. Will be left behind and taken down. And they will get Mikoto out of harm's way.
Yeah, 6-minute rune might be with a Primal though. It's 50-50. He gets the 50-50 and he's gonna get the bounty also, so it's gonna be full resources. I'd say Talon did everything correct there, but the RNG wasn't on their side this time.
RNGs just can't support you every time. Skeeter in the meantime, top net worth. 2 kills and an assist definitely helps in that regard. Second place is 33, who just now is getting his phylactery delivered.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to be a very big nuisance. Level 3 Mystic Snake, level 3 Mana Shield.
Saksa at the popped.
Just looking for a
Misses the bar
fight.
shot.
Skeeter taken down.
Saksa's still alive.
But in comes Mikoto from behind. Very quick double astral step. Chop chop.
Dire's middle tower
Finishes him off. So we'll be able to find a counter kill. 7 minutes. Wisdom runes have spawned. Immersion picks up 1 and will be charging on to 23. See if they can make anything happen. Actually didn't swap in time. Oh, 23. That was a little bit slow on the swap there. Luckily enough, does stay alive. Because they didn't expect him to miss the chance.
Marine.
Yeah, if he tries to charge, he gets
around.
lifted. So he can't
Yeah, the
really do
Rubik
much.
Did really well in protecting the wind. It's a lot of Mikoto, right, to get the kills on the side lanes, because I can't see how they kill Duza or how they kill the TB on the side lanes without Void Spirit joining. And even like Void Spirit might need a power-up rune, haste, DD, something like this.
Boom, alright, mid. There's the supports joining in with the gang. Good catch from Q, mid charge. And Q gets that kill. Double damage picked up from
it's the
Mikoto,
DD.
and that's a very big rune right now to try and make some plays across the map. Mikoto's Void Spirit does have a pretty decent win rate in the Southeast Asian DPC. Saksa is going to be another one caught. They're starting to make very important moves, but Skeeter's not being harassed at all.
Yeah, but that's the right move, right? If you want the Void Spirit to be able to rotate your lane, you better secure him a rune, and they did that. They secured the kill into the Primal, and then the DD rune on Mikoto. Morphling? Neutral
How
creep?
did he die to... He died to a neutral creep
Oh, he got
underneath his
stunned
tower.
by the Golem?
There was no the shard golem? What? No? I have no idea how he died. He just
the Golem
died underneath
does
the
not
tower.
stun. Not this one. Okay.
I actually
Oh,
would
just-
need a replay on that one. Yeah, this one doesn't stun. That's why I'm very confused. Oh, charging
Yeah,
from
but
behind. I
about
mean,
the-
you have 2 charging beasts. One is the Breaker of Spirits. The other is the Beast of Primals. And they do find the kills on the supports in response. But yeah, he died underneath his tower, by the way. So it feels like something went wrong and the creeps... He swapped attributes and the creeps randomly hit him or something.
Yeah. Honestly, without the replay, it's a hard guess.
I'll have to download the replay after this
I was
game.
trying to see, the observer's pointing out the golem. What can a golem do? Nothing. He can right-click you for like 30 damage.
Yeah, they don't have any heroes that take it over either.
10-minute rune.
And where's it gonna be? Alright, Arcane Rune gets bottled. That's a neat one, especially on a hero like Primal who already struggles with his mana usage.
Are fortified.
33.
He'll go for the Morphling.
Going
Morphling
for
has trouble
bots.
getting the wave. He wave formed already.
And from behind, it's Skeeter as well. 23 doesn't have a waveform available. He's going to get slowed down. Charge from the side, Maureen. They clean him up, and that is 23 taken down with the rotation from Skeeter as well. Going for the tier 1 tower.
With Mata.
There's still a Pulverize at the ready, so you got to be careful. That was a very odd choice from Talon to go into a fight against a metamorphosized TB.
Yeah, it was like this Scorpion play, you know, like, oh, they're going for the Morphling, let's smoke, and we protect him, but he's already dead. And there's a TB that popped meta. Maybe it's like the Scorpion of, oh, we were doing the move, let's see how it goes. It's really, really hard to be executed.
Oh, Jabs is going for the Fusel Blade. So he's building a counter to the Dusa. 33 is going for Phylactery into bots. I mean, with Stone Gaze, you do run really freaking fast.
Yeah.
So I guess that's
it's good,
nice
the
one.
diffuser against Dusa, but it's not enough. Like, how can you as a Wind keep right-clicking a Medusa? There's like the Shadow Demon can ban you, Spirit Breaker can stun you, Primal can stun you.
I mean, it's not going to be easy, but every little bit helps.
Yeah. It's the right choice, but definitely not enough.
3K net worth lead for Tundra. What's the Talon game plan at this point? Is it try and go late, or is late really not their point in this game?
It actually is, but Dusa has a power spike. I don't know, because Dusa offlane. Usually when you're a Morphling against Dusa, you survive like 35 minutes and then you just win the game, because then Dusa cannot fight the Morphling. Dusa doesn't scale as a Morphling. But with a Dusa offlaner plus a TB, it's a lot of scaling going on Tundra. It's a lot on the Void Spirit to become the true carry. So the game plan would be just play for the Void Spirit, make sure he keeps getting kills. He's 302, so he's doing well. But he needs to be actively getting kills. That's what they're gonna do on the TB. Is that enough though?
Does have a Sunder. Gets it off onto Mikoto. Back to full HP. Pops the Metamorphosis. TP's coming in as well. Hook shot to control him up. 23 is here, but the charge is a response. Skeeter can he get taken down? Jabs is there. They finally get the control. They find the kill onto Skeeter. And the rest is coming in a little bit too late, actually. Finally, the charge from Malrine. Nice Aether Remnant to hold him back. Jabs has the sprint with the Wind Run. Dusa ulti. Look how fast he is with the bots. He runs as fast as Jabs on that Wind Ranger. Piggy cannot disengage, and they'll make it a 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, considering Mata popped, I'd say it's a good trade for Talon. It looked bad for Talon when they didn't kill the TB and Tundra came in, but they could survive for a while. Primal was not there so fast. And it's a kill for Mikoto. Again, if there's a hero that can carry this game, it's actually the Void Spirit. This hero with Harpoon, Manta, possibly a Nullifier is very, very strong.
It's kind of insane how fast Dusa is with Stone Gaze and bots. Like, he just keeps up with a Wind Ranger. Full sprint. That's not too shabby. And that also means that Wind Run is not going to keep you alive on the Wind Ranger this game. This is another scary prospect. 33 going for Ags next. Yeah, that Ags is a huge item. Then you get the shard at one point, so you constantly get those mini stuns.
It's gonna be a really
Radiant's
fast
middle
Axe.
tower is under
They
attack.
cannot kill him. They cannot take him out of the map. He's maximizing his farm, farming neutrals. Oh, they go for him.
23?
What?
Why is he waveforming in with like 200 mana?
Jabs connecting, but
Oh
everyone is
my
ready.
god, they put themselves in a very rough spot. The stomps are there. Mikoto jumps in aggressively. 33 is
mana,
almost out of
Duza.
mana.
Duza's gonna die.
He's out of mana, but they're not continuing the chase. It's 2 more hits needed to secure the kill. And
Oh
all
my
that happened
God.
was they lost a little bit of Dusa mana and they got a kill onto the Rubik. Makoto might
Took out the
actually
one.
die. Oh, the immediate
the
bash from
bash.
immersion, and Mulrine hits him from behind. Oh, disaster has struck Talon.
I don't know if Wind could have capped there and finished Duza, but I think he should at least have tried. You take down 1.3k mana. Of course, it's with Diffusal, but let's consider you need to do something like 3k damage to that, and then you're missing those 400 HP points, and you don't go for it. It's a small detail that kept Duza alive, but Tundra really capitalizes on those small details.
Yeah, it's not too easy here for them.
Haze?
On the side of Talon. Do they have the damage is the big question. I mean, Wind Ranger does do a significant amount of damage, but he takes some time and needs to not be interrupted. And Mulrine is in the middle of every single fight. He's going Vanguard into Heart. Like,
Yeah,
pure
gonna have to
beast.
By the next fight. It's gonna be like
You're not gonna
3k
kill him.
HP. Yeah.
Terrorblade's going for Scotty, so he's going to be tanky
Yes.
as well. Jab's going to get jumped. Demonic Courage, you cannot run away. And they're going to surround Ollie for a second kill. 33's Ags is 1,000 gold away. That's going to give him a lot of stats, plus the extra AoE stun. Yeah, this feels like it's a clear-cut Tundra road to victory. It's not like the Talon heroes are that immensely strong in team fights later as well.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Thunder
attack.
was superior on every small detail. They're playing
Dire's
really, really
bottom
well.
tower has fallen.
Charge cancelled. The saddest thing for Rubik, of course, is always that you steal Bulldoze from Bara.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright. Oh, the charge from 23 is going in for the Primal Beast. Do they have the damage to burst him down? He doesn't have his heart just yet, but in comes 33. Dusa, Stonegaze is here. They need to run away. Cannot look that direction. Mulrine holds the Morphling in place. And with the Sunder coming out,
Sunder.
Skeeter actually saves his ally in the meantime. Will need to run out of there. That was a very big save to make sure Mulrine's back to full HP, but Skeeter almost gets taken down, does survive! In comes Jabs, joins the fight a little bit late. 23, can he find the kill onto Skeeter? One more right click is needed, but he gets...
20
No!
HP.
Jabs hits the snipe from long range with the power shot, finds Saksa as well, needs to disengage. Windrun in a second, and that could keep Jabs out of problems. This Jabs rotation is making a huge amount of work happen in that top lane.
Primal back to full HP with the heart. Was such a nice move from the TB with the Sunder. Not only he saved the Primal, but he created so many kills in the team fight because everyone from Talon's like, oh, has no Sunder, it's low HP. Let's jump at him. And that baited Mikoto into dying. And then the Morphling also jumping in.
Well, they did eventually get the kill.
Yeah,
So that,
with the
at the
power
very
shot.
least is something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but still, a kill's a kill. They did manage to take him down. That's a very good team play, though, by Skeeter. And yeah, as you mentioned, you know, Primal full HP, his heart just getting delivered in the middle of that fight. And then you have to burst down the Primal Beast a second time, who has 3.2k HP after 19 minutes.
Has fallen.
Heroes are kind of stupidly strong this batch.
And Void Spirit's going for our Lincolns. I can definitely understand that the item is good for the hero, right? There's so many
Morphling also
single
has
target
Lincolns.
spells.
Eh.
But then you just lack damage.
Well, here we have that team fight. The Sunder from Skeeter so low as well, but Mikoto used all of his spells. And he's just, I'll sacrifice my life to kill you, Skeeter. But then gets smacked as the rest of the team was there. And then so close. He tries to run away, but in comes the power shot. Jabs, like, saved that team fight for his team.
Yeah.
And then Ollie's like, nah, whatever happens, I'll keep you alive, buddy. I'll distract them.
Almost went into the way of Talon because Duza was basically no mana till that last Mystic Snake, and the Wind Ranger didn't focus her, so proves that they have the damage to kill Duza if they execute perfectly.
Well, there's a pause coming up. Immediately gets cancelled though, so we'll be back in it. Skeeter's close to finishing up his Scotty. The ultimate counter to Morphling. No attribute shift will keep you alive in that situation.
Unless, and here comes the surprise, unless BKB.
Nah, even then.
Test you.
We still get screwed.
It's a new mechanic.
Yeah, because it's
still
debuff.
Dispatch. Yeah, it's a hidden mechanic. It's not written anywhere, and I still see
has been killed.
a lot of Scotties being built against BKB.
Yeah, but the thing is, you still have the other problem of this patch, and that's you build a BKB on the Morphling when you already have a Linken's.
Yeah, and it's gonna break our Lincolns with BKB up.
And then you have still nothing, because, you have a couple of stats, but your items don't give you any damage, which is the one thing that they're severely lacking against Primal. Who's now building a Heaven's Halberd as well. Yeah, this Malrine is never gonna die. Jump in on the side, immersion dropping low. Nice heals from Q. Make sure that Malrine gets kept at bay. But he's coming in from behind, has all of his mana pretty much drained. And Skeeter with the meta will be there to play. They'll take down the tier 2 tower. Maybe they'll try and steal the Tormentor.
Very likely the Tormentor, yes. You want to take this aggressive Tormentor.
And the free shard for Shadow Demon. Always nice to have the demonic cleanse.
Yeah, they still have their XP rune to take. They still have their own shard to kill. This game, I wouldn't be surprised if they kill their own Tormentor, because they have meta on cooldown. They already took a tier 2, so they wouldn't mind losing this map control. Although they keep on the enemy try, even without meta. Skipping waves, the TB illusions.
He's also going for a Lincoln on the TB. We're gonna have freaking 3 Lincolns in this game. Spirit Breaker's also building into a Lincoln's. Okay. Why does everyone want the Lincolns this game? I mean, I know it's a good item, but still.
Stats for Universal Heroes also. That's a recap.
Yeah, that was... I mean, there was not too much happening in that fight. It was a good job there by Q to make sure that they wouldn't get more with the Primal. There was not too much shenanigans happening into the pit. First ages of the game, get all the watchers on the map with the free vision that they gain from it.
And they don't even need to use mata. They still have the tier 1 tower down bottom. It's not a fight that Talon can take. All they can do is shove waves to make Spencer lose time when they have Aegis to fix the map. Lockport scouts it. Not much
Ollie
he can
is
do with that
really
control.
poor. Even though Clockwork can decently farm now with Battery Assault doing double damage to creeps. But he's just not getting any farm.
I cannot do anything to Mikoto, just carry him out.
Okay, 23 has Ags now done. So that's a big one. Turn into the TB. Possibly. Could also turn, if you turn into the Dusa, you get the Mystic Snake, right? Turns into Stone Mystic Snake.
Yeah.
That could be a nice one. And you, of course, steal, what? A bunch of his stats as well, which is always nice. I guess TB is still probably the better choice.
Spirit Breaker is also really good. Because then you get the status resistance and go back to your form.
Primal's also not that bad, because same status resistance plus your big bad bully.
What is that?
Just not Shadow Demon. That's the only one that's kind of meh. Clockwork taken down. They have the Aegis for another 4 minutes. The Lincoln Sphere on Skeeter is going to be pretty much done. Malrine is building into Ags. There's not a change in Ags, I assume, since the last patch. So it's just the smacks on the floor. Not really that you need a break in this situation, but it's more stats. I mean, he's almost at 4k HP. He's not going to stop yet.
Yeah.
Mikoto's going
Good luck
Nullifier.
trying
I
to
like
kill
that
him.
choice.
You need a Skadi or Shivas to have the healing reduction.
They're slowly choking out the map currently on the side of Tundra. And Talon is... oh, Mikoto walks underneath the Observer Ward vision. They know that he's behind them, but he TP's out before he gets caught.
Yeah, but it's a smoke that's failed from Talon. Or is it?
Well, they spot
I
the
would call it failed.
Primal. That's not where you want to be. Ollie on the run, gets hit by the stun. Has a hook shot to safety possibly, but not even needed. Q with the Yules plus lift will hold him back. Skeeter pops the meta here, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, they take 1k mana down from the Duza.
33 actually is running out of mana currently. The Deuce is out of mana. Has nothing to work with at the moment. Can he get out of there? The charge forward from 23 nukes down 33. And TB's Metamorphosis is still half duration, continuing for more, but 23 is playing the Primal game. The downside is once you trample, you cannot right click. He's gonna look for a jump onto Immersion on the back end, but yeah, it's not really the best situation to be in. Does have that uproar. Ooh, look at the smacks. That's actually not too shabby with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, Wind Ranger ulti is back.
Jabs,
Manta is
two-man
down.
shackle. Can he kill off Immersion? He's dropping low. He does find the kill. 23 dips out. Skeeter, no Metamorphosis available. Still has that Aegis and the Sunder, but Malrine is very, very, very tanky.
It's really well played by Talon. They took the 3 targets that they could. They could not realistically kill the TB twice or kill the 4k HP Tarask Primal, so they guided really well the team fight, especially with the Morphling. Showing that they can still fight, even 13k behind. They're pinging 33. He sees what's happening. He's gonna hide under tower. They might find Saxa.
Yeah, they do.
They do find
and
him.
the pushback into the Rubik long range pulverize just slurps him back.
Yeah, it's a good catch. They definitely were aiming for the Duza, but getting this SD. Okay, the recap.
Yeah, this was a pretty well thought out fight by 23. Just ignoring everyone else and going for the supports. They lose Mikoto because he was, yeah, 1 second away from getting his Astral Step off. And Primal Beast is still very good at chasing you down.
Yeah, I'd say what Thunder could have done a bit better would be the Shadow Demon to run towards the TB, because he ran away of the TB, so TB could not really save him. But this Shackle was so great. Props for Thunder. Shard for Spirit Breaker.
Aegis expires,
Planar
so that's
Pocket.
a nice timing to come through. And yeah, as you mentioned, the shard for the Spirit Breaker is pretty good. Actually, it's really good. If you pop the Bulldoze and you can dodge, like, let's say, the Shackle, for instance, for your team. 23, actually, no waveform back. Skeeter pops the meta. 23 throws out the snake. Does he get himself out of there? with the TP attempt. He will be able to get the TP back to safety. They only lose the clockwork, it seems. Ooh, close. But
Can
no
they
cigar.
still chase Mikoto? They have lots of tools.
He has a double damage. He's going to go in onto Immersion. Immersion's going to
he's
just
going
get
crazy.
destroyed. He's got that Sacred Relic extra damage as well. With the double damage, it's... The Void
Yeah,
Spirit
the fire
hurts.
coming really soon.
Primal is still not the hero you can kill though. Even though Maurine
Void
has
Spirit?
fallen off in terms of net worth compared to where he was.
Void Spirit might be the best hero to have DD in the game. No, it's like as Arcane is the best for Storm, DD with Void Spirit, because your ultimate does attack damage. Your Universe also have a lot of base damage.
Oh,
Just
Sasek
like one
gets
shot.
caught out. And Jab steals that kill with the power shot. That's a commendable. Commendable. Nice job. Jabs is going to go for the Gleipnir as well, which is a very good value item against the Primal Beast and Spearbreaker, because that's kind of what they're trying to do on the side of Tundra. They're just charging at you the entire time.
This crowd control is really good.
Skeeter's got Moonshard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Huh. Okay. That's not really the item I would have expected at this stage. I thought maybe a Blink, because they keep running away from his meta.
Yeah. Trying to understand if there's something I'm missing there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The night vision, I don't know.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he does hit pretty fast right now,
Radiant's
so
structures are fortified.
I guess it's nice.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like,
He can still upgrade his
Thunder
Dragon
plays
Lance
a lot
as
of
well
vision,
and Shasha.
so I assume if it's like the night vision when okay, they got the Morphling.
Three. Does have his own
Snake
snake,
into
throws
the
it out. Snake on snake action. The Spirit Breaker gets used back, but in goes Maurine. He's looking for Makoto. And 23 just... He's playing a very dangerous game on that Morphling. Immersion's going to get locked down with the Shackle taken down. Metamorphosis was used. 23 needs to back off. And 33 is hunting for more, but Stone Gaze is on cooldown. Nice usage there. The wrong spell gets stolen. Only split shot. Maurine with the smack onto 23, who's out of mana right now while he was playing Dusa Gaming. Will be able to wait for him back. Go for the straight TP. Will he be able to get out of there? No! Immersion with the charge just in the nick of time, and 23 is dead. Skeeter gets himself that kill secured. A lot of gold in their pockets, and now Makoto needs to be careful that he's not going to be the one caught. Jumps to the side, not the perfect place to be. One more Astral Step available, but the charge lockdown is gonna be enough. Makoto drops, they lose both their main cores, and Roshan is down at the Radiant side of the map.
Yeah, Mata will be over, but definitely they can do the roach really fast, even without Mata. Clock's not in the area to scout it, so I'd assume it's a free roach for Tundra. I mean, he's gonna throw the flare. I don't think Void Spirit's willing to buy back.
Ollie smoked up. He's trying to see if he can possibly get the steal on the Clockwork.
To recap, they kill Immersion, but he buys back, so they were all out of position for this kill.
Yeah.
And he just returns.
And then it's just a slow drain. The Mana Shield does help the Morphling while he's playing Dusa Gaming.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a very niche way of playing. Like, yeah.
By the way, like,
you become very
it can
tanky.
sound
Ollie,
simple,
can you hook
but
shot? Oh, Ollie right behind them. Finds the catch, jumps in, steals the cheese, not the Aegis, but at least he stole something from his opponents. Oof. That was a nice attempt, but Skeeter was very fast on picking up the Aegis.
Yeah, he got a cheese. I'd say it's worth the try.
Yeah, he only has a 4-staff and a shard, which I assume he got for free anyway.
One interesting thing, Dusa locked her... But he doesn't have the cheese, I guess that's what the server is showing. So he used, or he didn't get. Yeah, so Dusa has locked the Lotuses, so they don't stack. So he's gonna always
actually a
have
very
it
good
available
idea.
to heal this few mana. That's enough to throw the snake. I don't. you need more 15, but to be honest, usually manage to. So he's not with the stick anymore. He's with this locked lotuses.
And also, it doesn't flood your inventory, because then you'd have a bigger lotus and then 2 smaller lotuses. So you'd have to 2 slots filled in your inventory, which is like a super pain. He does have Scythe as well. On 33, he's going for the Blink Dagger next. He also has that shard, so Deuce says, well, he's big. 33 is big. Skeeter is huge. He's got the MKB now. Should have more than enough damage.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Tormentor.
I'm surprised he goes for MKB instead of the Nullifier. Shard.
Well, Butterfly's almost done
Primal.
on Morphling, that's why. Like, he already has the Eagle Songbot out, so... It's a preemptive pickup.
Void Spirit has Harpoon now. He upgraded the Echo Saber. I'm not so sure if he had this before. But it's not that game changing, right? It's not a Harpoon with a mag that you're gonna skewer the guy back. You just pull a bit. Oh, the cheese is with the Morphling.
Okay, can they keep them at bay? Skeeter to pop that Aegis possibly. Does get the Pavis shield on him. 33. The constant snake tossing. Very hard to deal with that Dusa.
Yeah. Talon's on that awkward position that's like, oh, we need you to go. Yeah, but on who? TB doesn't die, Dusa doesn't die, Primal doesn't die, so what do we do?
Okay, they're going in. Primal goes a bit deeper. Disarm comes out onto Jabs. The Wind Range is in a little bit of trouble during the BKB, but Malrine mana has been drained, so the Primal is a little bit less annoying. Skeeter's meta was popped, though. That's a big one. 33's running out of mana. 33 is out of mana completely, and he's going to get nuked down, taken down. Makota tries to run away. Can he get out of dodge just in the nick of time? It seems so. Jabs buys back. Skeeter's first life will be gone, but the problem for him is he doesn't have a way out for his second life. He doesn't have a meta, he doesn't have a Sunder, he doesn't have anything left. And we'll just focus down the racks instead. They lose Skeeter, they will lose Malrine as well, and they get a very good team fight, even though it did cost them a double buyback on the side of Talon.
Yeah, definitely worth the buybacks. Felt at the beginning that the Primal wouldn't die anyway, but they just killed the other targets first, and when the Primal is left alone with no mana, there's nothing he can do. I honestly don't know what happens if if Tundra just keep hitting the racks, because they were slowly taking the objective, but then Primal decided to go for the jump.
Yeah, but he's Primal, that's what you do. It's like when you play Bara as well, you just go mad cow and see what happens.
Yeah,
game's also gotta be fun.
Because you see, slowly Siege, they were killing the racks.
Yeah, they did give them an opportunity.
Really
There's
well
no
played
meta for,
by the Clockwork. With
there's
the
no meta for 50 seconds. So if they timed it, they should know that they have a little bit of extra time to make a push happen, or so I say. The creeps are very far away. There's still no backdoor protection just yet. And they're nuking it down pretty successfully. They're about to get themselves the melee racks. Or are they? No, the creeps get drawn away by the Dusa Courier.
Let's go back to game.
Show the game. The fight. Oh my god. They just... 33 played so well. The Courier just drags the mid creeps all the way across the map. But yeah, it was a very good team fight. 6k net worth advantage is all that Tundra have at this point. Malirax didn't get taken down because 33 is a hero. It's really hard to do that with a Courier because they die in like 2 hits.
Yeah, he did it once on a pro game also. Guess he was a Brood Mother.
And Jabs' Ags is getting close to being done, I think. Or at least he's showing that he only needs 1 more piece. Indeed. Puts his Bracer in the Courier, so he's probably going to sell that to get the money for his Ags. And the Ags is going to be a big pickup because you're constantly invis at that point and not broken by attacking or casting spells.
Yeah, that's where the nullifier would make a huge change. Till you're 25, right? So don't know for how long it pays off.
You do
The
have
tier 4
Shadow
items.
Demon, of course, with Demonic Purge that can do it himself until 25.
Timeless Relic is such a good pick for the Dusa. The 20% debuff duration with the Mystic Snake.
Okay, jump
Plus
comes in.
Agnes.
They find themselves Saxa. A quick first kill. That's the saving hero that's taken care of. Talon are starting
No
to
buyback on him?
feel it. Morphling 23. He's going for the Scotty next. He's building up a lot of stats. But again, 33 is just constantly pushing out these waves. Making sure they can't make a play. He still even has the cheese on 23.
Yeah, on the backpack. It's kind of difficult to use.
Catch comes through onto the Void Spirit. Do they have the lockdown to take down Makoto? He doesn't have an Astral Step. He's going to get Hex up, stunned up as well. The Metamorphosis comes in. They find the kill onto Makoto, and he just gets 100 to 0 without being able to respond. Q now in trouble as well. Gets the Onslaught charge away. 23 is surrounded by his enemies. Playing the Dusa Gaming. Still has the Gouda, the good old cheese. And will wait for him back, but Malrine is on the hunt. He's got the Pulverize at the ready. Keeps himself alive. Trickster's Cloak is pretty big. 23 gets
I wonder if
away.
Void Spirit will buy back. Because
There's still meta for a third of the duration. But afterwards
there's
they can
Gideon
definitely take a
Primal,
fight.
But no cares, to be honest. They are trying
And
to
meta
hold it
is
up Void
ending right now. Will they go for a fight or just let the racks drop? And seems they just want to let the racks go.
I don't know, it can be Magas.
Malrine actually jumping in onto Q. Q keeps himself alive for a little bit longer. Does he get himself out of dodge? Oh my god, that damage coming through. But with the buyback from Makoto, he's going to get lifted up and controlled. 23 is being held at bay with that Pulverize. Charging for more. 23 gets the mini stun onto 33. There, 23, can he continue the damage at the very least? He's not doing any damage. He turns into the Spear Breaker, charging after Skeeter, knowing that he doesn't have the meta. Mikoto coming in from behind. Skeeter is the big target here. 23 gets the bash. Does he get the lock? Yes, he does. Mikoto, great job. Triple kill coming through. Malrine with the TP out. And will be able to get the TP to safety. 33 managed to get the TP back to base as well. They find 2 kills, but it costs the Makoto buyback. However, Roche has respawned, and that's Roche number 3 with a free Aghanim Scepter.
And they need to run there. They need to run. Especially the Aegas into the Void Spirit that just bought back. Because that's the win condition for Tundra, is killing the Void Spirit. He tried to save the buyback, but he couldn't. He couldn't. But it was a nice buyback when Tundra was out of position. I don't know if I can say a lucky bash from the Morphling, because you're expected to bash once in a while. But honestly, overall greedy from Skeeter that he didn't pop the Satanic, he didn't pop Sunder. He was holding till the very last second. Not so sure what would have happened if he used Skeeter.
Well, now Makoto can get a free Ags. I would assume it's going to go to Makoto, because the 2 supports probably are not going to get it. And that's not bad. Double Resonant Pulse with the good old Silence.
33 is around.
Comes in a little bit too late. This is actually really dangerous for 33 right now. Don't shot comes out from Ali. And this could be a huge kill. Does have a buyback available onto the Dusa. Charge gets interrupted from Malrine. Will they be able to find the Dusa kill? Actually going for the backline. Sax is going to be the target because they know that he's going to be the saving hero. Otherwise, Silence comes out, jump forward. Makoto, Saxa is still alive coming through, but the power shot from Jab finishes the job. 23 is surrounded by enemies, but again, he's playing Dusa Gaming with the mana to sustain, has the aids available. Dusa is nuked out of existence. They cannot fight because there's no Skeeter with the meta at the time. Now he does finally have it, but it's already too late. A huge engagement comes into favor for Talon. They turn the fight around. The net worth advantage is for them as well. And right now, it's their chance to try and turn this game all the way around. Everyone has a buyback available on the side of Tundra, except for Skeeter, though.
Yeah, Skeeter was shoving waves meanwhile, so Talon cannot go for an objective, but definitely really well played. The hook shot was under a ward, I assume. I don't know if that's a new ward or if it was there, but it was a really good hook shot. Also, the cogs canceling the
I think
Primal Beast.
he scouted him out with the rocket flare.
Okay. Yeah, so the ward probably not there, but really nice hook shot.
Yeah, and
you give your own jabs. That's a bit greedy.
Yeah.
He's gonna see
But
Skeeter.
Well, he sees an illusion. Skeeter's playing back, staying back, doesn't want to force any buybacks, but 23 is going to go for the finish, it seems. Very angry Morphling, pushing very quickly. 33 buys back, 23 still has that Aegis available, even as the cheese is back up. In case it's needed, jump forward, Immersion. Ooh, the damage is very quickly. In comes Jabs, actually. He's trying to nuke down Immersion. Immersion, is he going to get taken down? The 8th Remnant drags him back. He is going to fall, but has a buyback at the ready. Malrine bought back as well. That's 3 buybacks from the Tundra side. And will they be able to get anything more than Jabs? Q will be left to his own device. Actually, 23 comes in from the side. Full HP, full mana. He wants to continue this fight right up against his opponents. And they don't even want to touch 23. He's just right-clicking as the Dusa. The stronger Dusa Gaming comes right through. They lose Immersion. That's a dieback. Triple buyback coming out from Talon's side. But again, 23 still has the buyback available. Skeeter has the Sunder. Can he get it off in time? No, he's going to get silenced up by Makoto. Times it perfectly. Buyback from Skeeter does not have his meta right now. Jabs needs to run away. Otherwise, he's going to get taken down by Malrine. Saxa knows it. And he's going to try and banish him. The rock smacks him out of existence. A dieback comes through, but in comes 23. Can he get more going for his team? Makoto still has not fallen here onto the Void Spirit. Is out of mana completely, though. And 23 needs to be a little bit careful himself. He's going to get surrounded. Sunder comes out from Skeeter. He has a Sunder in 10 seconds again, but he's going to get bursted. The save is going to be more than enough now. It seems not. Skeeter, can he heal? No, he cannot. That's another dieback coming through, and 23 Savage does nothing to stop him from just obliterating the rest of his opponents, even turning into the TB to make sure the illusions can help out with the push. And they're going to finish off Maori, knowing he does not have another buyback, and they can try to push, but there are no creeps. Everything has been shoved out. This is a big play from Tundra. Look at that.
If they had a wave, it would be game over. Such a long team fight. 17k damage dealt by the Morphling, 13k by the TB. 5 buybacks against 3.
Makoto played that fight out as well as he could, because he knows that he can be 100-0, but he played so sneaky. Q has stolen Sunder, by the way, so that's kind of neat. And he's trying to push the lane, while at the same time Sax is trying to cut the wave. Malrine tries to use the courier.
But failed. 25 seconds without Dusa.
Fortification just in time. An Immersion would be a dieback if he falls, and don't really see him getting out of there. Ooh.
Oh, the last second.
23.
He goes for Saxa.
Going in for more. Saxa also does not have a buyback available, and that 6 seconds for Dusa, but yeah, they don't. They only have the Dusa. He does have Stone Gaze. He buys a Dagon on the Dusa, but 23 is getting his Rapier delivered right now. Charge forward, no mana onto 23. He just needs to focus it down. Sunder gets thrown out. That doesn't really matter. It's a Dusa.
Don't really care. It's a Dusa.
But 23 to finish it off. In comes Jabs as well. They know that once the TB is back up, it gets a little bit scary, but the GG gets called, and Talon make the comeback happen.
Whoa,
they actually made that comeback happen. My God, I did not expect it to come through, especially not with the 33 Dusa playing such a good game. But 23 just played Dusa in the late game as a Morphling, and it worked.
Morphling is a better Dusa. That's the thing. After 30,
and Dusa's a better TB.
Minutes. Yeah. Yeah, the TB fell off, right? He couldn't use the Sunders because the 3 cores on the enemy team had Lincolns. and he didn't have the BKB to keep alive. He couldn't pop Satanic most of the fights. I don't know if the choice of Moonshard was too greedy, because you don't really see him right-clicking. He was always bursted down. But really well played by Talon. This 3 Lincoln's choice might have been one of the reasons why the TB didn't have such a game. Morphling finished the game with a Divine Rapier. So sure when it was bought, if it on the very end of the game.
It was, he was getting it delivered while they were taking down the Ancient, so that's when he got it delivered. But yeah, this was kind of a wild game, very enjoyable to watch, and a huge comeback coming in. 23 ended the game. Wait, okay, the order is incorrectly. Otherwise, I was really freaking out that he won the game.
It's skill assist deaths.
Yeah, that's tripping me up completely. Okay, so he ended 10-3-15. That's a pretty decent score. Makoto Alex as well in the early mid game kept his team going the entire time with great catches together with Q and Ollie.
Yeah, really well played from everyone on Talon. Really good performance. Going back against Tundra is not that easy.
It's not easy. Not easy in the slightest, but pretty sublimely done by Talon. Definitely showing why they are invited to the tournament to play, giving us very fun and interesting matches to witness. So we'll be checking out some replays of that match, brought to you, of course, by Monster. Let's go over some of the fun team fights, and we had plenty of those. Oh, this was such a good catch by Ollie. This was a really big mistake by 33. No one in his team was nearby. And
yeah, bit greedy.
Yeah, he's the strongest team fight because he's a big distraction.
And then Saxa was out of position. Perfect power shot.
And Skeeter joins now. Like the fight's already over. And Skeeter, it's like, I'll join ya! Balls. And then a big fat rip. His entire team gets smacked. And this was a pretty deep fight coming through. Got really scary as well, but they had such a big advantage in terms of forcing the enemies to buy back. I thought they would just reset the fight here and be like, okay, we'll lose the Rubik and then come back afterwards when everyone's respawned. But they were like, no. 23, no. I still have my Aegis, let's go.
Yeah, Wind these travels on the mid wave also to connect faster. Those small details that make all the change.
I mean, you kill him once in a second on the 23, but look how long it takes him to kill him once, and then he still has that Aegis. Skeeter also no meta because he used it prior. And Makoto with very little mana the entire he has clarities in his inventory because he's running out of mana every single fight. Like, he is struggling so hard in trying to just continue fighting.
Yeah. It felt like Thunder could win this fight for a while.
Yeah, it got close, and then all of a sudden, like, if 23 died, he got very close to dying. If he died there, then that fight would have probably gone in their favor on the side of
yeah, the Morph TB reflection was really strong when you watch the fight. So much things going on.
Yeah. Sublimely done. Like, top-notch performance coming out there from 23. Playing a completely different style, of course, than we saw in game number 1 from when Makoto played the Morph. But Makoto looked really good on that Void Spirit in game number 2 as well. So I really like the way that they play the heroes right now in that second game with the comeback possibility obviously is always great. But they never gave up. They constantly tried to find avenues where they could fight. And I gotta admit, I was not a believer that they'd come back after that disastrous early mid game.
Yeah. I wasn't really believing, but I was trying to push, yeah, maybe Void Spirit can be this carry. Because I've seen Void Spirits come back into games and just carry the game with the amount of damage that this hero does. But it was a lot on the Tricore. I'd say Morphling also made a good comeback. Wind was always with great positioning. It's not that easy to find the shackle shots, and he was really good with it.
Yeah, it's really nice to see what they have managed to do in this series. I'm curious to see if we will be able to get a nice little interview with one of the players to talk about, their thought process. Obviously, Talon, one of the stronger teams of the Southeast Asian region, but this last season was not their season at all. Obviously, they didn't make it to the major, so they have this. Gets them a good chance to another very big tournament, though. But yeah, we'll see. We have an interview with 23 Savage to discuss their recent win on this match. In a second, once that's set up, obviously. Any questions you already have in your mind about that game? Oh, there he is. Hello. Congratulations on that very hard-fought win, because that game, I mean, it was a really good comeback. How did it feel to play the better Dusa?
It feels really good and fun, because I have better stats than him, so he cannot do anything. Hello?
Okay, yeah, that was, yeah, we can. It's a little bit low, but I'll just pump up the volume.
That's the webcam mic.
Oh, wait. I'll talk
yeah,
near
it's
the
probably
camera.
the wrong microphone.
Wait, I'm gonna
No
change.
Yeah, he was using his webcam mic. He's swapping it out, and hopefully that will. Hello, are you back?
Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, now we hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can hear you correctly. Okay, Astini, ask a question. You had plenty of time.
Okay, you were the Morphling, you were the better Dusa, but what hero do you really want to turn into all team fights? Is it Dusa, or you want to be the Bara, be able to charge, to kite the team fight? Did you have a plan on how approaching team fights? Or it's just like a target shows up, I'm gonna morph into him?
I think I want to be the Dusa, because if I get to be a Dusa, I can tank for the team, and my team is they need a tanker to open the space in the fight. But if the fights go late, I'm gonna turn into SB and charge through. Yeah, that's what I thought before a fight. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, when I looked at game number 1 and game number 2, I gave you guys way higher odds of winning game number 1 than game number 2. But you guys came back after what was a pretty rough early mid game. What in your eyes was the big problem? Was it their picks that were really hard to deal with, or the way that they played?
I think the laning phase, we didn't do it as well as we should. That's why they got a huge lead in the early game. So yeah, it's just about the laning. I think we're supposed to play better at the laning phase. Yep.
Yeah, there's also a question, because Astini said that in his eyes, safe laners are struggling in this patch because the offlane heroes and duos that you play against are really strong combos. For instance, you see a random Deuce up against you or whatnot. What are your insights? Do you also feel like the safe lane is a harder lane than it was previously?
I think it's a bit harder, but if you can just play for farm, it's already good. If you have the same net worth as the off lane or a little bit more, I think it's already a win lane. Yeah, because off lane is kind of strong also.
Any questions?
Another question. I've seen the Morphling. You played Morphling game 2. Game 1, you guys had Wind Morphling. and you end up being winged, is it a choice that you make or the coach makes? It's you say like, I want to be the Morphling, or how does it go?
I think I just want to play Wind Ranger, but I think if I could turn back time, I should be playing the Morph. Yeah.
So we'll know that one for the future at the very least. Every single time it gets picked, 23 Savage, he's going to say, no, that's mine. That's that one. Makoto, no phylactery build for you.
Probably, I guess.
Yeah. Quick question, last question. We were very, obviously it's about your teammate, but he probably talked to you about it before. The phylactery on the Morphling in game number 1. Do you know what his idea was behind it?
I think it's just for like early fights. Like it's really strong in the early game with the second spell. So, but we didn't manage to like abuse the timing, so that's why it's kind of shit in the game. Yeah.
Okay, so normally it would it goes a little bit better than that. Okay, then I'll keep my eye on it next time Makoto plays Morphling, which will not happen anymore. You'll probably go for that phylactery again. Okay. Any last words for the viewers at home? You know, the people that are watching.
Thank you for cheering us, and hope we can win more matches.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us for that interview, and good luck with the rest of the matches. You're doing pretty decently. 1-1, 1-1. Which is an okay score, but you're going to need to get some wins because Execration died previously on the 1-1 ties.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that was 23 Savage. Looked very solid in that second game specifically. Jabs also looked good on the Wind Ranger, I must admit. But that does conclude this series. We do have another one coming soon enough, and that will be Bet Boom versus Shopify Rebellion on this stream, covered by, of course, me, DK Truman, and Destiny. For the next show, we'll see you after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 4 of the day will be up soon enough. My name is DK Truman. I am joined by Astini for the last series on the Earth stream today, and it is a beautiful one at that, Astini.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see the Miracle Arteezy team. They already played one series, but I wasn't lucky enough to watch it, so really looking forward to it. It's a day I've been waiting for.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing what they can break. Sorry, my bad. I just joked a little bit because the match is so immense, amazing. Miracle and Arteezy in one team. The team that always tends to beat Nouns in NA as well. Oh, everything comes together. Bet Boom, by the way, for the people watching, is playing in the tournament because Execration could not get their visas sorted in time, so that's why they got replaced. And now we have Bet Boom, which honestly, I really like watching Bet Boom. So yeah, I'm still pretty happy. They also did win their first series against Aster.
They're definitely a really strong team. The thing is, they have really high highs and very low lows. Sometimes feels like they're not on their A game. When they're playing their best game, they're definitely a contender for the title of the tournament. I wonder if it's that more of a mental state or a gameplay thing. Feels more like mental. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of surprising that they didn't immediately get invited. They did end second place in the Eastern European DPC. Like, they look really good. They did swap their roles, if I'm not mistaken. Nightfall now playing the safe lane, Pure playing the off lane, which is comparative to what we saw at like previous seasons. Not the case, so we'll see how that dynamic works out. And obviously a very terrific team. On the opponent side, they don't have a substitute if I'm not mistaken, but the opponent side, as mentioned, there is a substitute. Abed will not be playing for the Shopify Rebellion side. Instead, that will be a Miracle. And that is a miracle for all of us because you don't get to see that man pop up too often anymore. It's, a unicorn in the Dota scene where he just randomly, or, just like with the Arteezy streams, it's when you see it, you can just marvel.
Yeah, and he played a really good Earthshaker. He really carried the game as a mid laner. I wonder if they are gonna do some role swaps, if Arteezy gets to play SF, TA mid, and Miracle gets to play carry, if they're gonna try something like this, or if it's just defined that Miracle... Yeah. So Boba started with a Storm for Miracle. It's like the first game, what I'm gonna pick. What about this new hero I haven't been picking? Storm. Yeah. Storm didn't work that well, although Storm Pugna is always a very strong strategy. But yeah, to be fair, they were playing against GG, one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. Major winners. So yeah, I'd say the draw is a really good result, and we can expect a lot from the Shopify team in the DreamLeague 20.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. It's Bet Boom is a rough team to get a read on right now, but they're still immensely. I mean, that was kind of the super team, right? The Bet Boom roster, it was the super team. Yeah, every esports out there has super teams that they attempt to make, and then it falls flat completely. Well, they're a super team that they're building up. They're getting there. I have full faith. I still miss Toronto, Tokyo mid, but I will live with his position 5. We'll quickly check out the Shopify roster right now and see the amazing players that they're playing with. As you can see, blacked out Miracle. No one knows where he is, what he's doing. He's a mystery out in the Dota scene. But the rest of the lineup, RTZ on the safe lane, Saberlight in the off lane, Crit as the position 4, and Fly to finish the job off. The captain coming in clutch for Shopify. Number 1 of the NA region this season. Finally, they got the number 1 slot of NA. Took them 2 times, but of course we'll see them as well at the major. But right now we'll have to see them beautifully playing Dream League and trying to qualify for that Riyadh Masters $15 million tournament.
Yeah, I wonder what happens now that they broke the curse, right? Because it's the same thing, NA and SA, that NA always TSM was first place, but then Shopify would do amazing at international events and TSM would do last place. SA, Beast Coast would place first, EG second, and then EG would perform well. So this time they finished first place.
Well, at least it's not the 3rd place curse that they used to have all the time, where they always ended 3rd place in every tournament. Though some might say they want to get to that point again, because right now it's just dominated by the Western European teams. A little bit ridiculously so sometimes. But I'm seeing some possible cracks in the Dream League tournament. There are some, of course, they're still doing pretty good on the Western EU teams, but there are some teams that are struggling a bit more than they would like.
Yeah, but I'm glad we have a tournament with the structure of Dream League, where the stronger regions get more slots. Most games they feel extremely even, so there aren't those one-sided stomps. Maybe some regions are taken as not so strong. Some people would say, for example, that Southeast Asia is not that strong, but they just took a map of Tundra. We've seen it here. Group A, besides the Tundra 2-0 on Liquid, all the other matches were draws, which means it's a pretty even tournament.
Well, here we have the Bet Boom roster. They're all magical. We have no idea what they look like. It's a mystery all the way around, but Pure in the safe lane. Or Nightfall in the... Wait, now I'm confused. I thought that they swapped side roles, and Pure was off lane and Nightfall was playing safe lane. I'm now confused. And Toronto Tokyo is the 5, right? Save is the 4. GPK is still mid. GPK is correct.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Pure and Nightfall, they changed. As every Eastern European team ends up changing the carry for the offlane. Every carry tries to be an offlaner. Now it's Pure time.
I mean, to be fair, you know, he used to be a safe laner anyway. It's the problem with Shopify. They tend to, or back in the day, Evil Geniuses, they tend to take great Eastern European safe laners and turn them into offlaners, and they don't know what they are at this point. But we'll see how that will transpire between BetBoom and Shopify. The renewed BetBoom versus the Miracle Shopify. It's going to be a very fun match. I hope to get to see some fun mid laners like that Shaker, of course, that we were that you mentioned, where Miracle played it previously today and won with it, and honestly dominated with it. So maybe we get to see some fun stuff, or just the old classic Miracle Voker, because very little people play Voker right now, and that would also make me very, very happy.
Yeah, we see Beast being banned. There's also, so it's interesting because Beast beforehand was ignored on the match we watched, so pretty surprising. This one we kind of back to normal.
Well, they are getting a couple of bans. Very early Bloodseeker ban coming out from BetBoom. That's not something that you tend to see in the first phase.
Production, we hear you. Sorry, couldn't focus. Yeah, Seeker was an opening that Shopify was using. They used Seeker with Lich. It's basically a winning lane. It's so hard to win the lane against those two heroes. So basically, you can guarantee that the safe lane is going well, which is hard nowadays. Means Tekis is on the pool. Bad Boom, they lost the last 2 times they played Tekis, so I wonder if they're gonna try it.
Yay! Bet boom!
Here it is.
Techies!
On the
I
other
love
hand,
Techies.
Batrider on the pool. Spirit Breaker, Magnus. Usually you're
Good
gonna
old
see...
Bat.
Yeah, usually you're gonna see iteration of those heroes that are so strong. You wanna guarantee them on first phase.
They have a lot of flex
Bat-
potential behind them as well. There we get another Morphling. 3 Morphling games in a row, which is surprising because I haven't seen that much Morphling before Dream League. I've seen it a couple of times, like pop up, but most of the time teams just skip over the hero.
Yeah, there's a huge reason to pick it against Magnus because you're against a universal hero, which means you're gonna steal 40% of the stats with the Aghanim's. Basically, your Aghanim's timing is game winning. Usually, you wanna have the Magnus as offlaner when you see the Morphling because of that. So you don't wanna prioritize so much the farm on the Magnus. But that means that Magnus, a hero that's a lane winner, will not have such a great lane as he does against the melee heroes. So it's a really good pick, the Morphling against Magnus. You force him into off-lane role, and you're good on the lane against him.
Oh, Storm
being
gets banned out. Oh no! And it's banned out by Bulba as well, the big surprise. Ancient Apparition banned. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you're playing Morphling, but not that many people play the AA.
Yeah, Batbone, they really like to play Storm with a battery, or let's say Pangolier with a battery, so they'd play Kodo Pangolier, Pugna Storm. It's a way of taking out those flexes. Also a hero that is hard to RP. It's also a hero that you're gonna like harpoon skewer back and has mobility, which is another reason for the Morphling, a hero with mobility against the skewer back.
I've seen recently a counter to the pullback from Magnus, because it's going to happen anyway. The Kunkka coming out for some teams, even though Kunkka doesn't really get played that often, but a good Kunkka can always get the X mark on time to save whoever's going to get skewered back. But when considering you're playing against Batrider, you also want to have a possible other save. I come back to
That's some cope.
Shadow Demon.
The Kunkka. I feel Kunkka is some cope. I'd rather, yeah, as you mentioned, like Shadow Demon, Rubik, Winter Wyvern. The X is some cope, especially because then they can play the Magnus in your lane and you're gonna lose the lane because you're a melee hero against the Magnus. Bad Boom bans Void Spirit. Those 2 spirits, they get a lot of benefit from the Empower and they become a carry from the mid lane. Something I would be worried if I'm playing against Miracle. So pretty decent bans coming out from Bad Boom.
Just get rid of all the spirits. Yeah, they're annoying. The only one that's left is Earth Spirit. That one I actually would like to see because Earth Spirit's such a fun hero to be used. Crit is also a super good position 4 play, but I assume currently that this is their offlane duo, Batrider Magnus. Probably.
Yeah, they banned Dirge because Batboom played recently. They also played Legion against Batrider. I wonder if they're focusing on the best strategies that Batboom have. So I would assume they would not like to play against Legion.
Legion. Yeah, Legion's
Legion
always a
and
nice
Auto.
one, but Legion doesn't get played too often. I still think the Q, the overwhelming odds from Legion in this patch is insanely strong. During the laning stage, the AoE is immense, and the damage output can be very surprising as well.
Yeah, and press
And
the
you can
attack
use it
is not
during
press the
arena,
attack anymore.
duel.
It's press the move speed.
Yeah, the press the attack is crap. It's meh. I mean, it's a good way to keep people from being lassoed. That's about it. Until you get level 25, and then it's like, okay again.
Yeah, Shopify need to show support. They themselves have played a lot of Pugna, but without a pair in the mid lane, looks a bit underwhelming. Techies, strong laner. Usually you want some Mirana or Pugna against Techies. A hero with...
Lion.
Yeah, Lion's a Morphling answer, let's say. right? You have the Hex, but the lane can be sus. The long range from the techies is extremely annoying. You're probably like assuming you're gonna lose a lane. The question is it techies being played as 5 or 4?
Yeah, it still has a bit of flex potential behind it as a support. Pangolier comes out, one of the strongest heroes in this patch. And the Shadow Demon, as we mentioned, a good save against the Bat Rider. Demonic Burn is also amazing against the Bat Rider, against the Magnus. It's just in general, Shadow Demon is powerful this patch. Timbersaw, okay. This gets a little bit more dicey in exactly what all the roles are going to be. Timbersaw mid for Miracle against the Pango, or where do you think this is heading?
I assume it's mid. The instant I see Pangolier, I'm thinking play Timber mid. And because that's the matchup you want against Pangolier. When you don't have Storm, Pangolier against Pangolier, Timber should be the best option. You're gonna win the lane, definitely. The question is, after winning the lane, can you shut down the Pangolier that he doesn't get runes, that he doesn't kill on the side lanes? That's another question. But definitely on the 1-to-1 matchup, it's really good.
Yeah, it could also still be a Magnus safe lane if need be for Shopify. And the Bat Rider has some flex behind it as well. But we'll see what the last couple of choices are going to be. Enchantress banned out. Oh, the offlane Enchantress maybe is what they'd be fearful of.
Yeah.
Because that one can still hurt.
Beforehand.
I know a team that did that against my team, and that hurt. Meanies.
Okay, my team. Yeah. On the other hand, I think Bat Rider has really good interaction against Enchantress. And it's a Bat Rider support. You could have it follow the lane that Enchantress goes. But I do understand. They are focusing on taking down the comforts from the Batboom team. That's a pretty reasonable approach here in the draft.
Yeah, Batboom don't really know exactly what Shopify are going to go for, because again, as mentioned, Magnus could just go all of a sudden in the safe lane, can go off lane, can even go mid if they want to go that route. I would assume it's still going to be the Miracle mid Timbersaw, but just for flex possibilities, you have Bulba's big bulging mind behind the Shopify side, so you can always whip up some changes where needed.
Yeah, Shopify always aims to win lanes. That's their playstyle. They smash you at lane and then the game just gets so easy because they're so ahead. So let's say, theoretically, Batboom goes some DP to counter Timber and play Pangolier off. Then definitely they're going to be changing the Timber to the off, the Mag to the safe lane, and then getting a new mid laner against DP. That's like just very crazy example. Because they have overall last pick with the second pick, so they can pick any roles. I'd say usually you want the Timber on the Pangolier lane. That's what makes more sense. But they're definitely not locked on that idea.
Well, Batboom is taking all the time they can in figuring out exactly what they need to do here, because they're kind of lost. Okay, the TA band out would be a pretty okay hero in most situations. Has been pretty strong in this patch with the extra vision that you gain, of course, from the traps, and the silence is always a nice addition. It's going to be a Tidehunter last pick for Batboom. Looks like a really good Timbersaw game. Okay.
Jug, yeah. That would be my guess when I see the Tide. Especially banning Legion, it was a comfort of Batboom. And then you see Tide, Jug is really strong against it, and you have Empower. It's such a really good Jug game. Really, really good. That's why they picked like in few seconds, right? It was probably the idea they already had. And then they see a Tidehunter, which is a winning matchup for the Jug. Then they have no doubts.
So a Tide Techies versus a Juggernaut plus Bat Rider? Okay, so it's crit on the Lion, Bat Rider 5. They're swapping it around like that. Saberlight on the Magnus, Miracle on the Timbersaw, as you mentioned. Looking at these drafts, what are the game plans for this? Is it, as you said, Shopify win lanes, win game? Or do they have to do a little bit more to try and secure the W?
No, Shopify is pretty simple. It's win lane, win game. And also, if they lose the lane, they have tools to come back. They have stacks, they have Empower to farm jungle. The Bat Boom game seems way harder, where Pangolier needs to somehow, let's say, draw the lane, tie, and not lose it, and get power-up runes, and do a lot. Gets lots of kills on the side lanes. So I believe it's too much on a Pangolier that has a losing matchup on the mid lane. It's going to be really hard for Bat Boom. They need to prioritize Pangolier game, maybe getting first blood with Grenade, control power-up runes since the beginning of the game. Because the good thing for the draft is that Morphling is supposed to stay alone in lane, so the SD can join the fights on the mid lane. But the Tidehunter against Jug doesn't seem that good.
Yeah. Doesn't really seem too fortuitous for the Tide. And later in the game, neither, because there's a Timbersaw on the opposite. Like, this is such a free Timbersaw game for Miracle. What do they really have? Like, realistically, what do they have to counter him?
The Timber against the Timber. You see?
Yeah.
There's a Morphling. You just morph. I don't think the Morphling. It's two really good heroes, the Magnus and the Timber. He can morph into the Timber, yes, but that's after 30, 35-ish minutes. That's a lot. Things that Bat Boom could do is play the Roche fights well. They have Techies. Techies is really good for the Roche fights. You can control the gates. You put the mines before the enemy team joins. You can do a lot of damage. You can play on buybacks. I believe Bat Boom, they need to outplay.
Oh, Miracle's getting harassed already. Oh no, the damage. But yeah, he should have a pretty okay lane. 3 bounties are secured for Shopify at the start. And not a bad way to start the game. Batrider position 5. Something about that makes me feel icky.
The hero's just too strong of a laner. You throw the flame break and a grenade, and you just run it down, and when you have fireflies, secure the kill.
Well, they're gonna go in on pure already. Doesn't have any magic wand charges really to work with, and yeah, that's why the Juggernaut insta-pick came out against the Tide.
Yeah, and he
No
did
regen.
a choice of going Tangos, but Jug's a hero that takes 90% of your HP, so usually you want to buy salves against him.
He's just gonna need to use Gush the entire time to make it work. Pushback comes out. Pure is gonna be first blooded. And Artur gets himself first blood secured on the Juggernaut. At the very least, it doesn't cost him tangos, so he'll get the TP back to lane. And the lane is being pushed out, so I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah, they don't have the pool on Shopify. That's something. They go for TZ, but they don't have the level 2 yet, so harsh.
Yeah, Artur will be able to just easily heal up in the process. Towards mid, a different lane to watch right now. GPK versus Miracle, Pango versus Timbersaw. And it's looking so far pretty decent for Miracle.
Yeah, the Timber eventually is going to be able to deny creeps from the Pangolier, because he gets a lot of right-click damage by being universal. Also, when he gets levels, maybe even level 5, he can already dive the Pangolier. Try to double wave him.
Well, bottles should definitely help in being able to keep the sustain going. Bottom lane, it's going to be the Morphling plus Shadow Demon versus a Lion Magnus combo. You always have to be a little bit careful, of course, as the Shadow Demon if you get dragged back with a nice skewer.
Yeah,
no, I
the
don't
way
think
they're
Morphling
playing
has
the
that problem.
lane, it's really free for the mag. Crit, I'd say he might die, but not really. Shadow Demon doesn't have mana. So they're sharing XP on Bat Boom side. On Shopify, it's full XP for the mag. The mag's gonna be huge.
Well, there is no mana pretty much left on the Jug. He does have a magic wand with 10 charges. Save is trying to quickly get the Lotus and should be able to secure it. Arteezy is slightly struggling more than I would have anticipated.
Yeah, because the tech is instantly killed his healing ward. His attack range on tech is so broken.
700, and it is also a universal hero, so if he gets that, you know, level 25 down to plus 252 damage, build in some agi items, you can have a lot of fun.
Okay, that's some cope.
Hey,
25.
that talent is there for a reason, I believe. Universal heroes all day, every day.
Yeah, the 3 lanes are going well for Shopify. Just like, yeah, well, all the cores are actually farming. So it's even. Oh, the cliff play. Toronto Tokyo has to TP out. I wonder if he can disruption and one of the copies will change place like a Manta.
No, because you stand on that position where you get disrupted.
Let's see.
Sableye does take a significant amount of damage.
Has
Toronto
9
Tokyo stunned up. Sableye skewers him back. Toronto needs help, but he's going to get taken down. However, in response, Crit will die to Toronto Tokyo, so 1-for-1 trade is all not too shabby.
Yeah, fair trade. Let's see. Shopify gets the kill first, so they get more XP. They get the XP into heroes. Not a huge of a deal, to be honest. Pretty even trade. Yeah, Miracle is level 5. It's painful for the Pangolier from now on.
Yeah, especially once level 6 even comes in and you get Chakram. Then it's chop chop dead.
Yeah, he has to farm with the spells, which means has no mana, has to go back to base to refill. But he'll be in time to fight for the 6-minute room, so it's fine.
Top side again, RTZ with the healing ward. Tries to bait and save very deep. Somehow Nightfall dies bottom lane. The spin comes out to actually fly. Now went a little bit too deep. And will be taken down by Pure, who is now second. I'm just quickly checking out the net worth. He's second, tied for second. Okay, he just got overtaken on the Tide, but considering that was his terrible start, he's not having a very bad lane.
Yeah, those skills really matter a lot. So getting the Batrider kill is really meaningful. He's not buying so much regen, so also having more net worth. They got the Lotus with the techies. Few small things. Has the ring up. They're going for the next Lotus.
Crit gets a stun off. And the spin from RTZ, who is pretty low. Pure is going to be just fine. And with... Okay, TP got cancelled there by the Shadow Demon. Toronto Tokyo didn't go top side, but Fly could come in from behind. That is a scary prospect. Does have that flame break, but with the Juggernaut not having any mana or tools at his disposal, it's a bit too risky. They are pinging out that there are some XP runes coming in soon. And Fly and Crit are together trying to steal the XP rune of Batboom.
Yeah, Artiz is joining. And the Pangolier cannot TP because there's a Timber following him.
And Toronto Tokyo is just going to steal the enemy, so it doesn't really matter that much.
All
God,
these efforts to steal the enemy one and you forget about yours.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they scan it, so they know what's happening.
Okay, that was a lot of effort put into that grab.
Yeah, but it's a catapult wave that is hitting the enemy tower, so that's really good for Shopify.
Miracle is coming in from behind. Pure needs to be careful, because the Tide is not really that strong against the Timbersaw. He knows that he needs to slow him down, but the kill should be secured, and Pure nowhere he can run except into oblivion.
Survived a little more than expected.
Oh, GPK is stealing some stacks.
Trying to play the enemy area, knowing that the Timber is on his map.
Nice triple stack of neutrals being picked up. That's a good chunk of change. Toronto Tokyo with the Shadow Poison spam. Rolling Thunder comes out, going for Saberlight. Runs out of position a little bit and immediately gets smacked down. Pretty big kill with a pretty nice steal. GPK making moves on the Pango, trying to recover, of course, the deficit that he has compared to Miracle.
Yeah, that's what you need to do as a Pangolier. The only downside is the power-up rune stays with Shopify. Miracle has a haste. He's running into GPK right now.
And they get the kill. GPK slowed down, has another shield crash in a second, but the last right click from Crit, no uphill miss coming through. Haste used by Miracle, going for Toronto Tokyo. He's got more than enough mana to spare. And Miracle Timbersaw is unleashed, ready to go.
Yeah, that's the thing with the trade. You get a kill with a Pangolier, use your roll, but you give away the rune, and I'd say that's the best rune for a Timbersaw. The haste. You don't have any stuns, but you just run at them, and they cannot kill you. More stacks coming for Shopify. Wonder if Mag's gonna farm it or gonna leave it for Jug.
Well, he is going for the Battle Fury on Jug. So you're
Or the
gonna have
Timber.
cleave on cleave. Oh yeah, it's gonna be picked up by Miracle. He knows if he gets decently farmed, he can just snowball this game into victory.
Yeah. I'm like, who's gonna get it? Is it the Jug or the Mag? And I'm
Nah,
completely
it's
wrong
Miracle.
twice.
Never doubt. You got two heavy farming core players on your team. He ain't gonna share anything.
It's a smoke. Lion TP's in with the smoke. Maybe he gets a Hex into the Morphling, can be an insta-kill.
Rune's about to spawn. Where's it gonna be? There's the lasso available on the bat. And they're trying to kill off Miracle. Nice stun comes out. Good lockdown with the roll. GPK Swashbuckle comes in as well. They get the kill secured. Looking for Fly next. There's a Meteor Hammer built up on the Tide. It's a while since I've seen that item. But it is going to result in a double kill for BetBoom. And a huge Rolling Thunder play coming out from GPK. They will lose Nightfall in response in the bottom lane. Finger of Death used first charge for Crit. He's very close to his Blink Dagger on the line as well.
I was watching the Lion because they smoked and he decided to TP bottom and try to kill Morph, and he wastes a lot of time to get this kill. I think the best decision would be to fight this mid rune together with Miracle, because now GPK is back into the game. He wins the rune fight, has the shield rune, gets the kill, gets the tower.
They timed
really
that fight
good
so
trade for
perfectly.
BetBoom.
That roll, like, there was nothing Miracle could do.
Yeah, and the Meteor Hammer with the slows as a setup.
Meteor Hammer. Gaming. It's been a while. At least it's not as bad as last patch anymore. Where you got everyone building Meteor Hammers.
Batrider has
like that.
lasso. They have vision on Morphling.
Up here trying to use that Meteor Hammer to get a little bit of tower push in. GPK is also top, needs to get the Diffusal Blade ASAP, because that really does activate the hero. And bottom, the drag on to save. He is gonna get a lot of damage at least in on his opponents, but without any rotations, nothing good will come of that push out.
Yeah, Shopify had wards. They were trying to set up for the Morphling kill. The Morphling feels something's wrong, goes back, farm the safe route, but then the techies TPs to collect the farm, which is fair, to be honest. Not a huge death from the techie side.
Well, currently, Crit is 200 gold away from Blink. And a line with a Blink is a very scary prospect, especially the change line where Earthspike has a really fast cast animation, projectile speed.
Yeah,
it
especially
has
if you're a
changed the hero
Morphling.
significantly.
This Morphling is really scared till he gets the Lincolns. Smoke coming in from BetBoom.
Well, they know what's coming in their direction and then trying to hamper it. Saberlight is close to finishing up his harpoon.
They're pinging
He's
him.
250 gold away. Toronto Tokyo gets the
Skewer.
spot. Demonic Purge. Yeah, and with the Rolling Thunder, Sableye drops the RP. Really?
I don't know, just stop the roll. He's gonna be back in 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 2 minutes.
little
so
bit
it's gonna
longer.
wait 1.5 minutes because he decided to use.
He's gonna farm the Harpoon anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. But experience runes are gonna be up in 40 seconds. So it is definitely something that Batboom, if they take this tier 1 tower bottom, they can also immediately try to steal away that XP rune.
Yeah, but Fly is looking for the same thing. He's already setting up in this area. And probably
back.
Magnus is gonna be able to protect his. So it really looked like 2 XP runes for Shopify, which is huge. Let's Batboom TP right now. Oh, they're not. They're going for Arteezy. No, just from the wave.
Well, there's XP rune number 1. Fly going for the TP out. Omni slash thrown out onto save. Gets taken down. Spin TP. Jug is out. They get a kill. They get 2 wisdom runes. And they get away with murder there on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, this is really huge. The XP means a lot. The supports on Batboom are really, really sad now. Deck is still level 6. If you compare it to a level 9 Lion. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big struggle.
Kaya ready.
How far they're
Team
playing
Bird.
as well. Fly is farming the Radiance jungle. Right next to them. He's under ward vision as well.
Yeah, and they have no jump. They have Meteor Hammer with Tidehunter. He's getting the dagger in the courier right now, which is gonna open some possibilities for his team.
Sablelight's got the Harpoon as well, so they have Blinks and Harpoon on the side of Shopify. And the Radiant side has the Blink of the Tide. How far is Pango? Is he going for it? No, he's going for the Aghanim Scepter on GPK, which also makes a lot of sense because value Rolling Thunder. But they are slightly getting out-farmed by Shopify.
They're chasing a Batrider. They have 3-4 heroes. It's the dagger reveal on the Tidehunter. They don't need to use any huge spells. That's the good side. But usually it's not what you want with the Blink Dagger reveal. They are pinging the Jug. Tidehunter is wrapping around. This can be huge if they find the Jug. But Lion and Timber are trying to find them beforehand.
Oh, catch onto GPK. Finger comes out. GPK is going to get chopped up. Miracles damage is too much. He's got that Kaya for the extra spell amp. And it does deal with his opponent very quickly.
Yeah, and they had 3 heroes grouping up from behind to get the Jug. But the Jug got you first. So it's a 4-hero move and they die. Jug still has ultimate up.
They also don't really have a way of interrupting a spin TP on the side of Batboom, which is one of the big problems. Even if you get on top of the Jug, how are you going to control him?
Yeah, they need to burst him with the Ravage row, let's say. They still can do it. But they need the vision advantage. They go for Saberlight.
Ravage comes out. Meteor Hammer lands as well. Holds him in position so the RP ends. And Saberlight will be taken down. Tries to get himself to jump out of there, but they will find the kill. RP for a Ravage trade is definitely not the worst trade in the world. Are they going to go
They
Roche?
insta-ping Roche, yes.
Doesn't that take a long time?
Not really. Jug has a lot of damage. Also, if you're Dire, you definitely want to do the Roche around 17-18 minutes because the respawn time is from 8 to 11. So that means if they do the Roche right now, the second Roche is 100% a Dire Roche. So they can play with buybacks, the second Roche fight. That's really huge, especially playing against the techies that can put mines in the pit. It's really huge that they do before 18-19 minute mark.
Well, they do manage to take down Roche and get that first Aegis of the game for some good timings indeed. They get all those nice little watchers giving the vision where need be. They're still playing very aggressively, though, on the side of Bet Boom.
Yeah, they know that Shopify has the other side of the map, so they're basically avoiding Shopify by playing their triangle.
No, Nightfall is nowhere near his team, is going for the Ags. This game, if you get the Ags, what hero do you want to turn into?
Magnus. Magnus for the stats. I can say small case for Timber.
Toolkit's also pretty decent, I think.
Yep. So Pyr is slowly taking the top tower, the bottom tower with the Meteor Hammer. It's a tier 2 trait. At least the Meteor Hammer paying off for that slow siege.
And Midwave gets cut by both sides as well. They're really just playing dodge Dota.
Yeah, Artid is gonna hit the tier 3. At least force some TPs back. Shadow Demon already there. Just a Shadow Demon.
Spin to win. Gets himself out of there. They TP back to defend their own base as well.
Out.
Fly. Won't be able to get the catch on to Pure, and Nightfall will just slither on out of there. There's not really too much happening this game. It's mainly just try and outfarm your opponents. Miracle is building up the Octarine. It's not going to take long because the Vanguard can, of course, be broken into pieces. He just needs a little bit more. Wait. Did he just... Why did he buy the Perseverance? Okay. He bought the Perseverance where he could break the Vanguard to get the Perseverance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
yeah.
Going in onto Pure, top side, but the rest of the team is not nearby. There's a Ravage available as well. Gets a two-man Ravage. A big mistake. In comes the stun upon stun. The great lockdown comes out. Very weird skewer from a disruption, but it's going to be a double kill regardless. Interesting choice to start a fight there when Miracle is on the other side of the map. And he is primarily your damage.
He was doing the inventory management. You talk about dismounting all items, getting the Octarine up. But felt like they got a tide, but was not really the target they wanted, so they didn't throw spells. It's like, oh, we got a tide. He doesn't die. And then you don't press the spells you want to press, and it gives all the advantage to the enemy team. You had the initiation, but not on the target you wanted.
Arteezy went for Diffusal Blade after his Battle Fury Yashi. He has very little stats to stay alive. Still has that age, of course, which definitely helps. Going for the S and Y, which is not an item you see too often anymore. Though I do like the Diffusal because it can upgrade into that Disperser, and Disperser is very nutty.
Yeah, also it's approach that usually you do when you have Magnus in your team, that you go for primary attribute. So instead of going for the damage, you go for the stats. So agility, that's gonna give you damage, because Empower is gonna work on the agility.
Oh, they did find themselves a little kill onto the good old classic Bomberman. Not really much happening. 3k net worth advantage. It hasn't shifted up that much. And Arteezy is going to go instead for the Lincolns as his next item. A lot of Lincolnses in this patch. Here's going
like
for
the
the Scythe as Vice, actually. I really like that choice.
I like the approach they're doing in the map. They know the mid wave's gonna hit, so they smoke on bottom because they know a hero's gonna show. They see the
Nightfall, a big catch. RP instantly. Do they have the lockdown? Finger gets thrown out. He does get taken down. Double kill comes out. The Omni Slash continued as well. And they'll find a third target. Right before the age expires as well, they manage to find a huge couple of kills. Mid lane, they can probably go for the tier 2 tower to boot, and Arteezy comes in, a clutch. That's a move that the Morphling did not expect. If only
the
had
way
Shark
they play
there.
the map is so great on Shopify. I'm tired of losing for it, but it's great. They push the mid wave, they know a hero has to defend it, they plant the smoke on the bot lane, they see Tide, they completely ignore Tide, because they know there's going to be another hero dealing with mid, get 3 kills, and now they're going high ground.
Oh,
Skewer
drag back onto save. Gets taken out. They all get disarmed in the meantime, but Morphling joined a little bit too late, so they couldn't make a counter play just yet. And they'll back off. Tier 3 secured, Tier 2 secured, a couple of added kills. Now that 3k net worth advantage all of a sudden spikes up to 9.
Yeah, and in the farm trade game, Shopify is always gonna win. So if the game keeps still, they keep farming with Empower, farm faster. Bad Boom knows that, they go for a smoke, which soon it's gonna be obvious because they're not showing in any lanes. Timber is already tipping out back to base, getting some mana, buying the BOT. Will be able to join fights. Jug.
Oh, Ravage onto Jug. Do they have the lockdown? Yes, they do. GPK takes him down, and that's a big kill. Dead for 50. Not the longest death timer, though. Could try and steal the Tormentor away. Speaking of stealing, that's going to steal a kill onto Fly to boot. Nice little solo kill added in. And 2 quick kills there for Betboom. So they still have something to work with. Nightfall, they're pinging out that they want to steal the Tormentor.
Yeah, let's see. You told the Morphling solo kill. Okay.
Well, he
but the
is
healing ward is not
gaming.
fair.
No,
not fair.
no, it's just the Morphling.
No, the Morphling doesn't solo kill it. It was a discussion of the last game. Does not. With the healing ward and the tide. Yeah, so they get a shard for the SD. That's meaningful.
They need one for the techies, actually. They should get their own Tormentor. Techie shard is, well, it's his old Ags. So that tells you enough how broken it is. You just pop it on the tide and say, tide, go. You do stuff.
Extremely good. Yeah, Arteezy had this greedy farming death, but he has Skadi now. Is super strong. As long as he doesn't get bursted as he was, they should win the fights.
Well, currently Shopify are nearby, so they might try and contest for this Tormentor, which is scary because Timbersaw is really good at contesting for Tormentor. A little bit of AoE damage and you are in oblivion.
Yeah, Halbert, also Magnus. They're getting a lot of items on the Shopify side. I wonder if Magnus goes for that blind fish. Nah, they want to play safe.
He did try previously when they took the tier 3 tower in mid. He jumped on the high ground and was like, if someone shows.
Yeah, now it's too crazy. They want to keep control of this top area because, as mentioned, it's 100% sure a dire Roche. So in 40 seconds, Roche is going to be up. They create a wall between them and the Roche. And Bat Bull needs to go through all of that. They don't have any TP spots nearby.
Oh, this is getting
Lion has a gem,
curious.
clean the area, getting the Watcher. Might go for the
they
Tormentor.
That gives away that they're right behind it. Toronto soaks up some damage from the Tormentor. They see some lightning bolts, and Arteezy knows, okay, maybe I shouldn't try it.
Batrider scouts Roche. He doesn't see it, but it's gonna respawn right now. Miracle on the other side of the map.
Down the
That's
Tormentor
DLP.
before it gets going. Techies gets a free shard.
shard.
Nice. Otherwise, it would have gone to Pure. Tendrils of the Deep, also not bad. Actually, no, it might have gone to the Morphling because he's technically the second lowest net worth.
Yeah.
That would be kind of interesting to see. That shard on him would have actually saved him a couple of times. But, you know, he's a Morphling. He doesn't want to buy his shard. He can get it for free.
He's a core. He doesn't want to buy tier 3 tokens. Arteezy farms one of them. He shows in the map and he goes directly to Roche. So it's a Roche fight where the entire team has buyback besides the Magnus. On the enemy team, Morphling and Tidehunter doesn't have. So they should execute this fight with buyback, so you'd assume.
Oh, they might not expect this.
Oh, they do expect.
Yeah, now they do. Save with the jump in into Roche. Keep Arteezy occupied. Rolling Thunder comes out from GPK just in time. RP was used with the Ravage as a response. Looking to take down the Batrider on the side. Arteezy's actually at half HP, dropping pretty low. Needs to get away. The illusions are taking him down. He gets blasted by Nightfall. Charging for more. The big fat Magnus chasing for more. Crit needs to get out of dodge. He's going to get smacked by pure Nightfall with the triple kill. Juggernaut just died by his own illusions because they hit hard from the Shadow Demon.
And he was slowed. He didn't get to press the ultimate. He had buyback, but he bought the Sunge during the fight. So, yeah, he didn't play with the buyback. I assumed he would use it. The RP was on 2 targets, but then there was no follow-up from their side. The follow-up was a Ravage. Pretty on point, the spellcasting on Bat Boom. On the Shopify side, they didn't really cast their spells. Lion still has his ultimate up. Jug also
It was also
does.
a little bit unfortunate, because in the Roche bit, the Jug, Arteezy, he got bashed by Roche right before Techies flew in to jump. So if he wasn't bashed by Roche, he could have spun and killed the Techies the moment he lands. So it was like a very unfortunate moment where Roche is like, dunk. Yeah, look, he was stunned right before that latch came in.
Yeah,
and then
you're
he gets
playing with
disrupted,
the RNG.
And then he gets hit by the Ravage. And then, yeah, he gets Demonic Purge. Like, Arteezy couldn't move.
Yeah, Jug did nothing on the team fight. He just died. Very well executed by Bat Boom to make this happen.
That was a very sad death.
Batrider was cutting waves. 3 heroes from Bat Boom looking for him. They do the ward. They have the jam. It's also something they got out of that team fight on the Roche.
Well, Morphling going
feels
for
like
the Butterfly next.
Shopify, team fight, they need to start with the Harpoon Skewer. The 5 against 5 seems really hard to be fought.
Ravages have been really on point from Pure this game. He also has the Sight now done. Building into the Shiva's refresher next, so you're going to get the double Ravage plays coming soon. Needs the Shivas because otherwise his mana pool is too terrible to get 2 Ravages off. Oh, Miracle stealing the XP rune, and they know he did.
He's level 19. Top of
He has a blink, but Toronto Tokyo has a catch. And they have a lot of nuke damage. I mean, Morphling turning into Timbersaw is also a kind of a nice one. You can get that stats reduced with the first spell.
Bangalore with DD seems really strong. Arteezy about to get level 20. It's a huge, I don't know if calling Power Spike is right, but it's a huge timing for the hero. You want that lifesteal talent. It's really good.
But is it going to be enough to turn this around? Morphling is feeling indestructible. His courier dies with the Eagle Song. That's a nice one. Because the Butterfly is hard to deal with for the side
the
of
full
Shopify.
Aegis is without the butter. That's really good. For the Shopify side, Fly.
Cutting the creep wave. Neatly done.
Cut the creep wave. Yeah.
They're really playing dirty Dota right now.
Look Arteezy. He was trying to do the move where he used the gate from the fog. But then failed twice and decided, I'm getting out of this.
Right now they're on the run on Shopify side. They need the... Honestly, the best thing, course of action for them is Bet Boom walks up the high ground and they get caught by a Sable Light Blink Skewer back.
Yeah, we haven't seen it being used yet. To be fair, the Bat Boom draft is really good on that sense, because you bring a Tide Hunter into you, not exactly what you want. Pangolier has so much escape. Probably the Pangolier is the hero you want, but then you need all spells on point to kill him before he can roll. Also has a shield rune.
It's not going to be the easiest to kill, but Arteezy taking the Twin Gate down bottom. They know that he was in the area because of the Observer Ward.
Fly's still there.
But they're going to take the gateway because
3
they
seconds on
want to
PP.
catch Arteezy. Will they be able to hit it though? Nah, Arteezy. He's a sneaky little devil.
They ping like, oh, he's gonna farm this camp, and he didn't go for it. He's careful after that first death.
And he's still farming Nightfall the entire time while dodging all the chases. And they're all trying to bait this in on the side of Bet Boom, but they're not coming. They're trying to bait you in on the opposing side.
Yeah, it seems
Actually,
like a smoke's coming.
They might be waiting for the Tormentor to come up on their side because it died at, I think, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
So if they get the Tormentor, Lion has a pretty nice one.
Agonies.
Batrider is kind of terrible.
Home Jug.
They're just not doing anything on Bet Boom for a foreseeably long time. Look at both these sides just AFK waiting for the enemy team to make a move and nothing is happening.
And both of them are like, oh, clearly they are smoked because look at the waves. They're not showing. And the enemy team is just saying the same thing. Guys, they're not showing. Let's keep here. Yeah, let's keep here.
Well, now they are going to smoke, but this is problematic because they just TP'd out the Tide. Not too far, actually. He TP'd out a tiny amount.
The thing is, the Techies bombs are gonna spot it right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
The power of good old Tech. Nuke the entire map, and they'll never be able to hide.
It's a really good usage of the Techies. Morphling has the butterfly. Gotta cure her back.
Juggernaut doesn't really want to build MKB. I mean, it's not the worst. He does have Ags now as well, but a right-click fight against the Morphling is pretty rough.
Yeah, he's relying a lot, let's say, on the Lion to burst the Morphling, or that the Morphling is the last thing staying on the team fight, and then he trades with the Healing Ward. But one-on-one is definitely hard for him.
Dodge and weave, dodge and weave.
Forced, it's pretty meaningful because it's like this muscle memory fortify, where you fortify a tier 2, but you already lost one. So if you lose the tier 2, there's no fortify for the tier 3.
Well, they know that there's a high ground ward from
They're
Shopify.
baiting.
Yeah, this is interesting. Budboom knows that there's a high ground ward from Shopify. They know from each other that there's a high ground ward. In comes the jump. Toronto, Tokyo, dropping low. Is he getting healed up in the meantime? Does he finally get taken down? Yes, he does, but they lost Saberlight in the process, and the Rolling Thunder from GPK still hasn't ended yet. Going for Miracle. Can he get the chase catch? GPK is hunting for blood. Miracle drops. Both the mid and off laner have been taken down, and Shopify need to get out of dodge again.
Yeah, they're getting the gate back.
Arteezy can't do anything on the Jug. Like, he can't get any damage on them. He gets hit by, if he spins, he gets hit by Demonic Purge. If he stands, he gets hit by Disruption. Shadow Demon is destroying this Juggernaut.
You look at the damage dealt on the team fight, he dealt 557.
And that's a couple of seconds from the spin.
Yeah, that's a couple of seconds from the spin. He didn't even use the Swift Slash.
Oh, crit. Gets spotted out, save with the sun. Crit gets blown up. Roshan, luckily enough, almost full duration Rosh. Actually, that means it's going to go to the Radiant side, possibly. I mean, with a minute still left. Yeah,
that's
Dire with a minute left.
One. The lasso.
Oh, Omni Slash. Oh, Swift Slash. Now it's going to be. No, that was actually the Omni Slash completely wasted. Oh my god, he needs to get out. It's going to get bashed up by GPK. Ravage gets blown. 2-man stun. GPK with the Rolling Thunder turns around. You cannot run. You cannot hide. Arteezy is gone. And that is big. That Omni Slash was one of the most unfortunate ones I've seen in a while because it was hit, gone.
Yeah. And the chat wheel, the ha ha ha, well played, well played, well played. Knowing pro players like, guys, I'm done with this match. Can we go next?
The lane started off so
really
nice,
unfortunate.
One bad team fight. Nightfall is now very strong. Hard to kill as well. That's the big problem. Skewer back.
Skewer
Comes in, but is it going to be enough damage? Nowhere near enough, especially not without the Jug. Saberlight. He's going to try another Skewer play. Pops the BKB. Drags back save. They might be able to at least get that kill. But they lose the top set of racks.
A lot for attack skill.
Yeah, they don't have... They need, like, a godlike RP into a 4-man Earthspike. Like, that's the game plan at this point.
Roche is up in 1 minute. They have the TP spot on the outpost. If they can play with buybacks, maybe that's a hope for them. Miracle does have it. Also the Batrider. TP in coming from Jug. Few mines are gonna spot the placement.
Well, they're going around. Miracle in the front.
Wrap around.
They're all there. Glimmer gets used. They're falling back. Pure gets vision with the nice Shiva's Guard usage. Actually, he's dragging them away from the rest of his team. And Pure will get finished off in the meantime. But this is pretty big because Roche is up in 15 seconds. And they're gonna bail out on Bedboom.
Yeah, the Tide running on the other direction. He didn't feel he could win the team fight? They won all the team fights and now he skips the fight. Maybe a missed blink.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo, is he gonna go for the steal? He's behind the pit. It is a refresher shard.
He's waiting for the TP to come in. He doesn't have a TP.
YOLO.
He's not crazy. He's not gonna try
No, YOLO. Wuss. Should have gone for it, Toronto. They weren't expecting it at all. But they do manage to get themselves a refresher shard, so double RP, probably your best bet. Maybe the double Omni Slash could be a tool, but probably double RP.
I'd say that the Aegis is really meaningful more than the refresher, because now Jug is not afraid to play the game. It feels like after First Blood, Arteezy is afraid to play the game. He sees the team fight, he's like looking, can I press my ultimate? I cannot. Can I join the fight? I cannot. And then suddenly he's dead. So now he cannot be bursted, or he can once, so he's not so afraid of playing the game, I hope.
But then the question is, can he play the game? Because the Demonic Purge, he has an Ags on Shadow Demon, so he has 2 charges. You come back
they have
after
one
the
Ravage
Aegis.
so far. Tide is going for a refresher, but they have 1 Ravage and 1 roll.
Toronto Tokyo is really farmed. 4 or 5.
Yeah, I assume the second life is really meaningful.
Demonic Purge twice, Demonic Cleanse twice. Neat little tools there. Miracle, he's going for the Scythe of Ice into an overwhelming blink. I would have expected a bit more impact considering his laning stage on the Timbersaw. But they've not been fighting at all, and that's not really Timbersaw's, game plan. They've just been trying to farm and dodge and farm and dodge.
The hero thrives on long team fights, but the team fights aren't being long. It's just one hero gets burst and they run away. So maybe with Skewer, get a target, use some spells, kite it back, use the healing ward, kite it back. Then we can see way more impact for the Timber. But the way the team fights have been played so far, there's not much he can do.
They're looking to knock on the high ground. Bottom lane. They need to be a little bit careful. Of course, top lane, the creeps are getting pretty close towards their base. And that's exactly why Miracle is heading in that direction to cut the creeps out. High ground pushing is still right. They have really terrible high ground on the side of Shopify. It's Jug. That's it. That's a high ground push. He has to right click.
I mean, if they take 1 hero down, they can go fishing with the Magnus. Because then he's...
they're fishing the Tide Hunter back, which is not probably the best choice in that situation. Does have the Ravage still available. Fly pops his BKB. Rolling Thunder doesn't really do anything. Saberlight gets the Skewer back. But Fly might not be so lucky. And actually, Saberlight's going to get caught by GPK as well. double kill for the Radiant side, and BetBoom can immediately try and run it down mid. Or so they think, because Arteezy knows that he's going to need to make a little bit of a push back to force someone back towards their base.
Yeah, again, I cannot even call a team fight. Oh, they see Miracle. They cancel.
Oh, the Timber Saw. Do they have the damage to take him down?
He has BKB, then has TP in 15, because has Octarine BOT.
Oh, they are pretty fast in chasing. And he is running out of mana. Does have the cheese swapping it in. Cheese eats the Gouda. Still has a BKB at the ready. Is delaying it quite significantly, but there's no backup coming in. Miracle, yeah, BKB, TP,
no bash.
but gets bashed up by GPK.
The bash.
And TP interrupted. Miracle still being hunted down, gets disrupted. In the meantime, he's distracting them for such a long time. But eventually, they managed to take him out the moment that Nightfall finally joins his teammates.
Yeah, really nice catch to cancel his TP first, then the lucky catch canceling with the BKB. I'd say that basically answers the question that you made for me, like why is he not having impact on teamfight? First, they try to go for a teamfight, and it's not a teamfight. They get a Tidehunter, and they kind of regret, oh guys, sorry, I took the Tidehunter, and they try to run. So they just feed 2 kills to BetBoom, and then they go for the Timber, and you see the Timber can actually tank so much damage. He created like 1 minute of space. So he wants a fight the last 1 minute. The thing is how they get this fight.
Yeah,
15 seconds on Aegis.
It's definitely not dragging a Tidehunter in your entire lineup. That's not going to help you. Nightfall, almost level 25. Pure, same story, almost level 25. And going for the push here. Turns into the Magnus to steal a ungodly amount of stats. He gained 59
40%.
strength, 34 agi, and 31 int from turning into the Magnus. From
Yeah, with
just
Empower,
draining
he's
him.
hitting 550.
Magnus is at 2k HP right now. That's how
Oh, the
much he
ulti.
sold.
That was Swift Slash.
And only one set of racks still left. They still have the refresher, so double RP is a threat. But now there's no RTZ Aegis anymore. So, yeah. How's he gonna get on? He needs a harpoon, actually, so that he can get on top of people when he gets purged. I think you can still leap then. I don't know. That interaction with harpoon and, like, nullifier effects on you.
Yeah, not exactly sure. The interaction device.
Pure being a bit of a nuisance, jumping in. The catch onto Fly blows him up. He gets taken down. Pure doesn't really give a damn. Dropped his Ravage. And Miracle now needs to be a little bit careful because the damage coming out from the Morphling Nightfall hits like a truck. And the Lotus Orb, Omni slash Spell Reflect. Oh no, the Hex onto the Jug immediately. And Arteezy gets saved for a second, but not long enough. No buyback available on Arteezy. And that is going to be the GG called. BetBoom take game number 1 from Shopify Rebellion. And they do it in quite a sublime fashion. BetBoom is looking really strong. Pure on that offlane Tide looked impeccable. Every Ravage he
really
plays
well
pretty
played
much
from
was
BetBoom.
great.
That roasting fight was the turning point of the game. Jug just dying there. It was the dire roach. They had advantage if they want to use buybacks, vision, everything, and it was just a free roach with kills for BetBoom. Very meaningful. And after that, felt like Shopify could not play the game.
Yeah, great job. The lane as well from Pure went a lot better, even after that first death that he had. Like, afterwards, he didn't really have that much to fear in the lane, because Miracle, as Arteezy was constantly forced to use his mana on the Healing Ward instead of the spin. And then the Healing Ward got killed by Save multiple times, and then like, he just had nothing at that stage. Pure with 20 assists, 3 deaths only, especially considering First Blood was his. Remarkably well done. GPK, great Rolling Thunders as well, and Nightfall is just, you know, done his carry duty. But I think...
Yeah, this
the two supports definitely are the most important here because they just destroyed Arteezy. Like Toronto Tokyo and Save annihilated Arteezy the entire game.
Yeah, I don't know if he went Manta, baited a bit on the team fights, got more information before joining so he could actually join the team fights. But definitely it was underwhelming. When you look at the hero damage and it has only 10k hero damage, and you look, the Batrider had the same amount, and Shadow Demon had 15k hero damage. Takis had 30k hero damage. So I would assume Takis is a ban against the first pick. I would assume if they don't have first pick again on the second match, they would ban it. It was very impactful.
Yeah, the entirety of Shopify was trying to dodge everything, and because of that, yeah, there's no hero damage because they barely got any fights going the entire game through. Great job by BetBoom, but we have some nice monster moments for the viewers at home. Let's quickly check out some nice highlights of that game number 1 as we fade into blackness. Oh yeah, that was such a good catch. Like, everything was so picture perfectly timed when they made that jump. Yeah,
and they brought 4 heroes for that rune fight. They brought the Tidehunter, while Shopify was trying to get a kill on the Morphling. So they should prioritize a bit more the power up runes, especially playing against Pangolier. Really well played from BetBoom, bringing the numbers.
And there, same story. They tried to go for the Tide. Not the best target. He's not squishy at all.
Oh, the play.
That one was so nasty. And then he gets disrupted. He cannot, like, they RP. He cannot get his Omni Slash off. He gets Demonic Purge. Look at how close he is for an Omni Slash, but he can't reach them because Pure takes like 3 steps back while he's Demonic Purge, and he just cannot move.
Yeah, the entire team was running out of the team fight. Maybe the Mag tried maybe to skewer a hero in, something like this. It felt like they didn't know the way they want to take the team fights. What's the approach? Which hero do we want to kill first? Who's the initiation? Who's the follow-up damage? Just no plan.
And GPK with another good catch there. Yeah, Ravage came in a little bit later here, but didn't really need the Ravage at that stage anymore. The Morphling just nukes down Miracle in a couple of seconds once he gets the right-click damage. And then that one is just
finally
disgusting.
The ulti comes out.
Yep.
It's on a Lotus
Orb. RP comes in, but again, too late. It's like everything is just a second too late, just a bit too slow, just the wrong target to find. It's just for Shopify, and it just does not work out. And BetBoom, the game winner, the men shrouded in mystery and blackness, because they are completely obscured in front of our eyes right now. But they have not lost a single game at Dream League just yet. But this was only game number 1. They still have another one to be played. And Astini, before that match is ready, we'll go towards a short little break and get ourselves situated and rested as well. We'll be right back after the break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a terrific game, number one. A little bit of a comeback, but sublime team fighting by BetBoom and really making sure that Arteezy had no game whatsoever. Astini, what can we expect in game number 2? Another one of those thrilling games?
Yeah, definitely. Both teams played really well. They played for their strengths. I don't know if the Jug with the Magnus was what Shopify was planning. Maybe the bands of BetBoom were on point with this Amber, Void Spirit. Maybe they want to secure the combo with Magnus first phase, or they want to go for another route, because honestly, when they fall behind, it felt really underwhelming. Their draft, it felt like they couldn't do any move. So I don't know if they want to stick with the Magnus or just take another route, go back to the Pugna Storm, or Magnus with a Void Spirit. Then you have like this Void Spirit, which is, let's say, a carry that's playing actively from the minute 0. It's this mid laner slash carry. Then it's a better hero to have within power, because then you take a lot of space in the map.
Yeah, that game, the only one that actually did any damage for Shopify was Miracle on the Timber Saw.
Was a Timber. Yeah.
He did 26k damage, and the second closest was Arteezy with 10. Like, that shows exactly what a big problem there was. But we'll quickly get ourselves a comparison between the two players. It's going to be between two voided players. Miracle versus GPK, brought to you by Acer. Yeah, GPK had a really good Pango game. Like, a really good Pango game. Miracle played super well as well in the Timbersaw, but I think they didn't really use him in the degree that they needed to use him. Like,
yeah, there was no team fight. You have a hero for long team fights, and the team fight didn't exist. It was basically a hero being burst now and all other heroes running for their lives. So maybe the hero didn't feel really good with their draft idea.
Well, thank you very much, Acer, for the head-to-head last hits. Almost equaling each other in that game in terms of last hitting at the very least. But there we have another comparison. Miracle's hero damage was pretty nice, but GPK. His Rolling Thunder, especially that early Rolling Thunder, was really good at trying to turn the momentum of the game back in their favor. And then comboed with the Ravages of Pure that almost all of them hit perfect targets. That was very little that they could do.
Yeah, and there's one stats not shows damage received. 71k on Timber and 22k on Pangolier. So I'd say Timber did his role of tanking spells, creating space, trying to fight in this long team fight, trying to create space so the team could get a jump, get a spell, but they fell short on that. They couldn't do it. And at the end, again, we mentioned it's a hero that had double the damage than the Jugger, double the damage, actually 4 times the damage than the Magnus did, and he doesn't take any benefit out of Empower. So I wonder, if you have a mid laner that works with Empower, what can you do? How better can it be, you know? So I'd rather they have heroes that play for the Timber, or they have a mid laner that also takes benefit of the Empower. It's a better approach, in my opinion.
Yeah, it doesn't help that, of course, all the spirits were pretty much banned. So, like, the mid-hero list gets shrink down quite a bit, and they picked up Pango, so then you go Timbersaw. But the game plan behind it, probably not really where they wanted to be, especially considering I don't know, like, were they planning to play late game with the Juggernaut and then win that? Does he even win the late game against that big of a team fight lineup? I don't really know what their game
Probably they
plan
wanted
was.
the second Aegis to close the game, right? It was so much on that Roche fight. And I'd say props a lot to the techies. It's a great hero, and it was really well played. So I wonder if we're gonna see this hero again, or it's just gonna be banned. Honestly, techies feels way too strong.
I would assume it's going to get banned. I mean, we saw it get banned in both games previous series, and it was rather obnoxious to deal with. There we go through to the players, the man of the hour, looking hella fly, nail biting, something that everyone tends to do in very stressful situations. Fly is pretty big. Like, dude's jacked.
Yeah.
Just
He
want to
works
point that
every
out.
day. You are in a major, you're gonna see this guy in the gym.
Dude, if you have
Lot of
Fly as
discipline.
your captain, or you have Puppy as your captain, I'd be horrified. They'd beat
You
my
can't
ass.
argue with Dan, right? It's like, sure, you're right. You're right. Okay, bro, you're right.
I'm sorry, I'm
you
sorry.
You can't be wrong.
I should have listened to you.
There's no way you're wrong.
Don't hurt me. Well, we're currently getting ready with all the players in the lobby. As you can see, everyone is sitting. Now we don't have empty chair streams coming in. You can even win a trip and meet Slacks if you sign up now at esl.gg/DHL. I mean, who wouldn't want to meet Slacks?
Oh, that sounds cool. I wanna.
Well, you probably will meet him somewhere if Nouns qualifies for stuff.
Yeah, if I meet him means I'm actually winning some Dota. And yeah, sounds good, sounds good. I wanna meet Slacks. How do I take part again?
Curious on how the rest of the Riyadh qualifiers or, the invites are going to happen. Haven't really heard exactly a lot on that situation, but there's a lot of teams, and it's a big, fat tournament in Riyadh that's in, I think, halfway July? Something along those...
I know the important thing is get good. If you're good, you're invited. So, like, if you get good results, you're going to be invited. That's what I have in mind for my team. Play well the major, you get good result, you get invited. Play poorly, you don't get invited. It's a fair system. Tech is banned from Bad Moon. So, yeah, they value the hero a lot. And Cantor's being banned by Shopify. It's a hero that Bad Moon can play off lane 5-4. So it's a good flex to take it out. Also very strong laner. Pangolier also banned, so the PTSD with the hero. Magnus still in the pool. Batrider, Spirit Breaker, Doom Beast. Lots of strong heroes. I'd assume Shopify goes like either Doom or Beast, the hero that's in the pool. They really like to open with a Saber Light hero. So, yeah, both are there.
Yeah, he struggled a little bit on the Magnus that game. Couldn't really find his avenue into it, but his Doom is sublime, definitely. And also a hero that tends to get first phase banned by most teams because of that exact reason. Otherwise, it's going to get first phase picked, and we have the Saber Chad Doom coming into play.
Yeah, a really strong laner. The hero is going to have net worth anyway because of Devour. Encanters, which is a good laner against him. Also, Tech is both banned. So you can go like some Monkey King or Seeker +1 and try to have a kill lane against Doom. I believe that's the approach you need, and you need to secure those heroes early in the draft. So I would expect some Leech Seeker, Leech Monkey from Bad Moon.
Or
TB,
completely ignore everything that you just said and go for TB Undying.
Dirge. Yeah, that's a really strong lane, the Dirge against the Doom. You remove all the strength, you can run at him, he doesn't have attack speed for the Tombstone. TB, also decent laner against Doom. It has been ignored a lot of times. It was being picked a lot on the beginning of the patch, but teams kind of replaced it for Seeker, Monkey. Want to see how it goes, which 4 they can bring on Shopify. Yeah, it already looks scary to have Dirge TB against the Batrider.
Yeah, the Batrider...
Not so sure on this lane.
Batrider Doom. Batrider's also picked up by pretty much every team. I'm surprised Klinks gets completely ignored by everyone.
You don't have any stun. Batrider is really good against Undying. You have like the slow from Reflection. I don't think it's enough. Like, when you pick your lane, seeing the hero you're playing against, it should look stronger, but definitely better doing it, right? They picked Dirt so many times in the past. Definitely Nightfall is a great TB player, So there's a reason why they're picking this. Still, it's on the right approach. Like, they see Doom. Okay, I need to beat this lane. What's the heroes I'm picking? And they instantly pick it. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna leave the TB to pick on a last pick. Because usually you'll not have the hero that you want, and then the game is lost. If you let Doom free farm, if you let Doom get a kill when he gets level 6, your game is doomed. So, overall interest by this approach.
I mean, the Undying is actually a very nice choice as well, because Undying's new shard creates, you can put someone in a tombstone, so you can like save someone from being doomed. So they get doomed, you throw them in the tombstone, or they get doomed, and I think, can you do it with lasso? I think you can probably save someone being lassoed as well, though you need to be like super quick. Or they can actually do it themselves if you share control over blah 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 with your allies. So there are very nice counter mechanics with Undying. It's a surprising shard, and if you get it for free from the Tormentor at 20, it can really turn a team fight around.
Yeah, you really hope you get from the Tormentor, because the hero doesn't have any wave clean, so you don't get to farm with it. You need that early kills, you need maybe the shard coming from the Tormentor, because you don't get much items as this hero. Which is a bit scary, having a hero that, as you mentioned, he has the save with the Tombstone, but he doesn't really buy like an early Glimmer Cape or early Force Staff to be able to count this Batrider.
It does get a little bit better at farming with the level 10 talent. The decay damage increase, and then you can blow up creeps reasonably well. But yeah, it's not the godliest of farmers, and tends to fall off later in the game, even though I think Undying definitely has been looking a lot better over the last couple of years in terms of his late game potential. And he's a really good Roche taker. That's one big plus. Like, Roche dies so quick with the Terrorblade on your side.
Yeah, last time they played this Undying TB, they played with Kodo. Kodo is very good to refresh the meta. Kodo TB combo, you're gonna have a lot of presence in the map, more illusions, wave shove. You get a lot of vision to play the game. You make the Doom game hard. That's the thing about the TB overall, is that you're gonna push waves. Doom is gonna lack vision. He needs vision of the targets he wants to Doom. And with the Kodo, it's even better. Lots of wave shove, of course. On the other hand, you're gonna lack catch, right? Because then you have 3 heroes without a stun. There are some downsides that Shopify can abuse. So I wonder if Shopify wants to ban the Kodo, if Batmoon wants to still run the same idea, or they can just pivot into some Oracle, some save against the Doom Batrider. Can be also an option.
Let's see, the bans, Faces Void, Bloodseeker. I mean, RTZ heroes, definitely. Face Void is always hard to deal with in the later portions of the game. I don't think we're gonna get... I mean, it is Miracle. Maybe we get the surprise Tinker mid. You never know. He hasn't played mid that.
It's then one more hero that needs vision. I wonder how they make it work.
Bounty Hunter.
Like, what's the hero? Weird Bounty Hunter game, because then your Batrider is a 5, and then you're picking the Bounty.
Oh yeah, Bounty can be 5.
Against it. Not a huge fan, but yeah, maybe. It's hard. It's a hard game to pick Bounty.
It is,
already have
but
that.
you know, I'm just trying to hopefully get some fun heroes off
make
of
sense,
Miracle in mid.
How you want to see the Tinker? I get it.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you can make an argument for Invoker, Alacrity against the Tombstone.
Oh, 100%.
Pure damage against the TB.
Fat meatball. Let's go.
Taking a lot of time with this ban here from Shopify.
Are there specific items this patch that are really good on Foker?
Don't think so.
Yeah, no, the new item. I don't think that the what's it, Phylactery is that good on him. Well, maybe. Would that be good?
Don't think so.
He
Because you go Witchblade, it's better, just better.
Dagon's the best, but They won't.
Storm
Okay.
Spirit.
I mean, there's still Ember Spirits that they can go on the side of Shopify. That's the Void Spirit's actually also not that bad against TB.
Yeah, also because there's still Pugna and Coddle in the pool, so you could pick one of those and pair up with a Storm would be really strong. And you cannot ban both, so you just ban Storm, which is the better pairing. I can see this approach coming from Shopify. Also because it's a decent Pugna game. I don't know how Pugna Undying feels as a support role.
Well,
okay,
it's banned,
they banned the
so-
Pugna. I think they go the Coddle. They're definitely aiming for a Tiny in the future, unless Shopify picks a hero that's good against the Tiny.
Well, they could also just go Ember mid for GPK. Not a hero that he
Yeah.
minds playing. Really good with
There's
Coddle
still
in the
Ember,
early
there's
mid
still
game.
Void Spirit. I see a lot of value in Void Spirit here because you see 3 heroes without catch on the enemy team. Wind, okay, good hero. Also, when you see the enemy team doesn't have that much catch, can be flexed. So you're not so sure which role the hero is.
Coddle slow is really hard to deal with for Wind Ranger though.
Yeah. I was a Void Spirit lover here, to be honest. I wonder what can they do. Maybe some Mirana to kite. Like they press meta, you're just gonna get Invis and run out of den.
Let's see, Phoenix,
Phoenix.
coming out. Okay, that's probably the Fly Phoenix then. It adds a bit of team fight, but they have kind of only their ways of holding multiple enemy heroes together is rather lackluster. Like Shackle Shot, that's it.
Yeah, and Ember is open, as you mentioned. Now I would be willing to go an Ember, right? Because like Tiny against Phoenix just too bad. You like attack speed, you want a hero with more attack speed, or Void Spirit.
And it is a
What
GPK
other mid
hero.
laner can you use with Coddle? Or you want attack speed? Can you go like an Ogre tree? No, that's...
GPK,
Let's go
what's
the
it
melee.
going to be? Void Spirit.
Void Spirit.
They pick it themselves, probably ban out the Ember then. Unless, because they can easily play this Wind Ranger safe, I would assume.
Yeah, you ban Ember, 100%. I don't see a world where you don't ban Ember. And maybe even the Timber again, because Timber has a really good matchup against the Void Spirit.
Well, Legion gets banned for obvious reasons. Great save against the Bat Rider, against the Wind Ranger, gets attack speed buff to kill off the Phoenix Egg. And, as you mentioned, is a pure hero. Well, they're playing Coddle plus off-lane hero. They banned the Shaker. They're afraid of
Yeah.
the Miracle Mid-Shaker.
Gotta
It would
respect it.
destroy Void Spirit, though.
Yeah, Ember's still in the pool then. Yeah, I don't know if it's too crazy, but I think Ogre is really good with Coddle. I just don't know if they play. Because they like their style would be a Spirit Breaker. But I don't see anything special for the Spirit Breaker in this game. It's just like comfort versus what really makes sense for the game.
Spirit Breaker ain't that bad. This status resistance against Doom and Lasso and Shackle Shot are all really good.
They banned the Tide Hunter.
That's
Although-
respect right there.
Like Doom is really good against Tide, right? It used to be the biggest counter. You'd see Tide and you think about Doom, Greenstroke, or Disruptor, that you silence him.
Could always go Centaur.
Yeah.
That's one of the more normal counters I always see against Doom. You throw Doom, Song of the Siren. Sorry, not Song of the Siren. Stampede. And then Doom gets wasted. Which is also not bad against Phoenix or Wind Ranger. Or Bat. I like Centaur.
What can they
Lanes well
go?
with Coddle as well, because you can constantly keep
They
spamming.
can go some SF, some greedy. Oh, Timber, okay.
Another mid
Good
Timber
matchup
Saw?
against the Void Spirit. Bit more of team fight with his team, with the Phoenix. Not the best hero to protect the egg, I'd say, but You can see like heroes with more mobility, their team kiting the team fight, a longer team fight. I can see it work. So there's Spirit Breaker. What else do make sense? Magnus.
That one was
Let's
also
pick
still
Magnus
available.
with Void Spirit. Gotta love it.
Yeah, this it's an interesting one because Shopify have very like Timbersaw is going to be in your face. Phoenix wants to get a good egg off, but they can just run away on Bed Boom. It's that simple. They can just run away.
Yeah.
Couple of 4-staffs, you'll never catch him. I like Bet Boom's draft here. I think it's pretty much exactly their strength. A lot of team fight.
It's pretty well-rounded. The team fight's good. Wave shove is good. This TB looks really great with his skin. Anyways, Empower with the Void Spirit. Void Spirit's gonna be another carry. Really good. But if they're behind, there's not much they can do. Because they lack stuns. Like, imagine you're playing from behind. What do you do with a Coddle? Like, you're gonna throw a Tombstone from the Undying to the guy. You're gonna pop meta, they run away. So, they need to play well the lanes, which I think they have the tools for that. Very strong laners. The only point that can be the turning point for Shopify is this Timber against Void Spirit. Definitely a good matchup for the Timber. If he gets helps in the rune, I believe the Timber can just run at them non-stop. So I would love to see Shopify prioritize a bit more the mid lane, as Bat Boom did on the first game, where they brought 4 heroes for a rune fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to kill the Timber. And on the same fight, Shopify had just 1 extra hero. The support was looking for a kill on the side lane. So if they play more for the runes, I can see this Timber snowballing, being unkillable hero. Otherwise, it's too hard.
I expected that to happen last game as well, but I was severely mistaken, mainly because they didn't want to fight at all on Shopify, and that's, again, like this game, you're playing against a very strong late game lineup. Bet Boom's lineup late game will wreck. So you have to be really careful in not giving them the chance to get stupidly farmed on their 3 cores. Even their like Coddle late game is very solid.
Yeah, I'd say they had the tools to do it in the first game, right? It's just they didn't prioritize, which I don't want to blame Shopify on that. I believe it's more props to Batboom. Bringing the Tidehunter for that rune fight was incredible. He knew exactly what he needed to do. It's like, I need to shut down this Timber. I need to make sure Pangolier gets a rune. And they won the fight. They got a mid tower. And as a Timber, you never... I mean, as any hero, you don't want to be the first to lose your tower, right? But as a Timber, you're the hero that is supposed to take the enemy tower. You're the hero that can tank all the hits and get a huge creep wave. You can protect your catapult, usually win your lane. You do so much damage. They need 3-4 heroes to kill you. So
also,
you don't want to lose your tower.
I did not even realize this, but Sableye's playing offlane Bat, and it's a 4 position too.
Interesting.
So they did change up slightly on the side of Shopify. I mean, then the sort of the Doom value is not really the worst thing if you like have a bad Doom, for instance. But it's primarily going to be just toss on the Void Spirit or Magnus, nearly every time.
But I kind of understand the approach is when we talk about the draft, they see Doom, they want to... Oh, the courier kill from crit, that's good. When you see Doom, you want to counter the Doom. So they pick 2 heroes that are really good against Doom, good interaction. And then Shopify had the answer. And then they pick Batrider, which has good interaction against Dirge and against the TB. So you want a more priority on the hero that's countering the 2 enemy heroes instead of the hero that's being countered by 2 heroes. I see this as the main take here.
Yeah, you should be able to get decent farm. Offlane Batriders these days.
Mid lane.
Yeah, there's
Serial
a
straight
close
there.
fight. But Miracle gets his cooldown faster than GPK does. GPK doesn't have the bottle yet. Ah!
Ooh!
Ooh! Miracle! Ooh!
Miracle!
Ooh! Snipe! Aether Remnant!
Has a Remnant?
Hits it! Right click, gets the kill. GPK first bloods Miracle. Hits him with the tip as well. Oof. That was way
Where's the
too
respect? Don't tip him. He's gonna come back stronger because of that. Gonna regret it.
Yeah, it's always you haven't seen my final form yet, and then in comes Angry Miracle.
Yeah, it's very unlikely to see a first blood in the mid lane like this, but Miracle was also playing to the limit. He almost got that hit on the first blood, so he was trying actively to also get it. Very active trades.
Well, slight mistakes made. Nightfall topside, having a pretty decent time, but of course with a couple of levels, Batrider level 3, level 4, he can just run them down. He's going to try right now. Nightfall pops his Metamorphosis, but the damage is actually very heavy to deal with. Scorched Earth, plus the Flame Break and Firefly, a lot of dot damage coming through. Both sides dropping pretty low in terms of HP, and Toronto even just got level 2, so he could drop the Tombstone if you want to continue that fight. And with the Tombstone, they would probably get smacked.
Yeah, but it's pretty fair trade for Shopify. Meta was popped almost the entire duration. There's gonna be the fight for the Lotus, I believe.
Oh.
One is gonna get killed. Who is it?
Tombstone dropped. And Crit picks up the Lotus as well. Saberlight in the trees. Can he get away? He's trying to disengage, but taken down by Nightfall. Crit wants that extra money, but it gets denied by Toronto Tokyo. And a kill secured for Nightfall, not too shabby.
Yeah, two heroes with very low attack speed against the Tombstone, especially the Doom, which we talk about in the draft. Why the Dirge against the Doom? You don't do anything to the Tombstone.
Miracle in mid up against GPK. GPK is holding his own pretty solidly. Does help that, of course, you did manage to get first blood. And Toronto,
Yeah, it's a lane
Tokyo.
that's favorable for the Timber, but since he got the first blood, it gets even, I'd say.
Problem with Undyings in this patch is the fact that you can't buy 17 mangoes anymore. Because it's all... Oh, what? Courier's AFK? Or did they use that as a bait? Actually, Nightfall needs to get himself under the tower, has a magic wand with a couple of charges. Is he gonna burn down? Nightfall stays alive as well. The problem is they don't have any regen. So he's got he's got no HP and he's right behind the tower. Gets hit by a flame break, burns to a crisp.
Does he though? He's bringing a salve. He's gonna stay in lane.
Oh, Tombstone drop,
Tombstone.
Saberlight. Yep, 40% is the HP threshold that you need to be above. Gotta disengage completely. Doom doesn't actually have a point in Devour yet, so he doesn't get any, like, you know, the heal creep or something, or any of the fun, small, additional creeps.
Yeah, that's weird, because you get the Infernal Blade, yeah, okay, I wanna be a kill lane or so, but the Devour point is very important for the bonus armor and also to get the creep. So I believe he thought like, oh, Devour is too greedy, but it's actually helpful in the lane also.
He doesn't have the best creeps to eat, though. That's the only downside. But yeah, there's some really good auras and stuff that you can get off of it. The healing creep, for instance, is a prime example of it.
Yeah.
Bottom
Bot
lane,
they
save, gets hit by a blood grenade, knows he's gonna die, throws out the Illuminate Blast, but will still fall. A nice catch there from Fly, knowing the limits.
Yeah.
6-minute runes
DB
are about to
having
spawn.
a free lane also is the wind. Yeah, catapult aggro to the tower. That's good for GPK. Coddle tip is in, refill the bottle. Chakras.
Rune
Kicks
is
Timber
top.
out.
It's a
There's the
regen rune
top.
as well. Miracle. He's going in onto GPK. GPK doesn't have the mana for
GPK?
Astral Step. He gets chopped up by Miracle. Kill gets secured.
Tip him again. That's what happens.
And a regen rune as well.
2 versus 1 and the regen now. Yeah, he wanna clear this wave and just pop the regen, I would assume.
Oh, Saberlight gets bullied back. Nightfall can't reach in time. There's going to be a TP as well by Fly.
It's also close to the 7-minute mark.
Gets a little
It's
bit
important
dicey. They
fight.
kind of need to walk away. Of Crit's just gonna go for the tombstone because easy money. Toronto Tokyo slowly burning, but they won't be able to hit for more. There's just gonna be the experience runes coming in. Pure actually gets taken down bottom lane. Solo kill by Arteezy.
Not even 6 on Arteezy.
Not bad.
Just on the right clicks. So good to have a hero that's universal. Just go to university, bro. You're gonna be strong.
Just gotta learn all them stats.
Wisdom rune still there. Yeah, it's still there.
Well, top side, Crit and Fly looking to get a catch here, possibly. There's no mana available. They're just being a little bit of a nuisance. But from the side, it's GPK a lot closer than they would like. And there's going to be a jump in onto Crit. Quickly take down the Doom. No Astral Step available. Does have an Aether Remnant. And Sableye actually wants to possibly go on GPK because Miracle's coming in from behind. He knows the direction they're coming in. He needs to dip out. Gets the lead back with the Astral Step. And Toronto Tokyo drops the Tombstone. Will just be extra cash though. In the hands of Shopify. They've made some good cash off of these Tombstone kills.
Yeah, 8-minute rune goes for GPK at least. So, yeah, Timber gets the skill, but GPK gets the shield rune. Should help him a lot to stay in this mid lane.
Oof. Miracle hits too much. Like, GPK is a full level behind of Miracle as well. Pure also already started his jungle frenzy. The lanes of Shopify have been looking pretty decent. Nightfall did have a very good time top though. That's one big plus. A lane that I was a little bit doubtful of on how well they would handle themselves, but he did succeed at winning that lane.
Yeah, they played on the limit, right? Both times they get away with killing. It was like barely 20 HP or so. It's a lane that they played a lot. That's a good thing when you repeat the same thing. You just master it. But Saberlight is 6, which means he's gonna send the illusions to show the wave. He cannot be here with the hero. Dirge and Kodo are connecting with the smoke. Also, Voice Spirit from behind. Feels like Crit is dead.
Smoke got broken. And Crit is very much dead. Doesn't have a Doom available. Save.
Arteezy's here for the follow-up.
Crit's actually not dead. Finally does get taken down, but Nightfall joins in with the Metamorphosis. A lot of damage on Sableye. Gets nuked down. Tombstone's dead. They need to run. In comes Miracle, and Toronto Tokyo is a strength hero that does not have much strength left in him. A 2-for-2 trade. Yeah, it was a surprise that Arteezy came in, but then the other surprise was that the big fat Terrorblade was right behind them.
Yeah, this Dirge Timber interaction doesn't look so good for the Undying. You'll think like, oh, I have Tombstone, and well, he cannot hit it. It's very slow attack speed. Cool, but Timber just used one combo and you're gone.
Not the most survivable, not Undying at this stage.
Yeah,
Nightfall.
and he's a universal hero, so like the DK is not as strong as it is against a strength hero.
I don't think it matters too much because Timbersaw doesn't right click anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't right click.
Let's see, any interesting items being built up? God, Miracle. The Timbersaw is rough to deal with.
Timber just jumping in the mid lane.
Well, we're gonna try and harass him at least, but with no TPs coming through, there's no chance to really kill him. Bottom
there's
side.
16 stacks from DK.
It's actually impressive that Arteezy keeps up in terms of net worth for now against the Terrorblade, considering the farming capabilities of Windrange tends to not be the greatest. Miracle's actually dropping low. Can he get himself out of there? GPK doesn't go for the aggressive chase. A couple of zombies are annoying, but not enough to seal the deal.
Yeah, it was 20 stacks. GPK back to Crit.
GPK playing dangerous
with the
gaming.
Chakra Magic.
Fly from behind.
Fly joins.
Ooh, Fire Spirit Burn does get dodged. Toronto Tokyo still chasing for more, but Miracle is now on a killing spree. Great rotations and moves coming through. Sableye is now hunting for Nightfall as well. And Nightfall is dodging it completely. That was a fat juke. Sableye got
outplayed. Completely outplayed.
They're going in onto
Now it's the
Nightfall.
desperate move.
But he's slowed. Saberlight is dead. And GPK is
They
immediately
might go
looking
for
for more.
fly.
Well, the slow is there. Fly can't move. There's the power of the Solar Bind. Phoenix Egg gets dropped. Do they have the attack speed with Nightfall joining in? Egg is gone. Chasing for crit.
Crit
3 kills
also
being
dies.
secured. Big, fat, juicy kills for Betboom come into play.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
12
And in
minutes
comes
in,
Miracle.
not level 6 on Doom yet.
He has his invis. Will he see if he can nuke one down? He's looking
He
for
needs the TP
save.
here. Yeah.
And save should die.
Radiant's top tower is under
GPK does need to be a
There's
little bit
Lasso.
careful because Lasso, yeah, indeed, is still available.
more
And the
spells.
cooldowns of GPK are pretty lengthy. There, he should get lassoed, and they will find 2 kills as a counter at the very least. They'll get something in their favor.
under attack.
Yeah, it all starts with a completely outplay from the TB into the Batrider. Then the team just follow up, trying to help the Batrider. Phoenix dies, Doom die on the follow-up. Then Batboom gets a bit greedy. Also, the Invis was a nice pickup by Miracle. Gets the auto kill. Follow up with Lasso on the Void Spirit. Things were looking really bad for Shopify, but this overextend from Batboom kind of opened this window for the comeback.
See, Saberlight, he's going for the quick Octarine rush, as most Bat Riders offlane tend to do. Miracle,
Miracle.
he's going to get slowed down, pushed back.
Oh no, he cannot.
Solar Bind is a really good tool, but they don't have a way to interrupt the TP.
Yeah, that's the lack of catch, right? You have the Remnant. Once you use the Remnant, you're done. You can just TP out. Timber Chain, TP's
the
out.
only other tool is RP from Magnus. But honestly, I haven't seen Pure all game. He's just
Yeah,
chilling in
and
that
it's-
bottom lane, farming away.
It's also not an easy catch for the mag therapy.
Well, no, he does have. He's building into soon enough the harpoon, and then you get the harpoon skewer stuff. At least another way of interrupting any
Arcane.
TPs.
On the Timber, probably want to take this mid tower. He can tank the hits.
Save, shackled up, and a quick kill comes into play. 4-man rotation, looking to take the tier 1 tower towards mid to open up the map a lot better for the side of Shopify.
And Saberlight already has Octarine. He's trying to set up on top, I assume. If they go for the tower, he can lasso and have a follow-up. GPK
Trying
fast
to
enough
run away.
to run.
Oh, Toronto's dead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does have a tombstone.
Dire's
Doesn't drop it yet.
has fallen.
But I hear
Yeah,
a
but it just
timber
feels
saw.
bad for Batbone because
Dire's middle tower is under
they're losing their mid tower, and meanwhile, Batrider is making 2 of their heroes run and has Octarine, so Lasso will be back within a minute.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit dicey here for the Betboom side. Nightfall still is getting a lot of farm, though. Is he rushing BKB? 'Cause he's got the
Bot.
Mithril Hammer queued up.
We see Fly, might go for a jump on him.
Pure, quick RP,
Yes.
quick kill. Well, now there's 120 seconds no RP, so you don't have to fear that threat for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. And Wayne's gonna have Gleifnir, probably wanna play more active.
Pure's actually going for the blink instead of finishing up the harpoon, which,
Dire's top tower
I mean, I've
is
seen
under
it go
attack.
both
Radiant's
directions.
bottom tower is under
Harpoon
attack.
is really good, though. Especially with the amount of dots they have on the other side, like Phoenix Egg, Doom with the Scorched Earth, Batrider with all his fire. Like, they have random damage all across.
But how do you get to them to Harpoon if you don't have the dagger? Like, you're gonna skewer in, then you cannot
No.
bring them to your
You get close on the high ground, for instance, and then you hit them with the harpoon. Jabs managed to make it work when we saw him
like
play it.
that.
Saberlight gets caught out top side. They smoke up on Shopify, but it gets scanned. They know what's coming. And they'll probably just, yeah, Pure is most likely... Is he going to continue farming the creeps or take the TP? Oh, he's going to farm the creeps, and that's going to cost him. Greed is good, but not always. Gets immediately doomed. And there's the Magnus gone. So an off lane for an off lane to trade, but Doom's on cooldown, so that's not that bad of a trade.
They tried to catch the wind meanwhile, but it was a fast wind run, so they brought 3-4 heroes to the triangle. Not really effective.
And Shopify, they do have a couple of catches, but they're also playing not as aggressive as you'd expect from a Timbersaw mid lineup. They're still playing it rather passively. Does
but I'd say
take away that
having a
Bedboom is
Doom
dodging
4,
most of it.
You can be fine with this, right? Because have a Doom 4. Eventually he's gonna become a 4 also.
Oh, Vessel onto the Wind Ranger. RP holds him down. Arteezy is in trouble. Skewered underneath the tower. He's dead. Metamorphosis was used by Nightfall. Not really the most biggest necessity right now, but he joins in the fun. Sableye's going to be a second one down. GPK on that Void Spirit is starting to look really dangerous. Killing spree now secured, taking the tier 1 tower towards mid, and a massive rotation coming out from Betboom. Arteezy, yeah, doesn't really have a save on his team or any way out. The moment he gets hit by that slow from Coddle, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, the team needs some follow-up. It's gonna be the dagger on the Doom.
Drag back onto Miracle. My lord, that damage comes out in quick fashion. Nightfall gets the kill secured. Is almost done with his BKB. Turns its attention to a nice 2 stack of Ancients. And there, Betboom with that Metamorphosis got a lot of control back.
Yeah, and they... I don't know, they fit the kill on the very last minute to the meta, making this meta user so worth. Now BKB is gonna be out and Timber is dead for 20 seconds. Doom got the dagger, that's what they needed to fight. But they need to wait now Timber to respawn. They need to get some map vision, a place for him to connect. They kind of lose the timing they had with this Doom dagger.
Can Crit get a good catch? Pure would be a nice one to kill again. He's close to finishing up the Harpoon. But GPK is the biggest target to Doom up, because GPK is just making mayhem happen in these fights. But he's close to finishing up the Lincolns.
Yeah, his cool here is dead, so have like this 2 minutes window. Pure cutting waves. Roche is gonna go to the Radiant side now. But Shopify doesn't have that much of Roche damage.
Yeah, when Range has to pop the ulti for to kill Roche, and that Timbersaw does do a decent amount of damage to Roche. But yeah, it's not as easy.
Smoke. So a lot of time being wasted from Shopify.
Even Saber like being top.
And basically they're leaving the place where Roche is to try to get a pick off, and Betboom just read exactly the move. And they're bringing all heroes bottom.
And
so
they have a good Roche lineup.
Yeah, and they need to go on the warp gate. They see that Doom has vision, so at least that Shopify has the vision, but they need to join ASAP.
Oh, they're TPing through. It does get spotted out. Counter ward. It's rough because you're gonna get those Aether remnants all over the place.
Yeah, and you don't want to use the gate and come one by one. The question is, can Betboom do Roche before Shopify gets in?
Yeah, the Roche lineup is pretty strong with the Undying's ulti and Tombstone on top. And Roche is dead before they get there.
Yeah, and do they want to take the team fight anyway? It seems like they do on Shopify. Maybe a hero's left behind.
Pure? Okay. He just...
Skewer plus dagger.
Skewer plus dagger. I was a little bit worried at where Pure was going. Completely away from his team. I thought he was gonna just suicide blink and... something along those lines.
They got the Magnus.
screws up the high ground,
They got
immediately
pick
hit
off.
by the Doom.
Yeah, Doom use, I believe they wanna reset, because TB still has meta. They're gonna go for the...
Oh, doesn't
Q,
die and get it?
The Tormentor.
Coddle. Coddles is
Coddle.
also not bad. Good for split pushing.
Yeah, it's pretty decent.
And of course the buyback resummon shenanigans.
Is under attack.
By the way, you talk about what happens when Arteezy gets slowed, and Doom is going for the Boots of Bearing. So, it's a nice addition coming soon to the lineup.
Yeah, Boots of Bearing always nice. Quick feet, quick go. Second and a half where you cannot get slowed, always nice. Coming through Toronto, Tokyo, going for 4 staff. Any other interesting items?
Get safe. Yes.
Oh, we'll find a solo kill.
It's gonna be back in 1 minute.
No one else was nearby.
Dire's middle tower is under
Miracle is going to go for the Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to help in trying to at least
Ortiz
sustain
on the mid
damage.
lane. Magnus? No. He almost gave the opening for the jump. Just on time.
Yeah, Pure doesn't have the harpoon yet either, so it's not the biggest reach yet. Top side. Now it's Shopify that are dodging every move Betboom are making.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, because Batboom has Aegis, right? So that's the right move to dodge. And they got a kill with the lasso. If they can get those small pickoffs, meanwhile, it's really good. Oh, Miracle has the shield rune. That's so huge for Timber. Gonna get like 4k HP. Let's see if they can burst him. I don't think they can. And I think they know.
Yeah, he's a bulky dude. The Timbersaw, especially with TB not there. Sableye is heading towards bottom, but Pure is going to take the gateway up towards top. The rest of his team, actually, they're going back to bottom. They're using the gateway while smoked, trying to bait this one out. Saberlight. That was a very weird move by Pure, but Saberlight should still probably falter, and the chase onto Fly is there. Does have the Phoenix Egg, but don't really think that you want to drop it.
Yeah, no TP to try some clutch play.
GPK also going for the Nullifier next. Good way against the 4 staffs and stuff.
Yeah, it's good against the Timber. He
And
cannot
Wind
go X
Ranger,
against
obviously.
it. It's good against Wind Ranger.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Nightfall with the meta. He's close to finishing up the Scotty, and Scotty is great against Timbersaw this game, but also against the Phoenix Sunray, because Phoenix did go for max level Sunray, so that can be a lot of healing on these tanky frontliners that they have.
Yeah.
Is there a
Just the
timing that
third wave
Shopify
we
is
see.
waiting for, or is it getting a little bit dangerous
It's
for
Roach
them?
to be over, like Aegis to be over. That's what they need. I was gonna say, like, Wind Ranger, it's looking a bit underwhelming on the matches we've seen today.
Ooh.
The hero has farm, he was 5-0, but still, I don't see much that the hero is accomplishing.
I mean, Jabs played it really nicely, but maybe not as a safe lane when...
Yeah, as a 3, felt better than as a carry, right? Way better.
Yeah, the Terrorblade is, like, when the Terrorblade shows up, it's terrifying. You know,
Yeah.
we gotta be careful.
It's like
when the
hit
Wind
pop
Ranger
meta,
pops
everyone's
up,
gonna die.
yeah, and when Wind Ranger pops up, it's like, eh.
If I slow this guy, he's dead. It's like,
Yeah.
no cares. Just slow him. Lou.
He does almost
Yeah.
have his BKB,
Maybe-
which is gonna be a nice one.
Yeah, maybe with the BKB.
But Nullifier is
Age
about
is
the
about to
same
be over.
distance away. 500 gold for the Nullifier.
Yeah. But I'd say a game that you have Batrider and you always can come back. Because you can just get a jump on a hero and take him out of the team fight, no matter how strong he is. Of course, Lincolns are gonna show the Void Spirit already have one. Or likely TB is going for it later.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're playing very passive gaming now again on Shopify. Dodging everything. The Aegis has been reclaimed. Pure is ready to possibly get a catch. Oh, speaking of which, Lasso just in time before he could get any moves of his own. Gets the skewer going on to fly. RP gets thrown out. The Phoenix, does he get the egg off? No, he does not. Is going to get taken down. Pure runs away. Does get caught out by Miracle, who's got the Aghanim Scepter. So Nightfall needs to be careful because the damage can be pretty immense on the AoE. And Nightfall takes a lot of damage, but hits him with the Sunder immediately. Miracle, you just got jebaited.
And the nullifier on time also.
That was
it was feeling good for Shopify. Suddenly the Sunder plus one hit, he's dead with the nullifier.
Nightfall just needed
and
that
he still has
extra little bit of
BKB on
HP.
TB.
Nightfall knew exactly how he was playing that one.
Yeah. Pretty easy. And he's not so scared because Magnus is dead. So basically only Void Spirit jump him.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower.
Well, there will be a cooldown now on Meta for the time being. The XP runes spawn in 20 seconds. These start to be really important XP runes.
Yeah, they are all very meaningful because the way they scale into the game, they're all very meaningful. I'd say if you take like the 7 and the 14 one, it's game winning because the enemy supports are not gonna play the game. But also those 21, 28, especially for cores, I'd say. They're really good.
They have spawned. Let's see if they'll be able to pick it up. Batrider at least. Saberlight, Fly might be able to secure it. Yeah, supports need those levels to get the max level on all their spells.
On the Bat Boom, Pure got it. It's like, I don't care. I'm gonna get my 18 bros. And I'm gonna farm my Lincolns.
Big fat RP plays. Actually, Terrorblade might be one of the hero cores that really could use it, because Terrorblades tends to be problematic in terms of experience that they farm. Same with like Nagas, always under-leveled, over-farmed.
He's still 16. Batrider 18. Timber 17. Windrunner.
Oh, they're gonna go top side. Saberlight is the target. Doesn't have the blink, it's on cooldown. And Saberlight will be a quick catch. Save immediately. Also summons Nightfall because he does have that shard. And you're always going to be up against the man advantage with that Coddle shard.
Let's see. Roche is a 2-minute 15 Roche.
So it's going to be Radiant side.
It's going to be Radiant.
Well, Pure is going to catch Arteezy, it seems. RP instantaneously, and Arteezy cannot even respond. Bat Boom is just outmaneuvering Shopify. That's just it. They're playing better.
They are. And Wind really fell off. The hero had strong laning, strong early game, but then just 2 random deaths. Like again, like no damage on team fights. He cannot right-click heroes.
Drag back onto Miracle. Nullifier gets thrown out. His ulti, his Aghanim Scepter is wasted. Gets finished off. Fly needs to be careful. Drag back, double kill for Nightfall. And that should be the bottom set of racks. Don't really think that the Batrider and Doom can do much at this stage. And also need to be very careful.
Almost got it. I think those are 2 lanes.
They
Maybe
do have
even fighting
buybacks.
for 3. Meta is gonna be over, so 2 lanes.
Meta is over in a couple of seconds. Lasso comes out. They buy back on the Phoenix. Arteezy, though, the Nullifier is doing a lot of work. GPK jumps in. Arteezy is dead again. But GPK might drop.
In chat. Don't do it.
Nightfall has a Sunder. Gets it off onto Miracle. And we'll go for the immediate TP out. They lose GPK, but they do manage to force out a double buyback and still kill off Arteezy. That one range, you can't do anything anymore this game. Nullifier is like, it's over.
I don't know if, like, can't blame the player, I guess blame the heroes. I don't see what this Wind can do. Once you get Nullifier, you need a 25. He's so far away from 25, so I don't see what Wind can do in this game. It's so hard, so hard. He lost his timing. Maybe that first death on the mid lane could be avoided and keep some tempo in the game, but now just feels like this carry is a support 5.
Well, Roche is up. This could be a nice timing if they can get it, but it gets scanned instantly when they walk into towards the Roche pit. And there is Crit jumping aggressively on towards the wrong side with the Metamorphosis pop from Nightfall. Crit will be a quick kill. But Roche is actually going to go in favor of Shopify, so Crit playing the good distraction gaming. And they get the Aegis plus cheese
really
on
nice move.
Arteezy.
Has Crystallis.
Uh-oh.
Has the Aegis.
Oh, Arteezy! Yeah, never mind. That Aegis that he had, he had that one. And yeah, that life that he had, same story.
Where's the well played chat, Will?
Ouch.
Yeah. I don't know. What is the hope? Maybe Lasso into Fountain? Batrider does have Force Staff.
Dire's top tower.
Save's also making sure that the cooldown of Metamorphosis is reduced the entire time. Power of Coddle.
Yeah. It's very dangerous to fight the high ground against this Magnus. He's gonna go fishing if you try to poke TB.
Pure
he
with the
does go
drag
fishing.
back. Nullify to be thrown onto Miracle again. Can he get himself out of there? Miracle's dropping low. Phoenix Head gets dropped in the middle of everything. Will they focus for it? No, they will not. Lasso is available for Sableye.
they're killing
GPK
Void
is
Spirit.
making a very weird move. Jumping on the high ground while the rest of his team was disengaging. So this gives them some breathing room on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, it was the dieback on Timber. He had buyback on the last fight. So it's a bit more time that it takes to come back than the Void Spirit. But enough time to at least shut down this push. I'm not so sure if Batboom wants to go back. They're gonna have Meta again. Oh, they caught the Batrider.
Waiting on the
That-
cliff the entire time. Batrider falls. No buyback available.
And Meta is back because of the Kodo Chakra.
And
Let's
up
see if
diagram they go
Arteezy
again.
can kill a target. Void Spirit's dead, so no
No
nullifier.
egg,
Maybe
no
he can
doom.
take the hero out.
Pure with another catch comes through, and before the skewer even ends, Fly already dies. GG gets called, and Batboom take the series 2-0.
Yeah, very, very well played. Very high level execution from laning stage to road fights. Punishing Wind Ranger whenever it was out of position. Didn't get punished by the Doom or the Batrider in the map, just a few deaths on the supports. Really well played from entire Batboom team.
And with that, Batboom is the only team that has not lost a single game today. Which is pretty remarkable considering they're the last team to join the tournament.
Yeah.
After
you do
Execration
a tournament
build
with
out.
Top 16 in the world, and then you invite the 17 as a replacement, and he's the team that goes undefeated. Goes to show how balanced Dota is within the regions.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Pure on the off lane looks sublime. Nightfall back as a safe laner as well. I'm really happy that he has... hey, there's the empty chair again. That he has returned in that regard.
This chair is so strong. I want to hire for my team. Again, the 10k damage on the carry. Not so sure on the pick.
Oof. Yeah,
Not
that's...
so
that's not good.
GPK though became the true carry with Empower, 29k damage. Nightfall, no deaths. This KAD interface, I'm sorry, production,
it's really
bit misleading.
confusing, but yeah, he played a really good game. Nightfall played a really good series.
Yeah, it's
to be
9-0 and 8. Yeah.
But yeah, the damage output, the Wind Ranger, we've seen it multiple times. I get the flex. I've also seen Wind Ranger safe lane win, but those are games where you win in 20, 25 minutes and the game is over. But again, with the at one point, Shopify was just dodging and dodging and dodging every single fight. And then you've got a Timber Saw, they buy Nullifier, you buy Ags, and your entire Nullifier is useless. Your Ags is
this
useless.
was a sick nullifier game. Sick nullifier game. Counters the Timber, counters the Wind.
We'll quickly check out some of those juicy highlights from game number 2, brought to you by Monster. The Monster Moments. Yeah, crit got caught here. And then we were like, oh, Arteezy comes in. Oh, scary. In comes the Terrorblade from behind and everyone runs away. Yeah,
Just run for your life.
Yeah, that's
Queen
the big
did
difference.
the thing where you can definitely kill one hero, but then you're underwhelming on the team fight.
Pure had some really good catches with the skewer in the later portions of the game. He played a nice...
Yeah.
He's playing a really good offlane. I like
It's
to
weird.
see.
You see Magnus game 1, you're like, this Magnus hero, not so sure. And don't see what the hero can do. And then game 2, Magnus on pure hand is like, oh, it's broken. It's broken. You get 1 inch out of position, he's gonna skewer you back with Harpoon and you're dead. A bit on the gameplay, a bit on the draft, because let's say you didn't want to skewer a Tidehunter on game 1.
Yeah, no,
This game
that
felt like
was a
every
little bit
target
rougher
was
for
just
Saberlight,
burstable.
as targets go. Though, yeah. Just not enough impact from the picks from Shopify. Here, Miracle gets dragged back and they just nuke him down. It doesn't feel like he's a Timbersaw. This was weird from GPK though. He jumps on the high ground. They haven't used lasso yet. There's a Phoenix egg there. Your entire team runs away. Yeah, that's just a little bit of a mistake. But the team that is shrouded in darkness did manage to take home the W and are now 4-0 at the Dream League Season 20 tournament.
Yeah, the 5 faceless guys, so strong.
They only had one on the side of Shopify. That was Miracle. And right now, the swap so far for BetBoom has worked out. The question is that going to be continuing? Is that going to be the same going forward? Is that change everything they needed to do to make it a winning lineup? We will have a little bit of an interview with Nightfall. We'll set that up quickly to see what is what. I want to know his thoughts behind it as well. Definitely, you know, how it feels to be back in the safe lane and whatnot. Seems to be a pretty interesting ordeal, and how they came by it in the team as well. We have the interview ready with Mr. Nightfall. And cue the music. Hello, congratulations on the win.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you a very important question. In the recent seasons, you guys didn't achieve the results that you wanted. Now that you and Pure have swapped roles, do you think that that is the difference maker?
I mean, obviously, like, it helped us. Our team kind of, like, we improved a lot since we swapped roles, and it's working way better for our team in case of, dynamic between players and, like, roles in team. So, yeah. Now we're playing better.
Who actually, who suggested the role swap in the team, or how did it come to fruition? Because of course you used to play safe lane, then off lane, then all over the place.
I mean, it was obviously team decision, but if we say who forced it, it's probably me, because I felt like I needed to come back to position 1 to do like more impact in team, in like comms and in comms and just my playstyle and like hero pool and all stuff just feels better for me to play 1 than 3. I'm more I'm more like selfish player, so.
Well, yeah, it does
It's better to
work
play
for both
1.
of you. Because also Pure looks really good on the off lane, so it works wonderfully for the team. How much time did you guys have to prepare for Dream League, considering you guys are like, you know, last invite coming through?
I mean, we didn't have any time. We just our manager just told us yesterday that we have the slot, and we didn't even manage to play scrims. So we basically played 0 scrims and just went in, and yeah, just playing our game.
Okay. Well, that's a little bit stressful because you got to do all the research. Well, it's good practice for the major. You can always see it that way. And otherwise, you just make it to Riyadh. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Any last questions from you, Astini?
You picked TB first phase, so you would play against counters. How do you feel when you see it's a Wind Ranger on the enemy carry? Do you feel comfortable with this matchup? Do you see Wind Ranger as a good carry in the meta?
I mean, I don't feel like Wind Ranger is the best head-to-head matchup against TB, so I didn't really care, but Wind Ranger has other purposes in draft, just like more like, first of all, flex hero, and second, just hero to kind of like win lane. So that's it.
Well, they did win the lane, but they lost the game because, of course, you guys came home with the double. Congratulations, and thank you very much for joining us for the interview. Good luck with the rest of the days as well. Any last words for the viewers at home?
Man, thank you guys. Thanks for cheering, everyone, and see you next days.
Don't forget to cheer
Bye.
for BetBoom. Goodbye. And
thank you.
Yeah, that was a remarkable showing coming out from BetBoom, team that heard yesterday they had to play today, and then have to do all the research for all the teams and everything on the back. Like, their coach must be dying.
Yeah, maybe it's like we don't get to do research, so we just play our best strategies, no care what they can do to us, just what we can do to them, and that's why it's been so strong. They just play their strategies no matter what, very confident on it. Opening with Duza on 6-7, then opening with the TB. They're really confident on their strategies.
Yeah, they look pretty solid on it. I think again the role swap definitely suited them. I think Pure is one of the best safe laners. I loved him in the Entity roster so much. But yeah, he also works very well as an offlane. Nightfall, of course, going back to his primary role before he joined EG, because EG likes turning people's roles completely upside down, or now Shopify, his old team in a sense. I don't really like the one thing that I see in Shopify's side is I don't really see their game plan for the most part. It's like dodge every single fight, and then they realize they don't have the Terrorblade, and then you're standing there like, what are we gonna do?
I'd say their plan is pick strong lanes, and we snowball the lane advantage into game advantage. We just choke the enemy team to the map, which makes sense. When they're ahead, it seems unbeatable. But when they are behind, it seems like they have no tools to play the game. They're just avoiding fights and slowly dying, slowly losing the game. Feels like if they lose one team fight, the game is gone, because then they're gonna lose every upcoming team fight. That's at least the feeling from those two games we cast.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate because Miracle started off both games pretty well on that Timber Saw, but they couldn't turn it in their favor. It does mean that they are, I think, 1-3, if I'm not mistaken, because they did play a series previously against Gaming Gladiators. That one they actually tied, which is probably one of the harder ties to make happen. We are currently getting a couple of... we want to see how everything is standing in Group B, so hopefully that will be resolved momentarily, because the last couple of games, I think we are actually probably the last game that needs to have all the scores combined and situated for the viewers at home, so that we all have an overview on who is the top dog and who is bottom of the pack.
Yeah, the spoiler before we go to it is the BetBoom is the only team that didn't lose a match. Then, like on Group A, you have Tundra 3-1 and GG 3-1 on the Group B. And then all the other teams, they won max 2 matches. So it's very even, very, very even. There are no teams that didn't win a single match of the series, and also BetBoom being the only one with 0 losses. It's a super even day one.
Yeah, they look pretty nice doing it. I'm curious if they can keep this up. There are, you know, once you grow into the tournament, the other teams will be able to figure out exactly how you play. Granted, I mean, you talked about their draft. You saw, okay, they picked the Terrorblade plus Undying. Oh, they're going to pick the Coddle. And Q, in came the Coddle. So there are some ways to try and figure out their idea. We have the standings ready for you, fine viewers at home. We'll quickly check out, as you can see now, we can all watch it together. The top 4 will advance on, the bottom 4 will be eliminated of the tournament. Then there will be another group stage later in the tournament, and then afterwards will be playoffs to decide what it's going to be. This is the first group. As you can see, Tundra at the top of the group. We saw them earlier today. And Liquid struggling a lot. They did get 2-0'd by, of course, Tundra. And that's the only 2-0 loss than 2-0 win that have been happened in Group A. Now we're going to check out Group B, the group that we just handled. And BetBoom at the top. Gaming Gladiators in second place. Not surprising. I mean, they're back-to-back major champions, everything, blah, blah, blah. So I don't really think that's a big surprise, Steve.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like, if you look at Shopify, they're on the last place, but they played the 2 best teams, or the 2 teams with the best standings. So I'd say it's super open, still the competition. Everything can happen. I'd say not even like BetBoom cannot feel like they have guaranteed top 4. Also, let's say Shopify, OG, Entity at the bottom, they definitely still feel like they can reach top 2 of the group. Pretty even, day 1. A bit of unexpected that BetBoom, the last invite, goes 4-0, definitely, yes. But honestly, is that huge surprise? I'd say no, because they're so strong.
Yeah, they were, of course, second place in the Eastern European DPC, so not too surprising they're going to the majors. Well, here's the schedule for tomorrow. We're going to start it off on this channel with Team Liquid versus Talon. Then after, well, not, sorry, this is mainstream, my bad. It's going to be Liquid versus Talon, then BetBoom versus OG. Afterwards, EG versus Secret, and Gaming Gladiators versus Pandas, 9 Pandas. A couple of interesting games. OG versus BetBoom, obviously, because Seb is back, playing with the OG boys. Here we have the B stream, Ember stream, Tundra versus TSM, then Gaming Gladiators versus Beast Ghost. Beast Ghost playing with Parker. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, and Shopify versus Beast Ghost will be the last match of that stream. Now we're gonna take a look at the Storm stream. Team Secret versus LGD. Oof, that's a tough game to start up the day with. Team Aster versus 9 Pandas, then LGD versus Tundra Esports. Ooh, that's a good game. And BetBoom versus 9 Pandas. Ooh, both those games are really good. I think Richie has both those games.
Every game is hype at this
I know,
tournament.
every game is hype, but you know, after seeing BetBoom and Tundra, I'm feeling it. I want to see the Tundra subs and the BetBoom last invites play massive games. And this is our stream, the Earth stream. These are the matches that will be handled. Tomorrow it will be Epi and Adam covering Team Spirit versus EG, then Shopify versus Entity, and me and Nastini will be back for TSM versus Talon, and OG versus Entity. And those are all, of course, some sublime games as well. Of course, your old rivals TSM to be covered. And we'll get to see a little bit of that Seb OG action, see how well they'll be dealing through everything. And that was the schedule for tomorrow, ladies and gents. I think that's a good starting day for us here on the D stream. I had some great games. They were pretty lengthy, I would say, Astini, but they were really good.
I really enjoyed casting those games. Both games, 2 teams were really good. So it's not those matches that are in this scope that the bad team can make a miracle. I'd say Shopify had the chance to win both games, although BetBoom was dominating. Also the first series Talon Drill. So I'd say, yeah, pretty good matches to watch. And hopefully tomorrow we have great matches as we had today.
Yep, hopefully we have the best matches possible here over at the Dream League tournament qualifying for Riyadh Masters. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow, same day, same place, same time, same place. Nonetheless, my name was DK Truman, joined by Astini, and we'll be back for some more Dota later in the week. Have a wonderful day, and in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
You wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dream League Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.